Into our second period. Here comes Nathan McKinnon around Mikey Anderson. McKinnon throws it in front. Marty Natchez a shot. He scores! It's a Marty party! 3 shots. They win the draw here. Cale McCarr for Marty Natchez. He's got room. He scores! It's a Marty party! Get out the cheese for the Marty Nachos. He has 2. Colorado finally cashes in on the power play. And the LA Kings are drinking from a fountain that's pouring like an avalanche. That's coming down the mountain. It's 4-0 Colorado here on opening night.
I think it's safe to say that our luck has officially turned around, guys. We are back, baby. We are back. We are back. Yeah. Classic. We are back! That's we right. Are back!
We
Let's
are
get weird.
back. And it looked pretty good. A sort of meh start to the game. It felt like the Kings had a little bit more momentum, tilted the ice in their favor. But then I think just straight talent took over. And after, a few minutes of guys getting their feet under them, starting to find a little bit of a rhythm, turned the tide, and very easily showed that you were the better hockey team. I mentioned this yesterday, that you're going to be faced with a lot of similar situations. And I think that whatever game the Avs go into, for the most part, it's subject to change based on who's in the lineup, injury stuff, blah, blah, blah. You enter a game, I think you're going to win. That's how talented I think the Avs are right now. And it's kind of for the reasons that you saw last night. First of all, your backup goalie had to start because the starter is still dealing with cleaning up an injury right now. Did he look like a backup? Didn't to me. The depth on this team. At times, I thought the best line on the ice over the last few minutes was always something different each time they were out there. The game certainly started, and it looked like at the beginning of the game, your second line was working harder than anybody else. I love that combo. Big, physical, talented group of Nelson, Landy, and Val. I think they look fantastic. They were a lot of fun when they were on the ice. The third thing is all these guys that you acquired mid-season last year, or I guess late season near the end of the trade deadline, guys like Brock Nelson. I think very obviously having an offseason to gel with his line mates helped because it looked different. I think him playing with Landeskog, him playing with Val Nichushkin over the course of, a full sort of length to get your feet under you. It just looked a lot more cohesive last night when they were playing together. So the second line is very, very good and important. Having Landeskog back for his first regular season game in 3 years, not bad either. But there's a big thing that's kind of happening. And we mentioned this briefly yesterday, but there is a very advantageous position you can be in for this year specifically on 2 fronts. Guys in contract years, especially good players in contract years, are good things to have. Because you get a guy going balls to the wall every second he's on the ice, the field, the court, whatever. Because he knows if he does well, he's going to get compensated for it. It's going to be the lasting impression before somebody lays a contract out in front of him. And I said, Marty Nachos might be in for a big year. He'll get to play a full season with Nate McKinnon, first of all. Second of all, I'm sure he looked around and said, Mikko got 12 per year. Kaprizov now gets 17. And he's trying to slot himself into where he belongs. Well, go out and have a 100-point season, and you'll belong in that upper echelon pretty quick. But he goes out and scores twice last night. Big time. Huge. And I know some people are going to look at that and they're going to say, oh, yeah, well, I only care what Marty Nachos does in the postseason. Yeah, well, other teams that are looking to give him a contract don't. And we all kind of acknowledged last year a big impediment to you getting to where you wanted to go was that you had a slow start because of your injury situation, and Winnipeg didn't lose to start the year. They built up such a massive lead in the division that it was almost impossible for you to come back. But I think Marty Nachos being on a contract year is massive. But it was just different moments inside the game that all kind of looked like somebody or a line or some sort of combination or a player was taking over and playing really good hockey. Like, Sam Malinsky made a couple of big-time plays last night. And I've always been a Malinsky guy. The consistency's kind of been his only problem, where it hasn't been, I guess, every second where he's been noticeable and impactful. But I think as time has gone on, Malinsky has built himself more and more into that consistent player. He's always seemingly making the right play at the right time. The one thing that I've been nervous about, not nervous, but I guess curious is a better word. When you're a championship team, you don't typically rely on younger players, especially an established championship level team. You know, this is my beef that I had with the Calvin Booth approach to building a title contender, is that I don't want to have the Nuggets taking the floor with Nikola Jokic and Jamal and MPJ and AG and all those different guys. And then you look at where's their help, and you go, well, it's this rookie that we took 21st overall. Where's the help? It's a second-round pick from last year that hasn't gotten any playing time. You want to establish stuff. Now, it's towards the end of your roster. It's to sort of fill out the room. But they're giving an opportunity to a 21-year-old in Gavin Brindley. And he's not going to be a guy who's putting, 20 minutes a night out there on the ice. It's only going to be a few. Like last night, it was 7 minutes and 50 seconds. But in that 7:50, I thought he was impactful and dangerous, which is what you have to be. Fun to watch, fast, can make a play. He had one in the first period where he jumped a pass, got the takeaway, and turned it into a good look. Wasn't able to finish, but I think it just builds pressure. And if that's going to be the guy who's getting the least ice time for you, you're in a pretty good spot to start the season. And then finally, Makar does Makar things again where he feigns the shot, kind of tiptoes his way down into the zone, and then you got McKinnon and Lehkonen that were grinding down low. Leggy picks up the rebound because that's what he does, always right in front of the net, and finishes to make it 3-0. For all intents and purposes, you dominated. The only sort of thing I'd point out last night, it's not even that it was bad. You want to see better because of what ended your season last year. They had a bunch of power play opportunities. They capitalized once, but I think the final number was 6, I think. Now, kind of weird ones. You had them interrupted by the end of periods and stuff like that. But the only thing that would have made last night better is if you were, excuse me, if you had a really good number in that category, if you were like 50% on it. So anyway, just a few quick observations. Texter says, so how can you pay Natchez that much money? Talking about, this being a contract year for him if he has a good year. Maybe you don't. Maybe you're stuck sort of in a Nas Kadri situation. Especially if Makar takes, $17 million a year. I don't know what's going to happen here. But if Natchez plays to the level of that, you're going to be in prime position to win a cup. And then at that point, who cares? You always have to be looking towards the future and be concerned about it. But you think I'm going to cry if Marty Nachos throws up a 110-point season and gets a bag somewhere that's not here? I'm not. I want these guys playing as well as humanly possible. It was funny, by the way. Game starts. Manson lays the big hit on, who was it again? Manson drops Fogle. And then immediately gets jumped by Malott for a fight. That's who Manson has to be. That's how he normally is. He's out there to lay his body on the line and start throwing shoulders into people. What I don't understand is it's a clean hit. It was shoulder to shoulder, blew the guy up. That's hockey. You want to fight about it? Go ahead. That's why I love. Okay, fine, you fought. Have fun in the box. Thanks for the power play. So not only did we kick your guy's butt, lay him out on the ice, we get an extra man on top of it. Sweet. Thank you for that.
Hey, did you know that Jeff Malott's brother is a UFC fighter?
I had no idea. Who mentioned that?
Jeff Malott on the LA Kings. His older brother is a UFC fighter who fights in the UFC, and that's the older brother of Jeff Malott on the LA Kings, and his brother's a UFC fighter.
Hang on just 1 second, because I might have missed what you said. Is his older brother a UFC fighter? Is that what you said?
His older brother is a UFC fighter.
Wait a minute. And then he fought?
Yes, and he fought. Jeff Malott on the Los Angeles Kings of Los Angeles.
So Jeff Malott fought, and then his older brother is also a professional fighter in the UFC.
Yes, a UFC
and he's older
fighter
than him.
Yes,
Wow.
Crazy, dude.
Unbelievable. You know what? You have to remind me of that in about 5 minutes because I think I'm going to forget. So can you just make a note and remind me? Jeff Malott's brother. What? See, I already forgot. What was he again? Oh, he's a UFC fighter who fights. That's right.
Yes.
That's right. Whew. I'm so glad that our announcers took notes before the game started on guys. That's awesome.
If Jeff Malott ever gets traded to the Pittsburgh Penguins,
Jeepers.
You could have a drinking game of, what do you hear more, the Crosby-McKinnon factoid or the older brother of Malott as a UFC fighter factoid? You can race your way to the top.
I don't know what it is about. I think it's fine to toss it in there. It's like, if people were unaware, they'd be like, that's interesting. And to say, hey, I guess he fought last weekend and he won or something like that. It's like, oh, okay, interesting thing. But I don't know what it is about announcers when they find just a random sort of fact on something and their need to tell it to everybody as if it's the first time, but then to say it 5 times within a game. The one that always used to get me, and look, I was a Lions fan, so I used to hear this all the time, but especially when he was traded to L.A., was, did you know that Stafford and Clayton Kershaw played on the same high school baseball team?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Like
yeah.
Stafford was Kershaw's catcher. It's like, wow, I haven't heard that 8,000 times yet. Thank you.
Or lest we forget, former Avalanche player, Long Beach native Matt Nieto from Long Beach.
Yeah.
Had to remind us that he was a Long Beach native. He's a place not traditionally known for hockey.
Whoa.
And that's where he played hockey in Long Beach native Matt Nieto from Long Beach.
So Matt Nieto played in a place that doesn't make ice traditionally?
I know. And he went to the same high school, I believe, as Snoop Dogg.
I mean, those random announcer facts. Beautiful. So anyway, the main takeaway from the Avs opening game, if you guys missed it, is that Malot's brother's a UFC fighter. I'm glad we all got that established. The hockey part doesn't matter. We know that. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Lot to get to. Great opening game from the Avs. They start the season 1-0. But it's a Wednesday tradition. NFL stock up, stock down next. All right, we'll do the NFL thing in a second. Just quickly, a texter says, did the color commentators say this isn't bleepy preseason hockey? I thought I heard the same thing. I thought I heard Nussbaum, and then nobody brought it up. Maybe they were too distracted by Malat's brother being a UFC fighter. I don't know. I heard the same thing, though, in the broadcast last night and thought the same thing. Now, every Wednesday at this time, we take a look around the NFL and do a little NFL stock up, stock down. We always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. I think it's Goff. He was 19 of 23 for 258 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no picks against Cincinnati. But through 5 weeks, he has 12 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. He's completing 75% of his passes through 5 weeks of the season. 75%. When everybody was going to leave that Lions offense for dead after the first week, including myself, after they lost Ben Johnson, I think he deserves a ton of credit for not only getting it back on track, but making it one of the scariest teams in the league again. The offense has scored at least 34 points in 4 straight games, and they can't do that without their quarterback being incredibly accurate and incredibly good, and that's what Goff has been. So he gets a stock up. Let's go quarterback stock down. I never bought into the Geno stuff. I thought Geno was a fine quarterback. It always felt like he's a guy that if you needed a Band-Aid or a bridge year, that Geno would be a decent candidate for that. But hiring him to be an actually impactful playmaker who is going to win football games for you consistently, I think is just a tough ask. He did a little bit of that in Seattle, but he also had just those 500 years. That first initial season that he started after Russell Wilson left was good, and then he was just kind of what we all thought he was. So he gets to a Raiders team that doesn't have a lot of talent, and this last week, he goes 25 of 36 for 228 yards, no touchdowns, 3 picks. They only score 6 points. They lose 40-6 to Indianapolis. But his entire role is to be a steady Eddie. Veteran guy, doesn't turn the ball over, makes the right play. And that's what Carroll brought him in for. He's got 9 interceptions through 5 weeks. He's on pace for almost 30. He's not going to make it to week 8 if he continues to play this way. I don't know what they have behind him, but you can't continue with it. You will go the route of what Cleveland or Cincinnati did in their trade yesterday, where Flacco's on the way to Cincinnati. But you can't continue to do this if the guy just straight up keeps throwing picks. By the way, Cincy, their answer is Joe Flacco. Good luck. I mean, we'll get to this a little bit later.
No.
I kind of understand their point in that you want to have somebody that can maybe bridge you over to when Burrow comes back and still be winning games, but I don't think Flacco's the answer. Anyway, non-quarterback stock up. Thank you. Little double dip. Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, because my stock on this guy was way down before the season started. I didn't know what was going to happen with him. And to his credit, have you guys seen what Javonte's doing in Dallas? Javonte Williams, this last weekend, had 16 carries for 135 yards. He had a touchdown on the ground, a touchdown in the air. He has touchdowns in 4 or 5 games this year. And this is the most surprising stat. Javonte's averaging 5.7 yards per carry. I did not see that coming. And I don't think Dallas beat writers did either. I had an article that was 2 weeks before the final cutdown day where they said they didn't think he was going to make the team. But Javonte's been fantastic. They fed him the rock a lot. 79 carries for 447 yards on the year so far. But the big thing with him is he's breaking off big runs, which he was never able to do in Denver. He's already got a 66-yard run this year. He's got 3 of 20 yards plus. They barely got to 20 yards in general last year for their longest run of the season. I think he looks different, and he looks re-energized. I think this could be a classic example. Guy goes to new place, finds greener pastures, and starts to thrive and find a little bit of his old self. We all know what Javante's talent was before the knee injury. And then I think things just kept compounding in Denver. Offense was never very good. They could stop the run pretty easy because they didn't have to worry about the quarterback. And all of that just led to him not being as effective. But now, when you have Dak Prescott, who whenever he's healthy, he's going to put up numbers and he's going to make defenses nervous, it opens things up a little bit more. He's got 520 all-purpose yards already this year. And I hope this is real because I want him to be successful and do well. So I like Javonte Williams. Plus, the Cowboys' offense is just really good. Their team overall isn't. Their defense isn't. But they're capable of hanging 35 on anybody. So he gets a stock up. Let's go non-quarterback stock down. Tough to judge now, but this is sort of not totally about last week, but a lot about what's happened this year. I'm not willing to call Derrick Henry's reign as the NFL's best running back completely dead, but it's close. He had 15 carries for 33 yards last week. I think a lot of that has to do with Cooper Rush being his quarterback and not having Lamar Jackson in the lineup. But if you remove week 1, where he had a big day, 150-some yards, he has 148 yards on 46 carries in the following 4 weeks. So from week 2 to week 5. That comes out to about 3 yards per carry. He's just not the sort of beast and behemoth that we're used to. I'll tell you one thing about him. This is going to sound crazy, Nelly, like insane. I don't think he's good once he gets to the line of scrimmage. At least not as good. It feels like he doesn't have that sort of burst through the line of scrimmage like he used to a few years back. Where even when he was going through, running through a defensive tackle through the A-gap, that he didn't have the momentum built this year. Like, it feels like if he gets hit at the line of scrimmage, he goes down pretty easy. And I think a lot of that has to do with maybe heavy legs from all the carries and all the stuff that he's done throughout the course of his career. It has to take away a little bit of age, is taking away a little bit of his burst. So I think all of these things are sort of factors in this. But he just doesn't look the same. And I don't know if this turns around when Lamar Jackson comes back or not, but I know this. If the Ravens don't get this figured out like this weekend, they're in for really, really tough times for the rest of the year because it's going to be an impossible climb back. NFL team stock up. I think we give it to this team.
This is what we envisioned in January, okay?
Yes, sir.
It's happening here in September. Gonna go on forever!
Damn. Go on forever! I don't know if it's forever. I don't even know if it's the next few weeks, but for the moment, I'm giving it to the Jags. I think they're really impressive. And they're a fun, chaotic watch, especially on offense. We've seen that when you pair up Trevor Lawrence with some talent in that offense, he can make that thing go. It's not always pretty or clean, but they're effective and dangerous. I just think that they're a fun group of guys that all have a big collection of talent that they're trying to figure out on the go with the first-year head coach. And I think that's the most impressive part. Why did they celebrate so much after that game? It's because they're in year 1 of a head coach after their team was awful last year. They've gone to 4-1, and they just got a pretty signature win against the Chiefs team that looked like at the end of the game they were going to close it out again.
Gonna go on forever!
Forever! But I like the Jags. I'll give them the stock up. Let's go NFL team stock down. Yeah, for as much as I was scared and terrified after the 3-week mark that the Chargers were going to run away with this division, they had that Chargers thing happen where everybody dies within like 2 weeks and they have no players anymore. And you can tell it's tough. Because they aren't just losing players, they're losing key players. It's guys they're starting left and right tackle. It's Khalil Mack. It's both of their starting running backs in Najee Harris and Omarion Hampton. And now you're doing what they used to do, which is looking at Justin Herbert and saying, go win us the football game. It's a very tough thing to ask of somebody to do every single week. Don't believe me? Go ask Joe Burrow what's up. Because he'll tell you what that's like. Hey, win this game for us, because if you don't play well, we're the worst team in the league. It's just a difficult thing to ask him to do week in, week out, and I think they're in some trouble. Because if they don't get guys healthy in a hurry, I just think too much of that pressure is going to mount, and they won't be able to get over the top. Plus, here's the other thing. I know it's wearing on Herbert because he's turned the ball over more now than he did all of last year already. That's the pressure that you're under when you're forced into you need to win us the football game. So the Chargers get the stock down. Let's go MVP stock up. I'm going back to Baker. He keeps putting up numbers. He keeps having these fourth quarter comebacks, and you judge quarterbacks off of what they do late in the game in crunch time. 379 yards playing in Seattle. They're on the road, another 2 touchdowns, and just finds a way to get the dub. Every single week. They're in a game, it's close late, and Baker just finds a way. It's going to be up to him for the team to win, and he always, in those situations, thrives. Always makes it happen. The responsibility of the Bucs is to do one thing, keep the game close. Because if they do that, they're going to be in good shape. MVP stock down. Yeah, I'll go back to the Chargers and Herbert. I mean, Herbert was in really good position after 3 weeks. I think he was the MVP of the league. But then the injuries came. The turnovers started to come. His team started to lose. His team was decimated with injuries. And I just think it's going to be too much now. Now, if they can hang on and put themselves back in a position to be competitive and win the AFC West, maybe he can work his way back up there. But for the moment, don't think it's happening. Best game of the week.
That's neat.
Bucs Seahawks was fantastic the entire time. Had everything you want. Had high scoring, back and forth. Didn't know who was going to win ever. One team would take the lead. The other one would take it right back. Came down to the very wire. It's the exact kind of game you want to watch. Bucs Seahawks was awesome. Worst game of the week.
Duval.
It's tough. It's between two. Two that were immediate snooze fests. I think it's Colts Raiders. Thorough domination. The Raiders didn't have a chance. They could do nothing on offense. But also, Texans-Ravens, a Texans team that struggles to score, puts up 44 on Baltimore, and I can't watch Cooper Rush play quarterback for them. I can't. Seeing somebody who can't run 90 miles an hour in a Ravens uniform under center is just not something I'm interested in anymore. Okay? I'm done with it. So that's the worst game of the week, and that is NFL stock up, stock down. Just quickly here, we'll get to the Broncos in a second, jump back to the Avs. Avs start the season 1-0. Really good debut to the season. In baseball. So the Yankees come back, they win, they keep their season alive. And I've heard and seen people discussing this idea of, like, why is this home run from Aaron Judge such a big deal? Well, first of all, Aaron Judge has had a really good postseason. And the Yankees have just had to keep scraping out wins to stay alive, it feels like, in the postseason. I think the Blue Jays are better than them. They're a lot more consistent on offense. I mean, the Blue Jays will just kick your butt. But the reason the Aaron Judge homer was a huge deal was it saved their season. Without that, their season's done. They needed some sort of spark. And if they come back and turn this into a series win, then Aaron Judge in that moment will be a massive reason as to why. Again, I love playoff baseball. I love that every pitch there is massive things on the line. And it felt like that series was going to be over. And one swing later, 3-run homer off the foul pole, and they're right back in the series. Now, just quickly to the Flacco thing. Here's what I'm getting at. I think Flacco's done. He can't move. He's a statue. He can't do anything. Cincinnati has 2 really good wide receivers, and they're doing everything in their power to try and keep this thing together because Burrow is not out for the year. He's just out for a while. So their thought is, we can't do this with Browning anymore, who's been awful for 3 straight weeks. We need to find something else. But let me ask you a question. Cleveland felt like they were in a similar position, that if we have a quarterback that just keeps things together, we'll start to win games, and maybe that's enough. And they gave up on him and traded him in division. What does that say about their thoughts about his quarterback ability right now?
It's over, pal.
If you're Cincy, you're doing everything in your power to not waste another year of Joe Burrow, and I understand it. You got to think that way. I just don't know if this is the answer. And I'm incredibly skeptical of quarterbacks just jumping into a team.
When they went to the playoffs, and it may have been at the end of the regular season, but he had one game where he had Amari Cooper catching every single ball he put.
No,
in.
he was great.
Like he gave Amari Cooper, 200 receiving yards or something on some Sunday in late December? I mean, that guy's he's still got some juice, man. So I'm just saying the Bengals have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. If Joe Flacco can find the fountain of youth at Skyline Chili and start working with these receivers, you never know what can happen.
I think the fountain of youth is dry with Joe Flacco. That's the problem. Now, I understand why Cincy would make the move. They're trying to salvage a year of Burrow and hold it together until he comes back. I just don't think it's possible. And I don't think it's possible with Flacco. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe pairing a veteran quarterback with Jamar Chase and T. Higgins totally changes things. I'd be surprised if it did. Texter says, stock up, stock down was great, Brett, but did you know that Jeff Malot's brother was a UFC fighter? I had no idea.
You what?
Thank you for telling me that, because I don't know where else I would have heard that. A lot more to get to. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Stick around. Welcome back to another episode of Jeff Malotte's brother as a UFC fighter with Brett Kane. Always good to have you guys on board. Good win for the Avs to start the year. We'll have Jared Bednar join us at 9 o'clock this morning as that game ended late. Good Lord. They really, had you drinking out of the fire hose last night, didn't they? Hey, welcome back. Hockey's back. How's 8:50 puck drop sound? Cool.
Hey, I'm not going to be watching it. Zero chance.
Well,
like that one baseball announcer said. But not because I don't like hockey.
Yeah.
But because you're going to make me stay up past my bedtime,
Maybe.
ESPN.
Now, your juices get flowing a little bit because hockey's back, so I had no problem staying up for the whole game. The problem is, as it always is with me, the problem's not staying awake. I'm a night guy. Staying awake's easy. Even waking up early, staying awake's easy. Getting up is always the problem. One of those days I send Nelly a text. Hey, have an extra long intro. Gonna be a second. But I thought they were fantastic last night. It took, I think, the top line a little bit to start getting in the flow and the rhythm. But they found it, and they found it in a big way as the game went along with Marty Nachos tacking on a couple of goals to start the year. Again, I think for him, contract season, he's going to be a really, really fun watch. I loved the second line. I think a full off season of building chemistry between Nelson and Landeskog and Val can really help them find their footing. One of the things I'm most excited about is the guy that was between the pipes for you last night was your backup goalie. Did you notice? Because he looked like a starter to me, and that's kind of the point. You want to look back at things that you had back in 2022 that you haven't had since? That's one of them. First of all, you didn't have a goalie that you trusted, period, since Darcy's left. Now you got two. And the interchangeability and the, hey, if this guy goes down, we aren't throwing in a Justus Anonin or something like that. Like you have, do you guys remember when we were talking about in the playoffs, should Juice be playing over Georgiev? You guys remember? You remember that?
Yeah, the Winnipeg series.
Remember when we did that? And now I tell you Scott Wedgwood's going to start. And you're like, that's fine. Scott Wedgwood, if Mackenzie Blackwood didn't exist, Scott Wedgwood is the second best goalie that you've had since Darcy, or he's the best goalie you've had since Darcy left. But he happens to be here with somebody who's better than him, which is Mackenzie Blackwood. So he's second best. That's the great position you're in. So we'll talk more about this in a few minutes with Moj and Vic. Now, to the Broncos. It's midweek, so people are doing their old power rankings. Here's what's really interesting. I saw one from ESPN yesterday. Week 6 power ranking. How all 32 stack up. Number 1 in the league, brand new number 1, ESPN has Detroit. Number 2 is Buffalo. Number 3 is Philly. Number 4 is Tampa. Number 5 is Indy. 6 is the Niners. 7 is the Packers. 8 is the Rams. And number 9 is the Denver Broncos. Here's what I want to ask you. First of all, I think that's right. That's correct. If you look at how the games have gone for Denver, it's why the Philly game was so big. The 2 other really good teams that you've played, you lost at the buzzer. Think about it this way. The Broncos did not trail in the fourth quarter for either one of those games against the Colts or the Chargers. They just lost on last-second stuff. But here's the question. Where are the Broncos in the weekend AFC? You heard the list I went through. You know how many AFC teams are in the top 9? 3. You, the Colts, and the Bills. I think it's very clear there is a tier in the AFC that belongs to one team and one team only, and that's Buffalo. Buffalo, you're going to have to knock them off to prove any different, okay? They are Number one. And the texture says nothing is more boring than power rankings talk. Give me a minute. This isn't about the power rankings. But something more.
Next question, man.
The Bills are in a category of their own at the top. Are you next? You could certainly make the argument. I mean, Indianapolis has the head-to-head thing. Telling you right now, I thought you were better than they were. You didn't do things late. You really messed up on some other types of categories. And we all want to sort of crown, and I think Indy's a good football team, don't get me wrong. We want to sort of crown them. The games that they've played outside of Denver in which they should have lost has been Miami, Tennessee, and the Raiders. Those are their other wins. Arguably the three worst teams in the league, or three of the worst teams in the league. They did lose to the Rams. But if you remember how that game ended, you had an 8-point lead in the second half. You had plenty of opportunities to close the game out. You had the tipped ball that turns into the interception. You missed the field goal at the end of the game. That was the one that looked like the old slice off the tee box from Will Lutz that hit the upright. And all of those things had to happen to eventually get you to lose. I think you could easily make the argument they're the second best team in the AFC. Now, they need to continue to prove that. I think the schedule sets up for them. They should be able to do that. But you're pretty definitively ahead of a lot of different teams that we are talking about. And this is another example of what I was alluding to before the season started. The AFC has dominated this league for years because they've had the elite quarterback play. And now it feels like the NFC has come back with a force to where they are the number one team in the NFL, or the number one league conference in the NFL, because as a team, their teams overall are better than what the AFC has. The AFC is super reliant upon elite-level quarterback play, but the second that quarterback play starts to dip or somebody gets hurt, look at the Ravens without Lamar, look at the Bengals without Joe Burrow, and then look at the Niners without Brock Purdy. That's your difference. They're able to stay alive because they're just more talented. But I do think that when you look at this, the Broncos very well have the argument to Bills are number one in the AFC. You could be too. Because who else is it? You could say Indy. That's a totally fine answer. I still think you're better than them. You just blew it late. But you'd have an opportunity if you won either one of those games between Indianapolis or the Chargers to say that you're on the same plane as Buffalo is. So just an interesting wrinkle as I don't know, this is that weird thing. Usually week 4 is the quarter poll, but it's not anymore. So it's, what is it, like a 4 games and a quarter is the quarter poll of the season? It's weird.
By the way, Brett, in honor of that texture, let's power rank sports radio segments. So power rankings, should Barry Bonds be in the Hall of Fame? Who's better, MJ or LeBron?
Yuck. Pete Rose Hall of Fame. What do you guys think? Isn't that a great radio show to do, Mose? Yeah. Hey, it's July and I didn't do any work last night. Do you guys think Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame? Give me your thoughts. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. By the way, sir, you might think power rankings are boring, but have you heard power rankings with tears before? Completely different concept.
Huge, yeah.
Safeway, download their deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Into our second period. Here comes Nathan McKinnon around Mikey Anderson. McKinnon throws it in front. Marty Natchez a shot. He scores! It's a Marty party! 3 shots. They win the draw here. Cale McCarr for Marty Natchez. He's got room. He scores! It's a Marty party! Get out the cheese for the Marty Nachos. He has 2. Colorado finally cashes in on the power play. And the LA Kings are drinking from a fountain that's pouring like an avalanche. That's coming down the mountain. It's 4-0 Colorado here on opening night.
I think it's safe to say that our luck has officially turned around, guys. We are back, baby. We are back. We are back. Classic. We are back! That's we are back!
Well, that 10th commandment got after us last night. See, my problem is never staying awake for the game. I'm in the middle of it. I'm in the flow. My juices are flowing. That's not a problem. That alarm the next morning is the problem. That's the one that gets you.
That's the situation.
That's the one that gets you. That alarm.
4-0
for me.
Well, really?
I didn't see a single goal. I just watched the recap this morning.
Oh.
I'm going to come out and I'll admit it. I knew that first intermission would be costly. I told my wife, I'm sitting there going, okay, I got to get through this intermission. If I get through this intermission, I'm good. Next thing you know, it's 6:05 in the morning.
Well, I'll tell you what, Vic. Something that we talked about yesterday, and I think this matters, Moj. I was saying I love guys that are playing in a contract year, especially good players that are playing in a contract year. And Marty Nachos now has the opportunity to get a full season with Nathan McKinnon right next to him and to capitalize on every opportunity that presents and try and make himself some money. 2 goals to start out, not bad.
Not bad at all. And why wouldn't you want to play at a place I've maintained for a long time? I think I reiterated it yesterday. If you're playing with Nathan McKinnon, good things are going to happen to you.
Yeah.
You make some good things happen, but they also happen to you. I'll go back to his first goal.
You have said that me and Vic could find a way to rack up some
points.
Vic,
I can get you paid $5 million per on a line with Nathan McKinnon, and you don't. And I tell you, here's the proposition.
And you could fall asleep at the first intermission.
And you don't have to do anything except for snooze.
I can sleepwalk.
You can snooze in the far circle. How does that sound?
You guys remember at the end of Game 6 when they won the Cup, and Landeskog's skate broke, and it was just a mad scramble to try and get him off the ice? If me and Vic did that, McKinnon would bounce one off our butt for a goal, and we get
He would find a way to get you guys each 50 points.
Well, what was Bucci saying last night when he said McKinnon's not regarded much as a playmaker?
All right, I'm just going to come out and say it, Moj. You don't need to say anything. This is what you do. Yeah. This is your job. I hate hearing Butch Gross call a game. I know that he's been like before ESPN on hockey. He was Mr. Hockey Guy at ESPN. I can't stand it. And by the way, I don't know if you guys are aware of this. It's crazy. Beginning of that game, Manson blows up Fogle. Huge hit. Love it. Immediately he fights afterwards. Who did he fight, Moj?
Jeff
Malott.
Malott. Yeah,
Jeff Malott. I don't know if you guys know this. Malott's brother's a UFC fighter.
They said it 47 times.
No. Vic. I don't think you understood. Jeff Malott has an older brother, and his older brother fights in the UFC.
Well, his older brother's probably as good at hockey as he is at fighting.
That's what I'm saying. Just because you have a brother that does something doesn't make you do that thing. My brother can fix a boiler. If there's a boiler that goes bad in your house, he's not even a plumber. He's not even HVAC. He can fix it right away.
Yeah, but
your brother can make hit records. There's no way you can.
I don't know what a boiler is.
But hang on. If Jeff Malott's brother is older and he fights in the UFC, I don't know if you guys know that. Are you guys aware?
I am now.
So anyway, as the game's going on, and I learned that Jeff Malott's brother is older than him, and he fights in the UFC.
I have no comment on any of this.
We do have a comment with Coach Bednar at 9 a.m. this morning, and I'm sure he's going to be a happy fella because
I'm going to ask if he knows that.
Yeah, what a win. What a way to start the season with all lines working. I mean, the depth on this team. I can't wait to ask him about Grimley playing with his dad in the minors. I didn't know that.
What'd you say? What'd you call him?
Say
Grimley.
Grimley.
What'd I call him? Grimley?
Stu Grimley?
Grimace?
What? Hey, I will say this. I was going to bet Vic, yes. Remember I said, do you want to have a wager? And he goes, no, I want to wager.
About what?
I was going to bet you. Remember when I tried to make a wager with Vic? I said,
yeah.
I got a proposition for you. And you're like, That our guy will have more points this year than what's his face.
Oh, you think Natchez will have more than Rantanen? Well, Natchez has 2 right now. It's 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you what else I loved. So I know that there's kind of a lot that was circling this game. It was Landy's first game or first regular season game in 3 years and blah, blah, blah. I loved what I saw out of that second line. I really did. I think they're big, they're tough, they're physical, they're talented.
Landy just settles things down,
yes,
doesn't he?
Yes.
He gets on the ice and it's like, guys, I'm the adult. I got this. Everybody calm down.
I think that a full offseason of those guys getting to know each other and building some chemistry really started to help because I thought Brock Nelson looked more comfortable. I thought everything just looked better with time because they finally had it.
Well, you know what they're going to do. Nelly, I got this. Nelly, I got this. They're going to put the puck in your end.
And grind.
And they're going to grind, and they're going to grind, and they're going to grind. And then they're going to stop, then they're going to say, you ain't had enough.
You ever had your own zone grinded?
you ain't had enough grinding, and they're going to grind. And I mean, grind. Okay, so that's what they do. And it doesn't feel good in your zone when they're grinding like that.
It seemed to me, and what a great replication game. If you replicate that game on the road all year long, you're going to win a lot.
You're damn right, Vic.
Here's what I saw, okay? As much as I saw. You deal with the storm at the start of the game because you know the opposing team's going to have some fleet feet, okay? They're moving. The Kings were moving early. And you're like, okay, let's just deal with this. Let's get through it. But eventually you wear them down. Eventually the depth on your roster will wear them down. Come second period, it was over. Just the way so just survive the first, get through it. You don't have to be fancy. Just get through it. Get to the end of the game, and you will win with that kind of depth.
Excellent point. It's also this. Speed kills.
Yeah.
And the LA Kings are not a slow team by any means. They're not plodding around out there. They're not flat-footed. But the Avs will keep the speed up, and they will continue to keep the speed up. You know, I hope Johnny Mitchell's listening this morning. We were talking yesterday about the Eric Johnson play when he gets the puck from Kale in Game 6 against St. Louis, drives up the boards, gives it to OC across helm, blah, blah, blah. Mitchie goes, hey, man, go. He goes, I forget who it was, but go back, or, but whoever drove the front of the net. Like, this is what a team does. This is why teams win. Whoever drove the front of the net pulled that one defenseman to blah, 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 blah. He was completely correct. It was Landeskog who drove to the front of the net on the helm goal that pulled the D down that allowed that puck to go across in the game.
Yeah.
You see how things happen. This is why the Avs, Vic, this is why elite players will win you games. Number one, on the Marty Nacho's goal, the first one, I mean, McKinnon goes flying into the zone. And if you watch the LA Kings as he goes around the net, they're all going,
Yeah. All attention on him.
Because he's one of the fastest guys on the planet, if not the fastest, and he's an ultimate playmaker.
And you're worried about a wraparound. You're worried about
You're worried about everything else but 88 sitting in the circle.
Yeah.
Right?
To where he got the puck and had time.
And then he picked his spot, bang home. Cale Makar, when he has the puck up top of the blue line and he fakes the slapper and then he dances. Literally, Vic, he's doing the cha-cha or the tango or whatever you want to call it. And he dances by one guy, dances by another guy. And so everybody's doing this. The Kings don't know what's happening because there aren't many guys in the world that can do that to you. Certainly not defensemen, right? Here comes 8 dancing his way through, and this is the difference in the National Hockey League. The difference between scoring and not scoring is a split second in about a foot and a half because the game is so friggin' fast and these guys are so good. But he has that ability to freeze guys just for that long. Leggy pivots right after the shot. He pivots, and even though he gets flattened, he had enough space and time to put it home.
Yeah.
And so Makar makes all that happen, and Leggy does what he does, take his punishment at the front of the net and score goals. But that's when you have elite players like that, that's why you do the things that you do as the Colorado Avalanche. I was watching the Rangers before that, Vic.
Yeah.
And I'm like, good God, is that team boring? And the Penguins have to be boring because they can't win otherwise. That was such a boring hockey game, man. They don't have guys that can do what our guys can do. They just don't. And so we should be thankful that on any given night, man, you're going to see things that are going to blow your mind.
I have to ask a deeper hockey question, a gentleman's hockey question. Like, what is the gentleman's agreement here? Because I heard Gabe Landeskog speak of this afterwards. So, Mason delivers the hit, and it was a
His name's Manson.
I'm sorry. Manson delivers a hit.
He's got Grimley and Mason playing great hockey for the Avalanche, man.
The 10th commandment.
Hey, you tell Zeke Njai I'm coming for him.
You didn't even suffer the commandment.
I suffered halfway
didn't even
through.
atone.
You went to sleep.
All right, he delivers a blow-up hit, and it was beautiful.
Clean.
My God. Dude, the way he did it, too, it was so perfectly timed, right? So here comes the UFC's...
You remember Rob Blake... Because his
checks galore.
His shoulders were jacked up. Remember how he'd sweep and turn into a guy like that?
Yeah.
It's exactly what Manson did. Terrific play.
So tell me what the protocol is here. So dude comes off the bench, and Manson's at the end of his shift. And Landeskog said, well, do you really pick fights with dudes and start throwing blows at a guy at the end of his shift the way that dude did? Is that proper? What is the proper protocol there, Moj?
The proper protocol is no. Not only that, but if you want to fight a guy, you square up with him.
Yeah.
You don't come
march off the bench like that.
And you don't come skating at him. And he got an instigator, so the Avs got a power play. They didn't convert on it.
This is my favorite part.
What?
Is that Manson just absolutely obliterates one of your own guys, and then we get an extra attacker at the end of it.
But the kid, there's a couple lines that he crossed here, Vic. Number one, Manner's been out there for quite a while. Okay. Number two, square up with him.
Yeah.
Give the guy an opportunity.
Drop the gloves.
If you want to fight the guy, fight the guy. Don't come in at 20 miles per hour with flying fist jump or whatever the hell he did.
Rabbit punch.
Yeah, whatever the hell he did. I mean, thank goodness for Manson to be able to collect himself there in that situation and then make it a fair fight. But there were a couple of protocols that were abused during that particular situation. And the kid has the gall to look back and bark. I'm like, hey, kid, I don't care if your brother is Kimbo Slice. You don't want none of this right now, kid. You don't want it. And he's trying to make a name for himself. He's trying to stick with the Kings and fire up the crowd. I get all of that. But the kid will have plenty to learn. And by the way, if Manson's not out there, I think Landy will probably beat his ass some point.
Well, he had something to say to Landy as he was waltzing off, and I wonder what that exchange was about.
I mean, can you imagine chirping Gabe Landeskog as that kid? Can you imagine the lack of respect?
You know what I felt like saying? I don't care what your brother does, dude. I don't care. This is the NHL. Nobody cares what your brother does. Now go to the room.
Now he's a UFC fighter. I don't know if you know that.
Was it Brett Hull?
By the way, he's 29, Moj. He ain't that young. Not really a kid.
No, he's been a career minor leaguer. Who was the guy? Was it Avery who was chirping Sakic one time from the bench? And Brett Hull says, hey, this is his own teammate. He goes, you don't talk to Mr. Sakic. To his own teammate, right? So it's the same kind of, hey, listen, kid, Kopitar should pull him aside, and I love Kopitar, who's always been an absolute gentleman, one of the greatest two-way players in the game. It's his last year. Pull the kid aside and go, hey, you don't talk to Mr. Landeskog. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Not on this team, you don't.
You don't talk to Mr. Sakic that way.
Who was the third guy in studio last night for ESPN?
TJ Oshie.
That's who that was.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, just one last thing real quick, Moj. It was a clean hit. I know it was a big hit, but it was a clean hit.
Clean hit.
What's he pissed about? Why did
One of
Mott
your
start
guys-
it in the first
it's-
place?
and by the way, it's Warren Fogle.
Yeah,
He's a third-line winger. It's not like you blew up
Kempe or something?
Yeah, or Byfield or somebody like that. I mean, I don't know, man. Guys are looking for a reason to show what they got and show their wares, and they want to stick. I don't blame them for that. It's just time, place, and do it the correct way. That's all.
Moser, you got a little dangerous. I noticed the way Manson fell.
Yeah, he hit his head on the ice.
He fell, and he's got stitches on his forehead.
Yeah.
That could have been very dangerous because he pulled him on top of him, and his head hit the ice first.
That is correct. That's incredibly dangerous. And I think it stems also from, again, this kid just came flying out of nowhere. If you want to fight, square up and let's go. But he didn't come back for the start of the second, and I'm not in the box, and I'm like, oh man. So then he comes back, and I'm like, whew, thank goodness. But Vic, we talk concussion, you talk all kinds of different things.
That scared me seeing it because his neck snapped as soon as he hit the ice.
Yeah,
and
the
couldn't
kid didn't
protect himself.
Yeah, the kid didn't
his
get
hands were stuck.
Yeah, no good punches. It's his head hit the ice.
A lot more to talk about with this game, and we'll do a lot more of that at 9 o'clock this morning with Jared Bednar. Stick around.
Hey, if you want to call yourself a world-class law firm, you better get yourself some world-class lawyers. And that's exactly what Dan Kaplan Law has, representing honest and courageous people from all walks of life. Dan Kaplan Law, a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury and death cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, call the law firm today, 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551. Or hit him up, dankapleslaw.com. with all lines working. I mean, the depth on this team. I can't wait to ask him about Grimley playing with his dad. So Mason delivers the hit, and it was clean.
His name's Manson.
I'm sorry. Manson delivers a hit. Do you really pick fights with dudes and start throwing blows at a guy? Segment.
Woo! Well, Nelly, crank that music up, please.
I got the commandment.
Big boo.
I'm just gonna rap to the tune. Hang on.
Big boo.
Jackson
Yeah.
Smith Nagujuba.
What a way to open the show. Vic is trying to get in his flow, but he's got bad names and he's screwing it up. Keep going.
What do you mean? You're going to stop in the middle of a line and
That's
say
all I
take
got.
over?
Yeah. That's all I got, yeah.
Hey, man, you start a game at 9 p.m.?
Yeah, after
This is what you get.
So,
You know what? Blame the NHL. Hey,
No!
I agree.
Please,
Listen,
no!
listeners of this show, don't you dare talk down to me. If you're going to talk to anybody about that, talk to the league
I agree.
for putting me in that situation.
I agree.
I host a morning radio show, okay? And I'm old. And this 9 p.m. crap, this is what you get. If you get a late start, you're going to get crap from me in the morning.
One other thing real quick, because I want to get to the Broncos in a second.
Real quick, though. After 2 periods, we go upstairs, my wife and I. I'm going to go to sleep. Look, man, it's late. It's 3-0.
tough.
It's 3-0. It's late. People don't. I mean, we're 5 a.m.ers, right? So we're early getter-uppers. You especially.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Aren't you going to put the game on?" I go, "Yeah, I think I will." So I did. Once it got to 4-0, I'm like, I'm out.
Yeah.
Out. I would just love to poke the bear a little bit.
So, just quickly, so I got something on the Broncos I want to get to in a second.
So do I.
Who was the color commentator on that game?
Cassie Campbell.
So, swear to God, thought you dropped an S-bomb in the middle of the game.
It
And-
wasn't.
And I understand now. But
So did my wife because it did come out a little funky.
she said, this isn't like, I thought she said, this isn't like pickup
Blank.
bleepy hockey
Right.
that started with an S. But she said
That's
shin.
shinny.
Shin-y.
Right.
Shin, like your shin, your leg, your shin.
Give me a shinny.
Because it sounds like something that I would say.
Yeah.
This isn't like that blank pickup hockey in the offseason.
Yeah.
I thought she was trying to pronounce the name of the Yankees pitcher, Schlittler. Thought she was going down that road.
Vic, I'd
again.
be careful doing any words
Yeah, for
that
you,
sound like
you need
other
to
words
stay away
right
from
now.
everything at this
With how you've started the show, you just stay away from that.
You use only the words the and of the rest of the program, all right?
How about I just nod?
Yeah, you just do some nodding the rest of the way.
Do you really pick fights with dudes and start blowing a guy?
Okay.
No way I said that.
Yes,
That's AI.
Okay. No,
That's AI.
It's not AI.
No way that came out of my
Because
mouth.
we both looked at each other and go, "Oh my God, he's on one today," and I don't
There's
blame you.
no chance that came out of my mouth.
That is exactly
So
what
you
happened.
know, like when I wake up after we've landed in Winnipeg at 3 a.m. and I'm on the air at like 6 or whatever, and I'm just I'm an absolute piece of luggage.
when your iPad doesn't recognize your
My
face.
iPad's like, we got a stranger trying to rip us off here. That's Vic right now.
Okay, so let me ask you a serious question.
Sure, please.
Why publicize it as an 8:30 start when we all know it's not going to be
to
8:30?
force people to tune in for an extra 20
Yeah,
minutes.
but
I
you
don't know.
shut up. You shut up, people who force me to tune in at 8:30, because it's not 8:30. It's 9. And that extra half hour makes a big difference.
My last thing. This is so funny. My wife goes like, "Well, why is it so late?" I'm like, "Well, it's on ESPN. They're back." She's like, "Why don't they just start it on 2 different times?" I'm like,
just go.
They're all on the same channel. But my wife's cousin Eric lives in Indiana, Purdue.
Yeah.
And he's an Avs fan, and he texted me. He goes, "The game's at 10:30, I'll try to make it." I said, "Actually, dude, the game's at 10:50 your time."
Yeah.
So he's like, "That's just hey man, that's just the way it is." The Avs are a popular team, and people want to see them, and I don't blame ESPN at all. Go ahead, Brad.
Good win. We'll get back to this
Yeah,
game in a
you
second.
bet.
I do want to talk about something. I'm not a huge power rankings watcher guy, but I noticed something. ESPN had the Broncos at 9, which I think is fair. Are the Broncos the 9th best team in the NFL? Could be. Somewhere in there. Here's what's interesting, though. I think when you look at the AFC as a whole, and we've talked about this for a few weeks, I thought before the season started, it felt like the NFC is caught up to where the AFC is. And I thought the AFC was being buoyed by elite quarterback play that was masking different issues. Look no further than what Baltimore looks like right now or what Cincinnati looks like right now. Cincinnati just traded for Joe Flacco, who has a team that wanted Joe Flacco to do what they hope he's going to do in Cincinnati, and Cincinnati and Cleveland playing the same division, and they're like, I don't care, you can have him.
Yeah, but no offense.
That's what they think of Joe Flacco.
Chase and Higgins ain't Jerry Jeudy ain't those guys. No offense.
That's fine, but Moj, they're competing in the same division.
Agreed.
And they said, I don't care if you have this guy. I think they're being buoyed by quarterback play. There seems to be, at least to me, one team in the AFC that is in a category of their own. Buffalo is by far and away the best team in the AFC, and I don't think anybody's particularly close at the moment, despite their loss last week to the Patriots. Are the Broncos second?
Did you see where Colin Cowherd had the Broncos on his power rankings?
Yeah, it's tough. I
didn't.
No.
Second.
That's wrong.
That's
second in the National Football League.
Okay, you take everything that Cowherd says with a not a grain of salt, a salt lick, okay? Because he loves
Win
Sean
more
Payton.
games, Cub Scout.
Yeah, he's a Sean Payton guy. Hey, listen, man. You know what I think would be a terrific game? Actually, I'd love to see it like in week 8, 9. Would be the Broncos and the Buccaneers. I'd like to see those two teams go at it and see what the hell's going on and those quarterbacks do their quarterback thing. Look, are they top 10 right now? You're damn right they are. Brett, I can make a case for that.
Are they the second best team in the AFC?
Well, no, we're going to call the Colts the second best team because they beat the Broncos. And
Well,
I
you
don't
know,
care
it's
how they
interesting
did
you
it,
say
but
that,
you call
Moshe.
the Colts the second best team.
Moshe, he was doing his top 10, and I fell upon that channel, and I'm watching this because I want to see where he has the Broncos. He does his top 10, and he starts at number 10, the Colts. So I'm thinking to myself, well, the Colts beat the Broncos, so it doesn't sound like he's going to have the Broncos in his top 10. Damn, maybe they're at 11. And I'm just watching, and that Colts at 10, that seems pretty. He had the Broncos 2, and last I checked, the Colts beat the Broncos. Now, I know it came at a weird ending, but a win's a win.
They lost to the Rams to the Colts, and we all think the Rams are pretty damn good. I mean, and the Niners got them. They lost to the Rams, but all their other wins, the close one against the Broncos, they've played bad teams. Tennessee, talking about the Colts here, Tennessee, Miami, and the Raiders. But against those bad teams, you know what they did?
They put it on them.
They kicked them hard. I mean, it's like the Broncos played a bad Bengals team, and you know what they did? They kicked them. They should have kicked Tennessee to open up the season. Hard.
By the way, Vic, I can't trust anything you say anymore. He had the Broncos third.
Second or third, one of the ones. Who do you have second? Buffalo?
Tampa.
Who do you have first? Detroit?
Detroit.
Yeah. Well,
wait, he's got. Hold on a second.
Tampa second. He has
Detroit.
Tampa second.
Detroit 1, Tampa 2, Denver 3.
All right, let's just be.
That's crazy.
That's stupid.
Buffalo is really, really, really good. Dude.
Tampa's
he has
winning
him
games.
7th.
All of Tampa's 4 wins are by the hair of. I mean, it's the end of the game wins.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. Now,
well, yeah, but if you look at it, Vic, would you look at it? They got some quality wins, bro.
I get it, but first of all, power rankings after week 5. It's like an AP poll to start the season. I think you have to go midway through the season to power anything. Let's get to the halfway point.
All I'm getting at here, Moj, is, I mean, you're talking about Indy, and I get it. I'm going to be one of these guys that is, I'm doing something that people hate because these teams played head-to-head, and I'm telling you the Broncos are better than the Colts.
I don't know that that's the case.
I think very clearly they were better than them in that game in Indianapolis, and they blew it late.
Okay, what if they play again in Denver?
I think Denver wins.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Well, yeah, it's an opinion show. I'm giving my opinion.
Understood. I'm going to give you my opinion. I think these teams head-to-head, do the Broncos win? Pittsburgh. Yeah, I think they beat Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Chargers again right now? Oh, yeah.
Now? Yes.
Well, you hope so.
You know what I'm curious, though? I don't know about the Jaguars.
Yeah, they're tough.
That's a tough team to figure out because as you guys talked about yesterday, when you guys were saying it, I was completely agreeing in my head. Their offense is incredibly chaotic.
Yeah, you don't know what you're getting.
But it's also incredibly fun to watch.
They're like Team Jameis Winston instead of one Jameis Winston.
Yes, that's exactly right. But they're really fun to watch as a football team, man. They really are. Oh, did you see they put the Trevor Lawrence video to Chumbawamba's I get knocked down, but I get up again. You never know to eat me down. I get knocked. I thought that was hysterical. They're better than the Patriots. They beat up the Bengals already. Houston is having a surge, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I take them over Kansas City. I take them over every other team in the AFC right now. Yes,
well, you're
Brett.
doing your own power rankings. I ain't
No,
doing
I'm doing my power rankings. Who would they beat?
You don't know. I don't
It's
know.
an opinion show.
Forever!
It's an opinion show.
And my opinion is I don't know. I don't know if they would beat those teams. I have to watch the game.
I was in the shower.
Do the Nuggets beat the Charlotte Hornets if they played today?
They've lost to the Charlotte Hornets many occasions when you thought
If
they
they played a
know what?
7-game series against the Charlotte Hornets starting today, would they win the series?
You didn't say 7-game series. You said a
Okay,
game.
now I'm saying it.
All right, 7-game series, yes. One game does not a series make.
Well, I don't know. See how this game works?
All right, let me tell you. Hey, Moser, are the Avs going to win the Stanley Cup this year?
Hell yeah.
So they're going to win the cup. Because yesterday, what did you say when we brought that up?
I said they're right there.
No, what did you say when we brought that up?
Oh, whatever.
What did you say when we brought that
I don't know,
up?
what did I say?
You said don't jinx it. I don't want to talk about it. That's what you said.
Let me though tell you my shower thought. So I was rubbing and scrubbing and cleaning. The Denver Broncos, I'm not sure I totally believe they had 3 bad quarters of football. I mean, not bad because the defense hung in there pretty damn good, but the offense had 3 bad quarters of football in Philly. Blech. You go back and you look at the plays, the drives and the plays.
Yeah.
Both teams punted
A lot.
like 10 out of 11 drives or something. It was just stupid. That being said,
2 good defenses, though.
right, I believe the Broncos are a good football team. I'm going to continue to believe they're a good football team. Vic, I'm not going to give myself any reason to doubt that thought.
But you think they're the third best team in the league right now?
No, I think Cowherd's drunk. But I will say this. I hope that Broncos fans are like me. Broncos fans, I hope you're listening and you're like me. I'm going to believe they're a damn good football team until they give me a reason to show they're not a damn good football team. All right? And I don't usually give teams the benefit of the doubt, but I've seen plenty. And that Bo Nix, the Vic Lombardi drive, I'm going to call it that. That forever will be, and a 2-point conversion is going to be the Vic Lombardi drive to me.
Why?
Because he was begging for that.
Yeah.
Week after week after week after week, and he finally got it. And it showed me a whole hell of a lot. The way that kid was able to recover and put together those 2 drives in desperation time was a big, big deal. So I think they're good. Let them give me a reason to not think they're good. You lose to the Jets, or it's a 1-score game against a crappy Jets team in jolly old England, right? Then maybe I'll rethink it. But I don't think it's going to happen. The Broncos should punk them. So that's where I am right now. That's what I was thinking in the shower today.
You got that early one, 7:30 in the morning in London against the Jets. And look, if you believe that this is a really good team, you should be able to smoke them. You know, I've had a...
By the way,
I mean, they're a
let me stop you right there.
7.5-point favorite, man.
When it comes to your game viewing, television game viewing, do you prefer an early morning start or a late night? Like, if I gave you 9 p.m. game, 7 a.m. game,
7 a.m.
which do you
game.
choose?
7 a.m. Me. I'm an
I'm
early
just curious
riser.
for all the people running around town.
Hang on, say that
they're
again?
all up in the early. If you had your choice of viewing a 7 a.m. game versus a 9 p.m. game, what's your choice?
7. No question about it.
Why didn't ESPN play the Avs Kings game at 7 a.m. then?
Because I'm
Should've
not sure
done
anybody
it.
would go to I'm not sure anybody would go to the arena at 7 a.m.
Yeah, you're right.
It would be 6 a.m. LA. By the way, I had a false thought on this. I don't know why this was in my head. I always thought that games that were played in London were like weird ones where teams could upset favorites and blah, blah, blah. You guys know what the overall win percentage is for favorites in London games? So if you're a favorite, they win 73% of the time.
Yeah.
It's really not. Like these teams, if you're the favorite going into that game, they typically dominate. What stadium is this being played at again in London?
Tottenham Hotspur.
Tottenham. Have you seen? I'm seeing video.
Well, here's what's different. Hey, you guys like this for numbers? If they played at Wembley, favorites there are 19-6-1 straight up. At Tottenham Hotspur, favorites are 5-6 against the spread. What do you do with that information?
Oh, I don't like that.
I was there for the last Wembley game where the Broncos were accused of turning their cameras on the opposing team's coaches.
Oh, remember, yeah, that was a whole thing. That was a big thing, big to do.
Yeah, that was among Josh McDaniels. That was the one that put it over the top that led to his finale. Game against San Francisco.
Wait, have they played since? Yeah, they've played since, haven't they? In London? Yeah,
they had another game. Russell Wilson played there, remember?
Yeah, that was the high knees.
High knees, baby.
Mm-hmm. High knees finally got a win. That's right.
There was a catch, Bronco fans, you might remember that, in that Broncos-Niners game at Wembley. Brandon, there was a catch made by a Broncos receiver. One of the greatest.
How many years ago is this?
I don't remember, dude. Maybe 15 years ago? 15, I want to say. Why is his name escaping me right now? Brandon
Lloyd?
Brandon Lloyd had a catch in that game that was among the most circus-like, phenomenal catches I've ever seen. And if you find it, give it to me.
Hey, we just talked about having the games early instead of late. This might be a stupid question. Is there anything happening on Monday? Is Monday a big day for something? Is it a holiday that I'm unaware of?
It's either Columbus Day or Indigenous Peoples Day, whatever you want to call it. That's
okay.
Monday.
Did you ask me what Monday was? You are so anti-Italian. I mean, that really is a... I mean, it's clear on this show where you leave your mark. I mean, was that supposed to be a joke?
I didn't know if that was Arbor Day or not or something like that. The reason I ask is because you were talking about early games. The Avs play at 10:30 in the morning on Monday.
In Buffalo.
Yeah.
Yeah, to celebrate Columbus Day.
So
it's a federal holiday. You realize that?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Okay. Just want to make sure you know that.
We used to be back in the
We're
day.
doing a show, though, aren't we?
Well, I mean, I don't know why we're doing a show. It's a federal holiday. I mean, we take holidays off for every other damn holiday.
I won't be. I'll be doing hockey. I got to get to the rink. I got all kinds of stuff to do.
And I'm Italian. I might just take that day off.
But, okay. Hey, Milker, you're on your own.
You think I'm joking? We celebrate every other holiday here.
It used to be,
It's
Vic.
the 13th. Yep.
I always had a very soft spot on my heart. The Avs would play in Boston on Columbus Day a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be a daytime start. And it was fun. And it was cool. And it was all that stuff. It's great. Now we're in Buffalo. So what are you going to do?
Moj, in Boston, how was the Columbus Day Parade in Boston?
Pretty big.
Yeah.
Pretty huge.
How's that parade in Denver?
I don't think they have one anymore.
No.
And you're working on Columbus Day.
Colorado doesn't even recognize Columbus Day anymore.
Shut up, Nelly.
They replaced it with Cabrini Day. That's your girl.
Nelly, turn this camera off.
Whose camera?
Nelly, turn your camera off. Thank you.
It's not off. Now it is.
Thank you.
303-504-0925. Hey, that first Avs game, you want to know what really made a difference? What really harkened back to 2022? Because I'll bring it to you next.
Is this you? Check off the box. Bad sleep patterns, decreased energy, brain fog, unproductive workouts, and more. A lot of guys will say, I'm just getting a little bit up there, man. I don't feel like I used to. What do I do? Well, you might be suffering from low testosterone. It happened to me. My doc said, yeah, you're just getting up there. I said, well, I'm going to do something about it. And I called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and you should do the same kind of thing because they've successfully treated men for low T for a decade here on the Front Range, treating tens of thousands of men. And it makes an amazing difference in your life. You will feel it. Your energy will return. The brain fog will go away. Your sleep will improve. Your workouts. Maybe your sex drive gets a little bit better for some of you dudes. That would be great, would it not? So do yourself a favor. Go to their website. Take the Low T quiz. It's very simple. 10 questions. Yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They'll draw your blood at your appointment. Results within 30 minutes. They're going to let you know what's going on and whether or not you need low T treatment. Again, the telephone number is 720-440-7900. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, you know what I really noticed from the Avs game last night? And it's just, to have this at the beginning of the year is something that has not happened since you won a cup. The best goalie that you've had since Darcy Kemper is Scott Wedgwood, but he's only second best because the guy above him is Mackenzie Blackwood. How comfortable were you with Scott Wedgwood playing, and how many – he made a couple of big saves in that game.
There were a couple breakaways early, and he just was very firm in that crease, didn't move, didn't let anything bother him. I thought the early saves he made set the tone for that game, Moj.
Did I say any lies there, Moj, that Scott Wedgwood is the best goalie that you've had since Darcy Kemper, but he's only second best because Mackenzie Blackwood is your starter?
Well, and again, if you gave Scott Wedgwood the number one job, what would the numbers be? I don't know. Here's what the Blackwood's your number one. Wedgie is very good.
He's your Frankie.
Vic just said it. I like it when a guy's firm in the crease.
Yeah.
He was.
He was.
Very firm.
No, he was really good, dude. Grinding in your zone. Okay. Talking to him during training camp. I get the feeling, and I got the feeling, and basically told me, he's in a really good spot. He feels good. He looks good. He loves the team. He's healthy as heck. I thought he was terrific last night. Not a whole lot of wasted energy. I thought he read things very, very well. His flippers were terrific. Made a couple of big saves. He made a couple of saves, and we'll talk to Coach Bednar about this at 9. He made a couple of saves where he made it look a lot easier than it really is for a goalie.
Yeah.
And that's what, when a guy is feeling it, that's what he looks like. He was terrific. And for everybody in front to look back and say, he got us. It's a big, big deal.
Can we stop everything? I got to say this because I want to know if you guys thought this at one point. Tell me if, as an Avalanche fan watching that game, however far you got into the game before you fell asleep, I pinched myself midway through the first when I saw Gabriel Landeskog start the attack. I think he made a great pass to the middle of the ice that led to a shot on goal. And I said to myself, holy crap, Landy's not only back, this isn't some sideshow. This isn't some made-for-television documentary. This dude's back. This dude's good. He's here. And, again, I had to pinch myself because if I had told you that 6 months ago, you'd go, yeah. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Just take yourself back to last January. And if I mentioned his name, there are a lot of fans, a lot of us, did not know what to expect. Yeah. Well, there he is.
Yeah, there is. Brett, when you were going through the list of forwards in Landy's last regular season game,
yeah,
I had forgotten that was before the trade deadline of 2022. So when I said, well, it had to be Leggy on the Well, Leggy wasn't even on the team then. If you think about it, right?
Was he out until the postseason?
Yes, and he came back in the postseason. Remember, he was giving him all kinds of problems.
Yeah.
And he played in the playoffs, obviously, but then in the offseason, that's when he had the surgery, thinking it was going to rehab, everything was going to be fine. Well, no, then he had a couple different things done before he finally had the big one. I mean, it's been a hell of a process, Vic, and I couldn't help but notice last night, too. He went hard to the front of the net, got the puck, went hard to the front of the net, tried to stuff it home, and he's kicking the puck with that leg and da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, he looks incredibly normal.
Yep.
Beyond normal. And I'm like, and it's hard to remember, Vic, that he's got dead guy in him. He's got a piece of dead guy.
I know.
Okay, so he's got a piece of a dead guy. Ain't nobody ever played in the league after the surgery like this. Mathot tried, couldn't do it. And he looks like his normal self.
He looks normal.
Yeah.
Oh, she looks normal.
I know.
Next time you see him, say, Gabe, you're normal.
But he'll say, Vic, you're not.
He's not normal. He's nice. He's good at hockey. He's beautiful. He's got a lot of different things that make him abnormal, actually.
See, but even listening to him talk,
we've all lost a body part. Everybody's lost a body part, right?
Listening to him talk post-game, it's
Brett,
as if he never stopped playing.
I know.
What if the only change that happened after this, so he's like healthy, he's just as good as he was before, but because of the surgery, he sounds like Femke Bull now.
I just say not playing the hockey game.
The only side effect was,
I feel really good.
the power play was really good.
They had to transplant a ligament from his voice.
I'd take it. If he said like Mickey Mouse, man, I'd take it. Donald Duck, I don't care. No, but so we've all had pieces of us removed. Okay,
they win the Stanley Cup. He holds up the cup. He goes, "This one's for Joe."
Kane, what piece of you did you have removed? I know Moser had his gallbladder removed and his Achilles popped. Nelly and Kane, I don't think you've had body parts removed. No, so don't talk. You're not in this club.
Here's the thing.
You know what?
Seriously, you guys just shut up.
Oh, it was amazing. I mean, it was such a strong race. We were all running so fast, multiple running in the 50s, so I knew I had to go out fast.
I love Femke Bull, man. She's awesome. No, but here's the thing. He got a piece of body part taken out of him, but then he got one put back in. We didn't have one reestablished, right? What if you get a piece of a dead guy and you start to take on his traits a little bit, like somehow his DNA flow, like all of a sudden his hair turns brunette.
What if I got Travolta and I suddenly became an expert dancer?
Exactly. All of a sudden you're Zazim. That'd be. But he looks, Vic, you're so right. it's going to take a while, even for me, I think, to get used to just saying, Landy's out there, he's a normal dude. Now, Coach Bednar did indicate that on back-to-backs or 3 out of 4s, they're going to monitor it very, very closely. And we'll talk to him about that at 9 o'clock in just about an hour here. But
I could argue he's one of the few people that actually needs load management.
But I'm not even sure that he needs it. I think you're just trying to be proactive. That's the thing.
Do you guys see how he regulates this roster? Do you see how he serves as the anchor? I mean, for those who wondered, why didn't they strip the captaincy from him? He wasn't here. Do you see how just his presence changes things?
Well,
do you guys see what I see?
Not to mention, we get really caught up in the captain stuff aspect of it because, yes, that matters. Here's the other thing. He's also just a really good hockey player.
Yeah.
And if he's in the lineup, it puts guys in their proper slots where a third liner is now a third liner again instead of having to play up to maybe a role that he's not built for.
People are where they're supposed to be. And that's important for a team. You're right about that. People are playing where they are supposed to. And I've always maintained you want the player. Do you want Gabe, the captain, back in the room and around the team every day? Absolutely you do. And it's got to be lonely for him. He's in Philly, with his dog rehabbing, going, what am I going to do? I'm all alone here for another 2 weeks, seeing doctors and whatnot. He's back there every day too. But most of all, you want the player because you see how effective he still is.
By the way, when did the LA Kings go full Raider on us? I know
they've been doing that for a while.
I know they have.
But last night's a brand new uniform. That's brand new.
Yeah, you know what? You're the LA Kings. Chill out. I don't like those lids. They're too shiny.
Well, they used to be a lot more shiny. They used to be like Battlestar Galactica. They were that
like Oregon helmet chrome thing.
They were chrome. And now they've just gone full silver.
Moser, I didn't realize I saw when they posted it, their record at home last season was amazing.
I told you that on the program yesterday.
I know, but I don't listen to what you say. But when I saw them post it on the broadcast last night.
I think that was mid-commandment. I think it was in Commandment 5.
Okay, he was mid-commandment. They were 33-7-2 last year at home, Vic. 33-7-2.
That's crazy.
It's a great record of the Avs. You put it so well, though. All you've got to do is maintain. The Kings are going to come out fired up. It's Kopitar's last opening night at Crypto or whatever you call it now. I mean, it's a big deal. I loved the coverage of ESPN when he's driving in and then talking to him all the way through into the locker room and all that. Kopitar's a very likable dude, man. He always has been a very likable guy and a terrific, terrific player. But the Avs, man, they maintained, and then eventually they get into their game. It's tough for teams to play that game and compete. It really is, and I think it was on full display last night.
Listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Jared Bednar is going to join the program at 9 o'clock this morning.
Have you looked at the latest line again? 7.5 Broncos over the Jets.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of people. I can't find anybody who thinks the Jets are going to hang with this Denver Broncos team right now. I can't. If anybody out there can find me somebody,
bro, the Jets are a mess.
That says an 0-5 Jets team can hang with the Denver Broncos, I'll high five you till the cows come home.
I wonder how many Broncos fans will be there. Do you think there'll be more Broncos fans or Jets fans? Now it's a much easier trip from New York area than it is from Denver. But what do you think if you had to guess? If you looked at the crowd, it's a home game for the Jets. I'm sure they got tickets.
I'm sure probably more Jets fans, but I'm sure there's a lot of Broncos fans going. If somebody's going, I'd love to hear from them.
Well, we're going to hear from Jesse at some point, right? Jesse's there on the streets of London.
But he's making an excuse.
What do you mean? No. That's part of the deal. Part of the deal is he goes and he's going to be on the show. So, Nelly, don't let him wiggle out of this.
Can I ask you something about London? You guys
home
both
run.
Been?
Yeah, sure.
What's the food situation like?
I'm not a big fan of the food, but they have. It's an international cuisine city.
Okay.
They have everything. They have some of the best Italian food in the world.
Okay.
This ain't London 1932,
this ain't like
okay?
A village somewhere.
Yeah, potatoes
living off the land.
And a piece of animal.
Why don't you grow up?
And beans.
Why don't you grow up a little bit?
Why are you guys accosting me?
You can literally have anything on the planet that you want in
Some
London.
of the best Indian food.
Yeah, big time.
I'm saying, but what if you're like I know it's like
what's
fish and
normal
chips and stuff
yeah,
like
well,
that.
it's trash. Normal English food is trash.
That's what I was asking.
But
You ate
let's
fish
be
and
honest.
chips. Last time
No,
we went to a
fish and
soccer
chips is
game, you ate
fine. It's
fish and
fried,
chips.
fried
Yeah, whatever.
fish is
Like I'm
fine.
gonna eat that every day. The English are not known for their great cuisine.
But I
It's
will
a bunch
say
of
Okay,
trash.
but I think about the toast with the baked beans. I'm like, what are we doing here, guys?
Hey, I get you.
But if you are into shepherd's pie, and it is flipping, it's like a giant pot pie with peas and potatoes and. I mean, if
Moj.
you go to the old school London,
Okay,
you
all
will
right.
find the best
Would you
shepherd's
agree
pie
with
on
me?
the
I was
planet.
just curious.
Moj, would you agree? London is one of my favorite cities. It's so beautiful. It's such a great city just to walk about.
I really enjoy London.
Um,
Right. That's why I go right all the time, right?
Jared Bednar is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Stick around.
Right.
All right, so just quickly here, I want to point something out. In the middle of watching the Avs game, I also had my eyes on the Yankees game. I don't know how many people are aware of this. It kind of blew my mind when I saw it. So
I know the stat you're going to give us, and when I heard this, I was like, what?
So in the fourth inning, it looks like the Yankees are heading for a sweep. Like they are getting their butts kicked again. The Blue Jays offense is just overwhelming. They're up 6-0. So they try and battle back. And ironically, because last year, Aaron Judge was the GOAT of the World Series for dropping the line drive when he was playing center field in Game 5. The Blue Jays have a chance to get out of the inning, and their left fielder drops a ball right near the foul line in left field, extends the inning, and allows Aaron Judge to come up to the plate with guys on second and third, where he somehow turns on an inside fastball that's going 99.7 miles an hour directly on his hands and hits a no-doubter homer. The only question was fair or foul. Rings off the foul pole. 3-run homer, tie game, Yankee season is saved. They continue. It was Judge's 10th game-tying or go-ahead home run of his postseason career, which is tied for 4th all-time in the MLB.
More impressive stat. You didn't mention this. The first hit he's had all season on a pitch outside the strike zone.
What?
They said that last night.
Okay, I didn't hear that one. That's
crazy.
crazy.
I want you to imagine that for a second. Because like Yogi Berra, when he played for the Yankees, he was renowned for hitting everything up, down. He would hit pitches
Vlad
everywhere.
Guerrero hit pitches that bounced.
Exactly. But Aaron Judge is such a professor at the plate, right? He not only hits for power, he hits for average. He led the league in batting. Yeah. I mean, that's all you need to know. Plus, his strike zone is my size, is the size as me.
Yeah.
So it helps when you have he doesn't go after pitches outside the zone. He did on that, and he hit it for a home run.
Well, he's so strong. So to be able to turn on a pitch that's inside, right? Get around on it, and then did he get the full barrel, or was it more towards the hands? I've seen the replays. I just can't tell where the ball was.
Home run.
Texture says the stat is first home run out of the strike zone, not hit, somebody says.
First homer.
Thank
you for fixing
that.
Hit
outside the strike zone would be like unbelievable.
Is that 4 or 5 this morning that you screwed up? Is that 4 or 5?
I think
It's a
that's
few.
fourth.
It's a few.
This might be a record.
I'll also admit something else. I hate the Yankees, but I really like Aaron Judge.
So do I.
And I thought that was really cool when he hit the homer.
You know why? Because he's sort of like the anti-Yankee guy. He's just sort of soft-spoken, mild-mannered.
There's something.
He's a gentle giant.
There's something about. It's hard for me to hate a Yankee that's a homegrown Yankee too. Like he wasn't traded for after he had 4 great years with the Rangers or something. You know what I mean? Like he's fully a Yankee. But they extend that series, and yeah, I find myself kind of oddly. I really want a Blue Jays Mariners ALCS because both of those teams can just rip the baseball. You saw Big Dumper yesterday ripped one out at. It's not called Comerica Park anymore. It's some other name that I refuse to call it.
The guy wearing the Big Dumper shirt caught it too.
I know.
It was great.
But I think a Mariners Blue Jays ALCS would be a lot of fun because both those teams can hit. But anyway, a little baseball update.
Is there any doubt though that the stupid Dodgers are going to go to the World Series?
No.
No, God, please, no.
No, there's no doubt, right?
Well, I mean, I thought Philly could provide some sort of an impediment. They can't hit.
Did you hear what Clayton Kershaw said the other day when he was reminiscing about his career? And somebody asked him, could you imagine playing elsewhere? And he said, in not so many words, our ownership cares about winning. And he basically called out all other owners out there. If your team is not in the playoffs and if your team is not in the World Series conversation every year, he basically said, shame on the owners.
Part of it.
Easy to say when when you ride a Ferrari every day. Right. It's easy to say when you're Clayton Kershaw, right?
It's the rich guy who goes like this. hey, man, are you poor? Change your attitude. It's like, all right, part of it maybe, but I don't think that some guy down on his luck just lost his job, just had a bad attitude, and that's why he can't make the mortgage payment this month.
It's like the guy who's a member of Medina in Chicago going, look, you want to play City Park, that's on you, okay? I don't know what to tell you, man. You know what? I don't know. I'm sorry. Your fairway's a little brown. Blame your super, okay? I mean, I don't have to tell you, man. You're not trying to play real golf. It's such a snobby thing to say.
Yeah.
You get the highest payroll in baseball, Dill. You friggin' deferred $600 million to Shohei, Dill.
He just said
you're breaking all the rules, Dillhole.
He just said his franchise is the model franchise because they have a chance every year, and he says he's spoiled. He did say he's spoiled because that's all he knows. He's spoiled.
It's not on the Rays owner that he can't defer $750 million in a payment to a single player.
No, but it's on baseball as a whole. It's on. Wait, hold on. It's on the sport as a whole, knowing that imbalance. It's a striking imbalance.
Well, yeah. I mean, we all know that. But if he's blaming every team's owner for not spending $1 billion on payroll, like not everybody has $1 billion in expendable cash.
We don't have time to do it, I'm sure. There's a movie called Meatballs starring Bill Murray. You ever heard of it?
I've heard of it. I've not seen it.
Okay. They're at Camp North Star.
Yeah, that's the one where they're rafting down the river.
Wait a minute. Is this the one that you played? You played this on the air before, and it was not good because
I didn't play anything.
Are you setting up a clip?
No, I was going to, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, don't do it because last time you did it, there was something in pillaging that got
really?
over the year. Yes. Yes.
Okay. Oh, that was a different scene. That was a different scene.
Well,
I remember.
No more scenes anymore from that movie.
So the big fancy camp is Camp Mohawk, right? Camp Mohawk, where they got all the bread.
This is the exact scene you were talking about, actually.
Is it?
Yes.
All right, let's go and wrap this story up.
Yeah.
All right, but the point is this.
No, we're cutting it off.
It reminds me of the Dodgers because he said, even if we did this, because they have the big battle between the camps. And we did this, 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 and we did this. Yeah. Even if we did all of that, he goes, the guys in Mohawk would still get all the chicks.
Okay.
Because
Harvman 99 is right. Explain the Brewers then.
What about them?
Their payroll.
What about it?
I'm not a Harv man.
We can't play this game like every year we're surprised that somebody with a small payroll is successful. The Rangers do this. The D-backs did this a couple years ago.
The Rays did it for years.
The Rays have done it for years. Like the Royals have won World Series doing this. The Tigers were in the playoffs last year with $17 million in their active roster.
I've always maintained.
People can do it. It's about long-term success.
I've always maintained that just because you have the highest payroll in baseball doesn't mean you're going to win the World Series every year. I mean, the Mets
gives you more
the Mets
room
got
for
number
error.
2. But what it does mean is you always have a chance, man.
Yeah, and not to come down too harshly on Harvman here, but this is like the most tired MLB argument ever. Oh, yeah, really? Imbalance? Have you seen X team that's randomly good this year? Yeah, and then what happens a year after that? They aren't good anymore. The Rangers won the World Series.
Either that or their players become free agents, and guess where they go?
Well, that's the point. Yeah. You can only win a World Series with a good team, and to be a good team, you need good players, and then good players need money.
Last thing, let's figure out how many teams in the top 15 in payroll were in the postseason.
All but 2.
Dodgers?
Not the Mets.
All but 2.
Dodgers?
All
not
but 2.
Mets. Philly, Yankees, Cubs, Padres, Blue Jays, Red Sox,
all
Seattle,
but 2.
I mean, Atlanta, SF, and the Mets missed.
The Mets.
Everybody else made Detroit. Everybody else made it. So, Harvman, with all due respect.
Okay, why would you say it to me? Why me?
Because you have to serve that role.
With all due respect, Harv.
Which commandment is that?
The 14th.
What are the ones that broke?
We had some excess.
What are the ones that Well, it was a suggested commandment is what it was.
The 14th commandment. If you can't say something on the air, whisper it to me.
But you see what I'm getting at. I mean, all those teams were in the postseason. They're all in the top 17, they're all in the top half of baseball payroll.
Something real quick. You know the LeBron thing yesterday that drove us nuts, how his announcement was that he's joining Hennessy for a endorsement deal. And did you see the dum-dums that lined up to pay like 1,500x the ticket price for that opening game that just got screwed, thinking this is the first game of his retirement season?
Good.
You know what pissed me off even more? Did you guys see what J.J. Redick said? J.J. Redick.
Did he have candy in his mouth when he said it?
No. J.J. Redick.
Schematically.
On people believing LeBron was going to retire. Quote, "You guys are idiots." Hey, JJ, you're right. What kind of moron would think a 43-year-old man playing the sport of basketball would be contemplating retirement? Now, what an idiot I would be for thinking that.
And
So
announcing a
stupid of
big
me.
press conference.
Yeah, and one of the best players in NBA history and sports history would like to announce that this is his last year beforehand. Like, what an absolute moron I would be to even connect those dots.
Yeah. Hey, JJ, you're right. You're so much smarter than everybody else.
God, his arrogance.
You're so much smarter than the rest of us.
I
It's
really don't give a
There's certain people that we know of, Vic, who are just like Redick, who anytime you're around them, they think that they are the smartest person in the room. Or you talk to them, hey, I'm the smartest person in the room.
You?
Oh, really? Do I come across like that?
No, I'm joking.
Well, I guess when it comes to like nature and actual science, maybe I am on this show.
You know what? Brett's
know
never
how
going to be accused of that, so we're
No.
good there.
You guys know how stupid I am. I thought Dick Van Dyke died the other day.
That's right. You put him in the ground.
What a stupid idiot I am for thinking a 100-year-old man might die at some point. You know, how stupid of me. He didn't, by the way. It's just like, what are you talking about? You guys are idiots. He's 42 years old and he plays basketball. He might retire soon.
Well, the fact that the guy cannot play in any preseason games because he's got a sprained ass, and that's really
It's true.
that is the diagnosis.
I know. Have you ever had a sprained butt? I've never had a sprained butt.
I got to tell you guys
It's the
something.
truth, though. He's got a sprained butt.
It might be inappropriate, but I'll clean this up as best I can.
All right.
So the injury report for the preseason game comes out that LeBron's not playing because of a strained glute. And they said Luka also is not playing because of rest. And somebody goes, wild to put these side by side.
That is just caving in. That's just saying we're done. We want no part of this.
It's unbelievable.
Anyway, again.
I mean, is that the NBA? Is that really is the Lakers in a nutshell?
Just wild to put this side by side.
Hey, the Broncos are doing something this year as we roll on here, too. I know we got a lot to get to. Coach Bednar coming up in 45 minutes.
What about a strained glute? My first week coming back here.
Yeah, I know. But yours was caused by a different thing, though. That's the situation involved. Oh, no! The Broncos.
Not Luka.
The Broncos are doing something pretty.
What if Vic was so concerned about Luka Doncic getting back in shape that it somehow affected his glutes?
Oh, boy.
I got to tell you, Doc, I got this problem. Oh, yeah, what were you doing? Were you working out? No. Luka's in shape now, and I can't get it out of my head. Sorry, what were you saying, Moser?
They're doing something that maybe we're aware of, but golly, what an impact it's having on their ability to win games. It's pretty nutty.
You want to get to it next?
I really do. Yeah,
All right, let's do it.
I think I do.
Even if every man, woman, and child held hands together and prayed for us to win, it just wouldn't matter because all the really good-looking girls would still go out with the guys from Mohawk because they got all the money.
Is this you? Check off the box. Bad sleep patterns, decreased energy, brain fog, unproductive workouts, and more. A lot of guys will say, I'm just getting a little bit up there, man. I don't feel like I used to. What do I do? Well, you might be suffering from low testosterone. It happened to me. My doc said, yeah, you're just getting up there. I said, well, I'm going to do something about it. And I called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And you should do the same kind of thing because they've successfully treated men for low T for a decade here on the Front Range, treating tens of thousands of men. And it makes an amazing difference in your life. You will feel it. Your energy will return. The brain fog will go away. Your sleep will improve. Your workouts. Maybe your sex drive gets a little bit better for some of you dudes. That would be great, would it not? So do yourself a favor. Go to their website. Take the low T quiz. It's very simple. 10 questions. Yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They'll draw your blood at your appointment. Results within 30 minutes. They're going to let you know what's going on and whether or not you need low T treatment. Again, the telephone number is 720-440-7900. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Get to
Brad,
Jared Bednar at 9 o'clock. Yeah, Vic.
It took me an entire commercial break, but I finally got what you were saying about the Lakers posting those 2 injuries side by side.
Yeah.
I got the joke. It took a while.
Took
it was
a minute.
a delayed reaction.
Finally got there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't explain it any further than what I did. Yeah.
Did Moser get it?
Yeah, but I'm not foul like you, so I don't...
I know. Well, I'm not foul either. That's why it took me 5 minutes to get it.
Okay, copy. Maybe I'm more foul because I got it right away.
The insinuation was Luka was responsible.
Yeah.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, do we have to lay it out like that?
Well, I didn't see it that way.
Floats from the back end.
Go ahead, Moj.
The Broncos defense, this is why I continue to think that this is a damn good team, because I think that defense is rad. I just think that defense is just, you can get them from time to time, and they're going to give up this amount from time to time, fine. But overall, through the course of 17 weeks, they're going to be way more good than bad on any given play or any given series, any given whatever. And here's one of the reasons why. So Nick Bonito right now is an absolute monster. I can't sing his praises enough that a guy who got the bag continues to produce at an even higher level. Right now, he's on pace to shatter the sack record, is he not? He's on pace for like 30 sacks or something crazy.
Yeah,
it's
he's
insane.
on pace to break it. Yes.
Well, he's got 7 after 5, so Malcolm Roach, by the way.
The record's 21, I think.
According to reports from England, Parker Gabriel of the Post says they wrapped up practice. Malcolm Roach practiced Wednesday.
Oh, hey,
nice.
So could see him this Sunday after his stint on IR.
You know, it's funny.
And Jarrett Stidham's back in town. He came back home because I'm assuming they gave birth. I'm not sure, but he's back with the team in England.
Okay, good. Good for him. Let me try to find it again. Here it is. Since the start of the 2024 season, okay, the Denver Broncos have totaled 84 sacks. Since the start of last year, it's number one by a mile. They lead the NFL by 22.
Moj, it's also indicative.
But Vic, maybe you don't think about it that in the trenches on the defensive side of the football, the Broncos are flat out dominant, man. Everybody gets some, and obviously Bonito gets the most, but this football team can get after the passer. They sacked Hurts 6 times on Sunday. They flat out get after the quarterback, and as you would say, the passer guy, ball passer guy. They flat out get after a dude, and they cause havoc in that way.
Well, it goes back to my argument on why I think, and hear me out, Broncos fans, I think Riley Moss catches too much heat for this reason. The style with which the Broncos play defense, the all-out, just we're going to go after you. We're going to play a risky brand of D. We're going to play man in tough situations. We're going to send guys. We're going to rely on our pass rushers. Guys are going to be stuck one-on-one, and they're going to have to deal with it. Because of the style of defense they play, and because he plays opposite the best corner in the game, what do you think's going to happen?
They are actively telling you, we are going to trade allowing a big play to make a big play with a sack. Like, all right, we'll go really far into this, but this is a whole strategy on what you think is the proper way to do business. A lot of defensive coordinators in the league are very concerned with forcing a team to dink and dunk their way down the field 13 times in a row to score a touchdown, hoping that they'll make a mistake once. A dropped pass, a holding penalty, something, right? Missed assignment from an offensive lineman that leads to a sack, interception. That's sort of what Fangio does. He'll let you get a couple of first downs, but if you can beat us 12 straight times, then good for you, you get a touchdown. Vance Joseph, just the opposite. He does this. And Sean Payton, you mentioned this a couple months ago, Vic, in him talking about Bo Nix. What does he hate more than anything else with the quarterback?
Ad lib.
Well, it's taking sacks. Sacks are drive
hates
killers.
Taking sacks. The Broncos have the biggest differential in the National Football League.
He talks about a big stat that he loved from Bo Nix coming from college was his sack rate was as low as, forget the all-timer that he compared him to, but one of the best quarterbacks who's ever lived. He had the same sack rate, which is like, it never happens. He always finds a way to escape. Why? How hard is it on 2nd and 18 to get a first down when you're that far behind the chains? It's a drive killer. And so what Vance Joseph is doing is saying, I might trade Moss getting beat for a 30-yard catch if I can do that 5 times in a game.
Absolutely.
Because I can kill 5 drives right then and there.
I'll show you the difference between these two teams this weekend in jolly old England. The Denver Broncos come into this game against Justin Fields and company with 21 sacks on the season. 21. Take a guess at how many the New York Jets have total as a team.
All right, let me think. Let me think about this. I'll say 7.
7.
It's 7.
Oh.
Total guess on my part.
You're
Total guess.
liar.
Swear to
You're
God.
such a liar.
No, the only reason
I swear to God.
The only reason I said that, Moj, is because I saw a stat the other day. I didn't see the teams, but that Nick Bonito has more sacks than like 6 teams in the NFL right now.
Nick Bonito has 7, which is the entirety of the New York Jets defense. Period. End of story. But when you see these numbers right there in black and white, and they're smacking you in the face, well, hell yeah, they're dang good. And is this going to continue? I think the answer is yes. This will continue. Now, maybe not at such a prolific rate. Maybe Bonito will slow down because, again, things come in bunches. But he's on pace not to just break the sack record for the season, Brett. Yeah. He's on pace to shatter it. And by the way, Cooper gets some. You know, JFM has as many as the leading guy on the Jets. Everybody gets involved. You have so many different guys actually getting involved in getting to the quarterback. It's great to see, yes.
I'm not as worried about this game in Tottenham on Sunday against the Jets as I am the following week's game at home against the Giants.
Doesn't matter.
Here's why.
It's going to be tough.
Here's why. I'm just going to give you this, Moser. When you travel to Europe, Mark Moser, as you have many times, what's the tougher what jet lag hurts the most, coming back or going there?
By far coming back.
How long does it usually take you to be normal again?
4 days, maybe
4 or 5 days, right?
5, yeah, 5 maybe. Yep.
I'm telling you right now, do not discount that game. I know this is Jets week, but that Giants game with not a single extra week to prepare. Usually there's a bye week after playing in London. Usually. Well, there's not this time. And you're coming back to the Mile High, and you're going to be jet-lagged all week long.
Pardon me. Okay, I'm going to ask for your
pardon.
Pardon early. Pardon me for not really giving a rat's rip or worrying about what's going to be a 1-5 team coming to your house with a crap football team. I don't care if they don't sleep at all. I don't care if the Denver Broncos take a side trip on the way home
Chargers
from England to Antarctica.
Are the Chargers good?
Not now. They're not. They're beat to hell. Yeah, they're good.
Giants beat them. No London trip. Beat them.
Mm-hmm. The Denver Broncos. The Denver Broncos are not losing to the New York Football Giants. I don't care. I don't care if they had jet lag coming out their ears.
I didn't say they were going to lose to them. I said which game worries me more.
Neither. The answer, Vic, is Suds bucket. Both don't. Both.
Hey,
I can't believe you. Even if you're accurate that you're worried more about the Giants game than you are about the Jets game, the worry that you should have, I don't know what your worry is because only you know that in your heart of hearts, but the worry you should have should be infinitesimal. I mean, the smallest atom. How about like
Moj? When you make your return,
the Higgs boson particle, how small is that thing? I mean, it's
Moj.
Yes.
When you make your return from Europe, whatever grand trip you make there often, are you at your athletic peak the week after you return? Because you are a pure athlete. Are you at your athletic peak that week?
No.
You guys were both a tub of goo when you guys came back and got on the show.
You remember that, right?
Yes.
And it lasted a whole week. It just
the answer is no, but if I have to race baby Jamal Cale in a foot race, I think I can win. That's what you're getting with the Broncos and the Giants. And don't give me this. Don't give me that.
I'm just surprised
the Giants stink. They're going to be. The Eagles are going to pummel them.
Yeah, I guess
in New
I'm
Jersey
just surprised
this weekend.
That the NFL did not abide by the usual standard of giving a team a bye after playing in London. I thought that was a standard process.
I don't care. The Broncos will come home against a 1-5 Giants team, and they'll be more than a touchdown favorite. Easily more than a touchdown favorite.
Let me ask you guys something. If it were week 5 of the NFL season and Jarrett Stidham, sorry, not even Jarrett Stidham, Sam Ellinger was at a car dealership being interviewed about the Broncos trading their starting quarterback, would that season be bad, do you think?
Yeah.
Because the Cleveland Browns have reached the point in their season where Shedeur Sanders is being interviewed about Flacco being traded at a car dealership.
Hey, Brett, I played that role, local news. You were on the news.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember those days where you're chasing stories, right? I remember when Nene was a free agent, and I once chased him to a steakhouse on Larimer Street, and I stalked him outside the steakhouse.
You did not do that.
Yes, I swear to God, with the camera crew. And we waited. And they kicked us out of the front area. They didn't want us. What's the name of that steakhouse down on Larimer?
I would do that too, by the way.
Next to
get away
Comedy
from
Works.
my business.
Next to what?
Next to Comedy Works on Larimer.
Is it not A5? No, it's
I forgot the name of it. Anyway, so we hung out in the front because I needed to talk to Nene. At the time, it was a big story. They said, no, you can't sit here. So we went to the alley, expecting them to try and shuffle him out the back alley. They did. And here I am, a grown man, chasing another man to get his commentary on his free agent. And that's the life of a local news guy. That's what you do. So this poor chap right here, I feel for him because I've been in his shoes. He's at a freaking car lot talking to Shedeur about the Flacco trade.
But, again, would you ever stalk the third-string quarterback to ask about the starter being
because
especially this guy.
Let me explain why, though, Brett.
I know with him it's different, but it's bizarre.
Okay, right, but the new number one quarterback stinks. I'm here to tell you, I don't know if Shedeur Sanders is an NFL quarterback or not. I don't know. He has to prove it if given the opportunity.
Can we play that interview? What was said there?
Sure. Now, I mean, you can play this on the big board and then have the audio too, right?
I mean, what car was purchased?
But I will say this, Brett.
I mean, the car lot's like, yeah, whatever. Conduct your business.
Look, Brett, listen to me.
I'm listening to you. Sorry.
I don't know if Shedeur's an NFL quarterback. What I do know is that Dylan Gabriel is not an NFL quarterback.
He's played for a week.
He's not, dude.
He's 1-0.
He's not an. I don't. He's not. He's 0-1. He is not an NFL quarterback. That's 5 today, Vic. He is not an NFL quarterback. Six. That's 6. He's not an NFL quarterback.
Okay.
Mark my words right now.
Okay.
If the Browns don't think Shedeur is, then that means they don't have a quarterback.
Go ahead.
Period.
Let's hear it.
What did you think about the news today about Joe Flacco getting traded to Cincinnati?
Oh, Joe Flacco getting traded, he was definitely somebody I leaned on for wisdom, and I feel like he helped me a lot. He helped me a lot while my time being here in Cleveland and his time being here in Cleveland. So now, everybody has their own destinies and have their own plans they have in life, so I'm just happy for him.
Have you talked to him yet?
Yeah, I seen him in the facility. I seen him.
Before or after the news?
After, for sure. Yeah, and then he told me, I'm like, dang, that happened quick. Like, that was crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can get you 5.4% APR on this Bentley here right behind you.
You seen the MSRP on this thing? It's a Beamer. You're interviewing what was the third string quarterback about your starter being traded. It's week 5. You just got to be like, what's happening here? Again, I also think this Flacco trade, I understand.
Wait. To stop everything. The bigger story is, how did they know he was going to be shopping for cars?
It might have been like one of those he's making an appearance thing. I have no idea. I don't think he's shopping for a car. My guess is they probably have him there for some sort of endorsement deal.
Gotcha.
That's my guess. I have no idea. Let me tell you something, though.
I think we got a Browns fan. We got a Browns fan all over me.
About what?
It's a guy that was on blanking drugs. He was a nominee for Player of the Week. You dumb blank. Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, okay.
Dylan Gabriel is nobody's answer. I'm sorry. He's just not. I don't care if you're a Browns fan or a Ducks fan, or I don't care what you are. Mark my words.
I know what Cincy's trying to do because Burrow's not out for the year. So they're trying to just hold on for dear life until he comes back in the lineup, and trading for Flacco, I guess, gives him the best opportunity to do it. Flacco's done, boys. I don't think that's a Cleveland problem that he was suffering from. He can't move anymore, okay? He can't.
But I just can't get over this taking a camera crew and a mic and going to these workplace. What if somebody showed up at Shotguns when John Morant was there and said, Ja, a word, please.
Hey, last thing on that.
So you're third in the West right now. couple games left. Here comes Cinnamon. Do you think your turnovers are a problem? By the way, we have Good Morning America on this TV, and Moser hates it. I'm just going to say this right now, just quick pop culture aside. This new Tron movie's coming out, so they got Jared Leto on there. We got to do something about this guy.
Yeah, we do.
Jared Leto is freaking me out, dude.
What?
He's got this whole Jesus look. He like runs a cult now or something. I don't know what's going on with him.
Well, I didn't know what. Hey, dude, I didn't know what Jason Bateman was doing with his face until I saw Black Rabbit. Great series, by the way.
See, I don't know what that is, and I don't care. You guys have way too much time on your hands to watch things. I worry about more things like this.
Yeah,
Moshe,
you work. Yeah,
you literally have had nothing more to do than me or Vic over the last 5 months.
You act like your life is busier than mine.
Yeah. What is this? I have a kid at home. You don't even have that.
I have a
My
wife that
life is
hasn't
way
moved.
busier than yours.
I have a wife that's sitting there like a corpse for 2 weeks.
That's why you can watch Black Rabbit 87 episodes in a row.
I've done an extra hour of work every day for the last 5 months, more than you.
Where?
What are you trying to say? You don't have time.
Okay.
I have to go to my mom's and eat every day at 1. What do you do all day?
My last thing on this, and then I'll shut up about it.
I'd move on
and you're
pretty
welcome.
quick from that, too.
When Coach Prime was asked about the Flacco trade, did you see what he said? I think it was perfect.
Yes. I don't care about Cleveland.
He goes, I don't care about the Browns. I don't give a darn about the Browns at all. I care about the Colorado Buffaloes. I do love me some Shedeur Sanders. I care about him. The rest of that mess, I don't.
I don't understand it.
He's trying to focus on his college football team, man. And
Can
he
I
needs
get real
to.
for a second?
Sure.
Can I get real for Coach Prime? I cannot tell you how impressed I am with that man's toughness and his courage.
Yes.
To be coaching through all of these health issues. I could tell you for a fact, yesterday he had a procedure done at UC Health. And there was a scare. He's going to be fine. But not a day goes by where, guys, he could lose a limb.
Yeah.
You realize these it's bad. He could lose his leg.
I know. It's not good.
Now, it went great yesterday. But that's the fear that he has to live with, in addition to some of the other health issues.
Yeah, and it's
the
the
fact
bladder
that he's
and everything
coaching
else.
through that is amazing.
It really is, man. He's a tough hombre.
We got Jared Bednar in 20 minutes. Again, Avs. Great start to the year. One thing, if I'm allowed to pick a nit from a pretty good game in the first week.
I know what you're going to say, and zip it, Doris.
Am I Doris? Or
you're Doris.
Well, Doris has a nit, and I'm going to pick it next.
Yeah, and I'm out for rest. Oh, hey.
Hey-oh.
Good. Good.
Was it? That was
the no-hand nannery
for
Vic
those
is just
who are,
always
for
the
those
most
who are
bothersome
watching,
thing.
Yeah, those who are watching.
Oh, my God.
Just made a joke at Vic's expense. Go ahead.
Did you hear that, Vic? Made a funny quip at your expense.
I don't care. I eat healthy.
Here's my nitpick.
You don't see me popping Diet Cokes every morning like you do.
Yeah, how about you do that with a cucumber next time? Those are healthy, good for your skin. The nitpick that I have from last night. And Moser's going to roll his eyes.
I'm not going to roll my eyes because I
did roll your eyes already.
I know, but I know where you're coming from.
Hey, how did the season end last year?
Yeah, the power play stunk.
Yeah, 1 for 6. So there's a nitpick for you. And I get Moser. They did score like a second goal a few seconds after the power play ended. Could you kind of count that? Yeah, maybe, whatever. But it's the one thing. It's one game. I'm not freaking out. I'm just saying if there was anything that I didn't particularly like from last night's opener that you dominated and won, it's that, hey, the way that last season ended was because your power play stunk and you didn't do much on the power play with 6 opportunities.
Coach Bednar will be on here in 15 minutes. We'll ask him about that. And you're absolutely right. It's because of Pat. If the Avs last year.
Then why'd you tell me to zip it, Doris?
Because what I'm trying to get at, let me explain. If the Avs last year were 7th in the league on the power play, and it wasn't a reason that they lost in the first round, essentially, one of the reasons, then this would be you wouldn't care about this at all. But I get what you're getting at.
Yeah.
That, hey, look, man, it feels like a carryover, and they were, 0 for 5 and then 1 for 6 and on and on and on. But again,
I'm not freaking. I'm just saying.
Right. Again, I would say to you that it is different. It looks different. You've got 2 units now. We'll get Coach Bednar's summation on all of it, but it's just a tiny little sample of a brand new year.
Well, what's obvious, the biggest difference between last year and this year, you're not giving up 5 a game to start the season.
Yeah.
That helps.
It really does. You know, it's one of the things that I mentioned that I think having the goaltending room that they have at the start of the year, like all of this has to do with, and it's funny. Hey, talk to me when we get to Christmas. Talk to me in January. Like everybody kind of says that about the NHL and the NBA. It's like, oh yeah, I'm not going to take this seriously until the new year. Until you're down 10 games to Winnipeg and it's 3 weeks into the season or whatever.
Right,
you know what I mean? Like that, then it matters.
You've got 21 points to make up in November. And you're like, that's probably not going to happen. Agreed. No, I totally agree. And getting off to a good start is important for this team. It was a terrific start last night. Look, I'm one of those guys where there's too much talent and too much goodness for the power play to not be good this year. There's too much positivity. You have too many good players, too many guys now, again, who will get to the front of the net and get ugly if you need that. I don't like passing around the zone. I don't like always looking for the pretty shot. I like to throw that puck at the net and get down and dirty and grind. That's what I like. But there's too much talent for this thing to linger stinking. Yes.
That Leggy goal after Cale Makar made the move to freeze to defend, he just froze him. Just said, I got you.
Yeah.
And then his ability, Leggy, to just stick in the crease and not get moved out of there, those hands in there, that's exactly what Bednar's talking about. That right there.
Just be tough. Be tough in there. And that's sort of Lecky's MO. That's what on the Makar play, fake shot, tiptoe, right down the middle.
How many times have we
get the
seen
rebound?
Makar do that, by the way? How many times is that going to work? It's like they always go for it, too. He's just, when he fakes you, he hits you with that little stunner.
Well, you said how many times is it going to work? It's
Vic, how about this, Vic? Forever.
Yeah.
And here's the reason why. Because his edge work is so superb. His ability to change direction, to dance, and get through. If you go back and you watch that, the LA Kings guys did this. They froze. I mean, and that's all it takes for one split second. They're caught watching, and because they don't know what to do. And number 2, they don't expect that guy is going to be able to do that, and he just takes what they give him and suddenly walks in, and he's got a point-blank shot that Leggy cleans up. he's a very, very special player. That is a very special play. And I think he can do it forever just because there's very few humans on the planet who can really do that.
It's like a crossover dribble.
Yeah, I suppose it is. There's very few guys on the planet that can really do it at that high level, and defenders don't see it that often enough to anticipate and react.
It's like
maybe they should, but you can't. You're just a normal human being who gets blown away.
You guys know when Jokic is in the paint and Aaron Gordon's at the dunker spot, and you don't know if Jokic is throwing up a hook shot or if he's throwing up a pass to Aaron Gordon? Mm-hmm. That's what it feels to me. Like that will never be stopped because you don't know what's there. It's so elite no matter what you do.
Don't speak so soon. I mean, teams started stopping it by leaving 5 guys in the key, basically.
Well, all I'm saying is once that ball's in the air, it's like you don't know what it's going to be. It's just difficult. By the way, can I say something before we get to Bedsy? We'll talk a lot more about the Avs with him. Did you guys see that before the season, North Carolina was going to have their own sort of Hard Knocks documentary with Belichick?
That got yanked.
And that's scrapped. And part of it, have you guys read some of the articles coming out of North Carolina? And how much of a mess it is there?
This is crazy.
And I want to just clarify something. Bill Belichick is maybe the poster boy for organization. Everything's got a purpose. We do everything with a purpose. There's no off days, always working hard. And all the stories coming out of North Carolina, the opposite of that. That he's just abandoned that stuff.
Something is not right with that man. And
I'm with you.
And I hate to say that his private life affects his professional life, but something is wrong. It's like he's screaming out.
I know we have this bit on the show where I'm like, I get after age gaps in dating and I say it's weird and those guys are weird and whatever. It's a bit. I'll tell you this much. The reason why this matters, the reason why when I bring up North Carolina and I say their problem is Bill Belichick's girlfriend, I don't mean that it's all on her. But I want you to, but hear me out, Moj.
I'm hearing.
It's so anti-Belichick that it has to be the number one thing that I think of. Belichick would not, I didn't know what his wife looked like for 2 decades in New England. I didn't know what she sounded like.
Well, he didn't have a wife. He had a
whatever. The longtime girl that he had, that they were basically together the whole time. He didn't allow Tom Brady to have his own personal. Didn't allow Tom Brady to have his own personal trainer within
at the facility.
That facility, and his girlfriend gets to walk around on the sideline.
Yeah.
And I'm
his
like,
kids are coaching.
How am I not supposed to notice the complete 180 that's been done?
I've read a couple.
If I'm an official at UNC Vic, I'm like, this is garbage. This is not what we're paying you for.
I've read a couple of these articles you speak of and the total dysfunction, not only in the coaching ranks, but in behind the scenes and NIL and there's all kinds of crap going on there. I would not be surprised if it's one and done for Bill Belichick.
I wouldn't either. This feels very much like an Urban Meyer NFL type of thing.
On the part of whom? That he,
I think
just quits?
It could be a mutual thing. It could be Carolina's like, that ain't going to work. Because it's embarrassing for North Carolina. If you're North Carolina football, you had something happening there for a while. They had a few seasons there under Mac, and even before Mac when he was there. They had a few seasons. They had some good football programs. They were going. And now they're an embarrassment. They're an embarrassment to the ACC.
You know what's crazy? I think Mac Brown is this really old dude who just his time is done.
He's younger than Bill Belichick, isn't he?
He's 1 year older. He's he's one year older. Yeah, something is definitely screwy, and the fact that gal is all Yoko Onoing all over the place. When Yoko Ono's in the Let It Be recording sessions, you're like, what the hell are you? What's going on here? All right, seriously.
I would never. I can't. Every time I hear Yoko Ono, I think of Lennon and Barry singing Johnny Be Good, and she's just screaming into a microphone as they're trying to play music, and Chuck Berry's looking at her like, is somebody going to do something about that?
No, honestly, he thinks she's possessed.
Yeah.
There's a demon trying to get out is what Anyway, watching her roam the sideline, and I have no problem. It just,
It's not Belichick.
It's not him at
Actually,
all. It's completely not him.
It's sad that they yanked it from Hulu because it would be better television right now to have cameras inside on a weekly basis trying to find out what's going on. That would be the best television. I'd watch the hell out of that.
How about this, Moj? It would be like if we're doing a show. And as we're doing a show for like 2 months straight, Vic strictly did the show with Roxy in his arm, petting it like it was Mr. Bigglesworth from like
Dr. That's not me.
If you started doing that, we'd be
I
like,
would say
Vic,
something is
Vic,
weird.
are you okay?
Yeah, something's wrong.
When we work on football, we work on football.
Or if we did the show and during commercial breaks, Moser's doing push-ups and sit-ups. Something's wrong. Something's not right. Or if we did the show during commercial breaks,
say anything. I said
Kane
nothing.
actually started reading philosophy.
Okay, I'm taking my clothes off.
No, God, no, please don't. Okay. Well,
Shut him off. Shut me off.
As he undresses, we're going to go ahead and take a break and get to Jared Bednar, who joins us next.
Cale McCarr for Marty Natchez. He's got room. He scores! It's a Marty party! Get out the cheese for the Marty Nachos!
Send out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, RamosLaw.com. Joined as we are every Wednesday by the head coach of the 1-0 Avalanche, Jared Bednar. Coach, congrats on the win last night. How you doing?
Yeah, doing good. Thank you.
So what was the thing that was most impressive to you or stood out the most going back and looking at that first game?
Second period defensive details. I thought, the reloads from our forecheck, the rush coverage, the kind of stuff plays in the neutral zone and turn the puck back on their half of the ice. Really solid job there. Good commitment to doing it and good details in doing it. And it led to a nice second period that gave us the lead, and we were able to keep the lead in the third period. I thought it was outstanding. It was a little slow starting, a really good middle 30 minutes, and then the third period got a little bit crazy with all the penalties.
Yeah, Coach, how much did the Josh Manson hit change the tone of the game and perhaps allow you to see those details a little better?
Yeah, I think it helped set the tone for sure. We talked about it. It's the physicality. I think with looking at the way our team is built, it changes and tweaks slightly every year, but I think the physicality part of it, the sort of angriness and edge that we want to play with, it has to be part of our identity. We have to be difficult to play against. I think it's what could set us apart from other teams. There's lots of fast, skilled, talented veteran teams out there, and if you add a nastiness and a real strong commitment to defend right from day one, and you kind of build that identity, I think it can help you. And Josh set the tone with that last night. He with that hit, and then beyond that, he was heavily involved physically in every aspect of the game.
I'm not sure we're ever going to talk about this again. I'm not sure I ever want to talk about this again, Coach. But Vic brought it up earlier, and I couldn't help but think the same thing. You're watching Landeskog out there, and you're like, man, he's normal. He's hard at the front of the net. That play, he tried to stuff it when he sunk low to the bottom of the circle, then danced in front. And I'm like, man, oh man, it's just so good. He just looks better than normal. I mean, how would you assess your captain's return to the regular season in the National Hockey League?
Well, I have to agree with you, and I had high expectations for him for this year based on what we saw in the playoffs last year, but it had been, I don't even know. Someone said 1,300 days since he's played a regular season game. It's just a crazy long time to be out of the league due to injury and then still be able to come back. I'm also glad that it's here, it's happening, it's every day. I'm super happy for him and his family and for our team in so many different ways. And I think he's happy to kind of have it behind him. I think he just wants to settle in and play hockey and sort of move past the injury and just focus on, Thursday night. And then after that, Saturday night, it's why he fought so hard to get back. And I couldn't be more happy for him and for us that he's feeling good and playing well.
Well, one thing to think about, and I think you kind of mentioned this last week with us, that second line looked like it was already kind of rolling. And I think a big part of that is when you acquire the players that you guys did at the deadline last year, it's really difficult to get chemistry with line mates and stuff like that when you're trying to figure it out on the fly. Do they feel a lot more comfortable and at ease with an entire offseason together?
Well, I think so. That, it certainly helps. It helps, number one, that Brock is here and settled and feeling good, and not only here but chose to be here. This year could have went anywhere, and he's been pretty set with his line mates, and we're leaving him for now to gain chemistry. I think it's three guys on a line that they work together. They're all big, long guys who can skate. They all have a certain physical edge to their game with and without the puck, and they're going to be involved. They're going to be lots of handle. I think we'll see different mixes in that top six, but the longer they play together, the more they're going to get to know each other's tendencies, and that's practices and games, and it should translate into some chemistry on the ice. And he's all three of those guys that I'm expecting big years from for different reasons, and I think it's, Brock is kind of that cog that help makes it go, and he's such a good skater, and he's involved in every, department of our game, power play, penalty kill, 5-on-5, and he's a great draw guy, so sometimes it's hard to keep him off the ice. And I thought they did a really nice job last night in a bunch of different areas of the game, including the penalty kill, and I'm looking forward to watching them play a little bit more together.
Got a couple goals from Marty Nachos last night, and I heard your post-game comments. You felt that perhaps he deferred too many times last season. You want to see him just shoot it more. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, yeah. Like when I watched Marty's, video even before we acquired him, like just right at the time when he was getting traded here, and then he gets here and then you start digging in on his video, like what are his strengths and weaknesses, and you want to kind of give him a fresh start and see how he fits in our system. I love the way he played. I thought he was super dynamic, puck transporter, could take it from the D zone all the way into the offensive zone with his speed, and then delay and get you set up if he didn't have something off the rush, and all the decision making was good. The one area that I wanted him to get a little bit more physical, just like the rest of our team, get involved and check the puck back harder and make sure we're defending the right way, because he has that ability. And the second one was like I just felt like he was getting either transporting the puck himself into scoring areas or getting give and go passes from Nate and Leggy or whoever he was playing with in the scoring area, in the house, and in a place where I think with his shot he can put it in the back of the net, and he's getting good looks from in there, but trying, a little fancy, trying to pass it into the net, And I think that I was watching him shoot in practice, and then I'm watching him shoot in the exhibition games, and I mean, this guy can rip the puck with his wrist shot and slap shot, and like last night's a perfect example. He gets the first one in tight and roofs it, but the second one's some distance on the power play, there's a simplification that, like, if we know who we are and we get into those areas, a guy like Marty, to face-off play, we get a clean win, we make one firm pass, and he turns it downhill. And if he gets in that area, I'm going to encourage him to shoot that all the time, because he just scored on it once, and I think it's a repeatable, act.
Coach, you've been doing this with us a long time. And you know how it is in this show. I've got to help these guys along every single week. Yeah. And sometimes I need your help, and this is one of those situations. Last positive thing for me. Vic asked the question earlier about, I was talking about Kale dancing in from the blue line after he fakes the slapper. He dances in, and he says, well, how long can he continue to do that? And I said, well, I think forever, because there's just a handful of guys on the planet who can do that and use his edges and then freeze the opposition for just that split second to be able to dive through, get the shot off, and of course Lehkonen, cleans up on the doorstep. But can you talk about how elite that really is? It may seem like just a little thing when he's dancing in, but it's just something when you see it, even the opposition hardly ever sees it, and they just get floored by it.
Yeah, well, it's definitely a repeatable act for Kale, and it's because of this. Like, if he starts to move across the blue line and he stutter steps, and you don't stay with him, he'll just take off in that direction and activate on you. So like it's just what was so impressive about last night, if you rewatch it on video, is there's three forwards coming high in the zone for LA to cover our guys, and Kale takes it across the middle and pump fakes the guy with the shot and cuts back inside. Okay, now most guys would cut back inside and try to get a step on just that guy, right? Just the guy that was covering him, which is what Kale was trying to do. But the guy's kind of closing in off the half wall, top of the circles area, and he explodes through that seam and gets by a guy that's probably 10, 12 foot deeper than the first guy. It was incredible. When you saw it live, I was like, whoa. And I've seen him do that. I've seen him take off a lot. But he had one in practice the other day where I was like, what was that? You know, like just kind of pause and like look at all the other coaches. How did he get through that seam so quick? It's crazy. From a standstill and just hitting his edges. That was one of the most explosive moves on the blue line that I've ever seen last night. And, yeah, it was incredible. And it came at a big moment in the game. And, I guess like that's what you need to win hockey games. Whether it's guys making big plays at big moments in hockey games on the offensive side, we had that in the second period, and you need it on the defensive side as well. And I thought we did that throughout the game. Whether it was Wedge coming up with a big save, or players getting back, tracking and reloading and taking care of the rush coverage, but it was a great commitment on both sides of it, and it's what we have to keep, improving on.
Head coach of the Avs, Bednar, with us. All conversations with the coach brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. Now, Coach, I know it's one game, but a lot of talk about the power play dating back to the playoffs from last year. What were your overall thoughts on the power play in Game 1? I
think some good things and some things that we got to keep improving on. We looked like at times like we were, running into each other a little bit and a little disorganized, still trying to sort of find the chemistry and the rhythm to it. And then at other times we did some good things. Like I liked some of the mentality that we had. Marty's shot, for example, building that into our game. Like when we see something, especially even early, don't overcomplicate it. If you get yourself in the scoring area, let's attack. If they're pressing us out at the blue line, let's play underneath. There's a lot of, and then let's bring it to the net. Even if we don't see something, if we have a numerical advantage, let's get into the dirty areas with the puck. A little bit of a 5-on-5 mentality. The second unit did some good things in zone late in the game. They didn't get a bunch of opportunity before that, but they had trouble getting set up. So we got to get to work with that unit on getting up the ice and getting set up with possession. So work in progress, but good start. We get one and could have had more. And I think it's a good starting point.
Coach, there are things that happen through the course of the day that, for me, that makes me feel really old. I'm just wondering, when you got handed Gavin Brindley, who is the son of a former teammate of yours, Ryan, how did that feel, and what's it like coaching your former teammate's son?
It felt good, yeah. I don't know, I've been watching him for a little bit, watching his career, especially after he got to the National Development Program. And he's a hardworking kid, so he's an easy guy to root for. Really competitive guy with skill. It makes you wonder where all the time went, because it doesn't seem that long ago when I was playing with his dad, and against his dad. So, I think that's the age I'm at right now. I see a lot of sort of ex-players that I watched. All their sons are coming into the league,
Well, you're an elderly man. I mean, this is where you're at right now. That's fine.
I look at Adam Foote and his kids, and I see, you just see all these guys that you were watching play, and now their kids are at that age where they're cracking into the league. Ginla, I coached him my first year here. His son's in Utah. There's a bunch of guys like that. So you're starting to see names, and you're like, is that so-and-so's kid? So, yeah, but it's
where'd you play with his dad?
Every day you're in this league, you're blessed to be here. It's the best league in the world, and we're looking forward to a great season.
Where'd you play with his pops, and what kind of player was he?
Down in South Carolina, I played with him. Back in Charleston. He's a defenseman, good puck moving guy. Played college hockey before coming to us.
Hey, by the way, it's the second week in a row Vic's called you old. Feel free to do something about his face.
I told you he's begging for it, Coach. He's begging. He's begging for the scrap. So when you oblige him when you get the opportunity. That being said, hey, that South Carolina Stingrays logo, that gear is pretty cool. You got the hookup, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
You just let me know what you need. I'll make a call.
Because maybe a hat for Brett. I'll take a T-shirt. Vic?
I'll take a jock.
No, it's awesome though. I mean, that Stingray's gear actually looks really dang good.
Go ahead, Bush.
I was just gonna say, here you go. Now you get ready for the home opener, Coach. But the guys, they got to feel good. The flight home today is going to be probably a positive thing, but it's got to feel good for you having so many healthy bodies to start the year, unlike last season where you give yourselves an opportunity to get out of the blocks in a good way.
Yeah, no question. And now we just got to take care of business, and that's the fun part for us, like guys feel good about our team. Guys slotted in specific roles that like fit their, skill and talents, and now we got to go play good and play hard like we did last night, and just keep refining things. It's a long process. It's a long season, but getting out to a good start this year is something that we've talked about and that we're focused in on, and we're looking forward to getting back in front of our fans tomorrow night. And hopefully, we have a similar effort with even better execution. So, looking forward to it.
Two things real quick, Coach. Number one, can you explain fighting etiquette to me with Malott jumping off the bench when Manson's at the end of a shift after a clean hit and going after him? I don't know the rules on this. What did you think?
It's a testy one. They're in the middle of the change, so he goes. They'll watch. The league watches that close because they don't want guys coming off the bench and getting into it. You can get kicked out for that right away. But they had guys pouring to the bench after the hit, like trying to get to the red and get off. So Manson got a good lick on him. Otherwise it's like kind of, like if he just jumps on and someone then starts moving to the bench and then it's too early and it's too premeditated, you can get kicked out and get suspended for that. But, I think in this case with everyone sort of pouring over there and guys pouring off the bench, I think they called it right. I mean, it's an instigator, it's an extra two, however you want to call it, to put us on the power play. And that's an impactful moment in the game for us with the physicality, and then also to be able to get an opportunity on the power play to give you a better chance to create some scoring chances and score in a tight game. It's guys, doing what they need to do and making plays on sides of the puck to help you win. And Josh was heavily involved in an area that, that fits his DNA, fits who he is, and we need him to continue to keep doing that.
And then finally, Coach, late night games, you went to bed far later than we did. It leads to early mistakes. Vic has had 6 by our count already this morning in the first hour and a half. He said Gavin Brindley was Grinley, and he called Manson Mason right out of the gates. How many mistakes have you made this morning?
Well, I don't know. We'll have to listen to the recording.
Are your pants inside out or something?
That's the first thing I've done this morning, so hopefully not that many.
No, you were great. Always appreciate talking to you. We'll talk to you again next week. Congrats on the win.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. How about that breakdown of the McCarr play?
That's so cool when you hear a coach, right,
Yeah.
who sees these guys every day. Yeah, you're behind the scenes. Nobody watches these guys more than he does. To have him, he got so excited.
I know.
Talking about that, it gave me goosebumps. To be honest,
He sounded. He sounded almost like a fan who watched it happen, as opposed to the guy's
He's
coach.
played the game his entire life. He's coached the game for the second half of his life. He's seen every great player come and go. And when the coach goes, "Whoa," Vic, that should just tell you, man, that what that guy was able to do on that play. It's just so high. This is me being hyperbolic. It's so high end, you can't believe it, right?
Yeah.
It just is. It's awesome.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Oh, you nerd. No, I love this song.
Ships a day, lonely sailors.
But that nerd over there that cares about the animals that go on in Boulder. That Ralphie Sevens, the name is Brandy now because I guess the animal likes the song Brandy. The bison told him during lunch one day.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Oh, CU sent out a statement saying the name of the new Ralphie is Brandy because they were having dinner one night over a candlelight, and the bison said, "You know what song I really enjoy? It's Brandy."
The sailor from the sea.
It says Ralphie 7, a.k.a. Brandy's handlers, noticed her affinity to the song Brandy, You're a Fine Girl, a 1972 hit by the band Looking Glass. In addition to enjoying the tune, Brandy, clearly a fine girl, strongly identifies with the lyrics, according to the press release from CU.
Yeah, I named my dog Layla because she was a big Clapton fan.
Hey, well, she's a lot better than that piece of crap Ember.
Damn.
What?
You guys and your animals.
She wouldn't run.
That's because Brett chucked an ear of corn onto the field and tried to get it to run around for a halftime show. Didn't work too hot there. Did a big shot. Yeah.
Just so dumb. Just so. I mean, look, I like this. I like this animal, man. She runs hard.
Great.
She's gonna be. Well, she's gonna be kicking butt this weekend.
You know how we said earlier that the Cleveland Browns have reached we're interviewing the third string quarterback about the starting quarterback being traded at a car dealership. We've reached the point in the CU season when we're talking about the Buffalo runs good.
Well, we got something going for us, I guess. Iowa State will be in town. You know, Iowa State coming off their first loss, and I watched.
They got wrecked. That final
Cincinnati
was not even close to what that game was.
Your boy Sorsby, Vic. Brendan Sorsby, he's a good quarterback.
I think he's the best quarterback in the Big 12.
Got an argument.
He's pretty damn good. Anyway, they're only a 2.5-point favorite in Boulder.
Well, hang on. Don't you disrespect my boy Baron Morton out of Texas Tech.
Yeah, he's a good quarterback, too.
He's pretty good.
Hey, but Iowa State, Vic's only a 2.5-point favorite at Boulder, being 5-1.
Dude, I was reading a little bit more about Texas Tech and how they're so good so fast. And some of their oil money that they're getting, they got this $1 billion oil guy that's just funneling them cash. Billionaire, just saying, here you go. Here you go. What you need?
All right, I'm not going to say the scene, but there's a scene in South Park where somebody's life gets a lot better when they grind up money and start drinking it. That just reminds me of what Texas Tech is doing. They're just putting money in a blender with water and just chugging it. And it's like, wow, we're good at football. It's crazy.
It's insane. No, they're spending that a lot of money. And some billionaire guy just gave $50 million to Stanford. You see that?
Well, they should. Stanford and Harvard have the biggest endowment funds in the world. And there should be no issues with Stanford making money, right? Like, there's no excuse for Stanford not to field a competitive football team. How wealthy are the Stanford grads in this country?
Pretty wealthy.
All right, so what do you do with your money?
You give it to Andrew Luck so we can buy players.
That's if they care about it.
Yeah, there's a great degree of what would be the word?
Nerdage.
Look, it's not very often that hello, I got my doctorate from Harvard. I am a giant Jets fan. You're like, didn't see that. Didn't see that one coming.
Speaking of NIL, there's a point guard, I believe he's a point or off guard, who plays for Princeton, and he's really good. He's decided he's not going to play this year. He's taking the year off, but he's going to get his Princeton degree because he knows how valuable that degree is. And then he's going to declare for a fifth year. Why? Because he's got Division I schools outside of the Ivy League who are willing to pay him some big bucks of NIL. So, smart kid, he's going to make some money and wait a year to get into the workforce with that Princeton degrry.
Yeah, but
how many Ivy Leagues are going to start doing that?
Yeah, but if you're the Princeton coach, you're saying, oh no, we suck again. I mean,
hang on.
It's got to be a bummer for you.
I have a question. I'm obviously not an Ivy League kind of guy.
Can you name
more of
four
state school kind of guy?
Can you name 4 Ivy League schools?
Harvard.
Okay.
Princeton.
2.
Cornell.
Yeah.
Yale. Hang on. No, what's the one that they're green?
Brown.
Hang on. The green.
It's located in Pennsylvania.
No, Penn's not what I'm thinking of. No, not Colgate either. Dartmouth. Dartmouth is what I'm thinking of.
All right, we got.
I got 4.
You got enough. You're okay.
My point is, I'm not an Ivy League guy.
Tell us
it's
about
just
it.
if you had to guess, what percentage of people who went to any of those Ivy League schools and graduated have said this term in the last 5 years?
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait for WrestleMania. You can like wrestling, right? It's a big entertainment product, multi-billion-dollar thing. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, they don't say.
And I'm not calling people who watch it stupid either, so don't confuse that.
Yeah, they don't shout from the stands going, "Hey, put his blank in the dirt." Come on.
See, you're right though about Stanford. The problem with Stanford football is they were good when Harbaugh was there, when Bill Walsh. But that school, that institution, is so agnostic when it comes to football. They're not committed to it. It doesn't run the show there. They don't need it, to be honest with you, to be Stanford. But they got money to pay for it if they wanted to.
I also was told it's incredibly, incredibly difficult to flunk out of Stanford. Very hard.
Bro, just like most of those schools are like that. Once you're in, getting in is hard. Once you're in, they will do anything to get you to the finish line. They will really, really work hard to get you to the finish line.
Pal,
I'm going to tell you right now, when I went to 2 schools, I went to CU and Notre Dame. It was much easier from a learning standpoint at Notre Dame than CU because the school classes were so small. It's easier to learn with 25 people as opposed to 1,000.
That big auditorium class,
yeah,
like a few of those are tough.
Bro, my organic chemistry class as a freshman, I went to a high school that featured 51 graduates. I show up at CU, I got 1,000 in an auditorium for organic chemistry. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah,
I went to Sac State.
Yeah, I aced it.
We had.
That's neat.
Can I ask a question regarding the NFL and something that went down the other day? Jerry Jones was fined $250,000 for giving someone the finger.
I was wondering if you were going to bring that up. I was wondering.
Can I just say something? First of all, I'm a fan of the finger. Okay, I think that it's got its occasions, its uses, and it's effective.
How many fingers do I give you per week?
10. I think 2 a day.
It's probably 1 a day.
$250,000 for giving somebody the finger is excessive. Excessive.
What's excessive is that he said it was inadvertent. He was trying to give a thumbs up, he says.
Okay, here's what I'd do.
Look,
he's an owner, he's got plenty of money, and he's a representative of your shield. I'd fine him $50,000 for the finger, $200,000 for trying to lie and say, I was attempting to give a thumbs up. No, what you're attempting to do is put a kickstand on it, is what you're trying to do.
Absolutely.
Was it the, who was it? Was it the Charlotte? Was it the...
Are you thinking the Panthers?
The Carolina owner that got fined.
The Charlotte, the Hornets, the
I'm all... dude,
you're a mess.
I'm going to hit double digits today.
He's not the first guy to, quote, accidentally flip somebody off.
What do you mean? There's no accident.
I know.
Moj, he did it and then pointed at
I
it
know.
afterwards.
I know.
I don't think you could be more clear.
The late Bud Adams also, he did that too. Back in 2009, he flipped somebody off.
I think that should be allowed.
You think just flipping off, it should be,
I think if
everybody
Greg
can
Penner
flip off
finds,
anybody.
If they're playing the Chiefs at Mile High Stadium and they just had a go-ahead touchdown and Penner wants to point out a Mahomes jersey and throw a finger at somebody.
Brett, this isn't WrestleMania.
Vic, do you recall the Padres fan at Coors Field? Was it Coors Field who did the?
Yes. I would give effective finger in the world.
Right, I would give anything when the Raiders are in town. If Condoleezza Rice just turned around and did that to a Knicks goes over the top for 80.
TV, don't freak out. I'm not actually going to do it, but I need to
replicate
the Padres guy who did this.
He's high-fiving first. He's high-fiving. Yeah,
Then he finds the Rocks fan and goes, like a full wind-up, bam.
It's one of the best flip-offs in the it's sad that it happened to a Rockies fan.
Big, like, little kid in a candy store, smile on his face.
It's one of the best flip-offs in the history of professional flipping off.
I agree.
How do you feel?
I don't know who that guy is, but
me ask you something.
he goes down in the legendary category.
How do you feel when you're driving down the road and you get flipped off by somebody? Is there rage? What happens to you?
I haven't gotten flipped off in a long time.
I don't like it. I don't like that at all.
Was it a Rockies fan or was it a Dodgers fan that he did that
wait a
to?
minute. It depends.
Oh, it was
There have been times.
Oh, it was the Dodgers fan. It was the Dodgers fan.
There have been times, Vic, where I have cut somebody off, understand it, and they honk or something, and I go, I say in my car to myself, I know I'm a bleep hole. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like those ones I'm fine with.
I saw a trend a while ago.
Amazing.
I think it was on TikTok, Vic, where instead of flipping the bird to someone when you're driving, you give them a thumbs down. And that's almost more soul crushing. It's the I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Yeah. Like you get the thumbs down, that cuts deep.
As Moser knows, when you drive in Naples and it's like steering to your death, you don't get flip up. You get this. You get this.
Oh,
out of this right here.
Hey! And there are some words that come out. I saw an old lady get in a fight with a guy. Vic's totally correct, dude. When you drive in Italy, like a big city, you start to count the number of near-death experiences that you actually witness.
It's at least 4 per drive.
Dude, I'm not kidding you. Where the scooter peeps, and you get the it's crazy, man.
I'll tell you something. When we got married in the Dominican, me and my wife, we had to go the day before to go see the venue to make sure everything's fine, right?
Right.
So we get this ride from this car service that the hotel gave us. The guy's nodding off as he's driving. And Lindsay goes, why were you talking to him the entire I talked to him about everything. I was like, hey, bro, you like soccer? Gosh, soccer's such a great sport. Like, I was trying everything.
Trying to keep him awake.
Yes. And she goes, what do you mean? I go, he was nodding off while going 55 miles an hour. I had to do something. Scary.
Hey, I know we only have a segment to play, but the Broncos...
And the whole segment is going to be your mistakes.
Well, that's true. But the Broncos spoke, Peyton spoke, Nick spoke. Did they say anything of relevance that we can listen to? Was there anything that was said in London?
You know, that's a great question. It takes a while for the signal to get across the pond. So let me see if I got any Sean Payton over here. Oh,
dial it up for me.
Got to be something over here.
No.
Not yet.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I guess not. Really guess not. We'll get a fact checker, and I think it's going to be aplenty, and we'll do it next.
Yeah.
Avs get the win in game 1 yesterday. In fact, Nelly, can you find Jared Bednar's answer on the Kale McCarr play from yesterday? I want to play that back for those who missed it because it's a really detailed view of what makes McCarr elite and also a coach talking almost like he was a fan for a second, like he was in awe of one of his guys. We'll get to that in just a second. Again, Vic, you asked, where's the audio from the Broncos? I don't think they've spoken yet. They're practicing, right?
No, they actually have. Both Sean Payton and Bo Nix have spoken. We're working on cutting it up and getting it across the pond.
So we'll have that audio shortly. Something else. You came off this really emotional high over the weekend with a win against Philadelphia, the best win in years. And now you're following that up with playing arguably the worst team in the league.
The only winless team in the league.
You can't have a letdown here. I mean, that's the main thing. It's why are you throwing things, Moj? I don't think they will. I didn't say I think they will. But you can't do it. Because the Jets don't have really anything. They don't. The stat that was dug up a couple days ago about Justin Fields that I think is incredible. As a starting quarterback, Justin Fields is 0-26 if the opponent scores 21 points or more. 0-26. And I don't even think he's played bad for the Jets this year. I think he's been fine. They haven't produced a single turnover through 5 weeks.
That first game that he had against Pittsburgh, that may have been my favorite watching of a Justin Fields game of all time.
I think he's been fine.
He was very exciting.
Well, again, I told you guys, I'm less worried about this week than I am the following week where the Broncos have to come back with major jet lag, flying back to Denver. That jet lag is much more effective. And on a short week because they don't get a bye. And the Giants get extra days to prepare because they play Thursday night.
Yeah. That one's going to be a lot more difficult, I think, too. Still, you're in this position where this week it's just like, go take care of your business. And you know, we were talking about it earlier. I think you could make the argument that the Broncos are the second best team in the AFC right now. I think you could.
You could.
Because I think Buffalo's in a category of their own for the moment, even with the loss last week. But it's Denver or like Indy. Those are your next two.
Why are you just waving off the 4-1 Jaguars?
Jacksonville too, sure.
I mean, you don't really know yet, though, do you? Because maybe this isn't just sort of a.
All right, can I play?
Maybe this just isn't sort of a ghost in the machine that this is a real thing for them. I don't know how to categorize their 4-1 start.
They were picking number 2 in the draft last year. The team the year prior that picked number 2 went to the NFC Championship game, and that was the Commanders.
Correct.
I think that'd be really hard for 2 teams to do that 2 years in a row, to go from the second overall pick to like the second to last game of the year.
The odds would certainly be against.
Now, what's different about Jacksonville is usually if you're picking in that position, it's because you don't have a good quarterback. And Jacksonville has one that I don't know what you think of Trevor Lawrence. He's kind of hard to figure out. But he's at least okay. He was just hurt last year, which was a huge factor in it. So maybe that does tip the scales in a more weird direction.
The Jets are, you know how many points they're giving up per game?
It's a lot.
Almost 32 per game.
Yeah.
Not as many as the Ravens.
That is correct.
Are they second?
The Ravens D.
Are they second in the league? Or second worst in the league to the Ravens?
They also have allowed 27 points in each of their first 5 games this year. I mean, they're a bad defense. They're a bad football team. The Broncos are going to kill them.
By the way, a texter says, did Brett say the Jets haven't turned it over this season? No, they have not forced a turnover.
Have not forced a turnover.
They have not a takeaway.
I mean, I can't envision a scenario where the Broncos don't blow these guys out of the water. Broncos have 21 sacks this year. The Jets have 7.
I would largely
Their
agree
entire
with you.
team has the same amount as Nick Bonito on his own. I just they're going to kill them.
I don't think it's going to be a huge impact on the game, but I am curious what that looks like without Ben Powers in the starting O-line.
Yeah, I think we assume that everything's going to be seamless, but that's not the way it works, especially an offensive line, as you guys well know, requires so much chemistry. Got to know when you get the guy next to you, what he's going to do. Take a look. If you have a chance, go back and look at the coordinated effort on the 2-point conversion. Again, we slough it off. It's a quick play, quick throw outside. But take a look at the chemistry involved on the O-line to block that up and block it perfectly.
Yeah.
Even J.K. Dobbins stepping up and making a key block to open the passing lane. We take that for granted. You add another element. You take a guard out and replace him. Not as easy as it sounds.
I know the teams without a win, they get desperate. Maybe they play desperate. They just want to get a dub and get off that train. But there's a reason that a team is winless, and the Jets are every bit of that reason.
No, they're bad.
They're a bad football team.
If you guys missed it, this was Jared Bednar on the goal that was scored by Lekkonen but set up by Cale McCarr. This is what he had to say about it.
But the guy's kind of closing in off the half wall, top of the circles area, and he explodes through that seam and gets by a guy that's probably 10, 12 foot deeper than the first guy. It was incredible. When you saw it live, I was like, whoa. And I've seen him do that. I've seen him take off a lot. But he had one in practice the other day where I was like, what was that? Just kind of pause and look at all the other coaches. How did he get through that seam so quick? It's crazy. From a standstill and just hitting his edges. That was one of the most explosive moves on the blue line that I've ever seen last night.
I mean, for him to say that, again, he sounds more like a fan than he does a coach in watching that. But I think that Bednar's seen a lot of hockey.
A lot of hockey.
I think he's seen a lot of that.
He's played a lot of hockey. He's seen a lot of hockey. And when he says something like that, it shows you that it is just an absolute world-class, best of the best, all-time type of move.
Coaches, how did he get through that seam so quick?
Yeah. I look, we all know the brilliance of Cale, but what I'm most excited about is it feels like for the first time in forever, it's not all down to those guys doing everything for you. You know what I mean? Just because of the injuries that you dealt with early in the season. Like, one thing you were fortunate about is that you didn't really have injuries to McCarr and McKinnon. So it was like, hey, do the heavy lifting and provide whatever scoring we can have because you're playing with half the Eagles roster right now. You got a full roster. Your second line has Landeskog back on it. You're back, I guess is what I'm saying.
The first guy that he burned, too, was the kid who fought Manson. First guy he burned. That kid's got, when Cale McCarr's coming at, that kid's got no shot.
Chance.
Yeah.
He's got no shot at life. Zero.
He should quit.
Quit. No. I mean, look, Cale does that to even the best players on the planet. That's what makes him one of the best players of all time at the blue line. He's just.
What if that's what happened? He got to the locker room after the game. Somebody put his arm around him. One of his teammates did. Kempe. He just goes, "Hey, bud, just want to let you know. I think it's time to hang it up." I don't think you got the requisite skills. He pulls Avante Davis. Just at halftime of the game, he just goes, "I got to tell you, I can't do this anymore."
Brett, remember the story I told you about how he cried once at a driving range?
Mm-hmm.
I tried to play basketball yesterday, pickup. I was so bad, so slow to react, so off balance, so lost. I wanted to cry. And I know it doesn't mean much. It's just an activity that anybody could stop. But do you have anything like that is relatable? Something you like doing? An activity that you just can't do anymore and you want to cry?
I can think of one.
Without going to the Rocky Mountain then? Without that?
I can think of one from our discussions, but... Knuckles, come on, give me some knuckles for that one.
Good.
All right, it doesn't feel good in your zone when they're grinding like that.
Okay. I could cry. Yeah. Hector says, Brett misses milking cows. Yeah, sure. That one. There's no cows out here.
Yeah, but your hands will be supple for a lifetime. I mean, there's only, when you can't, I can't describe it to you two because you guys aren't ballers. But
here's the thing.
When you can't.
If I got back in the batter's box and I just took BP and I just couldn't hit the ball anymore, I think I'd be really sad about it. Yeah, I'd be
I
really
will
sad.
say this, though, Vic. I don't move quite as fast as I used to. But when I go to the gym, I get a ball, and I always warm up by shooting hoops, on the court, doing some layup shooting.
I got to tell you something, Mo.
Hey, man,
show me these videos.
I made a ton
cares,
of buckets
Moj.
yesterday. If you want to play a game of horse anytime, I will take you on whatever you want.
Moj, I don't care about you playing with sixth graders.
No, he shoots by himself. I got to tell you something, Moj. As a friend,
I'm a lone shooter. I'm a lone shooter.
When you set up your camera and there's a 2-minute and 30-second video of you shooting hoops, and you fast forward to the last 30 seconds, and I can tell as you're fast forwarding, there's a whole bunch of shots bouncing off the rim.
Those are all makes.
And then you tell me, look
Those
at
are
Moji
all
buckets.
makes.
And then the one that you show me is a 5-foot bank shot or something like that. I'm not impressed by it.
No, I followed it out. I got my own rebound and put it back up off the glass.
Oh, you Jalen Hurts it, huh?
Yeah, I mean it was from beyond.
care less.
It was from beyond the elbow with the swish. Got my own rebound and went off the glass with it. What do you want?
When the court shrinks and everything feels like you're in slow-mo, everything's going so fast around you and chaotic, and you don't know where to go. You don't even know where to put your body. You know, like, where should I be? That's when you know. Just end it.
Be done.
Honest to God. I mean, I was just like yesterday, I was like, what is going on?
Should have taken off your shoes and just left them in the court. Like, just left them on
You know
the
how many
bench.
times I've done that, Brett? You know how many times I've retired from basketball and come back?
Well, Vic, you aren't MJ. I hate to break it to you.
Nobody says that. It's a love. It's a passion to play. And that's why pro athletes, they don't like still skate. They don't, because they played at an elite level. I never played at an elite level, but you still play because you love it so much.
One thing that might be slipping on you, Vic, isn't just your basketball game. It might be your radio game. And with that,
I think it's all gone. I think it's all gone.
Checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Yeah, pretty much from the get-go, Vic did not have a good show. I think I couldn't grab all of his mistakes because there are about 20 of them, but
I hit double digits today for sure.
I put together a compilation. This one, this little recap has a couple from the first segment, so right off the top, but then after that, it goes to something from the last segment, just to show you the breadth that he covered.
With all lines working, I mean, the depth on this team, I can't wait to ask him about Grimley playing with his dad. So Mason delivers the hit, and it was
His name's Manson.
I'm sorry. Manson delivers a hit. Do you really pick fights with dudes and start throwing blows at a guy? Was it the who was it? Was it the Charlotte? Was it the?
Are you thinking the Panthers?
David
the
Tepper?
Carolina owner. Dude, that right there is an embodiment of me playing basketball. Just lost.
Dude.
Just like, what?
Well, there's
like
some
the world's happening. I don't know what I'm doing.
There's some reason for it, but not all. Does that make sense?
You said you're about to say Charlotte, and then you're about to say the
Hornets.
and then you just froze. You're like,
Was it the who was it? Was it the Charlotte? Was it the? I was about to say shrimps.
All right, hey, along with our Avs Ticket Tuesday yesterday, we gave listeners a chance to enter on our website for a second chance. They all went to altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix, and our winner for the fifth and final pair of tickets to the home opener tomorrow night is Zach Erickson from Lakewood.
Hey, Zach.
So congrats to Zach. Stay with us every Tuesday for Avs Ticket Tuesdays on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You guys have a wonderful Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Do you really pick fights with dudes and start throwing blows at a guy?
Kings dig it loose in their own end, in front of their own bench. Get the center ice. Oh, what a hit! Thrown by Josh Manson! Warren Fogle doesn't know the number of the train that hit him, but we do. Into our second period. Here comes Nathan MacKinnon around Mikey Anderson. MacKinnon throws it in front. Marty Necas a shot. He scores! It's a Marty party! And Nathan MacKinnon, with that point, passes Joe Sakic for the most points of anybody in a Colorado Avalanche sweater. MacKinnon takes it away. MacKinnon wants the feed up top. Cale Makar fakes the one-timer. Makar right down Broadway. Makar shot. Save made. Rebound. They score! We're up all night to get lucky. 3 shots. They win the draw here. Cale Makar for Marty Necas. He's got room. He scores! It's a Marty party. Get out the cheese for the Marty Nachos. He has 2. Colorado finally cashes in on the power play. And the LA Kings are drinking from a fountain that's pouring like an avalanche. That's coming down the mountain. It's 4-0 Colorado here on opening night.
Recognize greatness when you hear it. Welcome to the Morning Sprint. Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson, Mark Bertinoli, and the Colorado Avalanche open their season with a beatdown of the Kings in LA. Marty Nachos scores twice.
Give me all the processed cheese, Marty.
It was a 4-1 Avs win last night.
I want extra salty tortilla chips, man.
Avs look good. Avs look
Dude,
good, man.
what did I call yesterday? Do you remember?
No, wait. Did you pick this?
Yes.
Oh man, I gotta start paying attention to what you say.
I said 3 to 1.
Oh,
3 to 1 Avs.
Listen, that was,
and I called a 2-point performance from MacKinnon. And I said
did do that.
I think I said a 1 point from Makar, but he had 2.
Yeah.
And then Marty Nachos, baby.
Yeah.
And how about my guy Brent Burns with the stick work, getting 3 blocks, man?
It is so. I'm still getting used to seeing that dude in burgundy and blue.
He's a big dude, man. He is long.
It's still. But listen, the Avs looked big, nasty, fast last night. They were skating in that second period. The LA Kings are a good team. The LA Kings are a playoff team, and they looked like they were chumps in that second period. They were stuck in mud, and the Avs were just flying. Got a little chippy. I like that. Got a little mean. I like that. And Scott Wedgwood looked great between the pipes. I don't know. That was a good first game. I guess that's all I'm trying to say. That's way to open
What about
the season.
Gavin? Gavin was pretty good too.
Gavin Brindley, yeah.
He looked good.
Yeah, listen, man, when you're 20 years old rolling into the NHL, that's a big moment.
It's
man.
a big deal.
Big. Although that was a crazy moment. Also, so Wedgwood led the team out on the ice, but right behind him, Gabe Landeskog. Man, it was. I get emotion. It's stupid. It is stupid. I understand that sports spark those kind of emotions. That's why we love it. But man, I got a little emotional. It was dumb sitting there watching Gabe hit the ice in the first regular season game of the season for the first time since 2021, and then they just rolled. Yeah, that's a good time. That is a good. Arturi Lehkonen got on the board. Nathan MacKinnon. So I mean, let's give the dog his props because he is now the all-time leading scorer in Avalanche history. He still has 625 points, I think, to catch Joe Sakic all time because Joe also put up a ton of points when they were the Quebec Nordiques before they moved to Colorado.
Les Quebec Nordiques.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. He put up 626 points in Quebec, and then he put up over 1,000 when they moved here to Colorado for the Avs. And so, but still, that's a massive, massive mark for Nathan MacKinnon to hit. And now I don't know what to say. I mean, that was that was an amazing performance from your Avalanche to start things. We'll see what they do against the Mammoth last night.
Oh, they're playing
tomorrow night.
It's a crossover lacrosse game?
No.
Oh, okay.
It would be awesome. Listen, a lot of lacrosse players also play hockey. It's just one
lacrosse
of those things.
on ice.
But
Should we just do it? Lacrosse on ice.
I'm telling you, what's going to happen if the Mammoth get there? What happened if the judge rules and the Mammoth get their name revoked? So here's what the Utah Mammoth was called: the Utah Hockey Club last year. They pick a new name. They give their fans a whole list of names to vote on, and they decide on Mammoth. And they go, we're going to be the Utah Mammoth. And then there is a hockey company called Mammoth Hockey or something. Like they do hockey bags and stuff like that.
Yeah, already have.
And they're like,
patent
yo,
on
man,
it.
we've been Mammoth Hockey for a decade now. What the? And so they sue Utah, and now a judge is going to have to, decide if Utah gets to keep the name.
Not to mention a professional sports team that is a part of it's a state that borders you, that is owned by the same ownership group that owns the hockey team. Like, that's crazy to me.
Yeah.
The Mammoth thing is, I will never get used to it. I'm not going to call the Utah Hockey Club the Mammoth.
It's going to be weird.
Try to call them like what about just the
name
Beehives?
yanked?
The Utah Beehives, because that's what they're
Think about
called.
all the swag they've already put out there with the Mammoth. And what happens if a
It
judge
looks
yanks
dumb.
there?
Looks stupid.
And they're like, okay, never mind. We'll go be the Utah.
It just looks like
Whatever.
it just looks like it looks like it was made on Chat GPT, man.
I've
or as
told
Vic
this-
Lombardi would call it, Chat BG.
I've told this story a billion times, but I don't know if I've told it to you. Do you know what the Colorado, when they moved from Quebec here, do you know what the original name of the Colorado Avalanche was going to be?
Was it Rockies?
No.
Because I know that precedes that. That's the old it wasn't ECHL, it was another AHL maybe?
Oh wait, hold on.
The Colorado Rockies, no, they were NHL, right? Weren't they NHL for a very short period of time?
Oh, you're talking about this Rocky. Yeah, the ones that become the New Jersey Devils? Yes. Yeah.
That was the
They were,
Rockies.
although, how long were they here? With Don Cherry's, I have no idea how long the Rockies were actually here in the city. But when the Avs moved, before they were called the Colorado Avalanche, the original name, the name that they were going to have here in Denver was the Rocky Mountain Extreme. Extreme. That was the name in 99 or 2000 when they were like, you know what? Or actually, it was 95, 96.
Yeah, it was right around the time of the advent of the X Games.
Rocky Mountain
let's go with the extreme because Colorado's so extreme.
And then they were like, you know what? Now that's a
no,
name.
that's cheeks. That is absolutely cakes.
Maybe Utah can be the Rocky Mountain Extreme now if they want to after that. But either way, that would get sidetracked like a son of a gun. I will do that.
I like that.
All right. How did you feel watching that game, Coach? Feeling good about your Colorado Avalanche?
I felt good about it. I love the speed and the pace and even the health of the team, just lacking LOC. I know this player was not all that impactful, but just having a newly acquired young player out there on the ice in opening day and Gavin Brindley, I liked that. Brent Burns and what you see, he's not like the most, everybody wants him, including me, to be like this enforcer that just obliterates human beings when they cross the blue line.
Speaking of obliterate, Josh Manson.
Manson's that dude.
Trucking folks.
I like that. You know what's good, though? You know what's good? When you add a guy like Brent Burns, I feel like his experience, it elevates the other D pairings in D pairings 2 and 3. And so you saw better production in your D zone from players that, the Malinskis of the world that are good players. But when you have that experience, you have the stick work, you have the technicality of a Brent Burns, understanding space so well, being a shot blocker, it frees up guys like Josh Manson to go be dogs and go be enforcers.
Yeah.
And so, and to get that much TOI, that much ice time, man, for a guy like Brent Burns at 40, I love that. And that was the question about him. Is he going to really be that impactful at 40 years old? And the answer so far is yes.
Yeah, that was a lot of time he was burning on the ice. I guess I never would have thought Sam Malinsky gets you a goal in the first game of the season, but I love it. Let's keep going. When you're getting goals from guys like that, woo, you might be able to do some serious damage. ESPN's Greg Wisniewski, who is their NHL reporter, he a little while back he cornered Cale Makar, and he was like, Cale, I just want you to know, on ESPN, I'm picking the Avalanche to win the Stanley Cup. And Cale was like, I appreciate that. But he was going to all the Avs players like, I'm picking you to win the whole thing. I don't even know how you respond to that. Just like, all right, thanks. I really like it. But I feel like you're coming into this season as the favorite to win the cup. It's not Florida. It's not Edmonton. It's you. As a coach, do you like that kind of pressure, or would you rather build to that later in the season?
I think this team needs that pressure.
Okay.
And I think it's healthy for them because they are talented enough to cash the checks that maybe the national narrative is writing because they've already done it. Part of this core, a decent part of the core, has done it. They've won it, and they've actually added to it. And so far, One game out of what? Are we 82 or are we now 84?
We got 81 games. No, 84 kicks in next season.
Year, okay.
Next season.
I heard
it's just 82. Yeah.
McGahee talking about it yesterday.
Stoked about 84.
Oh, yeah, he loves
games.
84.
And I'm like,
he's a sicko.
He is a sicko.
He would take 184 if he could.
Yes, he would. He's like, I want to do everything. I'm like, no, you're crazy.
So
but yeah, 84 next
season.
season.
So with 81 remaining, but there's a lot of hockey remaining. Yeah, I get that.
190 days left of the season.
A lot.
Regular season.
And that's you want to play an extra what? Dang near
extra
2 months. 60?
Yeah. Dang near an extra 60, brother.
250 days.
Yeah, just hockey. Let's go.
Let's stick and puck and let's go run into each other's faces and deal with our elbows and shoulders and knees crashing down on our hard ice and boards. Man, what a wild sport it is. But I like the pressure for this team. I like the early returns. I like the feel of it. And the thing that I really like is I like Marty Necas, and if you can get a Marty Necas throughout the regular season that is playing incredibly fast, and the rest of the team for the entirety of that 190-day stretch is used to playing that style of optimizing the speed of McKinnon, Necas, Makar, and then Landeskog being a guy that can kind of stabilize, and then Nichushkin being a guy that can be in front of net physically. If you can just get all of your lines to play with that chemistry, I think you're going to see an optimized Marty Necas in the postseason, and that's what this team really needs.
Yeah, I agree. Because, all of this is building up to the Stanley Cup playoffs. It doesn't matter what you do in the regular season. Not with this
I think
team.
it does, though.
You do?
I do.
I was having this conversation last night with Springer because he hates it when the Avs win the President's Trophy for the most points.
I don't care about the President's Trophy.
120 points, man. I want that. Man. I want the best team in hockey in there during the regular season.
I agree with you on that. But it's not even really about the tangible results. It's kind of about the process and the build and the feel and the chemistry and having what I don't feel like the Avs had last year because there was so much turnover going into the postseason.
Yeah.
Good turnover that I think you're going to start.
49. The Avs used 49 different skaters last year. That's a ton of players.
When you get to that point, though, and you don't know exactly how the pairings all work and how the lines all interchange and what you're going to do on your special teams, what's your power play look like? What does your kill look like? You don't, when you're trying so many different experiments of that in the postseason, it's going to end up catching up to you when it catches up to you, and it did. And I think if you can just keep this core together, healthy is that's the number one thing.
Yeah,
I think this team's going to have awesome chemistry going into the postseason. I was really negative about the Avs all offseason because losing in the first round of the playoffs
it hurts. It feels
completely
bad.
unacceptable.
Yeah, it's a bad taste in your mouth, and it sticks there for 3 months.
But last night was a good reminder. It's a new year, and I'm a new me.
Marty Necas, it could very well have an absolutely monster season, mostly because of 2 words. Contract year. He's looking to get paid. And playing next to the dog, you're going to rack up. Marty could have an absolutely monstrous season this year. And that second line, that second line is sexy as hell.
It is. Is it the sexy line or the second line, or is it both?
It's sexy to me. It's just a big, nasty, mad, bad. You know what the Avalanche are? The Avalanche are mad, bad, and dangerous to know. And that's how they're going to play this entire season.
They're young, dumb, and full of something.
Yeah, I get you. I get you, Coach. I get you. All right, let's do this. Let's take a quick timeout. When we come back, it's Broncos time. Sean Payton and Bo Nix both spoke this morning as they get ready to take on a Jets team in London. And some of the Jets numbers they're scared. They're scaring. The Jets are so bad, I am now scared of this game. And we'll get to it next right here on the Morning Spread.
No, each week it's the ability to refocus on the next challenge, and I think oftentimes the games are won and lost right here today, tomorrow, and Friday. So these guys understand in our league it's different than college. We're not getting a chance to play a 1AA or FCS school. These are all professional teams, and we'll handle it that way.
Trap game, ain't no such thing as a trap game for Sean Payton and the Denver Broncos. Welcome back to the morning sprint on this Wednesday, October the 8th, after an Avalanche win last night. And you can kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with the promo code AVS7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today. All right, Coach Sanford, I got a question for you about this trap game stuff that we just heard Sean Payton talk about. And that's this. So Sean Payton, after the win against Philadelphia, and man, did the Broncos send the Eagles into a death spiral? They had a players-only meeting. Then the players-only meeting leaked. Then they got angry about the leaking of the players-only meeting. And it sounds like Jalen and Saquon sat A.J. Brown down and was like, what the hell, bro? So anyway, yes, the Broncos broke the Eagles, and now you got the Jets. After that Eagles win, Coach Payton says, you know what this was? This was almost nothing but a positive outcome no matter what happened in this game for us. He's like, this is one of those games, win or lose, this was going to be a positive outcome for us. There wasn't too many downsides because you were expected to lose against Philadelphia. And if that's what happened, everyone had just assumed that that's what was going on. There is no real downside to it.
I completely disagree.
I do too. And this feels like the exact opposite of that, right?
Yeah,
you
can't look at those games that way. You can't look at a game that on paper you should win and say, boy, oh man, if we lose this one, it's going to be the worst, right? Because then you go out and play scared. You play like you're gripping the stick too tight. Man, when I look at the win over the Eagles, it wasn't one of those games that, hey, the comeback was great either way. No, it wasn't. Because what's the one thing that is what has eluded your second-year quarterback is
that very thing.
Really good opponent, finding a way to beat them and being the reason that you win the game.
And if the Broncos would have lost that game, we wouldn't have been talking about that fourth quarter. We would have been talking about the first 3 quarters when they looked like, just not good.
And what else would you be talking about? You'd be talking about a team that's 2-3 right now.
Yeah, that would have been not ideal.
And 2-3 with losses against Indianapolis, who is playing good football. But do you think you're a better roster right now than the Colts? Do you?
Ooh, no, probably. Ooh, I don't know.
Yes, you are. You have a way better defense, man. Way better.
I don't know, man.
The Broncos
That's a 4-1
defense
football team. You are what your record says you are, right?
They beat you. But you should have beat them. If you had better play from multitude of hosts there, that you would have played better.
Mm-hmm.
This Jets game to me, man, just take it as you are preparing to play the best team in a neutral site in football. And just go out and play ball, man. Shut them down. Because if you think you're going to be able to kind of sleepwalk through this in London, Sean Payton's preparing them as such. He's doing all the things right. You're staying in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, he's like, no, we're not going anywhere. We're not going to go visit things in London.
Yeah.
We're here for football.
And I love it. And Sean's doing the right way. He's doing it 100% the right way.
This is experience from Sean Payton, though. Did you see Sean Payton was like, I've done this before. One time in New Orleans, Shockey tried to take the entire team to Amsterdam during the middle of the trip, and we had to put the kibosh on that. And I was like, so Sean Payton knows.
Who's Shockey?
Jeremy Shockey.
Oh, I think you're talking about our program director.
He's like, yo, let's go to Amsterdam, the entire Philadelphia.
Hey, let's go to a coffee shop and get blitzed, man.
No, so Sean knows, but listen, how about this? Let me ask you this question about the New York Jets. So the Jets fire Robert Saleh, a defensive-minded coach.
And they were pretty salty defensively.
Yes.
Were they not?
Hire Aaron Glenn, a defensive-minded coach, which you hardly ever do, right? Both in college and in the NFL, owners almost always go the opposite. You got a defensive
pendulum
guy.
Swings, right?
Yeah. You go get you an offensive guy. You change it. But the Jets double down on defense. But the Jets' defense is the worst defense in the NFL right now. That's a lie. I think it's the Ravens. I think it's the Ravens, actually.
Oh, the Ravens.
I think the Ravens are giving up 35 a game.
Does that even make sense?
It doesn't make any sense, man. It doesn't make any sense. And the Jets are giving up over 31 points a game. I think it is. So how do you go from a defensive head coach to another defensive head coach and get worse on defense? What's that all about? How does that happen? Like, you're doubling down on defense, and that is the weakness of your team. Your offense ain't much better. But
all I'll tell you, even right now, going through a season of coaching myself, all change, it can yield positive results, but it's still change.
Right.
Right? It's still change. And think about the schematic differences between an Aaron Glenn defense from the Detroit Lions compared to the Robert Saleh. It's really the Vic Fangio defensive structure with a lot of quarters and pattern match reads and very complex front iterations that give various looks to quarterbacks that have to check and kill and kind of a funky third down pressure package that a lot of times looks a lot worse than it actually is and makes a lot of people over prepare for it, to an Aaron Glenn defense that has a lot more man principles to it. It's change. And it's also changed with the personnel that you have. And the difference with, say an NFL team is that a lot of times if your defensive structure was built by a defensive-minded head coach to fit a type of coverage and front play perspective, man, it's going to take maybe a year to 3 years to turn over your roster to get it to the place where it fits the personnel.
There's no way the New York Jets allow Aaron Glenn 3 seasons to get this right? If it doesn't start turning around at the end of this season, they might yank him in the middle of year number 2, which, it's a tough job, but we're talking about the New York Jets, who's going to be tough to turn around anyway. How about, hold on, let's see, I got this number for you, Coach. This is the 66th, this is from ESPN, this is the 66th year of the New York Jets. The only other time the Jets were the last winless team in the NFL after at least 5 games was in 2020. That was the Adam Gase coach team that started 0-13.
Was that when his eyes were going crazy at the press conference?
Yes.
Dude,
but that's how.
Can somebody explain that to me?
Adam Gase is like an idiot savant when it comes to football.
You see his eyes, man? They were like,
yeah.
oh, God.
Like, I think that's just his brain. Like, his eyes are too connected to his brain, and his brain's sending those weird. Right?
What is it about being involved with the New York Jets organization that just makes people's bodies, minds do crazy things? Kind of like our guy, Mark Sanchez.
Yeah. Yes.
Adam Gase's eyes, Mark Sanchez's antics with a grease driver. You never want to get into it with a grease driver.
No.
Yeah, grease drivers always carry pepper spray, and they always carry
just
knives.
Like, don't get into it. Don't get into it with a trucker. Don't get into it with a driver.
No, don't do it. Just don't do it.
Like, that dude was almost 70. You don't think he's been in a couple fights in his life? Oh, yeah. He held off a professional athlete at the age of 70. I know.
He's probably a pool shark, too, that's been into a couple pool hall brawls as well.
Yeah, that dude's got some life stories to tell. I'll tell you that right now.
Man.
He's got some life stories, and now he's got another one.
If the walls of that truck could speak, man.
He's like, let me tell you about the time I stabbed an NFL quarterback.
It was pretty cool, man.
You know what? Do we, KJ, do you have Sean Payton talking about Aaron Glenn, the type of coach he is, and what we're... All right, let's hear from Sean Payton.
He's a tremendous coach. He was a huge asset to us in New Orleans. I've said this before, as a head coach, you love to see guys get these opportunities. I love to watch Dan Campbell and his team. Aaron's getting things built there. I know how he was as a player, and I know how intense and diligent he was as a coach for us. So, I'm happy to see him get that opportunity, and it's much deserved.
So Aaron Glenn, schematically. So nowadays it's so cool. You got all these AI machines. Mm-hmm. What did I just say about Aaron Glenn's defensive scheme that's a departure from what Vic Fangio and Robert Saleh's type of scheme is, which is based on quarters, which is zone coverage, a little bit more keep the lid on the defense, make sure you keep a shell at all times. What's Aaron Glenn's defensive scheme? What did I just tell you?
Not anything like that.
Yeah, so here it is, man. AI. The chat be cheat.
Oh,
Aaron Glenn's defensive scheme is built around an aggressive attacking philosophy, emphasizing man coverage, strong pass rushing, and a hybrid-based defense that can seamlessly shift between different formations. Key components include significant use of cover one, which is man coverage, featuring man-to-man responsibilities for corners and 1 or 2 safeties, providing over-the-top run support. He also prioritizes getting pressure on the quarterback utilizing blitzes in an aggressive style to force offensive mistakes.
That sounds great.
What does it sound like? What defense does that sound like?
It sounds like the Broncos defense.
It sounds like Vance Joseph.
Yes.
Vance Joseph and Aaron Glenn are going to be Spider-Man memeing. But guess what? Guess what the difference is going to be between the two defenses.
Right. You can't play man-on-man. Well, they do have Sauce, right? I mean, who do they have at the corners?
Think about it, man. Sauce has benefited from being in a solid defense where he could sit back, read eyes of the quarterback, and then get some interceptions, some PBUs based off that. Now he's got to Pat Surtain now. You got to play man coverage.
Yeah, all game long. You make one mistake, one quarter, and then
And let me ask you this: if you're a Sauce Gardner and you had a bunch of success and you had the title of the best cover corner in the NFL for a couple years under Robert Saleh's scheme, and all of a sudden now you're getting exposed a little bit. What do you think that Sauce Gardner's doing?
Sauce Gardner says he's losing sleep.
Ain't me.
He says he can't sleep.
You know why? Ain't me.
It's like
it's this fool. I like that Robert Saleh, and that stuff's. If you don't think that stuff creeps into the psyche of a team when there is a dramatic departure, when the ineptitude of the Jets was offensively for the last few years.
Yeah, and now it's here I got a number for you. Aaron Glenn is only the fourth coach in the Super Bowl era whose team has allowed at least 27 points in each of his first 5 games as a coach. Although one of those other coaches is Jimmy Johnson, who went on to. Those Cowboys teams were bad, but then they were good.
You know what got me excited when I just read all that about Aaron Glenn's defensive scheme, which is truly identical in identity to what Bo Nix and the Denver Broncos offense saw every single day of the offseason.
Okay, I get what you're saying. That they're gonna know this defense.
They know it. But you want to talk about swinging a bat with a big old heavy donut on it all offseason?
You're right.
And then you just hit it. You hit the base of the bat on that dirt right outside the dugout, and all of a sudden, how does that bat feel?
Right, you're swinging it like Shohei. You're swinging it like it feels. You're just launching.
Because the personnel is not the same, man. They're not seeing Nick Bonito. They're not seeing Zach Allen, who does give you the ability to be so multiple in your front looks that make it so challenging. Because Zach Allen can be the nose tackle, he can be the 3 technique, he can be a defensive end. You have Jonathan Cooper. You've got a multitude, DeAndre Tillman, Jonah Ellis. Obviously, the downside right now is the linebacker position, but even then, Alex Singleton's still a very experienced player. The Jets don't have all of those pieces right now in that system to make it a fit. And so the Broncos they're looking to this game and be like, we know the answers to this coverage. We know the answers to these pressures, but we get to do it for once against somebody who's not as damn good as what we saw all year.
We're going to torch him. One of the weirder things about the first 5 games for the New York Jets is this stat. The Jets became, when they got housed by the Cowboys this weekend, lost that game 37-22, they became the first team in NFL history to have 0 takeaways in their first 5 games. 0 takeaways. I don't know what they're doing. It's the weirdest. Okay, 2 questions for you, Coach. If you are Sean Payton, what game plan do you install for this Jets defense, this Jets team? And if you're the Jets, what do you do to slow down the Broncos this week? Because you're giving up more than 30 points. You're just giving up points left and right. So what's the game plan against the Broncos? What's the game plan against the Jets? Give me each side of that.
What was Aaron Glenn brought in to do? What does he do?
He's brought in to win, but to stop teams from putting up massive points on him.
He's a defensive guy, right? Do you think Aaron Glenn's going to all of a sudden he's going to go away from what got him the job?
No.
Just 5 games in? Or do you think Aaron Glenn's starting to go up to the ownership group and say,
we got to change this roster.
This personnel ain't right.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying.
So he's going to stick to his guns.
That's exactly what he's saying.
He's sticking to his guns because guess what? He was the hottest. He and Ben Johnson were the 2 hottest assistants in football. Were they not?
Right. No, they were smoking red hot.
Although let's call it like it really is, the real red hot assistant coach that got a head job was Duval.
Liam, man.
My man, Liam.
Oh.
I
never thought after he hit us with that Duval a couple of months ago when he was
that guy's washed.
I was like, no way, this ain't gonna work. And now everyone's starting to believe in the Jags, man. It's so crazy. It's so crazy what just 2-3 weeks in the NFL can do for your fan base, for the ownership group, for the sponsorship group. Like, it's crazy.
We got to go back to the tape there, KJ. I don't know if you remember me and Raj on our preseason predictions. Your boy was feeling pretty good about the Jags.
You gave the Jags some love?
I was feeling the Jags this year.
Well, man, it's working out. It's working out, although I have no idea who they're playing this weekend. Like, the Eagles play again tomorrow night. You can hear that right here on the – wait, what is today? It's right tomorrow's NFL –
Hump Day!
Okay.
Hump Day!
Hump Day. Okay, it is. So, we got NFL football tomorrow right here on the station. Eagles and Giants. Well, on 9:50 since the Avs game will be
More
on.
importantly than this, man, if you're a real football sicko, man.
I saw it.
Do you know what's coming?
49 straight days of football. Do you see that?
Do you know what starts tonight, man?
40. It's action, right?
It starts tonight.
We get there. We go 49 straight days. There's a football game every single day. Every single day, starting with the action tonight. Yeah,
man.
that's crazy talk. That's so much football in such a small amount of time.
Wait a minute. Are you sure?
Is it not action? Well, who's playing? Let's see. Because we got a football game this Wednesday tonight, right now, right?
What is it?
It is. Let's see who's playing tonight. Missouri State and Middle Tennessee in Conference USA. Oh, we got 2 Conference USA games.
Okay, so
and
not
Liberty
quite
and
Maction.
UTEP.
I think the real Maction starts next week, but I'll take Wednesday night bad football any day of the week and
then
twice on
tomorrow
Wednesday.
we got some more Conference USA and some Sunbelt games.
Dude, Liberty, UTEP, man. Gosh, man. Is that CU? I don't know. Yeah, CUSA coming through in the Klizzach. So we got some CUSA after dark, man. I was a CUSA head coach.
Were you really?
Yeah, man. Western Kentucky. I got my CUSA.
Right,
I got my Wednesday night CUSA
You
on.
were riding a Zamboni there.
Yeah.
They were like, hey, welcome the head coach.
Nashville Predators. You want to come over here and ride the Zamboni? I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna take you guys to Stanley Cup playoffs, baby. And we sure did. We went to the finals that year.
Hey, man, you're a good luck charm, brother.
I still have my PK Subban jersey.
You're a good luck charm. All right, let's take a time out. When we come back, we want to talk a little college football. We want to hear from Coach Prime, and we'll dice all that up next right here on the Morning Sprint.
The Browns traded away Joe Flacco.
Yeah, I got
to
that text
Cincinnati.
during practice.
I was just wondering what your reaction is.
I don't give a damn about the Browns at all. I care about the Colorado Buffaloes. I do love me some Shedeur Sanders, don't believe that. I care about him. The rest of that mess, I don't, okay? I'm a coach trying to win just like they're trying to win games, but I could care less of who they traded. I'm pretty sure Pac is going to get on his podcast and do what he does and break it down to you and for you. Ain't you, Pac?
For me, as a Bengals fan, I like the trade.
He went to the Bengals?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Bengals ain't no joke, ain't they? They're trying to win.
Pac-Man Jones has a podcast? I didn't know Pac-Man Jones has a podcast.
I'm sure that is just completely level-headed, sane content coming from the mouth of Pac-Man, Adam Pac-Man Jones.
Yeah, so that's Coach Prime pumping up Pac-Man's podcast. And
What are we doing?
That's
Who is it refused to talk to somebody because they wouldn't be on their pod? Remember that last year?
No, I'm sure that's
NBA,
happened a
it was an
couple
NBA
times.
basket. It was an NBA player.
Yeah, I'm sure that has happened a couple of times.
Like, hey, you ain't jump on my pod, man.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't talk to you.
Like, it's crazy. I mean, a lot of players have podcasts now, although, I don't know. I mean, JJ Redick doesn't do a podcast anymore now that he's the coach of the LA Lakers, right? He is anti-podcast now? I don't know. I don't know. But that's Coach Prime talking about the trade in Cleveland. He had no idea that the trade was with Cincinnati as Joe Flacco gets moving. And Flacco,
it was Pete Bev.
It was Patrick Beverly who was like, I'm not. You wouldn't wait. He was like, you wouldn't come on my podcast, or I won't come on yours.
So I remember this. Pete Bev, when ESPN producer was asking a question, he said, "No, I'm not going to answer the question because you ain't jumped on my pod, or you ain't subscribed to my pod."
You ain't subscribed to my pod. That's like 9 billion people haven't subscribed to your pod, bro. Like
ESPN producer Melinda Adams, he asked her, "Do you subscribe to my pod?"
And she said,
"No." He said, "I ain't doing my interview with you."
I mean, I guess whatever, if that's how you want to promote your podcast.
Now, let me ask you this, man. Coach Prime, not afraid to use his platform.
No, he is not. No.
Do you think that referring to his son's, not just team, but also his employer, and using the word mess, is that a problem?
No, because I think everybody thinks that, right? Right? Everybody looks at the Cleveland Browns and is like, what the hell are they doing? Especially at the quarterback position. Whereas, like, I think Coach Prime has to be completely frustrated with the entire situation in Cleveland. So he's just like, I'm done with it, man. I'm done with Cleveland. I don't care about Cleveland. So I'll be happy when I'm sure he wants to say, as soon as Shedeur moves on to a good football team or a well-run organization, maybe I'll talk about that. But until then, we got nothing. Nothing and no how and no way.
Now, with that being said, using the word mess and then also saying, oh, the Bengals? Oh, they're actually trying to win. That's implying that the other side of the trade is not trying to win.
You're right. Maybe you know it is Coach Prime, so he might be poking the bear a little bit.
Might be.
Okay, you're saying he's poking the bear.
Let me ask the ultimate referee here, the voice of reason, the voice of truth here, our very own Kamaje Granderson.
Mm-hmm.
Is Coach Prime out of line as the dad of the quarterback who has yet to start a football game for the Cleveland Browns with his comments?
Yes. There's no reason to throw the Browns under the bus.
Why not? It's the Browns, man.
What I'm saying is, what do you get out of that? Because what if he does go...
The truth.
What if
why is telling the truth such a bad thing nowadays, KJ? The Browns suck.
What if
Dion can say they suck if he wants to, and we can all be like, yeah, we're with you, Coach, right?
How
do you think you should handle it?
What if Shedeur does raise the boats of the Cleveland Browns? Then will they not suck?
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is, like, I'm cool with you pumping up your son, but you don't have to knock other people down to do it. And I think that also, if I'm being honest, entitles his son to do the same.
And have the type of interviews that everybody nationally and even locally thought was incredibly disrespectful, where his son was mouthing nothing.
Right.
He was speaking nothings.
Man.
Shedeur actually jumped on either a pod or a local exclusive interview, I believe, talking about the Joe Flacco trade, which was interesting.
Oh, really? That is
interesting. And he did actually use words, like audible words that came out of his vocal cords and his voice box and were projected as opposed to just mouth moving, no words coming out.
You know, I think, we have some of that audio? All right, here's Shedeur then. Let's hear from him.
What did you think about the news today about Joe Flacco getting traded to Cincinnati?
Oh, Joe Flacco getting traded. He was definitely somebody I leaned on for wisdom, and I feel like he helped me a lot. He helped me a lot while my time being here in Cleveland and his time being here in Cleveland. So now, everybody has their own destinies and have their own plans they have in life. So I'm just happy for him.
Have you talked to him yet?
Yeah, I seen him in the facility. I seen him.
Before or after the news?
After, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he told me, I'm like, dang, that happened quick. Like, that was crazy.
Yeah. Welcome to the NFL. It happens quick, man. It happens quick. I mean, if you're Kevin Stefanski, actually, let me ask you. Let's go back to Dion for a second.
This
Hey, what's
interview,
up,
we're watching this. This interview is taking place at, I think, a luxury car dealership. It was part of
really? He was just
an
selling
endorsement
cars?
or something. I
Interesting.
don't know.
And
I
then
mean,
they
it was
just
a local news person, but it was also in conjunction with bringing somebody out to a car dealership.
Huh. Interesting.
There
So,
it is.
yeah, look at
I see some
Fox 8
cribs and
there
some
in
wheels.
Cleveland.
I see some Mercedes. Looking nice. Actually, Shador. Hey, remember we were talking about Shador need to get his hair cut
Yeah,
right?
it looks good
He's
now.
looking sharp
Yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah.
He's
Yeah,
ready.
yeah.
You know what? Shador is ready. Everybody, I get a lot of flack on the text chain here. 303-504-0925 saying that Shador Sanders is not an NFL-worthy starting quarterback from a talent standpoint. And the reason that you can point to that is because the evaluators spoke. And they said that he does not have a NFL starting draft-worthy grade, clearly, by when he was drafted.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of this stuff, even Coach Prime's very interview that we just listened to, perpetuates the reticence to not draft Shador Sanders as a draft-worthy grade for a starting quarterback.
Because you're scared of it. Listen, I don't like NFL front offices who make decisions out of fear, who are scared.
I'm not
like,
but,
scared, and I don't
but
like
do they
I
not
get
want
why
the
they do
headache?
it, but I hate it.
Berto, these are million, even sometimes $billion decisions as it relates to the future.
I know, just don't make those decisions out of fear. And how are you scared of a young 20-year-old young? You know what? That's
All of it. It's not
me
just
out.
him. It's all of it. It's his father, who's one of the greatest to ever do it
He's
at
got
the
a voice.
position. And
Yeah.
he truly, I think Coach Prime, even today with the Buffs, what are they? Are they 2-4 right now?
Yeah, they're bad, man.
They're 2-4 and 0 in the Big 12. Right now, he still has the biggest voice in college football.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
So
That's why you love Prime, though.
If you're I do. I love him. He's
Yeah,
great.
and he could
He's
very well
entertaining.
get smacked by Iowa State
You
this
know what,
weekend.
though? Coach Prime is great for you're in my industry that we're in right now.
Yeah.
He is great because it's fun. It's always something to talk about.
Yeah, he always says interesting things,
Like
different
even
angles.
when he said it,
different-
when he's talking, I ain't talking the Browns. I ain't talking about that mess.
Right. Even just
The
that,
Bengals?
you're just like,
the
that's
Bengals?
great.
Oh, they want to win, unlike the Browns, which he's implying, unlike the Browns, who are going to start this 5'8", Hawaiian kid.
Right. What's
named
up, Dylan?
Dylan, who's
Against
not
the
good.
Steelers in Pittsburgh this weekend. Guess what? That's
But
not
is that
a good sign.
But is that a setup for Dylan?
Oh, well, see, once again, I don't know what if you're Kevin Stefanski, what are you doing? Because you're going to lose your job. You've had it since 2020. You're going to lose your job, man. So why don't just go wild out, Kevin? Wild out. Just go crazy.
All the while, and I stand by this, man. Call me crazy. Everybody jump on 303-504-0925. Say Sanford doesn't know a dang thing about quarterbacks. All I can say is look at the CU Buff program the year before Shador Sanders got there. Look at them the year after Shador Sanders finished up as a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
They cannot win games at the quarterback position right now. They can't. Not even kind of. We couldn't win games in 2022 at the quarterback position. What I saw, Travis Hunter, otherworldly. Love him. Amazing. Would die to have him at any point in my coaching career. But the difference between 1-11 and 4-8, and then from 4-8 the next season to being in a bowl game with, I believe, 8 wins, right? Was it 8? 8 or 9?
Was it 8 or 9? Was it 9? Did they get 9 that year?
I think it was 8.
Oh, I thought it was 9, but I could be. I mean, I don't remember what happened last week.
6, 7.
But the difference was
Shador Sanders, man. That guy is a creator. He is the type of player that he does increase the level of production of the players around him. The sacks are awful. I hate the sacks. As a quarterback guy, I despise him going backwards.
So where's the line, though? Where's the line between I'm going to make a play and I'm gonna run the play, or I'm gonna make a play. You know what I mean? When the play breaks down, where's that line? When you, I mean, is it a certain amount of time in your brain, a clock in your brain that's telling you get this much time to make a play? Otherwise, you get rid of the ball.
The explosive potential for Cleveland of Shedeur playing quarterback is worth the experiment of allowing Shedeur to work through finding out the time that he does have in the NFL. Because he can't get away from edge rushers in the NFL, starting edge rushers. No way. No way. The Buffs were 9-4.
9-4, okay.
And I get it. Anybody says, well, he had Travis Hunter.
Right, you had the Heisman Trophy winner. But
I would say that Shedeur Sanders greatly raised the boat even of Travis Hunter with his playmaking ability at the quarterback position, his ability to extend plays. As a coach, I just got second played to death last Friday. It wasn't the on-schedule playmaking or the scheme that got me. It was a quarterback running around left, right, and then an unbelievable receiver just running over the top of the defense, and you're not covering long enough. It's hard. Shedeur did that incredibly well. And he also threw some insane passes with accuracy, correct trajectory. I'm just telling you, because I was the guy that was fired. I didn't want it all to look great.
Right.
But when I look back and I was able to truly take my own feelings out of it and just evaluate the 2-year, I'd call it the 2-year window of the glory years of the CU Buffs under Coach Prime, which is what I think it's going to go down in history as.
Okay.
I point to Shedeur Sanders as the biggest reason. Period, point blank, end of story, and tell me in a year or two if I was right.
No, you might. I mean, the Browns have a bye at the end of this month, and they are going to lose because they got Miami in there, but you got the Steelers, the Dolphins, and the Patriots, and I'm assuming Dylan Gabriel probably loses all 3 of those games. You get a bye, then you go to New York to take on the Jets, and that's probably where Coach Prime was like, I think I know. That's when Shedeur's going to start, right? Shedeur's going to start against the New York Jets here in 4 weeks' time, and we'll know then, right?
And he'll shred him.
You think he? We'll
tell
see.
me right now.
No,
hey, Buff fan, tell me right now.
If I had to put money on it.
When you watch the fourth quarter with Caden Salter in there, do you miss Shedeur Sanders? How incredibly badly do you miss Shedeur Sanders? That's my point.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we will hear from Sean Payton as he spoke this morning. We'll talk more about this Broncos Jets game. That is next.
No, we've done some studies on that, interestingly enough. Now, we'll be smart as to how we practice next week, just as it's been a unique schedule in that we played Monday night last week. When the schedule comes out, you just look at the travel, and so the concern was Monday, and then Eastern time zone Sunday. Now we get into a little bit of a normal routine, but when we return, the schedule has to reflect a change. So that'll be something we'll be smart about.
That's Sean Payton talking about the weird schedule for the Broncos as they travel to London, then travel back, then they face two New York teams in back-to-back weeks. Morning Sprint, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson, Mark Bertnelli, Alex Reinemi is doing whatever he does. We're coming to you live from the Baxter Schenker Studios. Their passion is justice. If you would like to be part of the program, the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Coach, Sean Payton, not sweating this weird schedule. He feels like they've got it all mapped out. Well.
Yeah, Sean doesn't sweat the petty things, nor does he pet the sweaty things. He doesn't do either. You know, I look at this schedule right now, and it lines up well if you just stay about the business, which this team's more than capable of doing. In fact, if there's something that I think the Broncos have over a lot of teams in the NFL right now, is they're humble, they're hungry, they're mature.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot of this has been the no drama training camp.
Yeah, there's no shenanigans with the Broncos.
Season.
They don't have an AJ Brown. They don't have they don't have somebody who's popping off or acting crazy.
What was the criticism of this Broncos team a year ago? They didn't beat who?
Well, they didn't beat Kansas. They couldn't beat anybody.
But what did they do with the bad teams?
They smocked them. What, schmucked
they did
them? Is
awesome.
that a word?
Yeah, it was good,
Schmucked
man.
them?
Yeah, it was like a smocked Southern dress. You know? They played awesome against the teams they should beat. And the great thing right now is that you find yourself at 3-2. And in the rear view, you have some really good teams that you've played against. The Chargers, when you played them, were a lot healthier than they are right now. Amarian goes on the IR, as does Joe Alt. You lost to the sizzling hot Indianapolis Colts and Danny Dimes. But then you go beat the Philadelphia Eagles. You find a way, even though you didn't play the cleanest of football against the Titans, you found a way to beat them.
Mm-hmm.
And you took care of the Bengals, a bad team, and didn't give them hope. Didn't give them life.
But how much of that momentum, how much of that swag takes a hit if you don't do what you're supposed to do this weekend beat the Jets?
My point is that the inner the fiber of the build of this Broncos franchise today is such that I believe in them in these spots.
Okay.
Because there's no proof to say you shouldn't believe in them.
Right. Because these are the teams they beat last year. These are you know what I mean. They don't lose to, like, the great teams always beat the bad teams. Good teams sometimes stumble against teams like the New York Jets. But if you think you're great, then you win this thing in a walk, right?
All you got to do, man, is you just got to win the New York State Championship.
That's true. Yeah.
And if you do that in back-to-back weeks, you're 5-3, and you're in first place in the AFC West, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. Am I right?
You will, although
let's see what the Chargers have coming
up. I do feel a little bit like Sean's talking about. He's not worried about the travel, but I do like the Giants play tomorrow. So they're going to get extra time to get ready for you after you fly back from another damn country. You know what I mean? That's less than ideal for me. Matter of fact, I think you catch the Kansas City Chiefs, you catch them as well at the wrong time. Like when Kansas City comes here, I think they're coming off their bye in mid-November. You know what I mean? And so I just don't like, I mean, I understand what Sean's doing and saying and all that kind of stuff about
what else is he going to do? Is he going to make excuses?
Right. Or
say, this is the worst. We have no shot.
I think most coaches would be like, yeah, I don't like it. I don't like.
But what does that do to your team?
This game this week is supposed to be a Broncos home game, man.
Right, but it isn't. It's the National Football League, and TV rules all this. That's why everybody gets awesome salaries, and they drive Maybachs, and and Sean Payton gets to afford 2 lattes when the rest of us can afford one. And he doesn't even like sushi, and he goes to sushi restaurants because he can waste money on a product that he hates.
Yep. And just throwing good money after bad.
It's because of the TV deals. It's because of London and this, expansion of the National Football League brand in other countries.
Do you think, does a travel schedule like this mess with the young athletes of an NFL team? Like how much is this flying over to London, coming back, facing a Giants team that's going to have 3 extra days of rest compared to you to get ready. Like, you're supposed to beat the Jets and you're supposed to beat the Giants, but once again, this is the NFL and anything can happen. It feels like just one loss is going to change my entire... Here's how stupid I am. I'm watching that Monday Night Football game. And I'm thinking to myself, you know what? The Broncos are better than both these teams.
Yep.
Broncos are better than both these teams.
Yep.
And then I think to myself, that might be a little cocky, man, because it was one quarter. It was one quarter against Philadelphia. I forget about those first three, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? They're better than the Jags and the Chiefs. Am I in my own head when it comes to that?
What did the Broncos do, though, in those first three quarters successfully against
Well, you're right. Their defense was still a monster.
Yeah,
Their
and
defense
let me
was
ask you
still
this,
great.
okay? What have I been talking about? My biggest fear about the Jets right now, is it their defense?
No.
Is it their ability to throw the football all over the yard?
No, it's probably Justin Fields running wild, right?
And who else running wild?
Oh, Brees.
Are those two,
Brees,
is the combination of Brees Hall and Justin Fields, is that even hold a candle to Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley?
No.
Who you just minimized
No.
to
Right.
a total of 11 carries for 50-some-odd yards?
Yeah, I get it. But the Jets have nothing going right. They have zero things going
Which
right.
I know that makes you scared, but
it does.
We can't get into this headspace of any given Sunday. I like the concept of you can lose any game, but explain to me why.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason that this team, the Denver Broncos, could lose to the New York Jets is because their plus traits are running quarterback, very good running back. But you just saw it. You've got the path forward for how to minimize a quarterback that is a threat with the run game and a running back that is more than capable. And you know what you do? You do exactly what you did against the Eagles. You freaking throw the kitchen sink at their box, at the offensive blocking unit, and you say, good luck. Deal with the population. Oh, by the way, Justin Fields, beat us with your arm.
Yeah.
Beat
Just
us.
how some teams are going to look at Bo and say, hey, Bo, you go ahead and beat us. See if you can beat us. But I'm all for doing that, putting that on Justin. I do believe that this weekend, the Broncos are going to score more points this weekend against the Jets since they've scored, since last year. This will be the most
Give me
points.
30. I want 30.
This will be the most since they put 41
I know
on
you
Cleveland
want
last
55.
year.
You're a big 55
Yeah, I want 55.
guy.
I want the most points
You want
in
double
Broncos
nickels.
history.
Yep.
Yeah, I want Bo to have more points than any quarterback in one game.
Just so it's not happening.
I mean, 52 is that's the most points the Broncos have ever scored in a game. It's 52
They
points.
will not score double nickels. I'm just
You don't think
I'm going to tell you right
the Jets
now.
are giving up 31.5 a game.
But it is London. Okay, the surfaces are soccer surfaces.
Yeah,
they always are a little funky. There's always slipping. There's it's always very damp, if not rainy. I know it's got. I think it's a partially covered arena.
It's the same arena that all these games over in London have been held. The Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
Tottenham Hotspur.
Yeah. They're
It's
in London,
Tottenham.
England. Listen. We're obviously, I think that stadium holds
50 something.
Is it something
usually
like
about
that?
50 something.
Is it 50?
All those, that's a big soccer.
It's a pretty massive
For
stadium.
a soccer stadium, that's a big one. But
I wonder how much of Broncos country traveled.
Oh, they'll be down there.
Yeah, how much did Broncos travel? But yes, I don't know why. I should not be scared of this game. The Broncos are a lot better than the Jets. The Jets are the worst team in this league. They're 0-5. They are historically bad as a franchise this season. But I don't know why, man. I guess it's just a fan thing. For something.
So Vegas has a 6.5 point spread on this game, which seems a little tight, right?
Yeah. But I guess it's because it's in London.
And then they have the point total for the over under set at 43.5, which is pretty low.
Is it because they expected Broncos to score 31 and the Jets to score 3? Is that what it is?
That wouldn't add up with the 6.5 point spread.
Yeah.
So what you're looking at right now is roughly, it's like a 28 to 15, style of game. Not even that. I mean, not 28-17.
Do you think, can Aaron Glenn get this right as a coach? Do you think he can turn around whatever it is? Because this is not a new thing for the New York Jets. This has been going on since the 60s. No, you don't think he can?
They have a Woody problem.
Oh, yeah, they have an ownership problem. You're exactly right.
And if you listen to Tyler Polumbus and or Darren McKee talk about some of their endorsement deals they have here locally, they also have Woody problems too.
Whoa. I was like, this is interesting. Where are we going here? Yeah, no. The Jets are it's the same problem that you have in Cleveland. Like, what do you do
Woody Johnson.
when the owner is the problem? When the owner is making the bad decisions, what do you do?
Has anybody ever thought about that?
KJ, was it Woody Johnson who was catching grief last year because the report came out in New York that he was listening to his teenage sons on what they should do about? Remember, was it like he named his son like Brock the Rock or Rock Brock or something weird like that?
Have we ever put together the worst owner in the NFL?
The worst owner in the NFL is...
I think it's Woody Johnson.
It might be Mike Brown, right? Oh, no, it's probably Woody. Yes, it's probably the Jets owner.
His first and last name are both phallic. Have you ever put that together?
David, is Woody his actual first name, or is that just Woody they call him? Because
so his actual real name is Richard Wood Johnson.
His real name?
I'm kidding. It's Robert. It's Robert.
Oh man, I was about to give him so much grief. Oh my goodness! But you're right. Now that chucklehead in Washington is out, right? I mean, but Dan Schneider was just a bad dude, not just a bad owner.
Could you imagine if your name was Richard Wood Johnson?
Listen, I guess I just you have to buy into it if it's that bad. Like if your parents name you that, like I don't understand what any parent is thinking when you name your kid Richard nowadays, right? Like
I kind of like it. Lean in. Like even like I actually want to have another child with Anne-Marie, even though we're probably both too old for it.
No,
and just to name him I want to name him a good old fashioned 1950s, 60s name like Bob. You imagine I bring in this cute little baby and it's like, hey, I want you guys to meet my son Bob. Like Raj should have named his daughter like Gertrude.
I wonder where they came from.
Like an old school name, like a real old school name. Margaret. Hey, this is Marge. Hey, meet my daughter Marge. She's so sweet, isn't she?
How about this? The most popular name for a man in 1936 was Bob. It was Robert.
Yes,
Bob. That's
Bob.
The most popular names for men in 1936: Robert, James, John, William. That's chalk right there,
You know what's
baby.
weird, man?
That is chalk.
I personally have a legitimately old person name now.
Yeah, you do.
I'm at a school where I'm around a multitude, throngs of young males in their 30s.
And none of them, they're all named Conrad and Tucker and right. They're all named
Ashton.
Right. There's no
Asher.
Michaels. There's no Johns.
There's no Mike.
I
want a Bob. Hey, Bob, come over here.
Hey,
you're
is
my
that millennial parents?
Bob, you're going to be my starting freaking inside linebacker. I don't care how bad you are, but your name is Bob.
Oh man, yeah. I'm here for it. Name your kid something crazy. I always say I'm going to name my kid Optimus Prime, but I ain't going to have a kid.
Ooh, I like this. Big Will here on the Shop Mazda text line 303-404-0925. Coach, my kids have way old school names. My four-year-old is Otis.
Oh, yeah, it is old school.
I love that.
Otis is old school.
Hey, I want you to meet my new son. His name's Otis.
That's an old school name, man. That's an old school game. You know what? I looked up the most. No, you know what? We got to break. This is the kind of stuff we get in trouble for. This right here. But let me ask you this. What do you think the most popular boy's name is this year?
Ooh.
I just gave you the one from 1936, where it's Bob, John, Mike, William, or whatever it is. What about this year? The top 4 men's names for babies this year. Take a guess. Number 1. You know what? One of the names is, I'll give you a hint. One of the names is Duval.
It really is?
It's Liam.
Oh, Liam. Yeah.
It's Liam.
I have a few
your
Liams
top
on my team.
4 boys' names this year: Kai, Liam, Rowan, Noah, and then Asher. Who's naming their kid Asher?
You know, that sounds like the entire Valor Christian football team right there.
You got a whole bunch of
I need
Lucas
some
and
dang
Ashers
Bob.
and
If I had a Steve and a Tom.
Yeah, if you had just
and a
one
Mike,
Mike, man, you'd be good.
we would be 6-0. Instead, we have too many Liams and Ashers.
All right, let's roll on. Roll on with the morning spread next. KJ went and got all he gathered up all the news from around the NFL, and then he added in a dash of notes. And it's our favorite segment here with KJ. Oh, good catch, Coach. Good catch, man.
Sorry, I'm slightly unhinged right now because I need some more Bobs in my life. Hey, you know what else is a great name? Bill.
Bill's a good name too. For
Bill.
just that, if you just want to be a basic.
Basic old white guy.
Bill's a good one. All right, KJ, what do you got?
So obviously the Broncos are getting ready for the Jets in London, and they continue to ride high. The news came out earlier, in case you guys missed it. Nick Bonito was named the AFC Defensive Player of the Week. 4 tackles, 2.5 sacks against the Philadelphia Eagles. Sean Payton this morning talked about, does he believe this could be a trap game? He said no. Bo Nix, how do you feel about this potentially being a trap game?
Well, I think in the league, quite honestly, it's a little disrespectful to consider anybody a trap team. I think they're an NFL team, and they're gonna have some really good players on their defense, and it's not really a trap game. I think any game you can walk in and slip up and lose. That's just the league. So if you're not careful, in a way, all of them could be, because they're that good of an opponent. But they're a good football team. They've been close on some games. They're a couple walk-off plays away from having 2 or 3 wins. So I definitely think that is something you got to be careful. This is not a team, to just toss around like they're winless. But I think we'll be ready to go. It's just another game.
Who talked Bo Nix into who taught Bo to talk like that? Because he talks like a head coach. Maybe it's just spending too much time around head coaches in general.
Well, what's his nickname?
What is his nickname?
The Bobot.
Oh, the Bobot. You're right.
He's going to say exactly what he is programmed to say. Speak to the media and speak in coachisms that a head coach would use.
Yeah,
this is not a trap game. It's any other game with really good players.
No, you're right.
Go to the film room and study the installation perfectly. Memorize every bit. Versus cover 2, I'm going to check to inside zone. Versus single high, I'm checking to Fox 2 double Venus on the outside.
It's freaky how close you sound like him when he's doing that thing. Like
the Bobot.
At some point, you know what I do sometimes? I will just tune him out, just like, because I'm like this. But that's Bo. That's Bo. You know what I mean? That's how Bo does his thing. But why is it that nobody wants to say this is a trap game? Because they don't think it's a trap game. You don't think it's a trap game. I'm slightly nervous about being a trap game. But is it just because? Why are they refusing to say that this is one of those games that you got to get up for?
Because I think the Denver Broncos' ascension to, I'd say, Super Bowl contenders right now. They are. Look at all of the national pundits and scribes.
Unless you lose to the Jets this weekend.
Right, I get you. Right. I get you. I'm the guy that's usually the very nervous guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
The way the Broncos have ascended, this is not an overnight sensation like the Jaguars are. This doesn't feel like the other shoe is just waiting to drop.
Mm-hmm.
This looks like a team that's mature, that's taken their licks, that's had their ups and downs, but has a roster that's both mature, professional, and talented. And a head coach that at times gets a little petty. I think Sean was a little ridiculous in the offseason. I think that actually some of Sean's offseason narrative, spinster control with the national folk, I think it did affect him a little bit in the beginning of the season. But guess what it did? It raised the bar.
Oh, definitely. When you start talking Super Bowl, that definitely raised the bar. All right, KJ, what's next?
The next guy's up.
The next guy is up, Sean, and the next guy is your former protege, Aaron Glenn, who is the head coach of the New York Jets, and he's trying to figure out how does this team get a win. And Coach, you think Bo's Boisms were something? Take a listen to this. You know what? Let's get some New York music going on here, because we need to get in the right headspace so we can be able to properly process what Aaron Glenn has to say.
Now, I really love the idea of us getting away, get a chance to get in this hotel, be able to vibe together as a group, be able to understand exactly the things that we have to do, to what we have to work on to improve on where we're at. And our guys are doing a really good job of that. Listen, we know exactly where we're at. We're not hiding from that fact. Yes, we are 0-5. We understand that. And we understand that we have a lot of work to do. And we're not running from that at all. Offensively, running the ball has been something that we've been hanging our hat on. Has been really good. I think Justin's been good as far as passing the ball. I think Tanner's doing a really good job of mixing the run and pass when it comes to that. Defensively, we got a lot of work to do, and I understand that. And listen, every day we're chopping wood to make sure we get better. And the players understand that, the coaches understand that. And it's my job to make sure all three phases are above board. And we're going to continue to work our ass off to make sure we get there.
All right, how about this, Coach? That's Aaron Glenn. He wants to be a running team. They have been running the ball, but this is crazy. The Jets are just the second team in NFL history to go 0-5 while averaging at least 140 rushing yards per game. It's them and the 1991 San Diego Chargers, the only teams to go 0-5 and still just run the ball well, 140. I mean, that's a lot of rushing yards. How is that possible? Because it feels like if you can run the ball that well in a game, you're going to win it. Is it just the defense? Like, could they, if they added one more aspect to the offense, would that change anything at all? What's going on in New York?
It's so hard when you have a defense that's just giving up the points that you're giving up, because it puts the pressure on the offensive unit to feel like they're chasing points, and then it takes you out of your desired DNA of being a run-first team because you're down by 2-3 scores. And as a play caller, it's really challenging not to organically try to just react to being down 2 or 3 scores and start getting a little bit shot happy. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. We always talk about complimentary football, but none of that's going on in New York, right? I mean, you got to help that.
It's the opposite of what's happening.
It's so weird. Like, all right, KJ, what's next?
The next guy's up.
The next guy is also up in Cleveland. Head coach Kevin Stefanski for the Cleveland Browns, he talked this morning, and he is not ready yet to commit to Shedeur Sanders being the second-string quarterback. Quote, all roster type of things, I always have to be mindful of our players and our players' development. And I want to make sure that I'm always doing what's best for our players and, of course, our team. But with the young players, I'm always thinking about last week and making the change to Dylan. You have to think long and hard about that because these are young players that you are so invested in their development. So I'll let the decision play out and make a decision later, end quote.
Well, that's a trash answer, man. That's a garbage answer. Just answer the question, Stefanski. You know what I mean? Just answer. What are you doing with your quarter? You're telling me what is it? So it's Bailey Zappi or whoever they brought in.
That's correct.
It was gonna be the second string quarterback, and they're gonna keep Shedeur at the third string. Like I don't know what they're doing. I mean, there's no use screaming at clouds when it comes to Cleveland because I have no idea. What is it, Coach? What does that mean? What does that answer from Stefanski mean to you?
It's just crazy. I feel like Stefanski doesn't really want to engage any of the national narrative.
Yeah.
But I think by saying what he said, it actually is probably bringing about even more problems.
Right. Because you're right. You could just give an easy, simple answer to that, and instead you're trying to juggle 3 quarterbacks. Don't like it at all. Don't like it how they're handled at all.
This is all going to cost Stefanski his job.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get
he was a really, really good play caller for the Minnesota Vikings and actually worked wonders.
Yeah. Right, he's going to go somewhere and be a great. He's going to get paid.
He's a good coach, man. That's a good coach.
And then, who does Cleveland hire? Because then Cleveland is just like the Jets. You bring in, it doesn't matter what coach you bring in there. You can raise the corpse of Vince Lombardi. And
Cleveland Brown head football coach.
No. Oh, no. That would be crazy.
But is it that out of the realm of possibility?
You have to take the opportunity, right? But you can't get that franchise correct.
And then the Browns are like, let's lean back into the Romeo Crennel era where we were able to at least play good defense, and we sucked less than we do right now.
Man, yeah, that's just disjointed organization. All right, KJ, what's up?
It's not great. It's not great.
The next guy's up.
We didn't get a chance to get into this story yesterday, just due in large part to the fact we had our NFL Rewind yesterday. But the Eagles had a players-only meeting earlier this week, and the gist of it was around Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, and A.J. Brown ultimately trying to get on the same page about how this offense needs to look. Here is how can I put this? Here is Jalen Bot doing Jalen Bot things in regards to trying to downplay what the meeting was really about.
It's just us talking about the collective, talking about taking ownership for what we can, and talking about how we move forward as a team so we continue to find ways to win games.
Why the need for a meeting, do you think?
It's really just teammates being teammates.
What was your takeaway in the conclusion of the meeting?
Say it again?
What was your takeaway and conclusion of the meeting?
I don't want to make this about that, right? We got a short week. We got a division opponent coming in here. I enjoyed every second of it, and I'm enjoying every second of every opportunity we have to improve. And so that's what I've always made it about. That's what I'll continue to make it about. It's truly about the collective and what we do and the opportunities we have in front of us. And so everybody in this building just wants to take advantage of that.
Yeah, that was a funky answer, too.
Yeah.
Like, listen, you had a players-only meeting. It wasn't all the players, but it was a group of the best players on a Super Bowl team coming together to be like, what's going on?
And they're 4-1.
And, yeah. And then once again, somebody snitched about there being a player-only meeting. Like, it feels like it. What do you think? If your team suddenly has a player-only meeting, what does that say to you?
It feels like the Nick Sirianni era of the Philadelphia Eagles is somewhere between an absolute unmitigated disaster and a dynasty at all times. It's like
is that just Sirianni's person? I mean, is that just partly Sirianni just being Sirianni, or
he's a goober, man?
Yeah,
like,
that's what I mean.
Do you hear him get interviewed? And
Yeah. No, he's kind of psycho.
I also have a hard time believing that if that team isn't winning football games, actively winning games and playing well, that they actually as a team collectively really enjoy being led by Nick Sirianni.
You're right. It's a house of cards that's built on, it's built on championships now, but you can still a stiff wind to knock that thing over.
Sirianni is really, really dependent on great coordinators to cover the blind spots that he has in leadership. And right now he's got a horrible offense coordinator. And it's a guy that's been his little right hand, little curmudgeon buddy, right there. Oh,
right.
Yeah.
So you don't want to fire him now, right? You don't want to sacrifice him to the Philadelphia football gods, do you?
Are you talking about Kevin Petullo?
Yeah, just be like, hey, you guys, the city's upset. Here you go, a sacrifice. Here's
I'd
Petullo.
say if you have one more month of subpar offensive play, the inmates are they're gonna overthrow the asylum.
Okay. I'm assuming I would have loved to be a fly on the wall in that meeting. See what Saquon and Jalen were saying to AJ.
You know what they were saying?
What?
Man, this Petullo dude is buns.
We got to get him
this
out of
guy
here.
has cheeks. We were balling with Kellen Moore, kinda. We were really balling with Shane Steichen. We were cakes when we had Brian Johnson.
And Petullo's trash.
He's the worst of all of them.
All right, KJ.
He's buns, cakes, and cheeks.
Trash. You got anything else left?
The next guy's up.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We're Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. Yes, I just wanted to hit one last thing, Berto. So there's a story that has come out of absolutely nowhere, and it started with the Manning cast on Monday. Eli Manning talked about the story that Liam Cohen told him in regards to Travis Hunter not practicing at wide receiver in Colorado. So, of course, Coach Prime got wind of this. And Coach Prime, he just absolutely lost it yesterday.
I did have
Next
one
question. I'm sorry.
I did have one other question
Yes,
for
sir.
you. Last night I was watching TV, and on the Manning cast, Eli Manning reported that.
That was a lie.
I just wanted to give you an opportunity to
Travis
refute
Hunter
that.
played offense and defense. We started out with the ones offense going the first 4 or 5 reps. Then he went over and played defense the next 4 or 5 reps, and he did it the whole practice. We have well-off media here and reach the people and then nearly, come on, man. I don't know why.
Seems like something.
Troy called me before the game, and he got that information, and I gave him because he had the same information, misinformation, that I gave him the truth. I don't know why people lie. Why do you do that kind of stuff?
Seems like a phone call could have cleared that up, potentially.
You would think. Thank you.
You know what, Coach Prime? He's made his new public enemy number one.
Who?
It's no longer our guy, Sean Keeler, is it?
No, well, you never know.
Everything appears to be.
He has
it's
it
okay.
right. Yeah.
It's the entire National Football League.
Yeah, he's angry at the league.
He
right?
hates the league, man.
He does not like it.
What's up, boss? You believe that?
He hates the league. He hates the establishment. He hates the NFL media. He hates what it did to Shiloh. He's no longer on a team. Shador's in Cleveland Brown hell.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe he's like, man, yeah, he doesn't like anything that's going on right now. But it was like, it's weird to me that it's a thing. It's a thing. What do you care? What do you care? Like, the man won the Heisman there. And not only that, like, I don't know, with Liam, who knows what he actually knows? I mean, you drafted and scouted him, right? This is the kind of stuff you're supposed to know, Liam Cohen. This is the kind of stuff you're supposed to know, man. But, I mean, it doesn't matter. Were you not going to draft him? It turned out he didn't practice on the offensive side of the ball. Because wasn't it, like I thought Deion said last year, the exact opposite, where he's like, listen, man, Travis Hunter can play DB in his sleep. He was born to play corner. Like, he doesn't need to have a whole lot of time over there in practice. So it sounded like both CU and now Jacksonville are using him more offensively, at least in practice. We'll see. I mean, you keep getting those snap totals from each game, but that's how things go. All right, KJ, anything else? We good?
No, that's it for today. We'll come back to this again tomorrow.
All right, good deal then. Let's take another quick time out. We'll check in with the Colorado Avalanche next.
Kings to get loose in their own end in front of their own bench. Get the center ice. Oh, what a hit! Thrown by Josh Manson! Warren Fogle doesn't know the number of the train that hit him, but we do. It's number 42, and now Manson is in a fight. Here comes Malott trying to fight Manson. Malott fans on a couple righties. Manson trying to get loose. Malott tangled up. Right thrown by Manson, and he's going to drag Malott down to the ice. A perfectly pictured clean hit thrown by Josh Manson right at center ice on Warren Fogle, who had his head down. Gave up the puck, and Manson absolutely sent him horizontal.
Avalanche beat up the Kings last night, mentally and physically, at a 4-1 win to start the NHL regular season. Marty Necas scores twice. Nathan MacKinnon with 2 assists becomes the all-time points leader in Avalanche franchise history as he passes Joe Sakic, although he still has to score another 630-something points or 625 points, something like that, to catch Joe Sakic for the all-time lead with the Avs/Nordiques. Josh Manson trucking fools in the first period of that game. The Avs looked, and I said it last hour, the Avs are mad, bad, and dangerous to know, and they are coming to a city near you. So get ready, because this team, it seems like the Avs have started this season ready to rock, Coach.
They look like a team that is ready to put the past several years of postseason frustration behind them. And it looks like a team that has a core that is hungry, that has been surrounded by other highly talented incoming players, some veteran presence with Brent Burns. I love what I saw, man.
Yeah.
I mean, what else could you be more excited about? There was, if you were trying to check all the different boxes of opening night, you know, hey, let's get a vibe check on how the blue line is. You give up one, and you were already up. What was
right. Not only that was a 5-on-3 goal. You know what I mean? Like that was you got hit with 2 quick penalties. They scored. That was
5-on-3. You give up one. How was the net presence? How did you like attending?
That's good, man. Once again, that second line, don't play. What was your favorite moment from last night? Was it Manson starting off just trucking Fogle? Was it the fight? Was it Marty just scoring left to right and MacKinnon passing Joe?
It's pretty simple.
What is it?
When you're 40 years old and you're a D-man and you've spent some time in the box, you want to know what Brent Burns did in the box?
What did he do?
He put his stick over the box camera.
Did he? Let's
like
see how
a
many
true
minutes.
wily vet.
Man, he had 20 minutes time on ice. That was
how good was that though? When
third,
ESPN,
for the
ESPN national broadcast, all fired up to show the grizzled vet with missing teeth and a long straggly beard. He's like,
miss me.
Nah, actually, I've done this for. I've been in this here box a few times. I know this box. And I just slapped my stick right on top of your stupid little ESPN box camera.
Brent Burns looks good in Av sweater, doesn't he?
He does.
I mean, all 6'5", 230 pounds, that big fella, just rolling along the blue. Like, listen, things could not go much better than how they went last night. You go on the road, team's excited for their home opener, and you just shut that team down. And it's not like the LA Kings are a bunch of chumps. That's, they're trying to make the playoffs for the 5th straight season there in the Pacific. I mean, they finished with more points than the Avs last year. And they did not look like they were in the same league as the Colorado Avalanche. Especially in that second period when the Avs were just flying. Like, we've been talking about how big the Avs have got. They're getting bigger and grittier, especially with that Brock Nelson, Val, Gabe line. But, I mean, in that second period, they were at warp speed, and it felt like the LA Kings were just stuck in the mud. They just looked like they were twice as fast as that team on the ice. They were skating all over the place, and LA just could not handle it. The home openers tomorrow. The Utah Mammoth come to town, who's a much worse team than who you saw yesterday. But I mean, what are you looking for in the home opener, Coach? When Utah comes to town tomorrow?
More of the same.
Yeah, just keep on keeping on.
Keep on keeping on, man. You looked like a team that is well built. I want to see. You know what I want to see? I want to see a little bit more Gabe Landeskog, like a Landy moment. I think was he pointless? He was without a point last night. Yeah, he was without
a point last night. Well, although
what did his ice time?
I'm sure his ice time was stupid. If Brent was at 20, let's see what Gabe was at.
What was that?
Gabe played just over 11-12.
Okay, so a little bit.
So just
understandable.
about, right there with, Drury and Colton and that kind of crew. The only forwards who played massive ice time was the top line and a little bit of Brock. Man, Brock was on the ice for a lot too. But yeah, that was, Scott Wedgwood, who is your backup goaltender, looked good last night. He very well could have got a shutout outside of that 5-on-3. But yeah. Look at that. Yeah.
Gabe was ended up being like right around 10.
Look at man, that's a lot of time on ice.
Leggy
Go down. Let's check the blue line. Because I was talking with there's Kale. That's a look at
McCarr had 20. He led all
just burning
ice
time on ice.
That's crazy though, man. Brent Burns was ended up being third. So went McCarr, Taves, Burnsy, and Sammy G. And then Malinsky, man, with the +1. Yeah. If you look at the blue liners, man, Devon Taves continues as a +-2. I know Raj gets mad at me when I talk about it, but it matters. It matters being on the ice and puck movement. The block shot leaders were Brent Burns and Sammy G.
Yeah.
It was good stuff, man.
Well, Kel McCall might have a monster season. Marty Natchez is going to have a monster season. McKinnon's going to do what he does. So,
speaking of monster seasons and accolades, the Broncos know a thing or two about a depoy, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
So betting favorites right now for depoy at the end of this season, Nick Benito's right there.
Well, he just
you hear what he just won?
Yeah, he won the AFC defense play. I'm sure he's going to stack up a couple of those this season.
He got himself a DPOW. And if you get a few DPOWs, defensive player of week, then you get the depoy, defensive player of the year.
Yeah.
Congratulations to our guy.
Once again,
Nick Benito, friend of the program.
Way to lock him up.
I don't know if he knows that he's a friend of the program.
But he is a friend of the program.
He has been a friend of the program for a long time.
I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you what. You want to know when my glazing of Nick Benito began?
When?
Was the final 5 weeks of the 2023 season. I was like, this dude, man.
That's when you were like, this guy's got something?
This is it. This is the guy.
Well, let's check out the injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. And obviously, we talked about Ben Powers. And he is going to miss some time. He's
unfortunate, bummed out, biceps injury.
Yeah, biceps injury. But other than that, on this list, outside of Jonah Ellis, who is dealing with a ribs shoulder, he did not play or did not practice, yesterday.
Big special teams contributor. He does a lot of things on special teams that go unseen and unnoticed, but a lot of those are some violent collisions, man. And so you probably get let's get him a little bit of rest and recovery, get the inflamacion down.
Yeah, Benito's dealing with a wrist, but he was a full go. Singleton's dealing with a thumb, but he was a full go.
He's been a thumb guy.
It's pretty. And then, hold on. Is there anybody on the Jets that excites me? Well, Justin Fields is on the injury report, but that's just that knee injury that he's been dealing with. So he's good to go. But outside of that, there's really nobody that I'm like, ooh.
I don't know. Quentin Williams, he's pretty talented.
Is he not? Well, he was limited. Does that mean he might not? He's dealing with a groin. He's dealing with a groin, and that's never a good thing. That's never an easy thing to deal with. But I don't know. I think he's probably good to go for early Sunday morning there in London. But outside of that injury report, things are looking good for the orange and blue as they take on the New York Jets and then the New York Giants. And then I forget who's that third team in that stretch that you're going to – the Dallas Cowboys. So, yeah, beat the Jets, the Giants, and the Cowboys. That's all I'm asking for. Is that too much to ask? Get me up. So that would be a 5-game winning streak if the Broncos could get that done. 5-game winning streak.
What I love about the Broncos' schedule, they got a chance to be New York state champs and Texas state champs.
Well, that's true. That's true because they play the Cowboys and the Texans back-to-back weeks, no less. So
you can take down New York
and Texas,
and then you can grab the flag at the Alamo, baby. You take it all down, man. You know what you're gonna be? You're gonna be headed towards pretty high seeding in the old AFC,
the
buddy.
Promised land. I saw, you know what, it was crazy.
Asking for the world here.
I saw the playoff. This means nothing to nobody because we're only in week 5 going to week 6. But I saw the playoff bracket, and it was it the Steelers, the Broncos, and Steelers would meet in the first round right now or something? I was like, really?
And this fan base, I think every fan base in the NFL hates him, but you imagine the vitriol that'd be directed at Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, yeah.
Guy, everybody hates that guy.
Yeah, he's a unique cat.
I'll tell you who we don't hate, man. We don't hate our double Bs in this town, do we?
No.
Benito and Burns. Brent Burns.
And Nick Benito.
I like all our Bs.
Yeah, let's get it. Yeah, he might very well. He could win the defensive player of the week again. Because you know how many times he's going to get it? Well, let's see if they can get to Justin. But they're going to get him, right?
D-Pow, all day, baby. Keep getting
Let's
it.
go.
Hey, go
Let's
get
go.
Justin Fields 3 times this week.
Oh, yeah.
Why not? Hey, Nick Benito, 30 sacks this year.
Yeah.
Keep him coming, baby.
Man, if he gets to 30, we're never going to stop playing Benito. Play it all time.
That actually might be. That could be the entire 2 hours of the morning sprint.
Speaking of the morning sprint, that does it for us. For Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson, for Alex Ryan, Amy, I'm Mark Bernoulli. Thanks for tuning in. We got PhD next.
All right, raise your hand if you knew Sean Payton played / coached when he was 23 in some sort of football league, American Football League, in Leicester, England, spelled Leicester. Seriously, did you know that?
No, I did not. That is news to me.
That was one of the many factoids that came out during.
What was the league?
I have no idea. I've not. It wasn't like the European NFL or anything like that. It was some sort of. Dan, I don't know. Maybe we can do some research on it, but it was some sort of just minor league American Football League in England.
All right.
That they were allowed to
Was
have.
that his first job ever?
He was 23.
Probably.
So I thought he was with a couple of NFL teams in camp and stuff. I thought. Am I wrong on that?
Oh, I thought you were talking about coaching.
Well, it was weird. He was a player and a coach. They would do
He was a player coach.
Kind of. Like he would help draw up plays. I don't know if he was I don't think he wasn't the coach.
Okay.
But like he helped because it's a football league in England.
Yeah.
And talk about just trying to get every last ounce of being a player. Because he said that today. He goes, you just play until somebody tells you can't finally. And, that was my last stop. He was already thinking about doing coaching anyways and can you imagine getting like a random call from an owner in a team in England like, hey, mate, come on over and play some football for us.
I got invited to go play in Australia, Austria, excuse me.
There you go.
Austria, after I'd been retired for like 5 years. It was an old college buddy he was my teammate,
All right.
and he'd been coaching over there. He's like, hey, man, come play for us. I'm like, no, my body, I can't do that. He's like, trust me, you can do it.
But now Ted lassoed that up and imagine that you did do that.
I know.
What would that have been like?
If I didn't have young kids, I would love to do it. It would have been an incredible experience. I mean, obviously you're not going to make any money, but go over there, live for free, get your housing paid for, and just play some ball. Heck
It was a cool story. Sean said ultimately he had to come back because his mom asked him what he was going to do about health insurance at age 23. And he I guess I got to, grow up and become a real coach. Also, he said this is interesting. I watched my dad wake up in the morning, get on the train in a suit and go to work in the city. And I said to myself, I'm not going to do that. So some people are motivated to be their dad. Some people are motivated to not be their dad. That sort of deal. One of his bigger motivations for staying in football.
So he's thinking about health insurance 40 years ago. That's pretty good for him.
It was the late 80s. Yeah, he was over a 23-year-old kid. There were 4 Americans allowed to be on each team. I really don't know the name of the league or what it was all about.
Bundesliga.
Something. Some quirky, just, hey, man, like, if the bottom line is just to play pro sports, if you're kind of good, it's a big world. We're pushing the levels.
I've found out just through the soccer world, you tend over here. Well,
big world.
We know MLS here, and we know the Premier League. But there's like 50,000 leagues in Europe and
in like really high
South
level
America. They're all getting paid to play soccer, even
a little bit. Like he said, it's like that John Grisham book, Playing for Pizza. It's
but you get to say you're a pro athlete.
You can say you're a pro athlete. Every guy on the team, except for the Americans, just had a job. I'm like, I'm just whatever the job is that would allow you to practice and then play on the weekends, which is similar to the lacrosse league. That's similar to that league.
What lacrosse does, yeah.
Yeah,
they work all week and then they fly into where they're going to play.
That's
play,
it,
right?
That's playing for pizza right there, man. It definitely is not about the money, but it might be about the coaching a little bit. Like if you want to be a coach, if you want to get your I didn't know any of that till he talked about it today. It was crazy.
My last couple of years in the league, and the money was way not what it was now. I mean, like top players might be getting $1.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
Now top players, Steph Curry's making 60. I mean, there's a little difference. But I tell them young guys coming in, they might just be making, rookie salary at $800,000, and they're like walking around like they the cock on the block, and I'm like, dog, hey, this thing ends. What you gonna do? It's funny. One of the guys I used to talk to.
That's right.
When I was broadcast, I talked to this guy about it, and I looked him up the other day, a couple weeks ago. He played professional basketball like basically all over the world for the last 15 years, 20 years. Israel,
if
Turkey.
you're willing to make the sacrifices.
Yeah.
I mean, Now, I don't think you're ever going to make a ton of money. Some NBA guys, I shouldn't say that. Stephon Marbury went over to China
and owned it.
And yeah, I mean,
he owns the league. Doesn't he own a team over there now?
He owns a team?
I think so.
Oh my God. Well, he certainly had a more star. I mean, he was big time in the NBA, but
he became like a god. Like seriously, like they worshipped him.
Yeah, late 30s, he's winning championships in China.
I mean, how about DeMarcus Cousins, our guy,
Yeah.
getting in fights in a Puerto Rican professional league? If you want to play, man, you want to keep going.
Let me tell you how I end any chance of getting in the NBA without telling you I'm going to end every chance of getting the NBA. You're getting in fights in a Puerto Rican league with fans, and you're like,
yeah, this might be over.
Yeah, Sacramento's going, hey, we'd like you back.
Yeah, maybe not. Anyways, the Broncos have already done their media. We'll get to the injury report in a little bit. Just some news. Jonah Ellis off to the side. Malcolm Roach back and practicing. The Jets are, wow. I watched the Jets today, and Tyler, oh my God, they are not good. They are not. And by the way, Justin Fields, listen, he's not great, but he is not their main problem whatsoever. He may be one of the better things they have going on. But goodness gracious, are they a terrible defensive team?
Yeah, not good. The one thing they do
cow.
well is they run the football pretty well.
Yes, they do that.
And they're effective at that. But outside of that, I mean, good luck finding things to point at and be like, that's a solid team. I like Aaron Glenn. I think that he's got as good of a chance as anybody is turning that franchise
cheer
around.
for him a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, that's just one of those jobs. Is it career suicide to ever take a Browns job, to take a Jets job? I mean, there's just certain franchises now that why take the job?
You're a head coach and you get guaranteed millions of dollars.
Well,
I guess.
And at the very worst, now you're in the boys' club to where at the very worst you go back and be a coordinator for 5 or 6 years.
It's true. I mean,
at $600,000 or $700,000.
I mean, you get.
But
20,
if you have options, I guess would be my point.
I guess, but who's going to turn down as a first timer $20 million guaranteed over 4 years or something like that? Whatever it is. Yeah. I mean, that's the standard sort of rate. I mean, at the entry level, you can't turn down that money, right? You take on the challenge, but they are. Guys, they are brutally bad. They, I gotcha. Any given Sunday, okay, sure. But their defense, you realize they have no takeaways? 0 takeaways through 5 games. I've never heard of that. No takeaways. They give up 31.4 points per game. They have their sacks, pass rush, 7. They have as many sacks as a team as Nick Bonito has as an individual. And I don't care how good Sauce Gardner is. Does not matter. If you can't put pressure on anybody, which they can't, you're going to get carved up, period, the end. And guess what? The Broncos don't even have to do that because not only did the Jets suck stopping the run, they quit after getting beat up. They quit. It is weird seeing pro guys just lay it down, but they lay it down. Now, can they, because of Garrett Wilson and Justin Fields, have the potential for some quick strike things? And Breece Hall is, good and blah, 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 blah. Sure. But these are phony points. You know what I'm saying? These are fourth quarter BS points.
No, that's why I said the other day, I mean, when we talk about the Eagles game and what it should do moving forward, well, you should just dominate the Jets. Yeah. That's what you should do. Just dominate, win by 3 scores. Don't let the game ever be close. And then come back and play what could be an interesting game just basically because of the travel against the Giants, but another team that, quite frankly, I expect you to handle your business against. And then all of a sudden, you're on a 3-game winning streak with an opportunity to win that 4th game as well, which is a winnable game. So, look, the Broncos are primed to take over the AFC West right now. All they got to do is not blow it.
That Dallas team to go. I'm watching Dallas against the Jets are playing. Terrible defense, too. Terrible defense. But their offense is
not bad.
Not bad. It's like top in the NFL. So that game, okay, we'll have a chat,
And we could see another little running back in town we know something about who
Javonte Williams is killing it for them.
Just had his career high in touchdowns.
He is killing it for them. They love him too.
Yeah.
I'm who's this guy?
I was always going to root for Javonte. I was a fan of Javonte Williams. I never advocated to bring Javonte back because who would have thought that he was actually going to get healthy? But the one thing that you knew about him is when he was healthy, he was a damn good running back.
Congratulations to Nick Bonito, the Defensive Player of the Week. He's going to have a great game in England as well. So he joins Cody Barton in 2024, Von Miller in Week 11, 2018, and in 2016. He's the first former Oklahoma Sooner to win Defensive Player of the Week since Curtis Lofton in 2011. Oh, I got all sorts of weird facts.
See the latest out of Cleveland?
It's unbelievable.
Amazing.
It's amazing. You know, the possibility exists.
You brought this up yesterday. I'm like, no chance, no way.
It
Like,
exists.
of course, Shedeur Sanders is going to be the backup quarterback. They can't bump Bailey Zappi above him. Kevin Stefanski today refuses to say that Shedeur Sanders is going to be the number 2 quarterback.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
It's going to be his downfall.
Dan, hopefully you can find that sound from Stefanski.
Just
answer the question.
Yeah, but it's going to end up being his downfall because, like we saw it here, whatever. There was an aura around Shedeur.
Yeah.
And you saw it in the preseason. Cleveland fans are clamoring for this guy. So let this Gabriel, just be okay, but lose another game, and you put Zappi as your backup quarterback.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, this will be the end of Stefanski.
The fact that Stefanski didn't just say Shedeur's the backup today is unbelievable.
I know.
This is not complicated.
It's really not.
Nobody's even asking you about, the starter.
How about this? Yeah, we got 2 quarterbacks on the roster right now, and Shedeur Sanders is the backup quarterback.
Yeah, this is not complicated. For him to open the door tells me he doesn't want Shedeur to truly be the backup.
I completely agree.
He's looking for excuses to make Zappi. This is crazy. And it shows you that Stefanski obviously never wanted Shedeur in the first place. So that was shoved down his throat, which of course makes sense because why are you drafting quarterback in the 3rd round and the 5th round? It's different than drafting a quarterback in the 1st and the 4th or the 5th. It is different.
In 40 seconds, write the book right now on Shedeur Sanders' football career. Tell me what that book looks like right now.
Just missed the Alamo Bowl.
Barely missed it.
The story on Shedeur is I traveled the path with my dad. And then that is about it right now.
Well, you asked a great question. He got interviewed by some reporter.
Why is he at a car dealership?
And you're right. He's at a
He's
new
at a
car
dealership.
Why are we doing interviews
but it might
at
have
a
been
car
an autograph
dealership?
signing thing,
Could
or
have
he
been
might have been a team
endorsement.
thing. He was there, an endorsement. And I was trying to figure out, I didn't really pay attention, but what type of car it was.
I know.
Was he at the Mercedes-Benz dealership?
You couldn't tell. I was trying to tell as well.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
There's that had to be some sort of endorsement appearance sort of thing.
New sponsor or something.
At Bruce Stevens.
Cuyahoga. What if the
Cadillac.
TV station hit him up? They're like, hey, can we do an interview today? Like, yeah, meet me at the car dealership at 12. I'm buying a new vehicle.
I'm dying to know the details. But yes, it'd be great to find out the details. But what was your point?
What right now, I mean, could you see a book written on Shedeur Sanders is hey, saw you for a little while, miss you. Or I mean
I'll give you the chapter right now. And here's the title. Get me the hell out of Cleveland.
Yeah, but where to? Who wants him?
Wherever. And I mean, Oakland, Vegas would be fine. Well, what do they got going? I don't know, anywhere. Whatever. I can't believe he turned down a chance to go to Baltimore, man.
You know what? His best opportunity might be to stay put and wait for a new coach to get hired, and then the new coach might
Maybe. There's
a small chance that the new coach actually gets hired for the sole purpose of making Shedeur Sanders work.
That's a good hot take right
if
there.
he was an owner selection, then the owner will hire a coach to make that work.
We have the Broncos injury report, more reports from England, and the Avalanche. Holy cow, could this be a special year? Details coming up next on PhD.
He's a tremendous coach. He was a huge asset to us in New Orleans. I've said this before, as a head coach, you love to see guys get these opportunities. I love to watch Dan Campbell and his team. Aaron's getting things built there. I know how he was as a player, and I know how intense and diligent he was as a coach for us. So, I'm happy to see him get that opportunity, and it's much deserved.
Well, thank you, Sean Payton. Tea and crumpets for all. It's time for the injury report, taking a look. Sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. Yeah, you're trying to put a good shine on Aaron Glenn. I'm sure he likes Aaron Glenn. He knows him and all and the whole thing. But I don't know, man. I don't know if there's much Aaron Glenn can do about it, Tyler. Like, he was given a... We'll get to the injuries here. Let me just get to the injuries, and then we'll get to Aaron Glenn, and I don't know what he's supposed to do. For the Broncos today... limited Tyler Bidet, DJ Jones, Malcolm Roach. But the good news with Malcolm Roach is actually being back and participating one way or the other. We'll see. He's good enough to play on Sunday.
I think that's huge, though.
It could be great, especially against a team like the Jets, who they are kind of a one-trick pony, and they run the ball right up the middle, too. They try at least.
Well, if you activate a guy off the short-term IR, I would fully expect that means that he's going to play this week.
Yeah. Jonah Ellis got something going on with his ribs/shoulder. He was off to the side today. And Ben Powers, we know, is expected to go on IR if they haven't already put him on there.
Did.
And he's going to be gone for a couple of months.
I could have sworn they did, right?
They
put him on short term.
Okay. I'm just wondering why would he still be listed on the injury report if he was put on short-term IR?
That does seem unusual to me, but I could have sworn I saw he was put on the short term.
Well, one way or the other. He's gone for a couple months. So it looks like, from what I understand, Pert is going to be the guard.
Okay.
So, I mean, Sean wouldn't, actually I do have Sean talk.
I thought he said Shedeur would be the
Shedeur?
Yeah, he's
going to be your left guard.
Well, look, with a starting player, there's always it's never any good, and yet the next guy's up, and we'll get ready to play him.
Well, we were just wondering who that next guy would be, but I think they like Palczewski being that extra lineman, and they're going to that lineup quite often. 63 eligible. So.
Yeah, they use the heavy personnel more than anybody in the NFL.
Yeah.
Meaning you've got that extra tackle that checks in as a tight end. And that might factor into it of why they want to do it. They've got an interesting O-line this year because both Matt Pert and Palczewski are actually tackles by trade. That's really what their specialty is. Matt Pert played right tackle for us quite a bit last year, but they're both flexible enough that they can bounce inside if needed.
He didn't come out and say it for sure, but the indications from those that were over there is that Pert is going to get that gig. Meanwhile, for the Jets, Alan Lazard just has got something going on in his life. Just not in England. And not going to be there. Just okay, not there. Michael Carter.
Maybe he's having a baby.
Jarrett Stidham's back. He's there in England. So whatever.
12 hours later, made it to England.
He got there. He's there. He was there for practice
Good
today.
for him.
How about that? Michael Carter did not practice. Scott, you are.
It's dedication to the team.
Okay, that's your injury report. By the numbers, I don't know what to say, guys, about this game. Like, I'm trying to figure out how the Broncos lose this game. And it's not because of Justin Fields. And he's not great. He's not great. But he's not terrible.
The way you lose this game, you come in and act like you got to figure it out from the Philadelphia fourth quarter instead of going out and proving that you got to figure it out. And you let the travel, which Sean's doing everything he can.
Boy, he's into the science of it.
Yeah, to make it not a vacation, because that's the problem. Listen, I thought about when the Nuggets went to Dubai for 10 days or 9 days or whatever it was. It wasn't training camp, it was a vacation.
Right.
It puts you behind the hole. And I think there have been teams that have gone over there. I think early on, when teams would go over there, Tyler, they were going over there, and it was a mini vacation in the middle of the season.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And that's why Jacksonville, who was terrible, would always win these games against a pretty good team.
I don't know if you guys saw that piece that Scotty Gage of 9 News put out.
Yeah, that was great.
But, it actually was fascinating. Sleepiest town in England, right? That's where the Broncos are staying. They're staying in the least activity, the lowest activity zone they can possibly find.
I was told there are 2 pubs there.
Well, it turns out you can find alcohol anywhere.
But check this out. If you stand in the middle, one pub is a mile this way. You stand in the middle, one pub is a mile that way. Like the pubs aren't even close to each other, apparently in this little town. And the hotel is not big enough to house the entire Broncos traveling party. The players are one way, and personnel, PR, whatever, is in another hotel with the media.
Really?
Yes. It's because there's not a big enough hotel to keep them all in the same spot.
Wow. I've never seen that before.
The Broncos are like 30 minutes from Tottenham Hotspur's training ground. That's not even all that close.
So where are they practicing at?
Tottenham Hotspur's training ground.
So they're driving 30 miles to get to the
I don't know if it's 30 miles. Well, it's whatever it is. It's like a 30-minute drive. It's like a little bit. They're not right next door. It's not there. Guys, seriously, it's as if you were practicing in Dove Valley and staying in Larkspur, Elizabeth, something like that. The Larkspur's got a little downtown there. I mean, a tiny downtown right there on 83 Parker Road.
Good little Mexican shop.
Do they? Oh, they got something there, right?
They've also got the best gas station food ever. They got a fresh deli inside the gas station. It's good.
Not only is Sean talking about sleep schedules that have already happened, he's already talking about how they're adjusting sleep schedule-wise for the return back for the Giants. So the Broncos are as scientific about this stuff as any team could be.
You asked the question, how do you lose to the Jets? London.
Yeah.
That's how you lose to the Jets. And Sean's doing everything in his power to mitigate that. But look, man, I mean, these games are weird. They're always weird. You don't have a crowd. You don't have a typical vibe. I mean, you do have a crowd. It's just not the typical crowd that you're accustomed to. And you got all the travel, you got the time zone change, and you take things for granted. So I promise you the Jets are going to win a football game this year, right? And whoever they win against is going to be shocked that they lost a game to the Jets.
No doubt.
You just got to hope and pray it's not the Denver Broncos.
The Rockies won the season series against the Cardinals this year. Strange stuff happens.
I miss the Cardinals in the playoffs. How'd they do?
Terrific. They had the same view as the Rockies. How about those stupid Yankees coming back too last night? Oh, my, just die. Anyways, I'll give you another weird factoid about this game. So
that home run from Aaron Judge was sick.
Yes, unfortunately.
Who had been crap previously.
But it only tied the game. You still had oh well. Baseball. Tottenham Hotspurs play on natural grass. They are going to they must have a way they can move the entire pitch out of the stadium, kind of like they can do in Arizona.
Houston.
They are going to roll out the real grass and roll in artificial turf for the football game.
So
that means they don't want to screw up their field.
Correct.
Yeah, and for whatever reason, the Premier League, soccer, they've all figured this thing out that their players just refuse to play on artificial turf. There's not a stadium out there. I don't think there's a single stadium in the Premier League that plays on artificial turf.
There is not, and not only that, but Sean Payton pointed out today, with the World Cup coming to the United States, you're not allowed to have artificial turf games.
Right, they're going to change out our own stadiums that has artificial turf to grass.
Correct.
But we can't get our guys to do that?
Because you're a bunch of cattle. Your players' union sucks.
Broncos do it. The Walter Penner group do it. That's all turf there. But look at what they did at CU, man.
Listen,
I mean, that's all.
When we were,
you like that field now? You like how that looks?
Aesthetically, yes. I actually think aesthetically it looks incredible. Would I want it to be artificial turf from a player's point of view? Hell no.
Right.
When we went to London with the Nuggets when they played Indiana, we got a tour of Arsenal Stadium.
Yeah, that must be cool.
They wouldn't allow anybody to touch the grass.
The pitch.
And so we came out to the pitch, and we're thinking, oh, this would be kind of cool. You can see with the grass. Please do not touch. I mean, so we just spread along the sideline. And
was it like Spinal Tap? Don't touch it. In fact, don't even look at it.
Yeah. I mean,
in fact, turn around, leave.
Basically. I mean, it was like that. You did not. I mean, they treat their grass.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's phenomenal.
All right. So that's kind of.
That's hilarious to me, though. Like, hey, we're so desperate for NFL games. Come
Yeah.
on over here.
Yeah.
But you can't play on our grass.
You can't play on our grass?
No way.
We're going to wheel out our grass and just put in the artificial turf for you.
Were they in a break? So Tottenham plays there, right?
What's that say again? Sorry.
Tottenham plays there?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, Tottenham Hotspurs.
So are they on a break, or do they not have any
That's
games
a good
coming
question. It's definitely in the middle of their season or the beginning of their season. They go like fall through spring. I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on. The English, you're in your league. You have Champions League. It's a different league. You play for your national team here. I mean, you're like, in 5 different things throughout the course of the year. Here's Sean talking about the grass.
Every player in our league would love to be playing on grass. And, the World Cup's coming soon. A lot of those fields they'll all be grass. So that's the preferred surface. And I remember when I was young playing here in Leicester, we would play on the AstroTurf fields, and you would put a lot of sand on it so the ball wouldn't bounce, because obviously most of the sporting events on it were English football or soccer.
We get it with Sean. I didn't understand.
Ball wouldn't bounce?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
The soccer ball, but they were playing football on an overly sandy field, apparently.
Okay.
Because Sean played in some weird-ass league when he was 23 in England, in Leicester, which is actually spelled Leicester. I don't know.
Leicester.
Right. This is kind of the...
Well, when Leicester moved up from champions to premier the 6-7 years ago, and they won the league, and everybody couldn't name the how they pronounce it.
Right.
But I tell you what, there's a big difference with soccer world playing on grass compared to playing on turf.
I'm sure there is.
Especially if you get in the fall and you get a little rain, haven't been able to mow it, it gets a little long, that ball is slow. Then you go play on turf, and that thing's like baseball used to be an artificial turf. You get a hard grounder on that turf, you got to be careful.
Oh, terrible. All right, here's just some numbers. No takeaways. No fumble recoveries. No interceptions. No takeaways. Amazing. They're only 7 sacks, 25th in sacks. I mean, no takeaways. There's no fumbles, no interceptions, no nothing. And they give up 31.4 points a game. Now, you said the running game. Pretty good. They're third in the league in rushing. That being said, do you realize how good the Broncos are at rushing? Like, Breece Hall is really good. J.K. Dobbins has more rushing yards than Breece Hall, which is kind of amazing to me. And Justin Fields has a lot of rushing yards, too, 204. If he can't run, they don't have anything going on. Like, he will run at some point. He has to, for them to have any kind of choice. Offensively, they've lost 7 fumbles. They have 8 giveaways. So Fields has only thrown 1 pick. Like, when you watch Justin Fields out there, and again, he's not great, but he is hardly their biggest problem. I don't think he's the answer either, but this team is just lost. And then they get behind by so much, what are you going to do? Guys, I guess there's an any given Sunday scenario, but the Broncos are relatively healthy. I think Sean's doing a good job of keeping them focused. This Jets team is melted down left and right. They show a lot of, we're going to quit sort of vibes out there. They're penalized a ton. I don't know, man. I got it like 34-13 with some garbage points by the Jets at the end, something like that. You guys see it any different right now?
No, it should be a blowout. I mean, I've said it should be a 3-score game. I wouldn't be entirely shocked, though, if it feels closer, just because I do think these London games are weird.
Scott?
Yeah, I think I'm always leery of London games for some reason. One, you got to get up early to watch them. But
you're talking about how you're going to handle it.
Yeah,
you personally are going to handle it.
Taped.
Wait, you're not up by 7:30 on a Sunday?
Well, I am, but church starts at 8:15. So.
Oh, okay, all right. You think a few people will be sneaking their phones and just peering down into their hymnals?
Those are burning in the pits of hell, probably.
Those people.
Those
folks.
If they don't care about
on
their eternal salvation.
Yeah, hold on. You don't have a safety like 11:30 mass, like a go-to 11:30 mass that you can get to?
My church has 8:30 and 10:15.
Okay. My parents, we always had there were like 100 different types of Catholic churches in Ipswich, Massachusetts, but we always ended up at St. Stanislaus. It had the 11:15 mascot, and I believe it's because that's when my parents wanted to be awake on Sunday morning, so it was always like 11:20, get in the car now.
Did you not go on Saturdays once in a while?
No, we never did, but we hit that 11:15 mass like a lot of times. A lot of times I'm sitting in that 11:15 or like saying, hope Grogan can pull it out today. Kind of weird. But anyways.
K-State Wildcat.
There you go. So it's good news. It's good news for the Broncos. It's good news for basically everybody here. And we'll, track things as it goes, but I'm not sure where else to take this, Tyler. Like I'm open for suggestions here, as we go through the next couple days, but you don't run into many NFL games like this where you're just so obviously a better team than your opponent. Doesn't happen often.
Yeah, well, it's just all about the evolution for the Broncos now. So it's not so much about the Jets. It's just about, taking the next step. You got the big win that, in theory, could be a signature win, and now will you use that and catapult yourself into the future?
All right, well, we'll churn on about it as we go. But let's look at the Avalanche from last night as they open things up in a glorious way. That's next here on PhD.
in front of their own bench. Get to center ice. Oh, what a hit! Thrown by Josh Manson! Warren Fogle doesn't know the number of the train that hit him, but we do. It's number 42, and now Manson is in a fight. Here comes Malott trying to fight Manson. Malott fans on a couple righties. Manson trying to get loose. Malott tangled up. Right thrown by Manson, and he's going to drag Malott down to the ice. A perfectly pictured clean hit thrown by Josh Manson right at center ice. Into our second period. Here comes Nathan MacKinnon around Mikey Anderson. MacKinnon throws it in front. Marty Necas a shot. He scores! It's a Marty party! And Nathan MacKinnon, with that point, passes Joe Sakic for the most points of anybody in a Colorado Avalanche sweater. And now Kiviranta goes shoulder to shoulder with Cody Ceci. Kept in near side point. Malinsky holding, shooting. They score! You're a credit to the force, Malinsky. Trying to see if there was a deflection in front. I don't think so. In his 100th career NHL game, MacKinnon takes it away. MacKinnon wants the feed up top. Cale Makar fakes the one-timer. Makar right down Broadway. Makar shot. Save made. Rebound. They score! We're up all night to get lucky. 3 shots. They win the draw here. Cale Makar for Marty Necas. He's got room. He scores! It's a Marty party. Get out the cheese for the Marty Nachos. He has 2. Colorado finally cashes in on the power play. And the LA Kings are drinking from a fountain that's pouring like an avalanche that's coming down the mountain.
How great is it to hear the great Connor McGahey back? You're a credit to the force, Malinsky? That is fantastic. I haven't heard that one before. What is that from? Your credit to the force, Malinsky. What movie or TV show is that from?
Some cop show.
Definitely some cop show.
What was the cop thing that was...
You're a credit to the force.
That was funny. Remember the one guy that made the funny voices and...
Police Academy?
It might be a Police Academy.
Hey, Dan, send Connor a text. We don't need to bring him on. But where does he get... Or maybe on the text line, your credit to the force.
It says it's a phrase associated with 1990 movie Downtown.
Oh, my God.
I've never even heard of that.
That is great. Is it Malinsky, too?
Well, must be.
It is Malinsky?
Yeah, it says you're a credit to the force, Malinsky.
How good is Connor McGahey?
Well,
are you kidding me?
I think Tyler asked this week or last week, how do you guys watch so many shows? What are you guys doing? What? This guy must go back in the archives of 80s and 90s movies.
Well, he's got a memory of a freak.
Oh, he does,
he must remember every single line of every movie he's ever seen.
You're a credit to the force, Malinsky. That is great.
I will say this.
Oh, my God.
The Nature's Go I was watching.
Which one?
His first one.
Okay.
And the pass to him by MacKinnon.
Set a record, by the way.
I thought MacKinnon was just throwing it to the middle, and then they showed a replay of a different angle, and the vision of that pass, I mean, that was perfect, right by all the traffic, and then boom, and really that goal, and then your credit to the force, Malinsky's goal. There was so much traffic in front of the goalie. That's I was sitting there.
Yeah, Malinsky's was downtown.
Yeah, I was sitting there channeling Andy somewhere watching this game. Go, that's why you put traffic in front of the net. That right there.
Well, and on Lekkonen's goal, which really he was just scooping up the garbage, it was really Cale Makar doing all of his magic. It was pretty awesome. And by the way, that first assist, and MacKinnon had 2, but the first one, 10-16, new franchise record. That's it for scoring.
That's crazy.
And Butchergrass is on TV on ESPN saying he's not much of a playmaker or something weird. I'm like, what are you talking about? I thought the overall ESPN broadcast was okay, but it's I actually thought, I don't even know who the color analyst was, but I thought she was actually pretty solid. She was good too, because she says organization and process and speak Canadian for me.
We were watching and the warden, when she said one of those words, she goes, "Oh, she's Canadian."
Oh yeah,
no doubt about that.
And now it takes.
So, are we about to have to pay Marty Nachos $95 million?
Well, you got to make a decision there, don't you?
I will say this. I thought Butchergrass was bringing stuff. He brought money into almost every play. There was a play down the Kings. Oh, look, that's $4.5 million he just signed for. There's a and I'm like, dude, you're doing play-by-play and you're giving everybody's contract on every touch. I'm like, what are you doing? And he said something about Natchez. He said, didn't get him signed before the thing, blah, blah, blah.
Well, I think that one's pretty relevant, though. I mean, especially if he gets off to a hot start here like he just did, getting 2 in the first. I mean, good Lord, man. I mean,
but the new rule comes into play next season, and I don't know when the deadline, Dan, you may know when the deadline, that you could sign up to an 8-year deal right now, but that cuts off in the new collective bargaining. I think you can only go 5. So it might be up to Natchez saying maybe I get this thing done quicker sooner than rather than later too.
So Manson crushes McLovin, Fogle. I'll play the game too. And then Mallett, who's just a journeyman AHL guy, comes
Pretty
off
good quarterback at Arkansas at the time.
I'll take your word for it. That we heard 10,000 times that his older brother is a UFC fighter. And my older brother was an Ivy League student in chemical engineering and business. So what? Right. I mean, brothers, this, that, the other thing. But we had to hear about how Mallett's brother, crushes skulls in the UFC like 10,000 times. He comes off the bench and talk about the code of the NHL. And this is what Gabe was so pissed about. Like, if you're going to fight somebody, the code is you don't run off the bench to fight a guy who's been on the ice. Let somebody else on the ice handle it.
Right.
The other code of the fighting is you don't just grab the guy from the side and start going with him. If you're going to do this,
square up.
Just square up. I have really gone like 180 degrees on fighting in the NHL. I used to be vehemently against it. But I actually really dig like the code of fighting now because it's not just a bunch of goon. There's no goon on the Avalanche.
Right.
There's guys who can fight, but there aren't any goons on the Avs. There's no Curtis McDermott on the Avs.
Is Manson the closest to it?
No, he's a really
he's a really good player.
I'm not calling him a goon. I'm saying, is he the closest to it?
Most goons are average skaters.
He's not an average skater.
Yeah,
he is way above average. He's been in the league for 10 years as a high-quality defenseman.
I was just looking up his age right before you said that. He feels like he should be 40 years old to me.
He just turned 34.
34.
Yesterday. His birthday was yesterday.
I know.
His dad was in the league for a long time.
And is still coaching.
The code of fighting, I love. And here's what happened. That dude Mallett broke the code of fighting. And you know what that did for the Avalanche? It turned them into a different gear.
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at them.
Because they didn't score on the power play because they had a power play.
They struggled on that.
And as soon as it ended, they scored within 15 seconds?
The temperature of the Avalanche went through the roof. The intensity turned up. Wedgwood was great in net. Different than, Forgia from last year. And all of a sudden, you could feel the Avalanche. You could feel their size and their skill. And that Kings team... They're talking about that Kings team being a contender for the Cup like the Avs.
Well, I want to say this.
Special.
I thought, especially the first 2 periods, I went to bed I missed the third period.
He missed another bunch of fights near the end of the game.
Well, so I missed that.
Whatever.
But
that was a late game.
But I thought they were early on. All they were doing is it almost looked like because they were in their black uniforms. It was like a black line across the neutral zone and wouldn't let anybody get through there. I mean, they were able to skate it. The 1 or 2 times they did, they got great opportunities.
Did the Kings wear different uniforms for warm-ups?
Yeah, I think they actually
I swear they were wearing a different uniform.
I think you're right. Yes, I think you're right. They had some cool they had these flags that you could display things on like when they were introducing them. It's kind of cool. Anyway, whatever. And they wore goofy helmets. I don't know. Kopitar, good player and all, but guys, this Avalanche team, I'm trying not to get too excited here.
Well, you said you want a quick start from them.
Well, we got it last night, man. And tomorrow night, the home opener against the Mammoth. Does that feel weird? We're playing against...
Is that Utah, isn't it?
That's the Utah Mammoth. I think Andy Lindahl's, wants to have a word.
I liked it better when they were the Utah Hockey Club.
I thought that was kind of
I
a cool
thought that was
name.
a great name.
Kick off the Avs season with the all-new Altitude Plus. It's redesigned, packed with powerful new features. You can enjoy a 7-day trial with the promo code AVS7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today. All sorts of goodies there. So tomorrow night we have the home opener, and away we go.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, going to be awesome. Jeff Legwold's in England.
Oh.
Yeah. Leggy in England.
Cheerio.
Hey, are we going to have him on? I shouldn't be so amazed by technology.
We got to figure
We're
out
going to have him on Zoom? So tea and crumpets, Legwold? So we expect to see English stuff? He definitely won't be just in a hotel room?
We need to have him in the pub.
Might be just a hotel room.
Can you ask him to go to the pub?
Well, but it might be what time of night it's going to be. It's going to be late.
I have no idea what time it is right
They're
there.
7 hours ahead of us.
Yeah,
8 p.m.?
8 p.m. They should be in the pub.
Is that pushing it way too far to ask Leggy to be in the pub in 5 minutes?
No.
It's not. All right, ask Leggy to be in the pub in 5 minutes. That would be amazing. We'll find out if Dan can do his job coming up next.
And I know that buying a new car can be a cumbersome experience at times, and that's why you want to go to the best dealership with the best prices and the best inventory. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. The customer service is second to none. You'll probably become a customer for life, just like I did after I bought my first vehicle my rookie year at Phil Long Ford. I keep going back because I know these guys, I love these guys, I trust these guys. They get me in, they get me out, and I always find the vehicle of my dreams. Whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, it's already on the lot at Phil Long Ford because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. You're going to get the best price. You're going to get the best customer service. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out, and you'll become a customer for life. Guys, relationships matter in life, and that's why I recommend my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
No, each week it's the ability to refocus on the next challenge, and I think oftentimes the games are won and lost right here today, tomorrow, and Friday. So these guys understand in our league it's different than college. We're not getting a chance to play a 1AA or FCS school. These are all professional teams, and we'll handle it that way.
That's the message, and that's his job. But our job is to look at things and be like, are you kidding me? And the Jets are one of those teams. Jeff Legwald, live from England. Awesome, Jeff. Brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, I should not be that dazzled by technology, but still there's something cool about
There's
seeing
the
you from
internet on
England.
the other side of the world.
I know. I don't know why I feel that that's so cool, but I do. How you doing?
Actually, I'm in the next room. I just didn't want to say anything.
Is that curtains or a flag behind you?
It's, I think some really, probably curtains from when I was in high school.
Well, why don't we just start with that? The town, the location, just the logistics.
I thought you meant his curtains from high school.
No, I'm just going back that everything seems to be slower speed, old-fashioned. You're in a different time. It feels like. But tell us what it's like out there with the logistics and everything about how this week is actually going.
Yeah, I mean, they got the team north of London. When he said he wanted to go to the middle of nowhere, he wasn't kidding around, really. They're in like an old castle type place that's been turned into a hotel, and they don't even have all the team personnel in the same place. It's the coaches and the players and some other key folks in one hotel, and then the rest of the traveling party elsewhere. So when Sean Payton said he was gonna take an all business approach, he's done just that. But they're practicing at Tottenham's, the Premier League team's training facility, and that's fairly palatial. So they did all right in the battle of the teams practice facilities, because I can't imagine the Jets have something better than what the Broncos have at Tottenham. It was immaculate.
How far is the training facility from where they're staying?
I think about a half hour, 40 minutes.
Right.
So,
wow, Sean was really dedicated to be in the middle of nowhere. He wasn't lying about that one.
How far is your room from the closest pub and room temperature Guinness?
Across the street, so it wouldn't be far.
You look like you got your I'm going out in a minute clothes on.
That's not correct. No, I'm still, apparently this whole time change thing means I'm still on deadline, so I still got some things to do.
Oh, there you go. Hey, when you look at this game, DMac broke down the Jets a while ago. What do you see from the Jets? Is there really any way that the Denver Broncos should or could lose to the Jets?
Scotty, I think it's always turnovers. Your quarterback throws a couple early picks. Any of that stuff is what gets you in trouble against a team that hasn't done well. So, I think that's the one thing that gets you. And, Aaron Glenn is a respected defense. So I think that too is, you just hope they don't put together not lucky, but an opportune play or a red zone turnover. So they get 2 short fields and they get 10 points they didn't really earn. I think that's the only thing that gets the Broncos in trouble with this one, because they've been pretty focused, at least today. The practice looked very, very much like a normal practice. You didn't see a team that had traveled or was sluggish in any way.
What do you make about how Justin Fields has been playing at quarterback this year?
Well, I mean, some people in the league think part of that's, Tyler, the structure of what's around him, that this is a rebuilding team that maybe folks got a little too excited for, talking about it before the season started. But I don't know anyone in the league who believes their talent level is where it's going to need to be. And, Fields has the same problem the other quarterbacks did. When you take Garrett Wilson away from him, what are his options?
Right.
His options are Breece Hall up the middle, I guess. I mean, but That's it, Jeff. As far as I can tell. I mean, is
Hey,
there?
You don't have to scream. He can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm the microphone's working.
No, I mean they've earned their 0-5. That there's no question. They've earned every bit of that.
What does Malcolm Roach coming off the IR for Denver mean?
Well, if he played, I'm assuming he looked pretty good today. So I got to believe they did this with the intent of him at least getting some snaps Sunday. But he's their only true nose tackle, so I think it does help them in some of their run fits where they've gotten stung a little bit from time to time this year since he got hurt. So I think that's the biggest thing. It makes them more physical up front, and it gives them even more ability to play some of those nickel and dime packages on some rundowns if they'd like to match up a little better because he's a little more physical in the middle.
What do we know about Ben Powers' bicep injury? Did he tear it? Do we know?
I've been told he tore it, and I've
Oof.
reported it that way. And he's had surgery to repair it already. And
is that not season ending?
Well, I put in a story in previous players. It's been season ending, but behind the scene case scenario is sort of a 2-month recovery. But look, I was absent the day they taught medicine at medical school, but I've never heard of that, but that doesn't mean it couldn't happen.
Yeah, it's one thing for a wide receiver or something to come back from a bicep injury.
Or quarterback Elway tore his, right? And that went in Super Bowl year.
Well, there you go. I guess I wouldn't think that would be easy, but I would think for an offensive lineman that'd be insanely difficult. All the wrestling that we're doing in there. So are we thinking Matt Pert is the guy that's filling in?
That's the way they lined up in camp, and that's the way they have done it when they've tried to give people reps there when Powers wasn't in practice, or they were rotating guys in. It was Pert. So I'm until I see otherwise, I think that will be the move.
How familiar were you with Sean Payton's career at Leicester Panthers football when he was at 23 years of age over there in England?
I mean, I know of that league, and I knew he had played in it. And I've actually spoken to some people in Leicester. I'm still trying to locate somebody who was around the team when Peyton was there, but not successful yet. But I'm on the case.
Well, tell us about the league and what the hell was it? And does that league even?
Yeah, it still exists. It's like a tier 2 or tier 3. I mean, that was a very early version of American football in Europe. At the time, they had rules of only 4 American players per team. It was a lot of teams northern in the country, not so much London, but, Leicester, Birmingham, England, and some other places had teams. It was the, British American Football Association, I believe was the name of the league. But,
okay.
And they actually had relegations in that league. So if you finished too far to the bottom, you went to even a tier below.
I can't believe there were that many teams. That's
well, I mean, you're not talking about full-time employees. These were guys with jobs during the day who would, drive up to practice in their, plumber van or whatever they were doing. So, I mean, that's the kind of league he was in. And Sean actually Peyton made a joke today about, once they told him he was done there, he knew he was done, like he was going to be a coach. But
I think when they made you an offer there, you might be figured out you were done.
Well, he said, but they even gave him a little signing bonus, and when he saw it go into his checking account, he figured he better come over and actually play. But he actually was a player coach. He said the American guys had to coach during practice a little bit too. So it must have been quite.
It sounds like that was kind of a good thing for him because he was thinking about getting to coaching anyway. Like this was kind of actually for him made sense, I guess, at 23.
Yeah, but I mean the American guys made the practice plans and everything for the team. So that's
crazy.
Wild.
I think that's pretty funny.
So is Jeff Legwell going to get any tourist time? Is he going to go down to or up? I don't know which way to London, or are you going to go over to Liverpool and see Eleanor Rigby's grave? I mean, you got any plans like that?
I have not made any yet, but we'll see. Hopefully Saturday shapes up to be a little bit of adventure time.
Hey, the Winston Churchill Museum in London is fantastic.
I did actually go to that last time the Broncos were here. So yeah,
It's
that
unbelievable,
was
isn't it?
cool. It is. I mean, some of it, it's in the exact state it was in 1945. I mean, it's unbelievable.
What last one for me. What can you compare this to compared to Greenbrier? Is this really ye old Greenbrier? Greenbrier Part 2? The original Greenbrier?
I think it's probably, like Greenbrier was in the League of Castles and got relegated. Maybe that's the way it went. I think this is a little more old school. Here's some built of humongous stones and things. So
you probably got some ghosts and stuff running around that place.
Probably not as many as the Greenbrier if you talk to some of the people with the Broncos.
In terms of like a bonding sort of team, though, thing, it sounds like Sean was dying to have this moment, though, that he feels this is really an important part of the season.
He thinks those are epically important, and I can't imagine they won't have some kind of trip every year during the regular season, however they put it together. Whether it's playing an international game or going to the Greenbrier again between two East Coast games. The way he talks about it every time, I find it hard to believe he won't try to find a way to do one every season.
All right. Anything else for Jeff? Any other little English details you want to throw our way? Anything we're missing out there?
Well, I'm going to say if NFL teams see the training facility Tottenham has, they're gonna like want some upgrades.
Well,
that's cool.
Yeah, I would say look for a Balmer's on ice or just get you a Guinness, one of the two.
I'll do what I can.
All
right, Jeff, thank you for joining us from England. That was awesome. Brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Tyler, does it matter in football that you can bond together and travel for a week in the middle of the season? I mean, basketball obviously does it all the time.
Hockey?
Well, every sport, frankly.
Well, I mean, the Nuggets have been going to San Diego for the week to start the season, right, for training camp.
Yeah, that's in the beginning, I think there was a little griping about facilities and stuff, but that's not what it is, because you could just go to the Air Force. You could go anywhere and have multiple courts. There's something about going away.
Yeah. I had training camp at the Air Force.
I never did the mid-season deal. I mean, the closest I ever had to it played in Seattle. When we would go East Coast, we would go for 2 days. And that was like a big road trip for us because we were gone for 2 whole days. But I did, as a young player, I used to hate like the idea of having to go away for training camp. But as I got older, we played out there in Washington. We'd go down to Richmond, Virginia for training camp for 4 years, and I loved that period, man. I mean, there is something unique and majestic. Just it's special when it's just you and your guys. You go out, get a beer after practice, whatever. Play some cards with the boys. It's nothing but time. I think it's a cool thing.
Let me spitball a theory because I certainly don't have the experience like you guys. I would guess if things are going well for your team, it's an awesome experience. But I do wonder if things are going poorly for your team, if it's just the worst thing in the world.
You'd probably be surprised. I don't know, Scott. I think you'd be surprised. The guys, even when, it's weird. Like the teams that I feel the most connected to, the boys.
Yeah.
The worst teams I was on and the best teams I was on. And it's almost equal. I mean, it was a very unique bonding experience one way or the other. So I think they probably have a lot of fun even on the bad teams.
The one thing, if people are throwing contender on your name and you were to have gone in and lost in Philly and then completely not ready to play and find a way to lose to the Jets, that could set you back, though. I mean, that could have set you back. And instead, last year they went on that 2-game East Coast trip.
Changed the season.
Yep. And maybe now starting off with a win in Philly, this could be the catapult the other way for the season this year.
Why is Shadur at a car dealership talking about Joe Flacco? We'll hear it coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with ED, erectile dysfunction, that man machine ain't working the way you need it to. Let's go. Let's go. And you can simply go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and figure out how to put this in the past. It causes stress. It just ruins relationships. You know, I don't have to tell you. You get it?
Man machine?
That's what I thought came up with. You like that one?
Yeah, I kind of like that.
All right, cool. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, getting your mail machine going. Now I'll burn it out. Now I'll just abuse it. Success rate's well over 90%. Here's what they do. That initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. But like most men, you could be having sex with your partner the next day. They have 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, spiffy location. Check out Castle Rock. Also Colorado Springs there too. Just hit them up, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. playing Here Comes the Sun for the Browns? Do they ever see the sun in Cleveland?
Doo-doo-doo. Only when DMac's there. DMac stays up till the sun.
We made that city rock. We had a night.
So a sidebar semi-story on English music.
Oh, Jim, sure.
Saturday at Coors Field, Paul McCartney in town.
How about that? You got some interest in seeing that one?
We're going.
Okay. All right. Very good.
You guys don't miss a concert. The warden got tickets, so it's Warden, I, and Ellie, who's excited.
Wow. Does she know the music?
She knows some of it. You know her name, right?
I did not. That's a Beatles name, Ellie?
Eleanor. It's short
for Eleanor Rigby?
For Eleanor Rigby.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Eleanor Rigby was pretty tragic musical. I mean, it's a great song but it's a little bit of a sad story about good old Eleanor Rigby.
I was talking to my older daughter today before Ellie goes to school, and she was telling her she's going to go see Paul McCartney.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, wow, how lucky you are that you're going to get to see a Beatle.
Yes, there's only 2 left.
And Ellie goes, yeah, this will be my second one.
She's seen Ringo Starr?
Ringo Starr was in town last winter sometime, like last October, November.
With his all-star band?
Ringo Starr and his traveling all-star band. So she got to see Ringo Starr.
Wow.
Like at the Paramount or someplace like that.
Great joint to see him.
And is seeing Paul McCartney this weekend.
You ever seen Paul McCartney?
I've not seen Paul McCartney.
I've Tyler?
No.
Paul McCartney? I have seen him. It's an unbelievable show.
He was here, what, 15 years ago?
He's in his 80s, bro, and he's still killing it. It's great shape. Every hit is a banger. The band sounds unbelievable. You're going to have a great time.
Well, we went and saw Billy Joel at Coors Field and had a blast.
Seen him twice at Coors Field.
Yeah, I thought he was great. I had fun.
There was fat Billy Joel, and then there was kind of skinny Billy Joel.
Well, I think was skinny the second one?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, fat Billy Joel was like, you okay up there?
Stop drinking.
Buddy. But he got himself in better shape. Well, good. Have a blast.
Yeah.
Where are you sitting for that one?
Oh, I have no idea. Third base side.
It's concerts. It's Tyler. Have you ever seen a concert at Coors Field?
I've not done that either.
They're quirky.
Yeah.
Like you gotta have you're sitting back kind of no matter where you are.
Yeah, unless you get one of those on the field seats.
Even the on the field seats, I guess if you're in the first 3-4 rows, something like that. But those are hard tickets to actually come by, and I don't know. Whatever. It'll be great. Hopefully the weather's good. It's
supposed to be a nice day.
The Avs are actually playing that night as well. So downtown will be hopping.
Banging.
And see you against Iowa State.
Yeah. But that's an early game. That's a 1:30 game.
It's finally, we're going. My wife, we're going to the game.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so it'll be our first CU game this year. Because the time's good. And working a little bit at Rally House from 10 to noon.
Oh, there you go. So getting paid again. There we go.
But we're going to do that. Oh, that's interesting. Better night, Paul McCartney at Coors Field or watching the Avs play the Stars. Miko Rannon back in town on Saturday night.
Well, I got the game taped, so I'll get to see the game Sunday sometime.
Tyler.
After I watch the tape Bronco game.
Because church.
That's church.
Am I stupid to think that's thank you? See, you could pull an upset this week.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm kind of on this kick lately that I'm actually convinced Colorado's a pretty good football team. I know they've got their deficiencies. I know they've got problems. They don't have a quarterback, and that's the biggest problem they got on that football team. But even with the defensive deficiencies, I don't know if you guys been tracking like any of the college statistics of like Pro Football Focus and stuff. Colorado's got the best offensive line in the country. Yeah. Like they've got the best offensive line in the country. They're balling. I mean, time to pressure. The Buffs are averaging like 4.57 seconds before the quarterback gets any pressure at all, which just goes to show how insane it is, all these dumb sacks that we've actually been giving up. They do a lot of things well. They played TCU great. They played Georgia Tech well. They played BYU well. Right. I mean, 3 top 25 teams that you probably should have won at least 2 of the 3, even with your quarterback problem. If you had half a quarterback at all, you might be an undefeated football team. So, no, I don't think you're insane.
I just got a feeling about this one. And I'm seeing this video of Prime, And I am curious, Dan, if there's any reports of him being at practice today like he vowed he would be. And man, is he putting things out there on social media, like really personal stuff, like him in hospital gowns and being wheeled into the operating room?
That's why I say I just don't know, man. I just don't know. It's not because he's done coaching or board or anything like that.
He said it was the 16th time that he's been in like a hospital bed
like
waiting
2
for
years, right?
3 years, yes.
3 years.
But yeah, I mean, a short period of time. I'm like, wow, man, like I've only, you guys again would beat me on this, but I've had surgery one time. One time. I had a ACL, MCL.
How many you guys got?
It felt like a big deal to be in the freaking hospital. I had some facet injections in my neck too, so I guess that was twice. So
that's a procedure.
That was definitely a procedure. Ain't no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But they still put you in the gown. They put you in the bed. They're still doing all that. But no doubt, that's just a procedure. For the ACL, of course, should they knock you out?
I think Dan's got a picture of him. He's out of practice.
There you go, man.
So
that's awesome.
If you're out
That's
of practice, that's a
amazing.
procedure. That ain't a surgery.
Yeah, but you know
They
what's
still
weird
put him
about it?
under, though.
They said it was a 4-hour procedure. That sounds like a surgery to me.
Well, it should be. Well, again, I asked you
16.
yesterday, do I count my putting me out and going up and blasting 2 big old kidney stones? Is that a surgery or is that a procedure?
No, man.
I think you get to count that. I don't know. I mean, if I was counting all my facet injections and cortisone shots and all that, I mean, gosh, we're talking about in the 20s, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been through 8 in my lifetime, 8 legitimate surgeries, and I feel like that's insane, right?
Right.
Dion's had 16 of these things in 3 years.
Crazy.
And how old is he?
57, 58. He's just a little bit older than me.
Yeah, your body doesn't respond like
58,
it once
I
did.
think. It's crazy. Good for him, man. I'm glad to see the video of him out there. And let's beat Iowa State. You know what I'm saying, Tyler? Like, let's go.
Boy, the Sanders
just get it
family
done.
is kind of coming out against the Browns here of late, aren't they?
All right, well.
They're trying to
Let's
get him
get to
traded,
that.
probably.
Well, I mean, first it was Dion at his presser when he was asked about the Browns. He's like, I don't give a darn about the Browns.
Right.
I couldn't care less about the Browns.
Right.
I care about Shedeur. I don't care about the Browns.
Right, right.
And now we got Bucky talking off, and
Bucky was like, if you told me a year ago we'd be 2-4, my brother wouldn't be out of the league and my other's on practice squad,
I mean, how
Are
about
you
calling his
kidding me?
brother a practice squad guy? I mean,
did he call him practice squatter? Is that the word he used?
Yeah, wow.
I think
Didn't he say that?
Is
Didn't
he
he
a practice squad or scout
yeah,
team?
Scout team.
He
Scout
called
team.
him
Scout team. Scout
team.
team. It was scout team. It was scout team.
Okay.
Well, that sounds bad, too.
Meanwhile, Shedur's at an Acura dealership.
It looks like I was looking at
Like
the
Cuyahoga Acura.
I was looking at the wheel, right? It looked like it was a little Acura symbol on the wheel cap.
All right, so here, I am dying to know, like, why is he at the dealership? How did this one, Cleveland muggle catch up with him? Like, there's so many questions here, but here is his back and forth.
What did you think about the news today about Joe Flacco getting traded to Cincinnati?
Oh, Joe Flacco getting traded, he was definitely somebody I leaned on for wisdom, and I feel like he helped me a lot. He helped me a lot while my time being here in Cleveland and his time being here in Cleveland. So now, everybody has their own destinies and have their own plans they have in life, so I'm just happy for him.
Have you talked to him yet?
Yeah, I seen him in the facility. I seen him.
Before or after the news?
After, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he told me, I'm like, dang, that happened quick. Like, that was crazy.
Okay. So certainly it's just going to be Shedeur being the backup. So here comes Kevin Stefanski doing his Wednesday media. And, obviously they're going to ask him about the whole thing. Listen to what Stefanski has to say, and you tell me how to interpret it. Here's Stefanski.
The trade took us by surprise. That was not something that we saw coming. They called us, and it happened very fast and happened not too long ago. So still working through all roster type of things. I always have to be mindful of our players and our players' development, and I want to make sure that I'm always doing what's best for our players and of course our team. But with young players, I'm always thinking about last week making the change to Dylan. You have to think long and hard about that, because these are young players that you're so invested in their development. So I'll let the week play out and make a decision later on that.
Why not? Yeah, Shedeur's number 2. Next question.
Yeah, how about just answer the question? It's not that difficult. And you know what? I mean, obviously, it feels like it's leaving the door open for Bailey Zappi to be the backup quarterback.
How about
I mean, that's very clear. He's leaving the door open. But even if he's not, you know what he's really doing? Like, my gut tells me Shedeur is going to be the backup quarterback. I think for reasons Scott brought up earlier, you want to talk about a riot. You want to talk about an outcry from the fan base.
To fire this coach?
Yeah, to fire the coach. All those reasons. Like, Shedeur's I don't feel confident about anything anymore, but I feel relatively confident he's going to be the number 2. But at the bottom line, what that little presser was, that was just continuing to put Shedeur in his place. That's all it was. Like, hey, Shedeur, yeah, you might be the backup, but I don't want you to feel like you earned it. You didn't earn being the backup, but yeah, you might be the guy.
What has he done behind the scenes to piss all these people off with the Browns?
I mean, honestly, it could be as simple as this. Because I went through this in 2012 when we drafted RG3 with the 2nd overall pick, and then we drafted Kirk Cousins in the 4th round. And Robert was just never Mike's guy. Just wasn't his guy. That was the owner's selection. And if Shedeur Sanders is the owner's selection, then he didn't do anything. It's just it wasn't his guy.
Right.
He's like, no, I didn't pick him. So you're at this point, Stefanski's probably almost daring him to fire him. Like,
well, how's Zappi his guy?
But what Tyler I think is saying is anybody but Shedeur.
Exactly.
It doesn't even matter.
Like, hey, you made us pick somebody that I didn't want to pick, so I'm not going to use them.
I mean, if you want to make the Zappi reasoning, the guy's actually played in NFL games. Bailey Zappi has started NFL games. I mean, I'm not saying it's great or anything, but he's actually done it.
I know he won at least one last year.
So do you want a guy as a backup who has NFL experience or will be coming into the NFL game for his first time? Stefanski's saying, like, I'm worried about the guy's development and all that. Well, pound sand, coach. Give me a break. Okay, your development, like you're a high school or a college coach. Please. You'd be the first coach in the world that truly cared about that.
Put him at the 3rd and then find you a friendly writer and say, well, yeah, coach said he was worried about my development. Then I wonder how you get development getting one snap in practice every day.
I agree. And like Dion said, what he said, I never got better by sitting on the bench. But this would be I don't know what you even do if you're Shedeur in this situation, if you get passed over by Bailey Zappi.
Well, there's nothing you can do. And I guess the best advice I would give to Shedeur is don't start playing games, even if you want to get out of there. The whole league is just waiting for confirmation of whatever bias they had coming into the draft, that you are a distraction, that you are a problem. So he's not going to do himself any favors by going out there and causing a scene. And then honestly, what I would really tell him if I was giving him advice, hey, Shedeur, your best chance, especially at this point, your best chance of anything, buy your time until Kevin Stefanski gets fired. And if you were the owner's selection, if that really is how it went down, don't be shocked if the next owner actually hires a coach for the sole intention of making Shedeur Sanders work.
All right. Because he still may be named the backup. But how big of an insult was it today that he just wasn't named the backup by the coach?
Well, I'm kind of with Tyler. It makes sense. He said this is another way to keep a thumb on the kid and remind him who's in charge.
Mm-hmm.
Problem is, if it doesn't work out, Gabriel sucks, Zappi comes in, and he sucks because he's only had a few days of really – well, I don't know. He's been on the practice squad, right? Then there's not going to be a soul in Cleveland wants Stefanski to be there for next week. There's not going to be a soul. Lose this game. Gabriel looks bad. Zappi comes in.
Know who they got this week.
And then watch what this crowd does.
Who they got, guys? Anybody know the Browns? I haven't even really thought about it. Let's see who the Browns got this week.
I thought it was another tough one, and the next week it's a little easier.
In Cleveland or in Pittsburgh?
In Pittsburgh.
Well.
And they're coming off a bye week, the Steelers.
Wow, they had an early bye. Well, the Steelers are what, 3-1 then?
Yeah.
In first place, you're 1-4, you're the Browns. I don't know, man. It's probably not going to go well for Dylan Gabriel, right?
We'll see.
That's week 6 there, Scotty. Boy, you'd have Shedeur by your prediction starting next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're going to be close, but I bet it's week 9 or 10.
Yeah, but
they're going to give Dylan Gabriel at least 4 games, right?
Well, Gabriel comes in just to spit in the bed or gets hurt early, and then boom, 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 Shedeur comes in. Don't let him come in and do something good. And then once again, the fan base is ready to explode all for Shedeur. I mean, that's one thing his social media stuff has done for. He's made him loved by fans. So let Gabriel have to come out and Shedeur get in there and play well, do a couple good things, and then watch what the fans are clamoring next week.
We appreciate you watching on YouTube and on Twitch. The Safeway Twitch stream, you can order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Okay, Twitch, get going with no dumb questions. Throw it out there on YouTube as well. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right. Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, you don't have to struggle any longer. You just got to call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes me, and I want you to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. I'm telling you, Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, they believe in what they do so much that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, let's get it rolling here. No dumb question. Let's see here. No dumb question. Is this the modern version of the fans wearing paper bags for the Browns? I don't think the Browns are quite there. I think the Jets fans may be there.
Browns have been there in the past, so they've had bags in the stadium, in Brown Stadium.
Oh, yeah.
before.
I don't know. I still feel like the Browns have some like good pieces and ways to win football games.
No, they suck. Yeah, they suck.
You think they're worse than the Jets?
Oh, well, the Jets are winless. I mean, I guess technically speaking, the Jets are a worse football team, but I'll put them in just one giant pile of crud.
I'm glad their defensive lineman, wasn't about the money, and he just wanted to be on a contender.
Miles Garrett?
Until they offered Garrett, $30 million a year.
He is really good, though. I mean,
but you're talking about Cleveland. That's one thing they've got, because he can play.
I don't know, man.
Dylan. Oh no, you're going to get Pittsburgh this week.
You get 5 weeks into the season, you get a pretty good picture of what teams are all about.
Yeah.
I mean, at least you really see the bottom feeders. And you're right. Like, the Jets will probably figure out how to win. I don't know. Every team, Tyler, seems to win a game or two.
They're going to win a couple games, and nobody's going to think they're going to be the team. Shoot, I'm sure the Eagles didn't think they were going to lose to the Broncos last week, right? Now, I'm not comparing the Broncos to the Jets. That's not what I'm trying to do. But weird things happen, and that's why I just say, like, the only thing that makes me a little bit uneasy about this game is the fact that it's in London.
Yeah, that travel, you just never know.
I grew up in Cleveland. I love all the smack talk about the Brownies and Stefanski. He deserves to be fired. Do you think Stefanski will be fired, no dumb question, during the season? Susie.
I think he's the leading candidate of any in-season coach.
Incorrect.
There's another?
I think there's two that are above him.
Really?
In season?
Yeah.
Well, let's play this game a little bit.
Yeah.
You think there's two?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think Aaron Glenn's one of them.
Nope.
Okay.
New Orleans just got a new coach, so they're not one of them.
Nope.
Carolina.
I don't even know the Carolina guy. No, I don't think so. He's new, isn't he?
Dave Canales.
Dave Canales. Is this his second year or his first year? Second year, I think. Second year.
Yeah.
So maybe him.
You guys can't even think of, like, the contenders?
Whew. In-season firing?
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Let's think about this for a second.
Dayball.
Who?
How about Jonathan Gannon in Arizona? How many times can you beat up your players? Oh, by the way, he did get fined. You see what the fine was?
$100,000.
$100,000, yeah. So you hit a player. If you give the middle finger to a fan on the other team like Jerry Jones, you get $250. You can hit a player in the NFL.
Physically hit him.
$100,000. Glad we're laying down the parameters. All right, who do you got? What are you thinking?
Mike McDaniel and Brian Callahan.
Yeah.
And Brian Callahan.
Okay, because it's his second year too.
They're the two coaches. They've got the two hottest seats in the NFL.
Mike.
Mike's response last week. I know we have a lot of fun with Mike and his slow delivery and his stuttering and his ums and all those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
But when he was asked about his meeting with the owner after the game, oh my gosh, he literally couldn't find words. I mean, that's how you know it was a bad meeting.
Yeah.
They said, well, what did the owner say to you? And he said, well, he relayed the fact that he was disappointed, we were disappointed in the outcome. Mike's my guy. I love Mike, but he's under a tremendous amount of pressure right now.
In season, huh?
And they paid their quarterback.
No dumb question. Did Mark Sanchez have surgery or a procedure?
Oof.
I bet it was surgery.
Have you guys seen the photos of the other dude?
Are those real or are those AI? Those are real?
I think they're real.
I mean, I saw they were disturbing.
I mean, the dude's face is like, it's so, like, the wound is so deep, you can basically see the teeth.
Yeah, okay. I'm just so dubious about everything online now, whether it's real or if it's fake. I mean, if that is real,
Oh, I'm pretty sure they're real.
well, it's disturbing, and Mark Sanchez may be going to jail if all that is what it is. I mean, I don't know what to say about a surgery or procedure. He got stabbed to the chest.
Stitches. Procedure.
Well, it depends if you got nictitating veins or anything inside.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's just a clean stab, that's just a minor procedure.
Text, as a long-suffering Dolphin fan, good riddance to McDaniel. Get rid of our GM, too. Phew. Our guy.
Shoot, I saw it. Someone brought up on the text line this weekend, the high school game I was calling, a coach hit a player.
Oh, my God. That's making some news now. Did you know what he got suspended for?
It was like 2 weeks or something.
One game. How about that? Did you guys have that in your call? Like, could you see what was going on?
Well, it was definitely a part of the broadcast, but it was like the second to last play of the game, and Valor was driving, trying to win the game. They threw an interception, and then Valor tackled the Mountain Vista kid into the Mountain Vista sideline, and it turned into just like a melee, not a melee, like just a huge body of human beings, and you couldn't see what the hell was going on. Clearly something was happening, but there is video evidence. I don't know if you guys see the video. There's video that shows it.
I saw it. It was from mom or dad.
It wasn't so much like a hit. It was like it was like a grab of the guy's head and like a strong shove.
Yeah, I thought he was shoving the guy out of the pile. That's what I thought. I didn't see a punch.
Correct.
Like the coach,
but the way
the coach in Arizona was a punch.
Oh yeah.
This right here would look to me like he's shoving people out of the pile.
But the way the referees announced it was a coach has been ejected for hitting a player.
Yeah.
Oof. No dumb question. Is it considered elder abuse to start Flacco behind the Bengals O-line? He's going. He's starting this week for the Bengals.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
How do you think that's going to go?
All right, no dumb question. Does Browning play in this game?
Well, I don't know what their situation is. Is he the backup? I have no idea what they're doing. No dumb question. Who has been the bigger college letdown this year? Clemson, Penn State, or Texas?
Oof.
Well, I think it's got to be Texas.
I don't know, man.
Dude, they were top 5 to start the year. They're not even in the top 25
Penn State
now.
dropped 2 straight games to a top 10 team and ranked team. They're pretty far down that list. Clemson's pretty far down that list.
And Clemson had a big time quarterback too.
I was reading stuff yesterday that they're questioning whether Arch Manning will even be invited back to the team next year.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, see, you can use it.
I mean, listen, how much of that is hyperbole? I don't know. I'm just saying I read an article that was the headline.
Well, if it's going in that direction, the bigger disappointment's got to be Texas. I mean, we're talking about a guy who was projected to be a top draft pick this year before the season started.
Well,
whoa.
And he's and it's not fair really, but he's fallen under the hype of the last name too. He's carrying a serious weight of that last name. He might need to go. What's the dude that's dressing up and pretending different quarterback?
Chad Powers.
Yeah, he needs to go Chad Powers and go to some other school, transfer in as you know.
I'm not trying to do a spoiler, but do you know what the premise? And it's in the first minute of the TV show, so I don't think I'm spoiling that much. But do you know what the premise is of Chad Powers going to the dark side and getting pushed out of the limelight?
He blew a game or something, did he?
He's playing for Oregon against, I think, like Georgia or something like that. It's a national championship game. He runs for what it should be a winning touchdown. He drops the ball before the goal line. The ball is picked up, and as time expires, Georgia, for the sake of argument, I think it's Georgia, runs in for the winning touchdown, but that's not it. As they're celebrating, there's a kid in a wheelchair with his dad on the sideline who's an Oregon Ducks fan. And by the way, for the show, they're using all the logos. So he's in an Oregon Ducks outfit. The kid's in Ducks gear. He hits the dad who knocks over the kid in the wheelchair. And that is how he was like thrown out of everything. That's how the show starts. That's how Chad Powers like goes from, being a hero to a zero. It's like, wow, man. I mean, we're going not only losing the game, but we're knocking out a dad who knocks over a kid in a wheelchair.
Well, who's the running back that punched the kid after the bowl game and ended up having 10 years in the
was it
NFL?
LeGarrette Blunt?
Oh my God, good.
I think
memory.
it was LeGarrette
I think
Blunt.
yeah.
Punched somebody like in the celebration after the game, and I think he got 10 years in the league, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he had a great career. Yeah.
In fact, didn't he sign late with Tampa the year
Yes.
they won it?
Yes.
I don't know what the future for Chad Powers is going to. Are you guys going to watch that show or not? Should I just shut up about it, or do you have interest?
I don't care if you shut up. It's not on my list right now. I'm watching Jason Bateman. I'm watching that
How
one.
deep are you into that?
Oh, I'm like 4 episodes in.
Oh, so you're about halfway or so.
Yeah,
I'm almost done
good
with-
show. I'm falling behind on task. I got to get back to task.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm almost done with Angels Sing. They went off for a romantic weekend or out by the lake by themselves, got away from the cameras.
Okay. Big question of the day comes up next. We'll get to the Avs in just a second, and this really fun story about Sean Payton playing and coaching football when he was 23 in England. Kind of a little Ted Lasso sort of story. We'll get to that in a second. But the big question of the day, as we just focus on the Jets, is when you're facing an opponent that you are, at least on paper, so much better than, what's the most effective way to stay focused to make sure something weird doesn't happen?
Simple game plans. The quickest way to have something weird happen is overcomplicate things. You try to come out the gates firing for the fences, whatever. You don't have to, right? So just come out the gates, keep it simple, stupid, and ensure that you don't put your team in a position for the Jets to get their very first takeaway of the entire season.
How crazy is that, by the way?
Yeah.
Is that the most mind-blowing number that you can see with them right now? They have 0 takeaways.
Yeah, they're a really good running team, a legitimately good running team.
3rd in the league, $144 per game.
That's about it. That's about all they got.
Hard to score a lot, even with a really good running game, if that's all you got. And they struggle in that department. In scoring, they are points per game. They're 19th in the league. Not great.
How many?
22.4. The Broncos are at 23.4.
That's
just
actually
slightly above them.
22.4. That's actually really close as an offense to feeling like you're doing enough to win ball games. Today, 24 is probably about the magic number that you would say if we score 24 points as an offense, if we lose this game, that's because our defense couldn't do their job. But the defense, what are they giving up? Like 33 points per game, something like that?
31.4.
Right. Yeah, so good luck keeping up with that, right?
Which is 31st in the league, second to worst.
Well, they've lost. Let's see they've lost regular season. Only lost the Steelers once. They scored 32.
Yep, close game. Good game.
Lost to the Bills.
Hold on, sorry. The Jets scored 32 or
they scored 32.
Okay.
And they had
34-32.
They had the lead in that one. They should have won that game.
Yeah, they lost to the Buccaneers, scored 29-27.
And that could have gone either way.
Lost to Dolphins 27-21, lost to Cowboys 37-22.
And that game actually was not as close as it indicates. That they piled on a bunch of points in the fourth quarter.
But I remember watching Jets that first game because we came back and talked on the show. So, they may be better than we thought.
It was another one of these, and he's had so many of them. Pretty good Justin Fields games that just end in a loss. Like, he had countless amounts of those with the Bears, and this was just like that. I don't know if there's a quarterback ever in the history of the NFL who's been saddled with worse defenses no matter where he goes. So I don't know if we'll ever get a true measure of Justin Fields, or this league is just going to break him completely. But he makes mistakes too. He's not perfect either.
Gosh, yeah. You want to talk about a pretty amazing backup quarterback. If he settles into the next phase of his life, that dude could stick around for 15 years as a backup quarterback. Dynamic, can make plays with his feet. He's going to be one of those guys that if Justin Fields came into the game as a backup, he would feel like such a spark plug, such an energy guy.
Yep.
He's not a starter. I know the numbers kind of look capable, but look, man, there's been enough experience here. We've got enough starts to figure out that it's not just the defense. It's not just the guys that are around him. He's missing something also.
He holds the ball per snap to throw longer than any quarterback in the league. So some of that might be patience, but some of that might be indecision.
Well, that means the offensive line's doing a decent job, though.
They're not terrible. Again,
for him to be able to do that, he's got to have some time.
Yeah, they've allowed – you would probably hate being an offensive lineman for him, I'm going to guess, because that is his number. They've allowed 16 sacks, which is 25th in the league. But you can't put your finger on – they got no – identity. They got no development. Garrett Wilson is one hell of a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
But their best weapon is just giving the ball to Breece Hall, and that dude's pretty special.
Well, what it could take, especially with the new coach bringing in a new system, a new culture, take one big win against a team you ain't supposed to beat. What's the spread in this game?
7.5 Broncos, and I bet that could even go up. Listen, I gotcha. But when you have a defense that just is so porous, like, all you have to do is beat them up a little bit.
How many points is their defense giving up?
31.4, 31st in the league, and they're kind of awful in everything. They're 27th rushing. They're 13th in passing yards, but my guess is the reason they're like that is teams just beat them up running the ball. You don't really have to throw that much against them. Did you see what Javonte Williams did? Javonte Williams had like a 67-yard rush against them with like 12 seconds to go or something at the end of the half. Like, they gave up. And so they hang in there for a little bit, but like a lot of bad teams, there's no intestinal fortitude. There's no, we're going to win this thing. There's zero there. They know they're bad, and they play like it. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
I hate games like this.
Do you?
I hate games you're supposed to win. Last week, give me that game all the time because
it's not hard to get up for those.
Yeah, you can get up for them easy, and watching them break them down, you're like, dude, they're not going to just blow you out. They're just going to get a chance. This offense of the Jets goes off all of a sudden. Are you gonna beat them?
Well, they've had 2 or 3 games where they did go off.
Yeah. And they've got 2 pretty significant playmakers, Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson, who can do it. And listen, you can rip Justin Fields all you want, but that dude can run with the ball, and his arm's plenty strong enough.
Well, did Garrett Wilson not going to play in this game, or is he just not there in London early?
No, he's. Well, I think he's.
No, you're talking about Alan Lazard.
Lazard. But don't worry about it. It's like Garrett Wilson. The next best receiver is Breece Hall. Like, they don't really use everybody else. It's a pretty limited team.
Well,
it's
but
two
you
dudes,
may use a dump off guy and your best receiver. That might be why other guys are like, because you got a quarterback that's going to look for one read and one read only capable.
Mm.
Well, maybe he looks for a lot of reads. He hangs onto the ball forever.
Do the Tom Moore thing. 1, 2, 3, run.
Look, I'm not trying to make anybody be scared of the Jets. You shouldn't be scared of the Jets. Okay, we should come out. We should put our foot on their throat in the first quarter and not take your foot off of it. That's the way this game should go down. But to Scott's point, what I don't like about it's so easy to get up for the Eagles. So easy, mentally, all of it. And when you combine the fact that you're going up against a winless team and you're on a vacation and you're halfway across the world, it's pretty easy to get lackadaisical. It's pretty easy to just feel like, what is this week? This is just team bonding, right? Let's go get a Guinness at the pub.
Will you be surprised if the Broncos trail at halftime?
Yeah.
Shocked.
Yeah, I would be.
Okay.
I mean, even after I just said what I said, yes, I would still be surprised.
Okay. All right, we'll see how it goes.
You don't want to get, if you're down at halftime, you're giving the Jets hope. And for a team that hadn't won, then all of a sudden they get hungry.
The Jets have had
The Jets are going to win this year. They're going to win. They're probably going to win 2 or 3 games.
Well, they have like the Panthers next week, and then they have the Bengals after that. I mean, these are 2 like way more on paper winnable games. You're going against the Panthers, who stink, and then they got the Browns. So they go Panthers, Bengals, Browns after the Broncos. So you don't think they may be just like, all right.
Now you win this game, you go on a 4-game win streak.
All of a sudden their season's alive.
Well, okay. I was just thinking we just tanked this one and we got, sunny skies on the other side. Let's go get a pint.
I'm sure that's the message coming out from Aaron Glenn this week.
Absolutely.
Hey, boys, let's just tank this game this week. We've got some good opportunities on the horizon here.
Yeah.
So just, you know what? Hit up the pub, go to Guinness. Let's go check out Big Ben, get on the red bus, and let's have some fun. Oh, by the way, go kick a King's Guard. What are they called?
I think that's it.
King's Guard.
Palace Guard?
Palace Guard.
Palace Guard, I think.
I mean, you can only get
go have a stare down.
You only get so close. They'll back you off.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
those are funny videos.
Those are funny videos. I mean, make way for the King's Guard. They stomp their foot and they got their big fuzzy hat. It's kind of an embarrassing job. I mean, you can't be too high level as a policeman to have that job, right?
Yeah. I don't get the ones messing with the guy on the horse.
Yeah,
that horse is a ton.
Wait, those aren't policemen, are they?
I don't know what they are, but they're
the King's military.
I mean, what's the
difference?
difference?
They could call. They got a button if they call.
The King's got its own military.
Basically.
Yeah, but I mean, are they really that far from being Mickey Mouse at Disneyland?
Not particularly.
They hit a button. I've seen it. They'll hit a button. All of a sudden, dudes coming out with M16s come surrounding that place.
Yeah, but the M16 guys aren't the guys that are standing up front. The guys standing up front they're the Mickey Mouses.
So is it the
right?
guy you're worried about is up front or the guy that's sucker punching you from the side?
I'm worried about the sucker punch from the side guy.
Exactly. That's the red.
You're worried about Mark Sanchez?
Yeah, I would not want to. Well, I am not as prepared as the cooking oil recycling guy.
That dude prepared for battle, and boy, did he prepare right.
You want to talk about
got his face sliced? How did that happen?
Well, Mark Sanchez wasn't a quitter, I guess. But
PCP?
Who knows?
Yeah,
right.
You know you had a bad night when people are accusing you of being on the dust, you know?
Pat Surtain did say that he went out to London for the past couple of days sightseeing. So Sean's like, there's only so much Sean can do. But like, how does that even? You just calling an Uber?
Probably rent a car.
Are we renting cars?
Yeah, you probably rented a car, rented a van. You got agents. Agents set up something.
Just get me the hell out of this castle. They're staying in a castle that's converted to a hotel, but it's
probably
a castle.
They got those motor vans. Boom, get one of those, bring 6 or 7 dudes, and go out and see London.
Do you think the players are on board with all this stuff, like the Greenbrier and staying in the middle of nowhere? Do you think they're on board, or do you think they're
happy at the Greenbrier?
I know for a fact they were not happy.
Okay. So this is a Sean thing more than like a player thing.
Well, this one's different. I mean, this one was inevitable. You're going to London, you have to go there. But last year's Greenbrier trip was unnecessary. It just took the guys away from their family for an extra week when they didn't need to. I mean, it's not that crazy. You got to go on back-to-back East Coast trips. Like, okay, we've done this before.
And how many guys will fly their wives or spouses or
to the Greenbrier?
Others? No, to London.
Oh, well, I bet quite a few do
know.
end up coming just because it's such a unique experience.
Yeah,
but they probably fly in on what? Thursday or Friday, something like that.
Maybe.
I don't know. I mean, if I'm going to London, I'm not going for a short weekend.
If your day's off Monday and Tuesday,
it would make more sense to have the family in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't know how they're doing it. I mean, they could just go to Philadelphia in England. I mean, you're rich, you're a football player, I guess. Depending on who you are, I guess. Let's go, hun. Let's go to Larkspur. We'll spend a couple days in Larkspur. No offense to Larkspur, a very lovely little town, but you know what I'm saying? They're staying in the equivalent of that.
All I know is when I went to London and we did the double-decker bus tour, which is fantastic. You get on and get off on any one you want.
Looks awesome.
It's awesome.
That'd be great.
But you're sitting there driving around, and they go, over there's a cornerstone of a Roman blah, 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 dated to 50. And I went, dated to what?
50.
50. Well, we're like in 2021, right, or whatever year it was.
50.
But this was dated 50.
50.
I was like, okay, we're young.
50.
We're a little young.
We are a lot young. 50.
Yeah.
I'm 50. I kick and I yell. I'm 50. All right. No dumb questions. We already did that. Let's football go. I know what the things are. Don't worry. I'll get it right.
That's good.
I'll get it. I got it eventually.
I'm rooting. I'm doing.
And I'm 50. Go to break. What's happening, DMac, for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? All right. You got your groove on? Is your brain fog gone? Your workout's freaking awesome? Well, if not, perhaps it's low testosterone. Could be. Low T causes all those kind of issues. Brain fog, lousy workouts. Just, I don't know, man. What is going on with me? But if you get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, within a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return. Your sleep will improve, as will your workouts, your sex drive. All you got to do, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple of minutes, and then schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood, have your results within 30 minutes. They'll review your results, discuss your options. Then you figure out what you're going to do next. It's only $99. T and a PSA test come with that medical consult. Hey, if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. There's 5 locations, and you've really got to check out that one in Castle Rock. Pretty special. But they're also in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. No need to wait. A lot of guys wait forever, guys. Call 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's what you picked? That's what you picked. Of everything we said, that's what you picked? Me just getting a little excited? Mount High Appliance. MountHighAppliance.com. Brad has dishwashers and toasters and other really cool things. Let's football go, Dan.
All right, fellas, Broncos, Jets in London this Sunday. A lot of people asking Sean, a lot of people asking Bo about a possible trap game this weekend for the Broncos. The Jets are the only winless team still going in the NFL. Here's Bo Nix from earlier today in London on if he believes in trap games.
Well, I think in the league, quite honestly, it's a little disrespectful to consider anybody a trap team. I think they're an NFL team and they're gonna have some really good players on their defense, and it's not really a trap game. Any game you can walk in and slip up and lose. That's just the league. So if you're not careful, in a way, all of them could be because they're that good of an opponent. But they're a good football team. They've been close on some games. They're a couple walk-off plays away from having 2 or 3 wins. So I definitely think that is something you got to be careful. This is not a team to just toss around like they're winless. But I think we'll be ready to go. It's just another game.
Do you guys believe this is a potential trap game for the Broncos? And I'll ask Scott and Tyler this specifically. When you guys were playing, did you ever go into a game where it felt like a trap game, and what are some keys to avoiding those?
I do think well, they're not going to call it a trap game. You know what they call it in the league? When you're sitting in the building, you're talking about a game like this, they call it hey, they get paid too game. Like hey, them boys get paid a lot of money too. They got some talent over there. Don't you sleep on them. Those boys can be starting over here. But I do think this game has got all the markings of a trap game. I'm not predicting a trap game. That's not what I'm trying to insinuate. But, it's a winless team that it's very easy to take for granted. You're coming off the best victory of the season. So you're coming off an emotional high to what feels like an emotional low. Like, oh, man, here we got the Jets now. And you're traveling across the world. You're over there in London. You got an 8-hour time change. You're sleepy. It's probably bad weather. You got jet lag, and you're drinking Guinness at night. I mean, that if that's not the markings of a trap game, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I think there's two ways you get involved in the trap game. One, if you play the Jets this week, and next week you've got the Chiefs.
Sure.
Then you overlook this opponent to get the next one. The second way you can figure out a trap game is if you beat somebody you ain't supposed to, and then you come off that great win and play a dog. That could be that. Yeah, so they're probably in that set, and that's why I said a while ago. I think it's important that you come out and establish yourself early and take care of business. If you're a legit team, if you play with these guys, give them a chance to win, and they win their first game, then you're not real yet. You're still not real yet.
That's what this game boils down to. They get paid to any given Sunday, trap game status. That's it. That's all these guys got going for them. So, which exists, that is the last line of how one team could beat another. That's it. That's the bottom of the barrel, like for reasons. So that's who we're playing this week. Next story, Dan.
All right, so the Broncos are in the toughest part of their schedule as far as travel goes. I know the schedule as far as opponents goes eases up starting this week against the Jets in London, but how can fatigue start to play a factor when the Broncos have to travel overseas? They play on Monday night, and then they have to travel back to Denver to play the Giants. Here's Sean Payton earlier today on if he's concerned about fatigue setting in with the Broncos.
No, we've done some studies on that, interestingly enough. Now, we'll be smart as to how we practice next week, just as it's been a unique schedule in that we played Monday night last week. That when the schedule comes out, you just look at the travel, and so the concern was Monday, and then Eastern time zone Sunday. Now we get into a little bit of a normal routine, but when we return, the schedule has to reflect a change. So that'll be something we'll be smart about.
Do you guys think this is, there were some cows going there in the background?
Game of this week is something we need to be smart about. instead of
I don't
talk
know.
for 3 minutes?
It's clear that it's required that there's a piece of construction or lawn maintenance that has to be happening during every single Sean Payton presser.
Even in London.
Even in London. We got to, Tyler, keep everything the same.
You know, they're
Weed whacker or something out there.
They're getting their
It's either a chainsaw or an air blower.
Well, all we've heard all year is beep, 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 like construction trucks or whatever going on during the year. So I guess you guys stay consistent there.
Was he doing that little sit down and talk to at that stadium?
Yeah, no. I don't know. There's lawn maintenance out at Tottenham Hotspurs. I have no idea what they're doing. What was the question?
Who cares?
We got distracted by the weed whacker, Dan.
I was just going to ask you guys if you think
He
this
asked if
could
it was
put
a trap game.
No, that was the first story. I was just going to ask you guys if this part of the schedule, as far as the travel goes, you think could mess the Broncos up in any way, or is this not a big deal?
You'll be fine for this game. The Giants game is the one where the fatigue will hit you.
Well, that's what Sean was talking about, though, is he was saying when we get home, we got to be smart about it. I actually will give Sean a lot of credit. I do think he dives into the analytics on sleep. I do think he dives into the travel and how many hours is going to make a difference. And I think it started last week with that Eagles game when we had a very unusual schedule where they took Wednesday off entirely.
That? That's right. And they mentioned that on the broadcast, like, how quirky is this? It's like, hey, man.
That was weird, man. I mean, I don't know if I've ever done that, just taking a Wednesday off on a normal week.
Well, one thing that everybody should know about your Denver Broncos, they don't do anything by accident. Literally everything they do is scientifically thought about. Whether it works or not, who knows? But I actually kind of love that about the Broncos. They're taking nothing for granted when it comes to winning. And a lot of it does have to do with just simply the preparation of the players, what's best for them.
I think it might be new for Denver, but I think that's what good teams have been doing.
Well, they're one of them.
Good, no dumb question on the text line. What does "we've done a study" mean? Does that mean we called a buddy that went to London once and asked how they did?
I have no idea.
I mean, what kind of study are they doing?
I have no.
What scientific backing do they have?
I have no idea. Actually, don't you think in terms of travel with how many games? How long has the NFL been going to Europe? 20 years, right? Got to be more.
You know what their study probably consists of? Calling every team that's had an East Coast game, London game, and okay, what did you guys do? What did you make a mistake at? What would you change and what would you do? That's their study.
Next question.
I don't think somebody from Cornell is sitting there going over.
You don't think so?
NFL travel.
Cornell in particular?
Yeah, in particular.
The hotel school?
Yeah, going over there
probably
and
right.
Figuring out how.
I'm just curious, like, of all the medical schools you could have picked out in the world, you picked a school that's known for hotel and leisure studies.
Oh, it's my godson went to Cornell. So.
There you go. Yeah. Well, a little low level Ivy League.
Yeah.
There you go.
Get in there.
Got a little Ivy League in there.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, next story, Dan.
All right, guys, let's revisit Monday Night Football because Eli Manning
By the way, that is where Tyler could have come over the top on all of us and said he was recruited by Stanford.
It's true.
And Harvard, too?
And I was accepted at Stanford, not just recruited.
Ooh.
Notre Dame.
Do you regret it?
You know what's funny about that? At the time, Stanford sucked at football. CU was great at football. They were one game out of the national championship my senior year of high school. They just won the Big 12. And I'm like, well, I could go to Stanford and get an education, or I could be good at football. Stanford was great at football when I was in school, and CU started to suck because we brought Dan Hawkins in.
You're afraid to disappoint your dad. We know why you went to CU.
Hey, he raised me right. I was born a buff. I was raised a buff. I was going to be a buff.
You know what, though? You did get in.
So what was the highest education, quote, quote, education place that you looked at?
Me?
Yeah.
North Carolina, and I didn't get in. But it was broadcasting. I went to the Ivy Leagues of broadcasting schools.
Let's be clear, though. I got into football Stanford.
You got the football Stanford?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a little different.
I mean, you still got to be smart. You got to have good grades and everything, but it's definitely, they give you a little room for error.
Let me tell you my weirdest recruiting thing. I was recruited by the Naval Academy.
What?
Yeah. Way before David Robinson.
Wait a second. How tall can you be?
Well, that's the whole thing. It's funny because I went and actually talked to a Navy recruiter, and I said, how tall are the guys in submarines? They go, well, they're like 5'8", 5'9". And I'm like, when they were started sending me letters, I was 6'6", 6'7".
What department of the Navy would you have fit in?
Badass.
Okay. Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, let's revisit the Manning cast because Eli started a little controversy there.
Yes, he did.
With Travis Hunter during his time at CU. And then we've got, after this, the Jags head coach Liam Cohen responding.
Eli, tell him what Liam Cohen told you. I thought the Liam Cohen, they said, when he was at Colorado, he practiced zero with the offense. He only practiced defense. They just kind of had a special system where they had a signals. The coach would just signal the formation to him and then signal the route to him. So he just improvised. He went out there and winged it as a receiver. So he's still learning right now how to be a receiver.
Okay, so there was Eli on the Manning cast. Here is Liam Cohen yesterday on the Pat McAfee show.
He practiced on defense on offense at Colorado. It was just primarily defense.
Got it.
And then that's when he would go out, look at the signals from the sideline, that's what they did. They were a no huddle operation. So I think he practiced on offense, just not very much. It was way more on defense. He got in the walkthroughs on offense, and look, they used him and made him a Heisman Trophy winner. And he did that on his own. He did that with that help of Colorado. We're hoping to continue to do that so he can be the best version of himself.
And then obviously yesterday, Prime called Eli a liar during his press conference. But just thoughts on that, guys. And what do you think so far? We're 5 games in. What do you think of the Jags' plan so far with Travis Hunter on both sides of the ball?
I think Liam Cohen is a smart coach, but I think this guy says things without thinking about things sometimes. And he was definitely retracting because of the heat he was getting, no doubt about it.
I think he was trying, telling Eli, his boy, some inside stuff. And he's probably saying just what Dan's question is. We're going to bring him around slow. Listen, he got no work at wide receiver. He doesn't know how to run a route right. He doesn't understand what a route tree is.
Well, that could be true.
But you're not going to say that stuff. So listen, he didn't even practice on offense. He was a defensive guy there. And so he probably mellows it out.
I think Cohen's definitely telling you he needs some work.
Yeah, probably what he's trying to say. Listen, we had to teach this guy what a route tree was. He knew one thing: get open.
Yeah. How would I handle Travis Hunter? I don't know. There's pretty good argument to be had that in the first 5 or 6 weeks of the season, put him on one side of the ball and let's roll, right? Let's get really good at something before we try to be average at 2 things. Or the other argument is if you've got time and patience, and I think this is the approach that the Jags are doing. If you've got time and patience, let's throw him out there at both. Let's just let him get his feet wet. He doesn't have to be the best corner on the team. He doesn't have to be the best wide receiver on the team. And over time, he's going to get it all done. Now, it's starting to work. It's the last couple weeks has just been a slow progression, especially on the offensive side of the ball for Travis Hunter. That was his best game statistically, and I think it's going to get better and better.
Listen, he had that big catch, which is fantastic, but I'm telling you.
It was the yak, though. It was the other ones.
He had the 8-yard run, I think an 8-yard catch that's going to be like a 1-yard reception, and also jukes this guy. Bam, bam. So, I mean, in a little box, he makes 2 dudes miss, and also now it's 2nd and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that was one of the greatest 8-yard catches I'd ever seen.
By the way, the Jets are the worst yak team defensively in the league. So there's that too.
They allow a bunch of yaks?
They are defensively, they allowed the most.
I yak every time you speak.
Well, that's natural to happen. You know what's amazing to me?
Me?
Is how in college, even at a high level in college, if you're just an unbelievable athlete, you can just get away with things.
Oh, yeah.
And it catches up with you in the NFL.
That's,
and I think that's what's, isn't it pretty clear that's what was going on?
It's not just the NFL, though, and I'll go to basketball. There's a lot of guys that are unbelievable athletes, and they go to the AAU, and they let them run up and down and shoot it every time you get it, and then all of a sudden you got to find a system, and you struggle. And I don't know if it's like this in football, but I know a lot of, I think, transfers in basketball is because, what do you mean I averaged 30 last year for my AAU team, and I can only get off, 3 minutes a game? I'm going somewhere else. I gotcha, but you don't know how to play. And I said that early on and got heat from some people. Michael Porter Jr., you could tell that dude's a player, but he didn't know how to play. He didn't know how to move without the ball. Didn't know how to when to cut and when not to cut. He didn't know anything about backscreen slipping and
but
little nuances.
When you're Michael Porter Jr., and I've seen some of his high school film, which is mind blowing. At what point do you even coach him? Because Travis Hunter or even Shedeur to a degree, there's so many things they can just do naturally without any kind of coaching at all? Does it, I mean, even Tebow at Florida, does it let coaches off the hook that your guy's just such a good athlete, he's just going to figure things out? So you end up not really coaching him at all? You're just sort of like, all right, well, whatever with him. He's just going to take care of it.
Yeah, I think that could happen. I mean, I always told guys, like, when they were rookies, got into the NFL, it's not that you haven't gone up against competition like this, because you have, but take the best player that you ever played against in college, and that's every dude on the roster in the NFL.
Every week.
Right. So, yeah, you've gone up against talent like this, but 9 out of 10 guys, they weren't in your stratosphere when you were playing in college. And that's why you're here and they're not.
NFL, NBA, NHL is different. Baseball may not be any different. When you get to the bigs, every guy you play against was an All-American somewhere. They were an All-American somewhere. 98%, 99%, right? So you know all this stuff where you could slip by with talent or athleticism, and now you don't have the skill to now match higher levels. To me, great players, the higher you go, the more skilled you got to be.
I was never an All-American, but I was second team All Big 12.
You got that going.
I don't want to brag.
You didn't make All-American in high school?
I was an high school All-American.
So
yes.
there you go.
Yes.
See?
Yes.
When you get the pro, everybody's an All-American.
Did he not already tell us about Stanford?
That's right.
Football Stanford.
Don't you forget about it.
Don't forget about football Stanford.
It's actually a different school.
All right.
It's Stanford, Georgia.
Yeah.
All right, we have the Avs opening up. So we'll hear from the Avs, a great opener, and Nate and Andy coming up too.
Kings to get loose in their own end, in front of their own bench. Get the center ice. Oh, what a hit! Thrown by Josh Manson! Warren Fogle doesn't know the number of the train that hit him, but we do. It's number 42, and now Manson is in a fight. Here comes Malott trying to fight Manson. Malott fans on a couple righties. Manson trying to get loose. Malott tangled up. Right thrown by Manson, and he's going to drag Malott down to the ice. A perfectly pictured clean hit thrown by Josh Manson right at center ice. Into our second period. Here comes Nathan MacKinnon around Mikey Anderson. MacKinnon throws it in front. Marty Necas a shot. He scores! It's a Marty party! And Nathan MacKinnon, with that point, passes Joe Sakic for the most points of anybody in a Colorado Avalanche sweater. And now Kiviranta goes shoulder to shoulder with Cody Ceci. Kept in near side point. Malinsky holding, shooting. They score! You're a credit to the force, Malinsky. Trying to see if there is a deflection in front. I don't think so. In his 100th career NHL game, MacKinnon takes it away. MacKinnon wants the feed up top. Cale Makar fakes the one-timer. Makar right down Broadway. Makar shot. Save made. Rebound. They score! We're up all night to get lucky. 3 shots. They win the draw here. Cale Makar for Marty Necas. He's got room. He scores! It's a Marty party. Get out the cheese for the Marty Nachos. He has 2. Colorado finally cashes in on the power play. And the LA Kings are drinking from a fountain that's pouring like an avalanche. That's coming down the mountain. It's 4-0 Colorado here on opening night.
Kick off the Av season. The all-new Altitude Plus, redesigned, packed, and powerful new features. Get a 7-day free trial with the promo code AV7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com. Download the app and start streaming today, and you can hear the Avalanche and Broncos stuff and Nuggets, and I don't know. Who knows if they'll put anything by the Rockies up there, but it'll be awesome for you. Check out it at Altitude Plus. Get the app. What was your favorite thing about the Avs game last night, boys?
Favorite thing, and I guess biggest question, just they just is legit when you got to pay him.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that because you kept hearing about it. And seriously, that might be a discussion sometime. Does Necas want to be here? Because I kind of when he scored that first goal, I'm like, that's pretty good. He looks pretty happy. I'm like, I didn't think he was real excited about staying here. But I don't know if it's just a money thing or what.
Oh boy, that is a storyline that's been going on all summer. There's been a variety of different posts like, see, he does like it here. Like trying to finding him smiling. Or at like Gabe's party when they were playing Survivor before training camp started. Like, hey, look at Marty, he's having fun. He likes it here.
He has friends.
Yes, he wants to be here.
People like him.
Yeah, I mean, don't forget, this is a guy who didn't want to be here in the first place, theoretically, right? It wasn't his idea to get traded. And it wasn't the most comfortable fit. But I think
Why would he not want to be here?
Oh, well, because Carolina was doing pretty good, and he probably would have
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying now.
I don't know, man. It's got big shoes to fill, and, with Mikko. Who knows? I don't know. Denver's not for everybody. But that
being on the best hockey team in the world's not for everybody?
I get it. And by the way, in hockey news, Jack Eichel just got a new deal, 8 years, 13.5 or something for 8 years. Connor McDavid just signed a new deal. So, yeah, I mean, the money will talk. Sooner than later, I suppose, on this one, because he keeps playing like this. Obviously, what a great way for him to start the season. And the line of Lehkonen, MacKinnon, and Necas was fantastic. You're backing that up with Gabe, Nelson, and Nichushkin. Like, yikes. Good goaltending, really good goaltending, physical domination. What else do you guys want?
Well, listen, here
we are.
We said this last year going to the playoffs. I think they have the best 1A, 1B goaltending in the league. and you saw it again last night.
Pretty special.
Yeah, and Blackwood is going to be fine from all reports. He'll be back soon enough.
I mean, if that game wasn't a precursor of things to come, I don't know what is. You're going up against what a lot of people think is a cup contender. You made the fans walk out of the arena early.
Yeah.
Listen, Stevie Winwood can play back there.
Winwood, just going with all the woods. Going with Blackwood, Wedgwood, Winwood.
Yeah.
Okay.
All we need.
How many woods you got?
Blackwood, Wedgwood. We just need
Redwood.
a Winwood.
We don't have Miles Wood anymore. He's not on the team anymore. So we lost some wood. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, okay. No, I think
you know what? You planted your own low hanging fruit on that one. Right
sometimes.
There. Yeah.
Whoa. Help myself. Throw the ball up for myself to hit.
Yeah, every once in a while. Hey, fun goes.
Yeah, to me. By the way, hey, did you guys catch what Jalen Hurts did? We haven't really talked about that on the Hail Mary.
Yeah, that was cool.
What'd you think about that? Like, he hucked up the Hail Mary and he sprinted down to the end zone in case there was a deflection.
I mean, the odds of you being a part of that play are like 1 in a million.
Yeah, but what else are you doing?
But,
why not?
Yeah, I don't know why we don't see that more often. Maybe we do see that more often, and the quarterbacks are just too slow to get down there.
Most quarterbacks aren't that athletic.
Yeah.
I mean, I when I saw it, I was like, oh my God.
He did get relatively close.
Why doesn't every quarterback, or why doesn't every player,
like
every
why
offensive line,
isn't
was
Dallas
everybody?
Goedert running down
Yeah,
there?
everybody. Sprint. Everybody sprint. Like, why not?
Dude,
he made it to like the 9 or the 10
Yeah,
yard line.
you know.
He got down there deep.
When you see that crazy play with Arizona, and look at that. That looks insane, though, doesn't it? Him just running. Oh, my God.
Still can't get over A.J. Brown
I
just
know.
crawling over the top and ripping that ball out.
Do you know I went back and watched it? There was a Broncos player who
Pat.
deflect. Yes.
Yeah, it was Pat.
Sertan got his hand in there.
I know, but still, A.J. Brown did not help the situation.
He did not, but hey, props to Pat Surtain, by the way. Another props for him, well-deserved, for actually, he helped. He was the one Broncos player who got his hand in there. A.J. Brown was the primary
I didn't realize,
defender.
so that quote-unquote team player-only meeting out there with the Eagles, it really wasn't a player meeting. It was a meeting between Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley, and, gosh, there was a fourth.
Didn't they do both? They didn't have players, and they had their own thing, too? I thought they did both.
I don't know, but they were all getting asked about the meeting between the four guys in the media.
Yeah,
maybe there was a full team one, but the only one I heard about was that. Like,
I heard
the
that
four
too.
guy,
Yeah.
Who's the fourth guy? Why am I drawing a blank?
I only remember hearing those three.
Was it no?
Barkley, Brown, and Hurts. That was it. Devontae Smith wasn't in there. Forget
Maybe.
him. Dallas Goedert. We don't need him. No, we're
I
good.
mean, you know what that really was. That was just, hey, we're going to put a third or fourth body in this room, and we're going to see if we're going to have some counseling between A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, that's to me what Saquon was doing. All right, your crybaby and AJ got me 6 carries last game, and we lost.
If anybody's going to be bitching, wouldn't it be Saquon after that
He's
one?
not, though. I mean, that dude is a team player. Did you hear after the game they were asked him about it? He's like, hey, what do you want from me, man? I mean, like, you complain if I get too many carries if we lose. You complain if I don't get enough carries if we lose. So, I'm just here to help the team, whatever the team needs.
Well, he got 6 of the 11 carries. So percentage-wise, listen, whatever. But
I heard Mike Sanford. He said it right. Like, the Eagles are constantly on the verge of outright disaster and a complete dynasty.
Isn't it crazy?
Like, I couldn't tell you the last team that was like this. Where are they going to crumble and just everybody's going to start pointing the fingers, or are they going to run on a dynasty here?
You would think that they're like, it's the worst thing ever. And I saw like a power ranking thing. I'm like, they fell from number 1 to number 2. But it's really not the end. Well, I mean, they play tomorrow. They're playing the Giants tomorrow. So I would guess I'm going to assume that's a good thing with all the crap they got going on. Is it better just to play and just like, let's go?
All the crap going on, and Saquon will be motivated to play the Giants every time they suit up.
Does your opinion of the Avalanche stay the same, increase, probably not decrease, stay the same or increase after last night? Or do you just say, it's a good first game?
I thought they were a little slow out of the chute, but picked it up as the the period went on. And then they were just dominant, I thought, in the second period.
Now, the challenge with Avalanche this year is just going to be, how do you not get too cocky? Because you come out the gates. What's that?
Or complacent.
Yeah, complacent.
Yeah.
I mean, But as a fan, as an analyst, I just feel like I'm going to get cocky.
Well, you got the home opener, which should be electric in the building tomorrow night. Then you host Miko and the Dallas Stars on Saturday. I'm going to guess that one's going to be pretty electric. And then you have that barn burner at 10 a.m. our time on Monday against Buffalo. So if we're looking for a bit of fatigue perhaps early in the season, I'm not going to be too harsh on them if they drop a game to the woeful Sabres at 10 o'clock in the morning, or at least it'll feel like 10 o'clock to them. Happy Columbus Day, by the way. Tyler, you're Italian, correct?
Yes, ciao.
I heard Vic this morning just going off about any sort of misrepresentation that Columbus Day is anything but Columbus Day. As an Italian American, do you feel the same, or do you not care whatsoever?
Which version of Columbus are we celebrating?
Oh boy. I think that question itself would set Vic off.
That would mean.
I think that would trigger Vic.
Hey, that would mean faux Italian.
Oh, okay.
I don't know even how to answer that question.
Yeah.
Are you guys related, by the way?
Me and Vic?
No, you and Columbus.
No, so like I know it's close. And if you think you're the first person in my life to ever call me Columbus,
that is great.
Hey, Columbus!
Oh, that's
it's just like Columbus.
But that's not Tyler's real last name.
That's true.
Do you want the story?
Wait, what?
It's true. Columbus is actually a fake name. It's a fake name.
Okay,
it was forced upon us.
All right, I'm here. Give me the story.
Well, my great-grandfather and my grandfather immigrated from Italy. I mean, we are true Italianos from Prato di Polina, Italy.
Okay.
Dead center of the country, center east-west, center north-south.
Sure.
Small little town.
Middle of the boot.
There's still a clan going on over there.
Right in the laces.
When we made it to Ellis Island, and I say we because that's my blood.
Sure.
When we made it to Ellis Island, our last name was Polumbus. When we came out of Ellis Island, it was Polumbus.
Okay.
They said, no, that's too Italian.
We were Kreckman 2 N's. They dropped an N.
They dropped one.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. I heard you guys talk about Brett Kane yesterday. That was the first time in my entire life I've ever heard the spelling of his name. First time in my entire life.
Stunning,
in my phone, it is Kane.
That's what it is. It's what's in my phone. It's what it is on all of our
hold on.
website.
Koehn or something?
That's how he spells it in
Cohen.
Cohen.
Okay.
Pronounced
right.
Kane.
No.
Again, you can pronounce anything the way.
Has Brett been saying his name wrong this whole time?
He's Kane.
I think Brett's been saying his name wrong.
He's the Kaner.
You know how many people we know, Scott knows, their names on the radio are not their names. It's
that's
not
true.
new.
Yeah.
Some of those famous voices you know, that ain't the name.
I mean,
but there's a difference between
Roger and country radio.
But that's still his name, though.
All right, Tyler wins on that one. It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver. Boulder, I understand you got to have Nick on here.
We are.
Is he in England?
He is. We're going to go to jolly old London. We'll chat with our buddy Nick Kosmider coming up here in just a moment. Plus, hey, the Cubs' first pitch is in 8 minutes from now. So
don't give up, Nate.
Listen to me be in a terrible mood all day long on the radio.
Don't give up.
Can I ask you a dumb baseball question?
You may.
Are you telling me there are not enough time slots throughout the week in prime time to have baseball games played not in the middle of the day on a weekday?
There's 4 games today. There's one in action right now.
I know,
the Mariners and the Tigers are playing right now.
Right.
The Cubs are at 3 o'clock, so 4 o'clock.
We're playing playoff baseball in the middle of the day on a weekday.
Oh, with stupid shadows and everything. Absolutely. They're doing it.
Why?
Because everyone's got to have their own television window. Television always wins, Tyler.
There's 7 days out of the week. You got to be able to figure this out.
Determines sports. That's why we had an Avalanche game played at 9:30 last night or whenever the hell
it's
that
a
thing
league
started.
that does 1 o'clock specials during the year. I mean, you
okay,
know,
that's cool.
That's just kind of what they do.
That's cool for
well,
game
you want
56?
You want the hardcore answer? The demand isn't there to see it in prime time all the time. There's your hardcore answer.
There you go.
There's that part of it, too.
Now
there
I feel better. Now
if they wanted it at 5 o'clock hard time, they would put it at 5 o'clock hard time.
No, it's
like
just
Nate says, all of sports is a TV show.
Yeah.
Just stop.
Everybody gets their window. It's why the Buffs play it. Again, they kick off at 8:45 at
Dancing
night.
with the Stars is going to do better.
They better not.
You got a 1:30.
We better be done with that
this Saturday.
We need to be done with that.
So that's exciting. A 1:30 is going to be nice. Are you excited? By the way, do you guys
I'm excited to see the sun on the roads as I drive home?
Do you like a 7:30 a.m. Bronco game? Do you?
I do not.
I love it. I wake up and I watch those London games, the Dublin game, the London games. Like you wake up, you turn the television directly on, and you just go. I love it.
Andy will find a way to show up late from his couch for 7:30.
Don't you Don't you always think of Joey going in London every time that they mention London, or is it just me? Are you not that big a Friends fan?
I wasn't. Let's go to London right now. What is it, Andy?
London.
Okay, let's go to London
You
right
gotta
now.
find that.
And we welcome into the show our pal Nick Kosmider of The Athletic. Nick, what, by the way, 10 p.m. there right now? Is that what we're looking at?
Yeah, I thought I was going to a pub, and now I'm talking to you guys. So yeah,
Wait,
pretty much.
Have you been to a pub yet?
I have last night. Yeah, went to a pub with a couple of fellow members of the Beat Corps.
Okay,
had a nice time. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, but you haven't been to one yet tonight.
No, I'm not currently under the influence of a pub right now.
Well, that's kind of a letdown, but all right, let's have a good sober football discussion, I suppose here, Nick. First off, Broncos got back to work today. Ben Powers is not there because of the biceps. What do we know about Sean Payton's plan for the offensive line on Sunday?
Yeah, he was, as kind of expected, pretty mum on that. I think Sean Payton wasn't necessarily loving that they going over to England had to kind of put their injury report out early or their traveling report out early. And so it's kind of been out there, obviously, that Ben Powers from the moment the Philadelphia game was over wasn't going to be playing in this game. So he's kind of kept it close to the vest. But I think the most logical sort of fix there for the Broncos right now would be to put Matt Parrott at left guard. He's played the left side, both tackle and guard. Sean Payton said last year that, a lot of times he kind of sees offensive linemen as left, right versus tackle guard when you're talking about your depth positions at those spots. That's kind of how he views it. So, if they follow that, I think it's going to be Parrott. And what that also allows you to do is Alex Palczewski, they play more jumbo tight end than, almost anybody in the league. And so by having Parrott start at left guard, you get to kind of at least keep that other part of the operation the same. So I kind of think that's what we'll end up seeing.
Interesting. All right. What's the mood over there? I can't tell by Sean's voice. I mean, they had this great victory, and then they go on this long flight. From what I understand, they're secluded, right? You guys are hiding out. Are you near the team? Are you hiding out in the middle of the English countryside like they are, or what's kind of the setup here?
I'm not doing that. No. No, I kid. No. So essentially, we're basically the media bus leaves from central London, and we head out there. They're training. Their hotel and probably where we are equidistant, 30 to 45 minutes away from the Tottenham training grounds, which is where we were at today, where they practice. And I'm telling you guys, this place is unbelievable. Like, if you're a fan of a well manicured lawn, if you just dig grass, this was the spot to be. I mean, I thought NFL teams have nice facilities. They've got 15 fields at this place that are all perfect. I mean, I'm not a lawn guy, but this was impressive. And yeah.
But aren't they cheating with the rain? It rains there a lot, right? More than we got here. They're cheating.
That does seem like cheating to me for sure. Although it hasn't rained since we've been here, but yeah, I hear it rains a lot. But as far as the mood, I think one of the things with this is it really is kind of an interesting spot that they're in, right? That they played on a short rest to go. Play Philadelphia. You win that game that's so emotional and just really a landmark win for them, just in terms of what they're trying to be, where they're trying to go. And then all of a sudden you get to London, you're set to face the last winless team in the NFL this year. And so it really does have to be this Sean Payton says this game is going to be won Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week. We have to kind of bring back this focus. Good teams are able to do that. So I think that's kind of where they're at. They like that they're isolated. It's probably better in this situation to have that going on versus at home, normal distractions, easy maybe not to lock in. But yeah, they're out there now. Players had their off day Tuesday where they were able to go do stuff. Jonathan Cooper said, I went shopping and bought designer sunglasses that apparently you can't get in the United States. I don't know.
Cool.
Not my department. But as of once that was done, these guys are kind of they're out there. In the countryside, and then practicing further away. So that's kind of where they're at right now.
So Nick, I got another grass question. Even though you're not a sunglasses guy, you're not a grass guy.
Go ahead, Willie Nelson.
But ask gas or grass. No one rides for free. So here's my question though: is according to your colleague Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post, for NFL games at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, the grass retracts and the game is played on artificial turf. They have retractable grass. How the hell does this work?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Apparently, it's underneath basically it goes underneath the field, so it's like kind of part of the foundation that got dug out so that they can have these two layered surfaces, and that the grass basically folds in, and then they have these like these glow lights underneath the field that they're what helps the grass continue to grow or to not die off.
It's amazing.
It's a huge
insane,
pot ring. Come on, they went to Columbia. They went to my old neighbor Johnny Walker's house. They stopped by his house. They found the lamps. Now they're under the field.
Hydroponic grass growing underneath the turf.
Nick, I'm imagining like what they got in Arizona. Is it similar to that? Like you've been there where when you walk in, you see the big wheels that they're all on. Is it similar to that?
It is, except that it doesn't pull out of the stadium. It literally goes like underneath. It's so think more like hockey, basketball.
So
like
cool.
That's kind of like what the deal is. But here's the thing though. Like they're not playing like that grass is for the soccer team, right? That grass is for the soccer teams. It'll be for the World Cup, or not that one. Obviously, the World Cup's in North America, but when they have those kind of international matches, that's what the grass is for. When the NFL comes over there to play, you get turf, and some of these guys were asked about that today, of just like, what do you think of the fact that the soccer players get to play on grass, but you're playing on this turf? And it's Jonathan Cooper was kind of like, well, it is what it is. You go and you have to play football. But this was, players have dealt with injuries here, and it's hard to always peg it on the turf. But the Bills a couple of years ago had a couple of major injuries, and they said afterward it kind of felt like concrete. They've probably made some changes since then. But yeah, we'll have to just kind of see how that goes.
Yeah, the Spurs play Aston Villa next Sunday at home, so they get the grass. The ugly Americans get the turf. And, and that's how it works.
Yeah. Well, you know what, English teams, when you come over to the World Cup, guess what we got for you? Ain't going to be grass. No, it ain't. No. You get the flubber. Hey, Nick, what did you...
might actually be hydroponic grass, if we're being honest about it.
What did you... Nick, this is so weird. There's I feel like there's nothing salty going on. I feel like we don't have... This is just kind of they're doing their thing. They're out there having a business trip. They just got what we think would be their signature win against the Eagles. Now, I do think it's interesting that a 4-1 team decides that they're going to have a meeting after they lose their first game in God knows how long, but that's what's going on with the Eagles. What did you think of that run game? What did you think of that run plan? Is Sean coming around? I think I asked you this last week. I'm going to ask you again. I like it when you stick with the run game. Do you think he's coming around to the way of the short passing game, leaning on the run game? Is this team's identity, or are we going to see him still try to push the boundaries of what he wants the passing game to do?
I think J.K. Dobbins is making it impossible for him not to lean that way. I think he has not had a guy, certainly since he's been in Denver, that's been that explosive. And even if you go back to the last couple of years in New Orleans, given the injuries that Alvin Kamara was dealing with and some other things they had going on there, this is the most consistent. I mean, J.K. Dobbins has 68 yards, I think, at least in every single game so far this season. He's just been so consistent in terms of the production that he's giving you, the explosive run ability that he's giving you, that you really have no – he's been – it's funny. It's like it shouldn't be backed into a corner, but if we're talking about a guy who loves to throw the football and do all that kind of stuff, it is. Like, Sean, you can have your 2-point plays until the cows come home and all that kind of thing, but you have to run the football. Like that's what it's shown here in these first 5 weeks, especially in these games that they've won, of just, hey, keep going with it. I still think they need to get R.J. Harvey more involved as well. I know that wasn't necessarily the formula against the Eagles, but you're going to need both of those guys. It is a long season, and I think Sunday would be a great time to get RJ going in addition to JK.
Let's talk about another key piece on that offense. And again, we're chatting with our friend Nick Kosmider, covering the Broncos in London for theathletic.com. Kind enough to join us at 10 p.m. Over there in England. Courtland Sutton and his performance on Sunday against the Eagles, but also, I mean, it didn't exist in a vacuum, Nick. Like, he did that to Quinyon Mitchell, who's probably like a top 3, top 5 corner in the game today, and yet Cortland just said, I'm going to go out. I am, first of all, I'm huge. Secondly, I'm just a professional wide receiver, and as far as I'm concerned, you're still a kid in this league. And he just kind of had his way with him out there. The level that Cortland is playing at right now, what do you attribute to the way that he is going about his business and what he's doing so far this year?
Yeah, it's a great question. I wrote a little bit about this even before the Eagles game. I just think he really has this, and he talks about it, kind of at the beginning of each season, but he kind of scoffs at this notion that he was like, anywhere near reaching his ceiling. And I know a lot of us, we looked at it, and it was about 3 or 4 years of kind of the same thing, right? Of like, 50 catches, 700 yards, and all that kind of stuff. And, you zoom back and you look at all the different quarterback fluctuations and all the different, schemes and coaches and everything like that, he was a guy that just needed a little bit more continuity and an opportunity to have something consistent and then figure out his way into that, right? And so I think that's what he has done with Sean Payton. Like he knows this offense in and out. And Sean Payton, he said today, I love coaching Cortland Sutton. Like, it's not necessarily like those words you don't necessarily hear him say about a lot of different players. And I think that really stems from, Cortland wanting to come in and truly seeking to get better. I just think he's gotten a lot better at his craft. The other part, you mentioned his size, like being huge. I think he's leaned into that more this year, it seems like to me, of, really getting guys on his back shoulder, really getting guys on his back so that he is able to use that frame to his advantage. That was a huge part down the stretch against the Eagles. We've seen it at other times this year. Even his first touchdown against the Titans was, hey, let me run you to the sideline and then make you get on my back, because once I go, you're not staying with me. So I think it's a combination of a lot of those things. And then he and Bo Nix have a great chemistry. Like, they're close. That's who Bo trusts implicitly. So I just think it's kind of all those things baked together.
All right. Are you worried about a trap game with this team this week? I mean, you've been around this team as much as anybody all year long. Nate and I keep saying, I give Sean Payton credit for this, Nick. He doesn't lose the games, at least with Bo. Someone pointed out the Patriot game yesterday. Fine. The Russell Wilson year doesn't count. He hated that. I think he wanted to lose that game, quite honestly, because he didn't want to go to the playoffs with Russell Wilson. But with Bo last year and what we've seen into this year, it feels like they don't lose these type of games that we all kind of wonder if you're going to lose focus on.
Yeah, that's true. And that was definitely a hallmark. And not only did they not lose those games last year, they really they took the doubt out of them very early. Same thing that they did with Cincinnati. Games that they have, supposed to win since the start of last season, they've done so convincingly. And so for that reason, I'm just going based on what we've seen. Again, I do think the idea, like playing in London, having that kind of ability to be engaged in what you're doing because it's a unique experience, I think that helps. I think if they were home and just kind of like, just hanging out, coming off of that kind of win, it probably would be, maybe a little bit more of a concern. Not that I would think that they would drop that at home to the Jets, but I just think that they've got enough going on here. And yeah, Sean's track record over the last couple of years, I'd be surprised if they didn't come out with just a really good effort. Now, again, like it's the whole, cliched any given Sunday thing. And the Jets have been close in some of these games. Justin Fields gives you kind of that dynamic where he can break a run and kind of flip the game in that way. But the Jets just haven't been anywhere near consistent enough on either side of the ball to just think they're all of a sudden going to put it together, especially against this defense and the way that it is playing right now. I just don't worry about kind of like a focus fall off.
Nick, I got 30 seconds. Could you do 16 of these? Can the NFL do 16 of these like Goodell talked about, the travel and all that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going that way. I really do. Like they just have the infrastructure built now. Like they kind of know, these teams, it's almost kind of commonplace now. They know where the practice sites are. They kind of know, what's going on. And it's going to be more common soon in Germany. They're already going on their third year in a row of games. Brazil, they're adding Spain this year. So I think truly it's probably just a matter of time.
Yeah, it's going to be a weekly thing, which, hey, I like the 7:30 a.m. window. It's our buddy Nick Kosmider, The Athletic. He is over there in London. Nick, get to the pub, man. Thank you.
All right, fellas. Thanks a lot.
All right, good stuff right there with Nick Kosmider, getting us all the updates. By the way, the Malcolm Roach thing, he has been designated to return. designated to return. So he's back at practice today for the first time since he went on IR. So
I bet he's playing.
That's good. They need him against that Jets run game. So that'll be a nice addition to get him back. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you. It's a Wednesday. We're off and going. The Avalanche are 1-0. The Broncos are back to work over in England. It's all happening on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Broncos get to work today out at Tottenham Hotspur's facility as they prepare for the Jets on Sunday. 7:30 is the local kickoff. Ben Powers is back in Denver. He had surgery on the biceps. Apparently happened final drive of the game. Tough luck on that one, but Ben Powers didn't get to go to London. He had to go back to Denver. Here was Sean Payton today when asked about the Ben Powers injury.
Well, look, with a starting player, there's always it's never any good, and yet the next guy's up, and we'll get ready to play him.
Got that, Andy? Next guy. So then who
He loves that question.
That's it.
Who is the next guy? Will Matt Peart step in for Ben Powers?
You expect Matt Peart to step in?
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, you got to keep that drop, baby.
It's Andy's line.
That's my line.
What are you doing?
Now Sean's doing it too.
You don't just get to use that.
Come on now, Sean. We
That's
will
it.
see. We'll see. Hey, we'll see.
Yeah. Also,
we'll see.
Good job by Jeff Legwald right there on that question. Both Legwald and Parker Gabriel wrote it
Posted up
today.
and, yeah.
Kosmider basically, reiterated it right there when he was with us last segment. Like, Sean, I like how Nick put that. Sean views backups in a left to right capacity, and Peart was Peart.
I think of Neil Peart. I'm with you. But now it's Peart.
I think
Peart.
of Neil Peart.
Yeah.
Now Peart Plus. I don't know what it is. You had Eric Pears back in the day. Now we got Matt Peart.
Yeah, whatever. Peart.
Either way.
Peart. Peart. You said Peart, right?
He was the backup left guard in camp.
Right.
So he becomes the guy
Look,
now.
I got to say, I never really thought of it that way, but I like Sean's way of thinking.
Okay.
Guys used to one side or the other, get it done. I think it's harder for a guard to jump out and play tackle, but
yes.
But a tackle bumping into guard, you hope. Although usually your guards are pretty strong dudes. I mean, it's not like Powers is. I wouldn't want to have to go strong man against Powers.
The Broncos went through a little bit of a Wattenberg-Forsyth flip-flop at center for a while last year because of injury. Like McGlinchey has missed a game here and there. But this team has generally had insane offensive line health, and this is kind of the first test of the depth. Now, they liked Matt P enough that they...
Come on, you can do it. Just pick one. Just go. Who cares? We're not announcing a game.
They liked him enough that they gave him a 2-year, $7 million deal in the offseason. So this is what he is there to do. And, Paul Chesky is a guy that we kind of initially speculated maybe he's going to be the dude. But like Kosmider pointed out, Broncos go 6-0 linemen. They go jumbo at 10.8% more than anybody else in the NFL.
Well, and isn't, Paul Chesky mainly, when he goes in there, isn't he on the right side?
Yeah.
Like, again, that left-right thing, he likes him on the right side.
There
He
you go.
being Sean, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No big deal.
So there you go. He's the right guy, and Peart's the southpaw. South Peart is out there. So that's what the Broncos are doing. The return of Malcolm Roach is it's very welcome for this defensive line.
It is. It gets their rotation back. He's one of their best run stoppers. He and DJ Jones are a force to play against. And the Jets, when I saw in the opening game, now I'm going to admit, I've not watched a lick of Jets football since then, but I did watch the opening game. If everybody can remember back to the opening Sunday, you and I kind of talked about it. It was wild. I was talking to one of my old football buddies yesterday. I was like, you do realize he doesn't watch a lot of other games. He just kind of focuses on one. I'm like, you do realize that we've only had only a couple Sundays where you actually get multiple games at a time in the morning. And all we got was Jets-Pittsburgh to start this thing. So that's when I watched it, and the running game looked good, and Breece Hall and all that. Who is their main back that got hurt, though? Their main running back got hurt.
No, Breece Hall is their main running back. Braylon Allen is the backup, and he's the one that's now injured. Breece Hall's been the star, and Breece Hall's been pretty good so far this year.
Who else do they have? I feel like there was some dumb Jets back I picked up for half a second until I realized they weren't going to run him. Who's the backup right now?
The backup right now to Breece Hall is Isaiah Davis.
Really?
Yes.
I don't know who he is either. Never mind.
He was a 5th-round pick last year.
Are you surprised that they're winless? No,
Yeah.
look, they're a mess, but I really like Aaron Glenn. I thought he brought a good energy, and they played a good opening week game. I'm a little shocked they're winless.
No, I am as well. But just because really, like, the parity in the league, it's almost just like it's hard to do. They got smacked by the Bills. They blew that game against Tampa. losing to the Dolphins is just unacceptable.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't be doing
If
that.
you weren't a first-year coach, you'd be real worried
Exactly.
about your job if that had happened.
And I mean, like, final score last week was 37-22, which I know in a 2-score game, like, I know that is a blowout, but also, like, it was way worse, and the Jets just, like, scored some garbage time points. I know this because Justin Fields was my fantasy quarterback last week, and he ended up with a really good game, even though you look back on it and you're like, you didn't do anything.
Is this the Justin Fields last chance season?
As
maybe not.
As a starting quarterback, yes. Like, it's so funny because in the NFL right now, there's a number of these reclamation projects at quarterback in the league that, like, are doing pretty well. Like, Baker Mayfield is pretty good now in Tampa. Like, Sam Darnold is pretty good now. Like, Carson Wentz doesn't stink. He's not good, but he doesn't stink.
Listen, he wasn't better than Jake Browning last week. I know that.
That's... Dude.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Your fantasy football team
is brutal. It might be the worst of all time. Is there a way to register worst of all time fantasy teams?
Those guys think the Rockies didn't have that bad of a year.
Yeah. Hey, Warren Schaefer thinks my job's in trouble. I'm going to rebuild it all. Unlike Dick Monfort, I'm going to spend every penny to make sure it's a better fantasy team next year.
Desperate times for fat guy tutties out there right now.
I want to change the name, but what's the point? You know, I have no fat guys scoring tutties. I got no guys, period, scoring tutties.
That's actually, I tell you what, that would be like a fun betting market. Is like, what NFL quarterback will be the next great reclamation project? Like a guy that stinks now, but he's going to go to another team and he's going to be okay.
The guy that I think could be saved because I love the arm is Zach Wilson.
You're still on that, yeah.
I am, because look, the Jets are terrible. 2 of the Jets quarterbacks are out there doing better things.
Well, Gino was. And now
all of a sudden, I don't know, he and Pete Carroll, I don't know what's going on there.
That Raiders thing's ugly.
What is happening? Well, Brock Bowers is hurt. That was your best guy. That doesn't help.
That's a big time problem they have. Also, like, here's what's weird. Let me tell you the weirdest thing about that team, and it was weird from the jump, was when you hired Pete Carroll, you hired somebody that you want to win games for you right now.
Yeah, you went short term.
Exactly, but your roster, we saw that roster last year. We know what it looks like. We know what they still have to do. So, like, Spytek's got to take like a long view of it, and Pete Carroll's like, I want to win right now, and it's not marrying up with each other.
Yeah, it's crazy because I think, like, I didn't hate the hire. I thought he was going to be the John Fox. Now, remember, John Fox had a rough start with the Broncos. If you remember, he was the coach of the 1-4 team where they had to flip Tebow in there.
Yeah.
And then they went on a magical run because Tebow just had magical things happen. But John Fox got off to kind of a rough start there, too. And then what happened? Oh, he got Peyton Manning in here as a quarterback.
Yeah.
And then he goes to Chicago. And did he have a good Chicago season? I'm trying to remember. And I like Foxy, but...
Yeah, he had a couple of minutes there where it was okay.
Sure, but I mean, right now, do you think Pete Carroll gets a couple of minutes?
Yeah, I mean, he'll get a couple of seasons at the very least. I don't think that... Well, I say that. It's the Raiders. I don't think they just blow him out immediately. That kind of seems crazy to me.
By the way...
Kenny Pickett, by the way, is their backup.
Oh, really?
Could Kenny Pickett be the reclamation project that works out for the Raiders?
By the way, poor Kamaje is trying to change the damn channel for you so bad. Shout out to Kamaje. He's trying to get one of these TVs on TBS. So you got me. Oh, you just.
By the way, Michael Bush leadoff homer tied at 1, bottom first. Way to go, Cubbies.
You spurred a thought. Now I forgot it. Doggone it.
Spurred? Like
you
Tottenham,
did.
like Tottenham Hotspur a thought?
You did. No, it was something with the Raiders.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It's a damn Wednesday. You had something. I had it there, Kreckman, and then I saw, well, it creeped me out because I had Kamaje peeking in that window over there, trying to see if this damn TV was working, and it blew my. I was like, because he only did the little peek around. He didn't like walk all the way into the window view. He did kind of the little What are you having for dinner?
When you have to like play a road game with somebody else's technology.
Yeah.
Like if you're like at an Airbnb or something like that, and it's like, all right, I want to pull up, whatever. I want to pull up HBO Max, but then it's like you got to put in your own password, or then you got to use the QR code, and then it's like the internet's wonky and it sucks, and it just like that's every day in this studio with our television.
Well, because
setup.
we had an Airbnb, and by the way, I remember what I was going to tell you, Sue, but we had an Airbnb when you all went down to the Super Bowl in Miami, like the last cool Super Bowl trip we took, and I called it the Real World House because that's what the place felt like with its little foosball table. But every room, like you're talking about, had a Roku. And I had to figure out, and then it was like, guest Roku. What am I allowed to watch? Not much. Have fun. Go out and enjoy Miami. You talking about the Raiders made me think about Tom Brady. Did you realize he's doing power rankings? He's knocking on the door. I think Tom Brady wants in your power rankings.
Should we go to a 9th power ranking?
I don't know. Do we like Tom Brady enough to include the power ranking?
Well, no. It's not a matter of liking him. That's the wrong emotion we're going for.
Yeah, I don't have much feelings for Pete Prisco. I ain't letting him in line.
Well,
if
the
he's
question
trying
is,
to cut.
what day does Brady put out his power ranking?
Well, we saw one today. When did that come out? Because Spring said
I think it came out yesterday evening.
Yeah, see, you got to be
he
available.
wants his own day. He wants the Wednesday.
Exactly. That's such a Tom Brady
acceptance
thing
of
to
the
do.
of the power ranking.
Well, also, it's not like he has to like travel and go to production meetings, so he's free on a Wednesday.
He's got free time.
He's got nothing but free time to do his damn power rankings.
He's not doing any Pilates.
Or let's be honest, to have somebody write his power rankings for him,
I
and then
think
he
do you think
records
he's
the
bitter
video.
enough where he reads everybody else's power rankings and then decides
to flip
who's wrong, and here's what I'm going to correct. But we've got. Do you have the audio? He's included the Broncos.
Well, he has the Broncos at number 8. He doesn't elaborate on it, but he
What
has
do
the
you think of
Broncos
that?
at 8.
Broncos at 8.
He's got Broncos at 8. That would have been one of the higher rankings.
It would have been the second highest ranking on the board. Yahoo had him at 6. That's Frank Schwab.
All about it.
Schwabby's got him at 6. Screw Frank. He's a Brewers fan. ESPN has him at 9. And yeah, so there you go. It's got the Broncos at 8. I have no problem with the Broncos being 8, by the way.
Should we check in every now and again?
Seriously, look at how good this defense is right now.
Yeah.
Like look at what this defense is doing. Look at Sean Payton, he's in a play calling groove with his quarterback, with this offense that, again, the skill position talent I think is good, but I think that Sean is elevating the skill position talent. What's funny is on the defensive side of the ball, your talent is, I think it's friggin' elite. Like, I think you just got all pros all over the place. And yet Vance Joseph, like, in so many ways, Andy, Vance Joseph, he could kind of Pete Carroll this thing like Carroll did back with the Legion of Boom and just say, we'll just drop back and play high school defense and see if you guys can beat it. My guys are awesome. VJ could do that. But he's adjusting in game. He was man first half against Philly. He was zone second half and shut him down and made life tough on him. Like, I know that VJ is cooking things up for Justin Fields and the Jets this week. Like, he's not resting on any laurels. His schemes have been terrific. The team has just, like, they've played complementary football with the kind of defense that they have to have. They're 3-2. Everything is going right now for this team. Like, you want to put the Broncos at 8? I think that's fine. Honestly, like if you're putting Denver down at like 13 in your power rankings, 12 in your power rankings, I think you're underrating this team right now.
So are we going to check in on Tom every Wednesday?
We can do that.
Hey, here's the deal. As long as he keeps him in the top 10, we'll check in on Tom.
Yeah.
The minute he drops him out of the top 10, hell with you, Tom.
Yeah, that works for me. Can we talk about Bill Belichick for a moment?
Oh, that was Bill's laugh. That feels like Sean Payton off of Bourbon Street laugh to me.
Bill Belichick. Well, that was when he was in the apartment with the guy with the Golden State Warriors t-shirt.
Well.
Hey,
that was an apartment.
We're not.
That's a pretty nice apartment.
Hey, there's nice apartments.
Listen, we just talked about the grass out in Wimbledon or wherever the hell they are.
Sean,
Tottenham Hotspur.
Sean was having a good time.
Anyway, yeah, Belichick and the disaster that is.
So they're making the show for Hulu, right? And
are they?
The show they all like they were. The show is presumably it is there to promote the genius of Bill.
Yep.
He and Michael Lombardi have gone to North Carolina, and they are there. Remember, they were the 33rd NFL team. And,
Sure.
and this is how we're running this, and look at where this thing is going to go. It is so bad right now, and this team is so awful. Their 3 losses by 34, 25, and 28 points. Okay, that they had to look at it and they had to go, we can't film this. That this is too embarrassing. Right now.
Who said that?
Somebody in North Carolina did. I'm
Yeah,
presuming either
okay,
Bill and
yeah.
or Michael Lombardi.
Yeah, that's fair.
And or
Don't
Jordan
tell me
Hudson.
Hulu isn't like, no, we're rolling these cameras.
Oh, of course. They have the investment. They got a
Yeah.
deal. I'm
Yeah.
assuming that they have got a contract that's like, hey, we're supposed to have content right here.
Listen, you don't need to have us next year, but I'll tell you this, we're keeping everything we film.
Exactly. And so they're scrapping this thing because of the toxicity that is going on inside this program and how bad the football team is. Like, Bill Belichick looks like he's, at the moment, one of the worst college football coaches we've ever seen.
Why? What a shock. I mean, what a shock.
I mean, that's
How
the
did you
worst
think he was
is
gonna
shocking.
relate? Dude, how did you think he was going to relate to these kids that have all the options in the world to leave if they don't like how you do things? There are a bunch of NFL players, and once they signed the contract, they kind of had to put up with you.
Yeah,
These college kids don't have to do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, the relating thing doesn't matter. Can you pay him? Because that's that
I
college
think it
football
does
is pro
matter.
sports.
Did you guys see the update today?
What is the latest?
Okay, this is via Andrew Jones of 247sports.com.
Okay.
He reports that potential exit strategy discussions occurred this morning at North Carolina. This is due to potential rules violations.
Oh, yeah, what a shock.
This week, reports emerged that an assistant coach was suspended for providing extra benefits to player families and that players were selling free tickets they had received for games. Jones reports, citing an unnamed source, that there are many other violations that have occurred, many on the recruiting front.
Yeah,
So,
what a shock.
$30 million for the buyout for Belichick. I mean, the rich guys wanted him, and now the rich guys are going to have to pay to get him out of there.
You think he gets it halved? Do they just get it down to half?
And could Bill just say,
Here's your 15.
I need to go away?
Take your college-age girlfriend and peace out.
I mean, she would at least be a grad student.
She would be, but nonetheless. You would think his girlfriend could help him relate to his players.
Could she?
No.
Could a 24-year-old who fashions herself as a PR maven yet doesn't seem to know anything about PR other than how to have bad PR, who has a 76-year-old boyfriend? You think
Holy cow.
Who can she relate to on the planet?
Dude, for you to just put that, for you to say the ages. God, it really hits you.
I think is he 70? I think he's 73.
Well, who cares?
Either
It ain't
way.
make it any better. You better get out of that 7.
Yeah.
At minimum, you got to drop down to a 5. That ain't happening. You ain't erasing 20 years.
You know, he was.
Is Bill going to go on The Golden Bachelor next?
No, he's smitten already. He's got a lady.
Nah, you know. I sense things ending. I sense this thing. I think that's not the only exit strategy being discussed.
Hey, the Avalanche are 1-0, and they had an excellent start to the season. We will relive a fine performance on the road in L.A. next here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Second period defensive details. I thought, the reloads from our forecheck, the rush coverage, to kind of stuff plays in the neutral zone and turn the puck back on their half of the ice. Really solid job there. Good commitment to doing it and good details in doing it. And it led to a nice second period that gave us the lead, and we were able to keep the lead in the third period. I thought it was outstanding. It was a little slow starting, a really good middle 30 minutes, and then the third period got a little bit crazy with all the penalties.
Yeah, the Avs got 3 in the second period last night. That was Jared Bednar this morning on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Yes, the Avalanche are 1-0. They are back at it tomorrow night against the Utah Mammoth, Andy. The Utah Mammoth
Can't do it.
Come to town.
Can't do it.
7 o'clock puck drop.
Horse crap.
Throw out the records when the Avs and the Mams get together.
Should we
Can't do it.
You know what I'd like to do? Let's just raise the Mammoth Championship banner one more time for these guys.
Are they the Mams for short? What are they?
We can go Mams so I don't get in trouble.
It's a really funny term.
I'll say it if you want me to.
The Mams.
No, I think we're all good.
Uh-huh.
Listen, we're going to try to get you on the sideline for a high school football game. After we're past that.
No, the other one's longer.
Sure.
It's
like a good gland, do you?
It's too many syllables. The Mams. Because you got to be able to shorten it somehow.
Yeah, why not?
So when a guy gets traded, he's a former Mam.
He was a Mams. Well, we got Avs. Avs and Mams.
Avs and Mams. Exactly. Tomorrow night,
That
7
is
o'clock.
weird.
Home opener. Go out and see the Mams. All right. We
got to move on.
We're going to move on.
You got to Derek Jeter this thing after Pappy tried to say the name. You got to get out.
Can we hold on? Play that audio first, Spring. Let's. David Ortiz last night on the Fox post game set, struggling with the name Schlittler. Schlittler. Go ahead, Spring.
Everything whenever you pronounce his last name. You kept first.
Schlittler. Oh, well, he's the master. Schlittler. Schlittler. Now your turn.
Sound like Hitler.
Oh, my
God. Happy. Do we have Rob Gronkowski taking a shot at Emeka Egbuka since we're doing this anyway?
I mean, it does rhyme. Got that right.
I mean, the Gronkowski one, I've screwed some stuff up in my life. But the Gronkowski was an all-timer, and I saw it live.
All right.
I was like, oh, my gosh.
All right. You got it, Spring?
1 sec.
All right.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Roll
there
it.
It is.
Throughout the 4 quarters, but Baker Mayfield also did it without his number 1 wide receiver, Mike Evans. And you got to give credit to this rookie sensation wide receiver out of Ohio State, Emeka Egbuka, going for over.
I mean, what do you even Egbuka? Again, I've told you, I've been called Lindahl. I've had all sorts of things. I've never had someone just add a whole he added another set of words, another. Big? It's just Emeka Egbuka.
Egbuka.
Where did he get the big from? Egbuka? What?
He's just following in Terry Bradshaw's footsteps. That's all he's doing.
Even Terry thought that was a poor attempt.
Do you remember when I think it was Travolta? I think it was on the Oscars when Travolta was introducing Idina Menzel, and he renamed her Adele Dazeem. When the world's
when he bald too, making it worse.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like,
what the hell's he talking about right now?
Get out of here. Get out of here.
I had this debate recently with Abby of is she more famous for being Elsa from Frozen or for being Adele Dazeem?
Yeah. I've heard of Adele. Here comes Adele. That ain't her. I didn't know her last name till tonight. That's because that's not her.
That's not her name at all.
Do we have enough time to do these highlights?
Let's do these highlights. Let's go to 48 seconds of the second period. Let's go, Marty Party. Roll it, Spring.
Into our second period. Here comes Nathan McKinnon around Mikey Anderson. McKinnon throws it in front. Marty Natchez a shot. He scores! scores! It's a Marty party! And Nathan MacKinnon, with that point, passes Joe Sakic for the most points of anybody in a Colorado Avalanche sweater.
That's right. He since 95-96, Nathan MacKinnon, now the leading scorer in the franchise's history.
All right.
Obviously, Sakic's got him because of the Quebec days, but in terms of wearing the burgundy and blue of the Colorado Avalanche, nobody has scored more points than Nathan MacKinnon.
That sucker was peak filthiness.
Well,
he throws it out front, and Nate is just like, "What are you gonna do?" And he just stood there, and the goalie like didn't know what to do.
The
Just
goalie was
frozen.
Our old buddy Darcy Kemper.
I know.
I
wasn't gonna say his name.
The
Kemp dog.
Cumper.
Yeah. Quemper. Hey, Gronk, give this one a try.
So MacKinnon circles behind the net. 4 Kings are just like staring right at him. And Nate is just like,
okay,
he's going to chill here. That's cool. And of course, MacKinnon gets him the puck. Boom. Let's go 6 minutes, 12 seconds later. And our guy, Sam Mayday Malinsky, getting it done unassisted.
And now Kiviranta goes shoulder to shoulder with Cody Ceci. Kept in near side point. Malinsky holding, shooting. They score! You're a credit to the force, Malinsky. Trying to see if there is a deflection in front. I don't think so. In his 100th career NHL game, Sam Malinsky gets his second goal ever versus the LA Kings. And exactly 7 minutes into the second period, Colorado doubles its lead. It's 2-0.
All right, we got to get Connor on the horn at some point now.
Why's that?
Because you've been putting Mayday Malinsky out there forever. I love it. You and I both love Cheers.
We're both
Connor
Cheers
loves
guys.
everything 80s.
Yeah.
How the hell does he not pick up on that and run with it? What's this credit to the force Malinsky? I don't want none of that. Sam Mayday Malinsky.
What?
And I thought of you right away once that happened. I'm like, oh, Nate's guy. I was going to tweet it.
That's
And then
Mayday.
I decided I didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was late.
By the way, you know what I tweeted last night? When Buccigross said, I don't really think of Nathan MacKinnon as much of a playmaker.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, yeah,
What?
come again? What do you think of him as?
Huh?
And just
His name's Nathan MacKinnon. Heard of him?
Have you heard of him?
Didn't
Johnny?
He have 84 assists last year?
Yeah, that's making some plays for people.
Isn't he a Hart Trophy winner?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
No idea.
What's this guy's deal?
I hope the moment it came out of his mouth, I hope he had a moment where he was just like, that was dumb. I shouldn't have said that.
Right.
What the hell?
Well, it's almost as good as Tony Romo claiming that the Broncos want Zach Bond back. Right? What?
I think he meant Sean Payton, but it was confusing. 14:42 of the period. Arturi Lehkonen. Heard of him? Let's go, Sprint.
Ends up on the near side half wall. Cody Ceci had it blocked. Here comes Marty Nages the other way. Drop pass for Nathan MacKinnon. Never made it there. Yes, it did. MacKinnon takes it away. MacKinnon wants the feed up top. Cale Makar fakes the one-timer. Makar right down Broadway. Makar shot. Save made. Rebound. They score! We're up all night to get lucky.
Arturi Lehkonen. Heard of him?
The fake one-timer by Cale.
Oh, it was so good. He just goes, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, you're coming this way? I'm going that way. Where'd who go?
Jeff Malott got faked out of his jorts, man. And then Cale just goes.
His jorts? Aren't they breezers? I mean, I know they're kind of the jorts length.
He wears jorts under his breezers.
Hockey jorts?
Uh-huh.
Well, then. I wonder if anyone's ever pulled that off.
Also, I don't know if you've heard, Jeff Malott's brother is a UFC fighter.
Oh, my God. We're talking about that
Didn't-
later.
Cool, Carl.
We're talking about that later.
Didn't really
I
help
got a
him
whole
all that
topic
much.
around that.
Didn't really help him that
Yeah,
much.
we're going to talk about that. Anyway, let's get this last goal in.
Let's go to the third, and let's have another Marty party on the power play.
3 shots. They win the draw here. Cale Makar for Marty Naches. He's got room. He scores! It's a Marty party! Get out the cheese for the Marty Nachos. He has 2. Colorado finally cashes in on the power play. And the LA Kings are drinking from a fountain that's pouring like an avalanche that's coming down the mountain.
4-0 right then. Wedgwood would lose the shutout on a 5-on-3 goal. Still
Guess what?
24 saves. He was pretty damn good.
Your guys workshopping stuff now. That proved it.
What's that?
Look at Kamaje. Hero.
Atta guy, KJ.
The Marty Nachos?
Yeah.
Yeah. That means he's workshopping.
Okay, he's working on it.
He hadn't settled in either.
Remember Dookie and Nacho?
I do, because his handle on Twitter was Nacho Life.
By the way, Gabe played 11-12, had a shot on goal, won 5 of 7 faceoffs. It's all coming together. The Avalanche are 1-0, and again, they play host to the Mams tomorrow night. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're rolling on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hour number 2 of the show. Great to be with you here on a Wednesday afternoon. Broncos Jets in London on Sunday. Nice early start time, 7:30. Let's get the football going. Cortland Sutton.
You're a slacker. Why do you like the 7:30?
What do you mean slacker?
You slack a bit. You're a weekend slacker.
Based on what?
Based on what you've told me.
What
are you up and at him at 7:30 on Sunday every morning?
Yeah.
Come on, I don't buy that.
I have small children.
Oh, okay, never mind.
I have.
If you didn't have small children, would you choose to be up so early?
I've just become the guy that wakes up early now. It just happened.
Walk around the house in your slippers.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out why you're awake.
It's like, well,
do you leave the bed when you're awake?
Sometimes, yeah. Like generally, I get the day going. I might wake up, do the Wordle, maybe a connections, and then maybe a mini crossword, and then I get my day going. Get the coffee maker going. Let's do this, man. It's Sunday.
I had no idea you were a Folgers commercial, but okay.
I am. Very much so. By the way, it was on Supercard Special this week, so I had to stock up because, my God, I have to take a loan out just to buy coffee every single week. So anyway, yeah, I like the early football. I'm a fan. So, Cortland Sutton, 8 catches, 99 yards on Sunday against Philly. He's having a great year. Like he's been dominant in basically every game that he has played, save for one. Colts game, they didn't throw to him. Outside of that, he's been absolutely fantastic. He gets the Sauce Gardner matchup this week. He just passed the Quinyon Mitchell test with flying colors. So here he goes. Like, Cortland Sutton is crushing it. He's the most dependable target on this team. He had 4 more targets than anyone again last week. He's having a great year. Sean Payton talked today about what has made Cortland Sutton kind of have a little bit of a career renaissance under Sean Payton.
He's well, I can't speak.
What do you see?
I can't speak from the prior, but man, he's got great work ethic. He's in great shape. He's super important to him. Like, all the traits you look for in a player, he has. And then let's talk about the physical skill set, the size, catch radius. So I love coaching him. And the stuff that he's accomplished and will continue to is stuff that he works extremely hard on. And, you're never surprised with him. The catches he makes, how he plays, and just his approach from A to Z is fantastic.
A to Z, he's been good, and he has been. He's been good every single week, Andy. Listen to this stat. This is a little indication of Cortland Sutton settling into what he is. He has run 30 hitch routes this season. He has been targeted 13 times on hitch routes, 12 catches, 142 yards, more than anybody else in the league on those routes. That's just, I run my route, I get big, you're not going around me, I'm making a catch. Now, in the case of the 34-yarder last week, on the final drive where they kicked the field goal, when they got the third down, that was a bad missed tackle that he turned a 15-yard gain into a 34-yarder. But also, here's what's funny about it is, those little hitch routes, sometimes, they're only good for 4, 5, 6 yards or whatever they are. But you have to have those plays. Those are ahead of the sticks plays. Those are keep the run game going plays. Those are the drive stays on schedule plays that this offense absolutely has to have because it's kind of lacked for hitting big chunks. And so, the quick passing game to Cortland Sutton it's dependable. This guy, right now, basically does everything well on the football field.
Yeah, and I think he's more amazing because everybody knows he's going to do it.
Right. They know that's where the ball's going.
I don't know how. It just amazes me that not every team can stop him. Now, we've seen some quiet games. Indianapolis did something to kind of keep him pretty quiet, right? Not sure what, but something. But San Diego, if you go back and look at the numbers, I think he still had a pretty good game against San Diego, didn't he?
6 catches for $118 and a tutty. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's a pretty good day.
Yeah.
So, again, the last guy that I think about like this, well, DT was that way, Shannon Sharp was that way, Rod Smith was that way, but he's in that class of receiver.
Right.
Where, the quarterbacks want to go to this guy, and somehow you can't stop it. So, and look, what I think is even more important, what is more impressive probably about Cortland right now, DT got to play with Manning. DT had Emmanuel across from him for a while, so that kind of helps, right? You still have someone you kind of got to pay attention to. Sharp played with Terrell Davis and Ed McCaffrey and all these guys. Now, Sharp was a one-man show like this for a while in his early going of his career. But who else are you going to really focus on other than Cortland? I'm asking. You and I kind of had gotten this discussion yesterday before we were going to do the show about do they have a second receiver? And we've got possibilities at second receiver, but no one stood up and said, I am the man, you better start. Like Emmanuel always told the defense, you better account for me somehow, right? You don't have a tight end. Julius Thomas was part of that too. They don't have a tight end. Eric Decker to some extent. None of the guys are playing a complementary role to Cortland Sutton, and yet teams still can't stop him.
It's kind of wide receiver 2 by committee. It's sort of what the Broncos are doing. Like, Troy Franklin has had his moments. He was, by the way, in the Indy game when Cortland didn't do anything, like he was fantastic in that game. Troy Franklin's had his moments. Marvin Mims was outstanding in the Cincinnati game, but he kind of went back into the is he playing thing against Philadelphia. So that's what that's been.
Ingram finally had a couple moments, but he's been
still
silent toe.
You look up at the end of the game and it's 4 catches for 33 yards. Okay, well, 4 catches on 6 targets, that's okay. But yeah, it's not massive production. Yeah, nobody outside of Cortland's 99 receiving yards in Philly, nobody else had more than 35, and that was Troy Franklin on 3 catches for 35 yards. So really, this team has a very the pecking order is funny because there's other teams in the league that you look at and you're like, I'm not really sure who their number 1 receiver is. Kansas City's kind of like that. Buffalo's kind of like that. Hell, even Baltimore, when they're right, are kind of like that. They don't have a superstar wide receiver, no question, number 1. There's no Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase on those kind of teams. Sutton is getting that kind of workload right now. It's just that number 2 and beyond, it's just whoever's getting open this week. I think is essentially what it is for this Broncos offense.
Yeah.
And it's working.
It's been interesting because, again, we get our hopes up for other guys. All right, I'm just going to ask the question. They make a mistake trading Devon Vele. They got a real nice return for him, and it felt like other guys, frankly, Pat Bryant, chief among them, and Pat Bryant's done a good job blocking.
Yeah.
But is this team, if they have Devon Vele, does it make a difference in either the Indy or the Charger game?
I mean, maybe. I can't tell you that definitively or not, but...
Is it too early to revisit the trade? Is he not good enough player to talk about?
I've never thought...
Man, they
honestly,
miss Vele?
Until you said his name just
You
now,
forgot?
I completely forgot about him.
I've had a few people hit me up and say, and usually it's over Twitter, going, they should never have gotten rid of Vele. I think we've had a few people text it too, but...
Yeah.
And I haven't thought much of it because I was like, nah, they got a 5th-round pick, and Pat Bryant will play eventually.
Yeah.
But dude.
He has 4 catches for 29 yards with the Saints.
Yeah, but...
I know it's the Saints.
It's the Saints. Look, he had a role here.
Hey,
here's the thing.
Real quick. I don't think Spencer Rattler stinks.
I don't either.
I don't think he's that good, but if the Saints decided okay, we took Tyler Shuck, but we don't care, and we just want to pour it into Spencer Rattler, it might be okay.
Yeah, he could get you some wins, I think. I don't think you'll ever be, I know he's
1-10 as a starting quarterback, but that team's awful.
Yeah, they're really terrible.
Yeah.
They need to really, Sean had more to work with here than what what Kellen Moore's got to work with there.
I guess, Andy, like I'm thinking of the year so far, and like Franklin has had. First off, I thought Franklin played well against Tennessee, and then he had the excellent game against Indy. And again, like the Indy thing, it's like you lost. You should have won. It was a stupid
really
penalty
shoulda
and a leverage penalty that you lost the thing on. It was a fluky coin flip game, and you lost that thing. Like Mims has had his big games so far this season. You've been able to rely on your run game. Like Here's what's funny about it is, like, I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that number 2 receiver is kind of by committee right now. I think a lot of it is just going to be game plan dependent, and that's sort of what it is. This is a Broncos offense that they're scoring points. Bo Nix is avoiding negative plays. He's kind of cleaned up the turnover thing that was plaguing him early on in the season. The offense is going. You found your run game. Personnel wise, I don't watch this offense and think, oh, they're missing something massive right now.
No, I'm with you, but look, and I think Sean is a guy that we'll see a lot of players leave, and maybe they don't do much in other spots, but when Sean's got his role figured out for you, he uses you in that role.
Very much.
And the only reason why I bring up Vele is a guy that had found a role on this team. And it just doesn't feel I didn't hate the trade. I'm still not criticizing necessarily. It's not like he had a great camp. I understood completely why they made the move. But as I watch, it just feels like we're eternally waiting right now for either Mims or Franklin to become the every game guy. Again, the Emmanuel Sanders, the guy that throws in 4 or 5 catches a game every game. Not here and there, just every game. So, and I think that could be the trick to this team being, a better seeded playoff team than they were a year ago.
Franklin has 4+ catches in 3 of 5 games. They had the big Mims game against Cincinnati. The Mims thing, too, I said it over the summer. Hell, I said it last year.
I think you said it 2 weeks ago.
It's just boom or bust with Marvin Mims. There's going to be weeks where there's going to be a lot of Mims stuff.
Yeah.
And I think there's going to be other weeks where there just isn't as much.
Yeah, but again,
Andy, he's not an NFL X or Z wide receiver. He can't do that job. But what he can do is pretty damn special. There are not many guys in the league that are what he is in the return game, and then can do what he can do in terms of catch a bubble screen and turn it into 40.
But they always talk about on the broadcast, and we heard it yet again. He had like 1 catch or something. No, maybe he had the kick return, whatever it was. But Tony goes, yeah, Sean said that they want to get him passes that let him turn into the returner.
Yeah.
And we keep hearing
they
that.
didn't do much of it the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah. It just wasn't a big part of the game plan. It wasn't the Cincinnati game. They kind of got some of that. Like they used him in a lot of like kind of goofy motion stuff to kind of open things up for him. And try and get him out in space. Like, I could see him, like Marvin Mims, being successful in those weird kind of like Nate Atkins sub-package things that they do. Nate Atkins is a sneaky fun player, isn't he?
Sure.
They like kind of use him in cool ways out there and figure out like they'll line him up at fullback and then motion him around. And Sean's always he's got something going. He's got something going with this group right now.
When he runs his game plan, yes.
Yeah.
And again, what we saw in the fourth quarter is what he's just got to do.
Yeah, is keep running the damn ball. That absolutely helps. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Yeah, the Broncos are 3-2. This is a weird Bronco season, man. I like this team. I really do. I'm having a blast watching these guys. This is, for our 6 years of radio we've done together, Andy, this is, I think, the first time I didn't hate the Broncos.
Yeah, because it's been pretty much cheeks to this point.
Yeah, I've been having a good time so far this football season. Kreckman and Lindahl, live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Hey, kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code AVS7FREE! Exclamation point. Is that in the code, or is that just the copy they wanted me to be really excited about it?
AV7 free.
Okay.
Big time.
But is it AV7 free exclamation
No,
point?
I don't think so.
Or just, okay.
I guess I don't know.
Okay.
Don't know. Don't know. Thank
All right.
you,
Well,
Coach.
tell you what, try them both. AV7 free and AV7 free exclamation point.
You know what? Someone do us a solid. Get to Altitude Sports Radio right now. Sign up.
Yeah. Well, it's
and tell us what works for
you,
free.
Andy, you claim the code at altitudeplus.com.
What did I say? Radio?
Then download the app.
I don't understand anything that
Wherever
you
the
said.
hell you go, try the code. Do it for 7 days. What? We got a game tomorrow. We got a game Saturday.
Every sentence of this copy has an exclamation point at the end. So
Because you're supposed to be fired up, Nate.
Am I? Okay.
Well, what do you... Here, give me the copy. Give me the copy.
Claim the code at altitudeplus.com and then download the app and start streaming today.
Here. Let me see it.
You've got it.
No, here. No, I don't.
Kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features.
I've got the Wednesday presser cuts.
Enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code AV7FREE!
All right. I found it. So what you'd rather is kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus.
I
now
think,
redesigned and packed with powerful new features.
Do you want me to NPR that thing?
Enjoy it. This is more the delicious dish from Saturday Night Live.
Which was on NPR.
Was it NPR?
That was the joke, yeah.
Oh, that was not the joke.
Well,
that was part of the joke.
One of the many
that
jokes.
wasn't the punchline of the joke.
Yes.
Something about a salty cookie. Anyway. Yeah. Enjoy a free 7-day trial. Do you want me to get right on the... Like she talked where she was right on the mic. Yes, promo code AV7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com. Then download the streaming app and start streaming today. Is that better? Would you rather they leave the exclamation points out? Ron Burgundy, read the copy how they wrote it.
AV7FREE!
Okay, I don't know what he's... Why are you only emphasizing free?
Start streaming today!
Why are you jumping off the cliff as you read it too?
Powerful new features.
You're like fading from the mic.
Well, it's because I'm exclaiming, Andy.
Yeah, but you pop up as if someone poked you in the backside.
You don't yell into the microphone.
I get that, but
well, you do, but you back up.
I don't care. I don't care.
When you get loud, you back up.
You don't want to
Hear me now
overmodulate.
and believe me later.
Anyway.
Hey, you got a lot of money for that read.
I don't know if the code has an exclamation point or not.
It doesn't. I'm guessing it doesn't.
But you're guessing.
But if it doesn't work,
you're guessing.
Try it again.
We don't know. Anyway, sometimes they like punctuation in there. Tim Legler, I want to play a piece of audio for you.
He speaks in punctuation.
This is fun, Tim Legler. Tim Legler was talking to our buddy Adam Morris on DNVR, and they got a podcast together, by the way, which is fantastic. Mars and Legler, that show is awesome. And let's listen to Tim Legler talking about this upcoming Nuggets season and who he really expects to just take off this year.
Look, Michael Porter Jr. was a guy that was capable in any given night of having similar nights to Cam Johnson's best nights, but they were kind of all over the place a little bit, right? More inconsistent. And certainly the defense is going to be better with Cam Johnson. And I think Cam Johnson is going to get better shots than he's ever had in his career.
Yeah.
And so now I want to see what this guy's capable of playing with Jokic. When he's getting cleaner looks, there's no telling what kind of year Cam Johnson's about to have. So for me, how do you shrink the deficit with OKC? Where can you do that? They went out and they added depth. Important. Valanciunas, Bruce Brown, they got deeper. That's important. I think Christian Brown is going to, take another step forward this year. That's great. Cam Johnson, to me, could be like that, where we're just every night going, my goodness, I cannot believe they ended up getting this guy. Like, that's how good he has been for the Denver Nuggets. If that happens, they have shrunk the gap with OKC, and that's why I said all along, Denver has reloaded and they've rebooted, man. They're back in the mix as a title contender.
That made me laugh because at first the guy goes, okay. Like, he couldn't have been less interested in what he's talking about. What are you talking about?
Should he have put an exclamation
He
point on it?
should have. I think so.
No.
Tim Legler's talking good things. Cam Johnson can play. Not only can he play a little D, he can give you some of that O that you talked about.
Oh, Cam Johnson. So I was watching some of the Minnesota game, and I was like, oh, you can have a small forward that dribbles?
Yeah, it's cool.
What the hell?
What are we doing here?
You can just do that?
What is this?
This is amazing.
What is this sorcery?
That guy he can just confidently just move with the basketball.
And isn't too tall to get it poked away every time he tries.
I want to play a cut. This was Cam from Media Day, and this was something that I circled we didn't get to last week. And he was talking about like the way he was used in the assorted different pick and roll and dribble handoff actions in Brooklyn, and how now he is going to have an opportunity to do that in Denver, but having it all facilitated by, Nikola Jokic.
The biggest thing about last season in Brooklyn is I was put in kind of a position to read a lot of the game in different ways than I had in the past. And so I would go through games and, you can do practice reps, you can work on it, which I had my entire career, but actually getting in the game, getting pick and roll reps all game, getting handoff reps all game, and learning what's working and what's not and how teams are guarding it and how to combat that. That was really beneficial for me. So just taking that knowledge and being able to use it when it's necessary, when it's needed. Then obviously you guys know a lot of my career, I have been relocating around the arc and cutting towards the basket to just play off of other players. So just combining those elements, not necessarily forcing anything, letting the game come to myself, and then again, just playing off the guys that we have.
Could he be the next, and think about what I'm saying here. Hear my words and process them later. Could he be the next Aaron Gordon? Could he be the next guy coming to Denver, being asked to have a bit of a reduced role from his last team?
Yeah.
And the flowers bloom like early spring.
I mean, he was already really friggin' good. And he's, last year he took 13 shots a game in Brooklyn. I'm assuming that number goes down a little bit here. Just a part of why he always had the ball in Brooklyn was because they sucked.
Right. Well, Aaron Gordon.
Yeah, exactly.
Orlando.
And everything that he had to do in Orlando. Now, what's funny about it is like, to that point, a lot of what Cam had to do last year was the stuff that, Joker and Jamal have covered here. So he gets to be a little bit more of an off-ball player, but also like to that end, because of the experience gained, he then can step into those roles. Like when Aaron Gordon got here, it was, you don't have to handle the ball. You don't have to create your own shots. You roll to the bucket and big guy gets you. You hang in the dunker spot and you're going to get the ball. You go attack and get rebounds and all those things. But what's happened is, and some of it was like, the team wasn't as deep as they were when AG showed up. And so Aaron Gordon in the last couple of years was asked to do more. And he did
certainly in the playoffs last year.
Exactly. And he did it really well. And he is a good ball handler. He's an excellent outside shooter, and he's put that work in to what he has to do. Like I think that Cam Johnson is there will be a feeling out process with it, because there kind of always is. And I would say my guess is the first, 15, 20 games, whatever it is. NBA seasons are
too long.
Eternal. They take forever. But it gives you the opportunity to be able to work it out. And I think what they're going to find as it goes is like, we can put Cam Johnson into some of the actions that he was doing as the primary option in Brooklyn, and we can have him doing some of that here in Denver. Again, it's gonna take time to get to that place, but like you got time. You're not playing Oklahoma City until May. You got time before you got to worry about being able to take those guys down.
Yeah, and it's good. Boy, I was thinking real quick. I was thinking about that pass. We've all seen the highlight of the pass from the Toronto game.
Yeah.
And if you haven't, go look it up, where Joker spins out of the block and just whips a whirly bird pass to him in the corner for the corner three. And I was thinking, man, if Cam Johnson didn't catch that pass, someone's getting maimed by that ball.
Right.
He'd have broke someone's nose, the heat that he threw on that pass. And Cam, I know, talked with the DNVR guys about how you've got to always be ready, and he's getting ready to always be ready for the ball. I related, and Joker is a lot like a guy that I covered with the Mammoth and John Grant Jr., where his teammates would tell me, you can never not think that he will find a way, even if it's deep and 3 guys are on him. You better keep your head up because that thing may be coming your way even when you think it can.
We saw Bruce go through it when he got here initially. We saw KCP go through it. Like I think Cam will go through it. Like, Hardaway, when he gets his Jokic minutes, is going to go through that. Guys they'll deal with that adjustment period, but also like they'll get it. They'll get it quickly, and the reason why they'll get it quickly is because like it behooves them to figure it out because they're only going to get shots if they're prepared for it.
Look, dude, it's time. I'm fired up. We need an open for this segment when we do this, because we're already salivating for this Nugget season to get started. We're already drooling, wiping drool off my mouth. I wasn't sure what I was going to see from the Avalanche last night. Then, I don't know. Let's just go put 4 up real quick. Be faster than the other team. The backup goal. You can't score on Scott Wedgwood. You think Wedgie's giving you? He ain't giving you nothing. You think you got something, pal? He had 2 or 3 beautiful chances to score a goal. He said, nope, not going to let you.
He was really good last night.
And you just got done telling me how much you love watching the Bo Nix Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
You got a Bo Nix.
I do.
For Sean Payton's Broncos.
I mean, I like the defense, but...
Well, either way. It's all in the same area.
I'm still
sure.
I'm still just dating the Bo Nix part of it, but
yeah, but you moved to Saturday nights for dinner.
It's
it's
a non-phone.
It's not just lunch anymore.
It's a non-phone call. It's
sure.
It's an assumed Saturday night date.
Yeah, but it's an assumed Saturday night date.
Yeah.
You're not just doing the midweek Wednesdays just to get through hump day.
I'm getting there.
So let's parade track it, baby.
Okay.
Rank them. I want to know. Rank them. Who's giving us the parade? The Nuggets. Do we even need to debate that?
It's
the team I'm expecting. The team I'm almost stressed about is the Nuggets. I know Oklahoma City's really good. I think this team is too.
Nuggets, Avalanche, Broncos. There you go. And the Broncos are
how can they move above the Avalanche?
I'd like to see them win a playoff game,
Yeah, I get it, Nate.
I'd like to see them get into January and like, okay, can you beat the Buffalo Bills?
No, I'm with you.
Can you knock off the Chiefs at that time of year? Like, all right, let's see all of that. So I still have to have the Broncos below the Avalanche. Like, no matter what, the Avalanche still have the best player in the world, the best defenseman in the world. They've got, as long as you have those 2 dudes, you're contenders every single year. Plus Landeskog is back, and you re-sign Brock Nelson, and your blue line is deep as hell. And you got to get Mackenzie Blackwood back, but like this Avalanche team is a legitimate Stanley Cup contender. You just put it in ink. As long as 29-8 are suiting up out there, you're good to go. And oh, by the way, like, hey, what about a world where Marty Necas looks like regular season Marty and not playoff Marty from last year, and is aggressive and is shooting the puck and isn't deferring to guys the way that he was last year in the Dallas series? Like, okay, maybe after a full season of that, he goes into the postseason and stays aggressive. So, yeah, like, again, and there's also just maybe some of this is just the NFL and the parody of it all of like, okay, you've suffered one major injury. Like, we're a long, long way from getting there.
Okay, but see, I'll pick up on your point.
I can't put anybody over the Nuggets and the Avs.
I love the Avalanche. I love what I saw last night. And if this team stays, we usually do the if you stay healthy thing with the football teams.
Yeah.
You just laid out.
Yeah.
I love them healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows? Healthy. If this group finds a way to stay, everyone's going to have their little 1 week, 2 weeks, whatever. And they don't even have Logan O'Connor back yet. There's another guy that you got to get healthy. If they could stay healthy, I love their chances. But if you suffer, and I don't even want to name names, but there are certain guys where if you lose them, and I'm talking outside of McCarr and McKinnon, that are your depth pieces, I'm going to be a little worried about what else you have to call up.
Of course.
But here's the other thing that I think makes it closer than I would have thought of when I told you I wanted to do this. I meant to send you the rankings. Broncos are number 1. They're like 91 point something in a score for the top defense in the league.
Yeah. Oh, they're that good.
Listen, as they round into, and they haven't even got Dre Greenlaw playing
Sure.
yet. They got another guy coming back that was supposed to be a major fixture in this thing that hangs out in the middle. They just got Malcolm Roach back. Dude, I'm telling you, this defense, the more it starts to look like what we saw in camp, and let's be honest about it, I'm not quite sure what that Indy Charger back-to-back was a little weird, although when you think about it, they did a pretty good job against the Chargers, and it turns out Indy's a pretty good team.
Also, well, the Colts, like, they held them to, 5 field goals in that game?
Which, as you talked about, and a lot of people have picked it up in the new kickoff rules, that's pretty good.
And you killed them in the red zone.
Yeah.
You should have won the game. You lost in a weird, fluky manner.
I'm just telling you that if this defense stays the way it is and Sean will call the offensive game a little more like he called it in that fourth quarter of the Philly game, I think they've got a sneaky shot to have a better shot at having the parade than we think. Now, I'm not all the way for the preseason predictions and saying it's Super Bowl. I'm with you.
Yeah.
For the most part, look, with all these things, we got to see who's healthy start of the playoffs because that's the biggest key. But
why can I say this about the Nuggets and the Avalanche over the Broncos? Well, the best players all already have rings. Both of those teams won a playoff series last year. Everybody's rolling right now. This thing is good.
But see,
I guess the Avs didn't win a playoff series last
is,
year, but you know what I mean.
This is my hesitation, dude.
They generally do.
The Avs are deep when healthy.
Sure.
I'm worried. Again,
I mean, that's every team in sports.
I know,
Yeah.
but don't you feel like I feel like the Broncos might be the deeper team if an injury occurs? When everybody's healthy on the Avs, if that lineup, and they won't, but if they were to play 82 games, NHL better look out. But I don't know if they've got guys to call up if they get key people out of depth type positions.
Yeah, if they have key injuries, then clearly like that rewrites it a little bit. With the Broncos, defensively, I'm there. Defensively, that group is championship good.
Where are you going to date the Bo Nix offense this weekend? You going to go something English themed? Some fish and chips? The on the hook fish and chips truck?
The Bull and Bush. Head downtown to the British Bulldog.
What the hell else is English in this? Does anybody seek out English food? Like, you get to the weekend, you just got a hankering for a great Mexican restaurant or maybe some Italian. Does anyone go, man, I need to find me some fish and chips?
Some fish and chips.
I need to go get some weird German sausage.
I do love fish and chips.
Do you?
I do. And I love German sausage. Yeah. Those.
Well,
it's funny you brought up two things, and I'm like, wow, those both sound.
Could do
really
that right
good.
now.
I could absolutely get down on that.
I'm hanging out with Old North Denver, my friends that have the Mexican and the Italian restaurants. That's what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need your fish and chips and your bad warm ale.
Andy, you're going to Chipotle.
Give me a good combo plate where everything's fried and there's 4 sauces on it.
Andy, you're going to Subway, all right? Chill out, Bourdain.
I ain't going to Subway.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Give me some Gaetanos. Give me some lechugas. You don't even know, do you? You know why? You're going to the Bull and Bush, and that's all you're doing.
Because you're going to Wendy's. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
I'm going to Jose's Taco Truck. You get out of here. Hampton and Kipling. Check it out.
I see how you eat every day. It's the Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. We were just talking about places where you could go and maybe have a nice date night. Are you avoiding date night because of the problem of erectile dysfunction? If that is you, if you're who I'm describing, then it's time to get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And that way you can go and take in some of the finer restaurants with hopes of something better happening after dinner, a different kind of dessert. Go on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to help you with erectile dysfunction. Get it back on track for you. Many patients at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic have said over and over again they don't know why they waited so long to get treatment for their ED. Don't be one of these people. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some that'll have you lasting an hour or more. That's a long dessert. Get the flambe. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. So if you're affected by ED, get in there because, again, they've got treatments options for you. Here's how the first visit goes. It's $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, you'll take a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, well, the visit's free, so you have nothing to risk. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. They have a great revamped location they're very proud of in Castle Rock. Go check that out. Good people there. 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hope you're having a lovely Wednesday. It's Nate and Andy with you here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Broncos back to work today. We're going to hear from Sean Payton about the Malcolm Roach designation. We'll hear from him about what's going on with the offensive line. Spoiler alert, we'll see. And by the way, Nick Bonito is in the news today. We'll get to all of that coming up in the High Five, the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Andy, coming up on Sunday in the afternoon window, well after the Broncos game, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will attempt to go to 5-1 as they take on the Niners at home. Tampa, by the way, is a 2.5-point home favorite against San Francisco. And Baker Mayfield is one of the stories of this NFL season. Again, it's the reclamation project quarterbacks. Their reclamation projects are having a moment in the NFL. They are. They almost never do, but this year they are.
Well, because everyone's trying to find a quarterback.
Cincinnati's, they're trying to reclaim Joe Flacco, who's already been reclaimed before.
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on with that.
Good
luck.
Teams they're taking a swing. So Baker Mayfield is. Look, he was good last year, and he took this Tampa team to the postseason. He has been even better so far this year. Through 5 games, 10 tutties to 1 pick for Baker Mayfield. He's playing out of his mind. And last week against Seattle, with the video that went viral of Baker Mayfield trash talking with the fans, right? And saying not the kindest words to these people in Seattle. And then he went back and seeked them out again on his way out. By the way, quick shout out to the Seattle fan who was just like, you still suck. It's like, hey, you're trying, man.
I want to see who it was because I've told you, I remember one year with Josh McDaniels, he got a Bronco lineman to try to climb the wall to go after him, and I wonder if it's the same guy.
They got like
they got a dude. He paints his head, he wears his 12, and he's got his bird beak on.
What was the guy?
Kevin probably knows who I'm talking about.
What was the guy's name in Washington that used to be at the Bullets/Wizards game?
Oh, yeah.
What was that
the
guy's
rich guy.
name?
He was like a day trader, and he prided himself on driving people nuts.
Right, he just sat behind the bench and just
Scotty
rode.
Hastings, and maybe I'll text him.
Yeah. That I don't remember the guy's name. Maybe it's that dude. But Baker Mayfield talked to the media today, and he had an interesting answer to the question of sort of the way that he is carrying himself now and the way he's carried himself his entire career.
Yeah, I mean, I told you guys that I try and not get too high, not get too low, which is something that I was not doing early on in my career. But, early on in my career, it's looked as cocky, immature. Now it's moxie, he's a dog. So it's same, different day. Just as long as you play well, they change the narrative. But you just got to be yourself, and I've always been like that.
You know what's so funny
He's not wrong.
Is when I heard that, I thought of. Do you remember the scene in Bull Durham when Crash Davis is talking to Nuke Lelouch and he's talking to him about his shower shoes, and he said, you got to have clean shower shoes. He's like, one day if you win 20 in the show, then you can have filthy shower shoes and then the press will say, oh, he's colorful.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it right there. You win, and you get to have it all. You get to have the personality. You get to be outspoken. You get to do those things when you win. When you lose, it's a problem. But you got to win. That's it, Baker. That's it. And he's to a degree, he's right. He's right about that, right? He's been the same guy the whole time. Well, yeah, but you have to be a good player, and then you get to be outspoken and have all of that.
No, I know, but he's dead right. Because again, this is the same bit, and like I said, the only reason why I guess he's grown on me is because now he's the underdog and not the first round pick and all that other stuff, and
number 1 overall pick.
Right. By the way, this also leads me to a question.
Hold on. Can you be an underdog if you were the number 1 overall pick in the draft?
When people have counted you out, and despite, remember, he barely played in Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
He joked about that a couple weeks ago. Did you and Sam Darnold get together when they played Seattle? Did you guys get together and reminisce about your great Carolina days?
Right.
And then, frankly, unfortunately, we all remember him causing SpongeBob and Patrick Star to make fun of our team on Christmas Day because he had just shown up to the Rams and decided to lay 100 on them.
Were they making fun of the team, or were they making fun of
all of it?
The guy?
By the way, is it Robin Ficker? That's what Vic is asking us. Is that your famous heckler? Robin Ficker.
Robin sounds right to me. I don't remember the last
Then
name.
we'll go along with it.
There you go.
I got a question for you, though, because, again, and I know our guy DMac likes to get on the super soapbox and talk about the Josh Allen thing, and it's fine. I think more of us than
Josh
not.
Allen?
Thank you. Would love Josh Allen. Yeah, every time. Would love Josh Allen to be a quarterback of the Denver Broncos.
Of course.
But I would say this. There is a part of me that wonders if Denver would have been as patient and if John would have changed the offense and all this stuff.
Right.
And when people say, yeah, but you don't know, okay, but Baker Mayfield's the walking example. This guy is now in the conversation, has been in preseason for MVP.
Yep.
He is the dude in Tampa Bay. And 3 or 4 other teams we just talked about did not have the patience to see it through.
Yep. Sam Darnold. Same situation. Sam Darnold.
And again, isn't it crazy? Sam had a good situation, and I realized he had like 3 bad games against the Lions. Do you realize that? Like he didn't really play poorly against other teams. It was mainly just the Lions.
And then Minnesota's just like,
And
well,
they're like,
we got a first-round pick.
We drafted a kid.
Yeah.
We didn't really expect you to be this good, so
Right.
good luck.
Right.
And now, I don't know, man. I'm just saying it's just crazy to me that here's Baker finally to his MVP. It really talks to you about how there probably should be more of a development process in the NFL.
Oh, it's Andy. Like I yell about this all the time. Okay, the nature versus nurture thing when it comes to NFL quarterbacks, and I do think that good football players get failed. I think it happens constantly. I think the New York Jets are really, really good at doing that, amongst other franchises. But this happens to players like Baker. He was in Cleveland.
Yeah.
And it was a mess. It was a bad situation. Wasn't his coach Freddie Kitchens?
Yeah.
What are we doing
Eventually. No, remember, he started out with your dude, Sean's old guy, Gregiga Robinson.
Yeah.
Or right? Is that his last name? Gregiga Williams.
Gregiga Williams.
With the 12 G's at the end of his name.
Right. And it's like, again, these guys, they get failed. Like, I'm telling you this, man, if Bo Nix is drafted by team fill in the blank, he's not doing what he's doing right now.
Bo Nix, the only reason why he's doing what he's doing, I think it works here, obviously, with Sean.
Of
I
course.
think it would have worked with Kyle. I think it would have worked with Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay,
Yeah.
maybe LaFleur. But the guys that seem to have a plan for their quarterback. And look, I don't think I think Bo's still got more you can get out of the game. Bo could be like Baker. Bo could be a lot like Baker.
Yeah. I don't know if he's got Baker's arm, but
fair enough. But look, Baker wasn't thought to have the best arm of that class. It was Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson.
yeah. Mm-hmm. He's pretty damn good. Baker Mayfield is. So
when is campaigning for Josh Rosen? Nah, I think that one's done. I don't think there's any reclaiming Josh Rosen.
Where is he
I have
now?
no idea. I don't even think he's in Canada. Is he playing in that weird English league that Sean Payton played in?
I was going to say he could be in Canada, just not playing football.
Well,
we have no idea where he is. Yeah.
Could be in Tahiti. I don't know.
That's a good question.
I think I saw something like his LinkedIn recently.
Okay. Oh, really?
Because he's a smart guy. He's got like a normal job.
Yeah, he went to UCLA.
He's got like a normal
Probably got a
job.
pretty good degree there.
Yeah.
He's no Ben DiNucci, who's now getting to call games.
Made some NFL bucks.
Or no, not Ben DiNucci. Who was our guy? Was it the DiNucci that decided to hang it up?
DiNucci did hang it up, yes.
Right, now he's calling for CBS Sports.
Is he really?
Yeah, he
Oh, I
was
didn't realize
airport
this.
beer picture guy, wasn't he?
Yes, that's Ben DiNucci.
Yeah, he got hired like a week later for CBS Sports to do some college games.
That's awesome. Good for him. Man, got that gig quick. Well done by the DiNucci. Yeah, teams fail quarterbacks constantly. There's also some quarterbacks that just stink.
You're right.
There's also there's two sides of everything right there. But the biggest thing that you have to have, and this is what Bo Nix has here in Denver, is he has an organization that wanted him. They have an organization that believes in him. They have a coach that is fully invested in him.
And they want him.
And they're putting him in situations to be able to succeed and not trying to fit a player that doesn't do certain things well into said system. And that's why this thing is working as well as it is right now. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL next. It's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Spring, how are we starting the high five today?
Well, it's funny you should ask.
Funny. It is funny.
We just came up with this idea
out of nowhere.
Yeah, we're gonna talk Broncos injury news. The Bronco Injury Report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. So Broncos left guard Ben Powers was placed earlier this week on IR. He'll miss at least the next 4 games with a biceps injury. The Broncos are in London. They are currently there getting ready for their game on Sunday against the Jets. Sean Payton talking to the media today. Let's play a couple cuts from Sean. First, he was asked about Ben Powers' injury.
Well, look, with a starting player, there's always it's never any good, and yet the next guy's up, and we'll get ready to play him.
Okay, who is that next guy up? Sean was asked this today.
Do you expect Matt Hurt to step in?
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see on the Matt Peart thing.
That's my answer, Sean.
That's probably what they're going to do. And he'll start at left guard, and they'll keep Palczewski in his role, and boom, here they go. And this is one of those, okay, let's see how it all holds up. Peart's a veteran. You paid him because you like him and you wanted him back here. You had him in the building for an entire season, so presumably he can step in and get this done. Okay. This is one where it's like we've generally seen this offensive line at full strength. Let's see what it looks like now. But I mean, Andy, again, this is a veteran that they had here that they wanted. They're not putting a rookie out there or anything else like that, and that's good news for the Broncos.
Yeah, going to look at their depth chart, I'm trying to just take a look at who you'll be dealing with on the inside right now. So you got Will McDonald as the end, Harrison Phillips as the tackle, left tackle, Quinnen Williams.
Quinnen Williams pretty good, isn't he?
Quinnen Williams is, but he's questionable, according to this. I guess we'll see. So, yeah, not ideal. So let's see. Right defensive tackle would face your left guard, though. So Quinnen Williams technically would probably get a look at Quinn Miners, wouldn't he? He'd be. We're talking about.
They tend to move those guys around.
Oh, I forget. We are talking about a left guard.
Yeah,
my bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah, that could be not ideal. I guess we'll see what the questionable designation does the rest of the week for Williams. Look, if you're going to do that, the Broncos have been good at running the football. You may want to do a few more of those outside toss plays.
Garrett Bowles, by the way, has allowed a 4% pressure rate on the year, Andy. Second lowest among left tackles with at least 50 pass block snaps and no sacks this year.
It's impressive, dude. A guy that was, you know what? He's kind of our Baker Mayfield, really.
In some ways, well put. A guy that legitimately was a full-on bust.
And was a punchline.
And is now one of the best at his position in the game.
Zach Strief has been really good for him. Now, I think it started with, who was the old Pittsburgh lineman that worked with him for a while when he was the coach?
Oh, why am I spacing
Munchak.
his name? Munchak.
Mike Munchak.
Thank you. Yeah, Munchak kind of started the fix. I was going to go with Mike Mularkey.
There is a Mike Mularkey.
There is a Mike
at least
Mularkey.
That's a guy.
He was not an O-line coach.
Sometimes
here.
I guess names of not real people, but at least there was really a Mike Mularkey.
Egg Big Boo?
Yeah, at least we didn't do that.
By the way, wasn't Nathaniel Hackett? He is from the Mike Mularkey coaching tree, wasn't he?
Was he?
I believe he was. Didn't he work for him in Jacksonville?
God, you might be right, but he didn't work for Hackett here. He was like, I know what you're getting. I'm retiring.
I don't need to coach football anymore. Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, a couple of other Broncos notes. Another injury note. The Broncos have opened the 21-day practice window for defensive tackle Malcolm Roach as he attempts to return off of injured reserve that he was placed on before the season with a calf injury. Also, Broncos edge rusher Nick Bonito was named this week's AFC Defensive Player of the Week.
2.5 sacks last week. He's up to 7 now on the year. Number 1 in pressure rate in the entire NFL. Andy, 4 years, $106 million is a bargain.
There's yet knock
for
on
Nick
wood.
Bonito.
Knocking on all the wood.
That
There's yet to be a deal they did this offseason that looks like a bad deal.
Right.
At least as far as their guys. We'll see about the Greenlaw thing.
The extension of your dudes so far.
How happy are you that you did it? I mean, they couldn't shut up about how they got to get Natchez under contract on the broadcast last night. It was like, Butchergrass, I got it. let it go for a minute, okay?
He also said that Nathan McKinnon's not really much of
Fair
a
enough.
playmaker.
But I'm just saying, how happy are you that you got Nick Bonito done before this year happened? Because how much is the money going up week by week if you hadn't?
So when the extension kicks in, which it will kick in next year largely for Nick Bonito, this is one of those deals, and this is I think this is a thing that could be in the Broncos' future. And I'm going to say it, and I'm just going to say, hey, you know what? This is going to be a good problem to have. Surtain's going to want his contract ripped up, and I think Bonito's going to want his contract ripped up. I think both of these guys are going to play at such a level. Surtain already has and won a Defensive Player of the Year award, that both of these guys are going to be looking at it going, why am I not the highest paid at my position in the game? Like, this is insane.
Yeah, but isn't that a 2-year out problem?
It is. Well,
here's the deal.
That's the funny thing about that problem, Andy. It can be a problem whenever it feels like being a problem.
Fair enough, but it's all more important that Bo Nix shows you he is truly the dude. And because, again, I think guys know, if you don't have a quarterback, what are you even doing?
Sure.
So if he can continue to show you, guys, I'll get you where you want to go, but we're going to need to share the wealth because guess what? It's going to be my turn.
I think again, this is a down the line thing. The Bo Nix contract is going to be a sticky one.
It is, because you could have
you shouldn't pay that guy like he's Josh Allen.
No, you really should. You should not be a set the market guy.
No.
At least not what we've seen yet. Maybe in a year from now we'll feel different.
But if they do the winning that they could potentially do with this defense, then that's how he's going to view it. That's how his people are going to view it.
Sure.
They're going to say no, this is a starting quarterback on a perennial playoff team, and the Broncos could go back and say, we want to pay you in the Baker Mayfield neighborhood. Like you're not a $55 million guy, you're a $40 million guy, okay? And like what does that then turn into?
I had a question for you.
Okay.
Will Sean Payton be the coach when this conundrum comes up?
I would assume so.
Let's say they get a Super Bowl. He done? Does he get what he? Because listen, he gets another Super Bowl, and he's the first coach to do it with a different franchise. Just rubber stamp the hall pass.
That, but I don't see him walking away from the money. It's the money. I mean, the guy's making $20 million per.
By the time we're dealing this with Bo, we're probably talking 2 years from now,
and that's
he'll be nearly done with the contract.
On top of the part where he goes back to the Penners and he says, "Look at how deep I've taken this team. I don't like Andy Reid making more money than I do."
Boy, you really have him hating Andy Reid, don't you? I kind of like it.
I just say again, like I view Sean Payton as the kind of guy.
Oh, he wants to be the top paid
could
coach.
Tell you off the top of his head exactly what every other coach makes.
I think you're 1,000% correct.
Yeah.
I think he knows.
Yeah.
He knows Harbaugh's number. I'm talking about John.
And he knows what his owner's yacht looks like compared to Clark Hunt, the Children of the Corn's yacht over there.
That's fair. Does Andy Reid then go back to the Hunts and go, I don't like Sean Payton making more money than me? And then it just starts this whole thing.
I like the idea that coaches are that petty with each other, which, by the way,
petty.
They are. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, it is official. Bengals head coach Zach Taylor saying today that Joe Flacco will start for Cincinnati in Sunday in Green Bay. Let's hear from Jake Browning, who was benched for a guy that the Bengals just traded for.
The general theme for myself is, anybody that is going through some adversity, whether it's football or personal stuff, if you go through it and deal with it the right way, there's no way you don't come out the other end, a better version of who you were. And so, for me, it's like, trying to respond the right way. Obviously, I'm pissed. And if I wasn't pissed, then I shouldn't be in this locker room.
I like that answer.
I mean, his problem was he was playing like he came out the other way. So
nice. Well done. Hey, any that's not a Kelsey. Oh, all right.
Thank you, Bud Black.
All right.
It's good to hear from you today.
Yeah, but
what's Bud Black doing now?
Shh. Are you kidding me? He's probably having a Mai Tai with the most incredible tan of his life.
Happiest man.
Nothing to worry about.
In America.
Probably going to be someone's. I bet she's done some consulting. I bet you if we were to do a deep dive, he probably consulted for a few people. Dude, seriously, what are you doing? What are you doing? I know that Browning's not been great, but what you really think you might get past? I mean, look, people pointed out the Browns' defense, helped by Flacco, did beat the Green Bay Packers already.
They did, and he can beat them again this week.
But the Browns have a better defense and offensive line than you have. Flacco might die this weekend.
He might.
Micah Parsons gets another shot at you? That may not go well.
I also think another part of this deal that is a little underrated is I think this was a vibes move. I think it was like Jamar Chase hates this place right now. So I got to at least find somebody that has a better chance of getting the ball to him.
Yeah, I get it.
And like, so like, if anything, was it a, well, we got to keep this thing from imploding?
I would
move. T. Higgins, I think, had no more than 3 catches in any of the Browning games. So again, if you're spending that dough and you didn't really give up anything, put Joe Flacco in there. Now, is there a chance Joe Flacco could die back there? Yeah, probably.
Is he going to have enough time to find either of them? Because he ain't running away from anybody.
He's not. He can't.
I think I could get to Joe Flacco right now, to be honest with you.
Remember how much
I'm a little lighter.
Do you remember how much you loved Joe Flacco when we first got together?
The love isn't there, but I loved the idea.
You did.
We were dating hard. I could see
Joe Flacco.
Yeah. And now
you turned on him hard.
I feel like I found Joe Flacco. I walked in. He was with my lady drinking my bourbon. So I hate Joe Flacco.
It was a montage when you walked in there.
Yeah, it was all sorts. It was a Montague.
Nice.
Oh man.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
There were multiple rooms getting used when you walked in there.
I've had a mess all over the place. There's a whole trail throughout the house. I thought there was a burglary.
You couldn't unsee.
Turned out he just had a whole lot of pineapple friends swinging by. No, man, it was. I feel like Troy Aikman when I watched Joe Flacco play.
Yeah.
What are we even doing?
Oof.
I mean, I got to call this mess.
Hey, he's beat the Packers once. I believe, by the way, he's got a chance to be the first guy to beat the same team with 2 different teams in 1 year.
What if that's all he does?
What
if he beats them twice, gets killed the next week by that Cincinnati O-line, and never plays again?
You know what it is? That's another line on the Wikipedia page of Joe Flacco.
Yeah. And someone will sign him next year. He beat the Packers twice.
He doesn't quit. He likes football. I give Joe Flacco that.
Or he just is sick of his 15 kids at home.
Could be that part, too. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right. What about the Browns, the other Ohio team that traded Joe Flacco? So Dylan Gabriel is clearly QB1. Now, who is QB2? You'd think it would be Shedeur Sanders. Could it be Bailey Zappi, who's just hanging around the practice squad? Kevin Stefanski, Browns head coach, was asked today, who's QB2?
Well, first I'd tell you is the Joe trade took us by surprise. That was not something that we saw coming. You know, they called us, and that's it happened very fast and happened not too long ago. So still working through all roster type of things. I always have to be mindful of our players and our players' development, and I want to make sure that I'm always doing what's best for our players and of course our team. But with young players, I'm always thinking about. Last week, making the change to Dylan, you have to think long and hard about that because these are young players that you're so invested in their development. So I'll let the week play out and make a decision later on that.
Listen.
In other words,
here's the thing.
Bailey Zappi's his backup.
Yeah, and to be fair, to try to be fair to this situation. Doesn't make sense? Not to make a hell of a lot of sense, but what are you doing? A veteran guy. We talked about this last week. That's why Flacco remained the backup. A veteran guy trying to help Dylan Gabriel figure out what the hell he's looking at out there, and Zappi's at least played. I get the principle of the move.
I thought Dylan Gabriel was okay last week.
Sure. But again, he and Shedeur.
It didn't look like he's got that Bo Nix thing where he's played like 65 college games. So, he can do the stuff.
Look, and I'll be honest with you. If Shedeur gets his shot, I hope there's a veteran there to be Shedeur's backup.
Yeah.
Because Shedeur and Dylan got a weird thing going on.
There was something else that he said at the beginning of that cut where he was just like, the Flacco thing came out of nowhere.
You know what? He sounded like...
you got a 5th rounder. It's not like they called you up and were like, hey, we got a second for you. You want to give us Joe Flacco? Oh, man, we would never want to give up on him, but we got to take this deal. It was a 5th rounder. Like, you were more than happy to watch Flacco leave, and you're acting like you were stunned at the offer.
Sometimes you ask me questions on this show where I need a minute to figure out how I want to answer it. That's what he was. Hey, let me tell you about the Flacco thing first. Bailey Zappi's the backup. Anyway, that Flacco thing really, really, really,
he
really surprised me.
Everybody in that organization has no interest in putting Shedeur Sanders on the field. None whatsoever.
Coach Prime's reaction yesterday said it all.
Yeah.
I'm done with them.
They have no interest in
Why
that.
did you draft my kid?
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, and finally, we talked earlier in the show about what's going on with Bill Belichick, former NFL head coach Bill Belichick, here in the Pro Football High Five, and the University of North Carolina. I'm going to read a series of tweets from Ollie Connolly, who is connected to this situation. Per sources, Bill Belichick has discussed buyout options with North Carolina's hierarchy. Belichick has signaled a willingness to trigger his own $1 million buyout if he can find a soft landing with another team or in media.
So he's got to pay the mill to get out of there.
Yes. Members of Belichick's coaching staff have already spoken to other schools that are expected to be in CFB playoff, talking about taking on roles during the postseason. From one coach, quote, "The rats are leaving the ship."
Oh, wow. Now we've deemed them rats, huh? Probably how everybody feels about the entire group, period. It's a nest.
Some staffers believe a change will come within 2 weeks. Reports of serious recruiting violations remain under investigation at UNC. Recruiting and practice violations have already been proven by the school, according to multiple sources.
Yeah, the school wants him out of there.
Isn't that
more than
conduct
anybody.
detrimental or something like that? Where they've got it. Did you not write a clause in where if he does this stuff, it voids the guarantees?
Yeah, it would be a firing for cause
come
thing.
on, dude.
So again, like that's I think what Bill is trying to do is not be fired and
Sure.
have it. I leave under my own volition. I'll pay my $1 million. You can get me out of here. This is insane.
Here's what I think will happen.
How quickly this blew. He didn't even get through a year, man.
I want to read a couple more tweets real quick. Belichick's communication with his staff in the past 2 weeks has been described as weird and distant by multiple members of UNC's coaching staff. Multiple coaches were unable.
Wait, isn't Bill always weird and distant? That's his baseline, like communication style is being weird and distant.
But multiple coaches were unable to get a hold of him during UNC's bye week. From one UNC defensive assistant, quote, "What we've done to these kids is effed up."
All right. They're going to need to do it soon because guess what? I'm looking at their schedule. They played last Saturday. They now have another bye week and don't play until the 17th.
Right.
If you're going to do it, now's when you do it. You don't wait and do it when there's some, like, I wouldn't be shocked if in the coming days
this could happen by
we
tonight.
get something of so-and-so's taking over while Bill takes a leave of absence as we try to figure out some things and they put somebody in place because you got to make the switch when you have a bye week for the new coach to try to figure out who's doing what.
The thing that's weird about it is like the schedule does lighten up in the second half for them considerably.
Yeah, but nobody wants to be around each other, let's be honest. And look, the recruiting violation thing is not great, which I think is funny because I can't believe the NCAA has any power to do anything about anything.
And again, well, the school is after the recruiting violation thing right now
because they want the money back.
Exactly. They want to get them out the door.
What a disaster. I didn't think this was going to go well. This is still worse.
This is hysterical.
This is an
really
all-timer,
is.
dude. Worse than his time in Cleveland.
Urban Meyer Jacksonville went better than this did. Woo. Good job, Bill. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
It's stupid.
He's got to pay $1 million so he can leave. Does he write the check? Does Bill still have a checkbook that he goes for? Or do they wire that in?
He goes and gets some money. What are those things?
Money order.
A money order.
Goes down to the currency exchange and gets a money order so I can leave my job. Mm-hmm. Kreckman and Lindahl.
That's the note.
Keep it here. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. Well, the government fleet vehicles and equipment auction is in the books, but plenty of great auctions for you to be able to bid on right now over at Roller Auction. The website, roller.bid. To sign up, go to roller.bid/altitude. Because one lucky listener that registers to bid over at Roller Auction at roller.bid/altitude is going to win a pair of tickets for the Nuggets and the Heat coming up on November 5th, plus an autographed Nikola Jokic photo. Solid. Go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up right now. Great auction, Castlewood Gardens auction, over 400 trees, shrubs, perennials, and boulders. First off, guys, you know, if you have gone shopping for trees, you know they can get a little bit pricey. Some of these are available at fantastic prices right now at roller.bid. Plus, hey, fall planting. This is a perfect time of year to get a tree in the ground. So go to roller.bid/altitude to sign up and check out this Castlewood Gardens auction and get yourself some shrubbery from our friends at Roller Auction. Avalanche get the season going correctly last night, 4-1 over the Kings. The home opener tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. Connor McGahee will have the call here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 against the Mammoth of Utah. The Mams, as we will now know them as going forward. Go out to Ball Arena tomorrow night and look at those. So the Avalanche get the victory last night. Marty Necas with a couple of goals. Last night, Nathan MacKinnon, 2 assists, and he moved past Joe Sakic for the franchise's all-time scoring lead since 95-96, which that's an important designation in the franchise's history because that's when they, became the Colorado Avalanche and moved from Quebec.
MacKinnon has only played for the Avs. Sakic played for both the Nordiques and the Avs.
MacKinnon right now, 1,017 points. He will pass Peter Stastny this year on the career points list. Sakic, 1,641, by far the most in franchise history. All right, Andy, he's 30 years of age. He's gone over 100 points each of the last 3 seasons. He won himself a Hart Trophy 2 years ago. He finished 4th in the Hart last year, but he had a 140-point season 2 years ago. Last year, he led the NHL with 84 assists. He has gone over 80 assists each of the last 2 seasons. And quick math, I believe right now he is on pace for 168 assists this year because he had 2 of them last night. Might not get there, but you know what I'm saying. All right. So anyway, Nathan MacKinnon.
Do not look at the TV.
I know. What does he have to do to have it when it's all said and done? We'll look at it and say, Nathan MacKinnon, the greatest Av of all time.
Well, I know nobody wants to talk about this, but I would say this. First off, you may have to hold off Cale Makar.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Cale's
pretty darn good at his position. Nate's dealing with, just as far as best of his generation, he's dealing with the McDavid thing.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever you hear the national guys come in here and talk about Cale Makar, he's the best of the, and he's got what, 2 Norrises now? And he's got a Conn Smythe?
Yeah.
So Nate needs a Conn Smythe, and he needs both Cale and Nate need another cup. Joe's got 2 cups.
Yes.
And you know how important that is there.
And Joe's got a Conn Smythe.
And Joe's got a Conn Smythe. So he's probably got to get there, which means you have been the best player in the playoffs for your team during a run. So that's where it starts. Gosh, do you have the numbers of the 2 up? I'm curious the goal comparisons. I feel like Nate is just such a good creator, which, again, you had to have the hearty chuckle as you tweeted out at John Butchergross saying, not really known as a playmaker.
Sakic,
what are you talking about?
Regular season, 625 career goals to 367 for MacKinnon. He's got a ways to go. He'll have to play into his 40s if he wants to catch Sakic.
But what are the assists then like? Because Sakic was the sniper. Sakic was the wicked wrister that everybody wanted. He was the goal scorer.
So
I feel like Nate could be that, but he likes to create.
MacKinnon will pass Stastny on the assist list this year. He's 18 shy, but he's got 650 career assists. He can probably pass Sakic in about 5 or 6 years. And again, this is all assuming health, but he's 30 years of age, and Nathan MacKinnon takes insane care of himself, and hockey players, I don't know if you heard last night, Brent Burns is 40. Hockey players, they have a tendency to be able to play well into their late 30s. At the very least, and play at a very high level.
But, here was one of the things. 2 of the longer tenured Avs were Milan Hajduk and Joe Sakic.
Yeah.
And they both had these 6 sniper shots. It's kind of like Jokic's Sombor shuffle.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't going anywhere. I bet you if you were to put Joe and Milan out there on the ice right now, they could still snipe targets from wherever you wanted on the ice. Is Nate that kind of shooter? See, as Nate,
when he's in the left circle, he is.
Okay, fair enough. But remember, part of what makes Nate so special, and I bring this up, the guy is incredible. Don't mishear me, anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're asking what it's going to take for him to be the best player the franchise has ever seen. Okay, everybody is in awe of how fast the guy is, and how fast the game is. And part of the reason why he's such a great creator for his teammates is the guy moves so fast, 2 or 3 people have to jump on him just to try to slow him down. and it opens up the ice for everybody else. The speed at some point you would imagine would probably go. Maybe he's going to stay a freak. It's possible. Maybe he'll just be that naturally fast while he plays most of his time. But I got to imagine if once he gets north of 35, and we're talking about some of this stuff taking him north of 35,
sure,
he probably won't be the fast player that he was. And again, the other thing
he'll slow, but like it's always going to be. I think his speed and his power as a skater is always going to be the strength of his game.
Sure,
that's his superpower as a hockey player, and I think he'll always. I think if he loses too much of that, that's when he's kind of done.
Fair enough. But I'm just saying, in order to overtake Joe,
Mm-hmm.
you're going to have the scoring touch somehow. Whether you've got the guys that can put it home, and let's not kid ourselves. I think he got a little frustrated at the end of last year. I think, you know what I think? I would tell you this. I think one of the reasons why that first goal from Natchez was so important last night was, and we saw Nate get visibly frustrated with him and others. You know, I still remember Charlie Coyle chirping back on him on
Nathan
the bench.
McKinnon?
But
he gets frustrated?
Nate wanted guys to shoot.
Yeah.
And last night, Nate just didn't look to give it back to him. He held that thing. He mind played the goalie, Jedi mind tricked the goalie.
Right.
And he had all day to do it and just fired that one past. And just like Rantanen before him, Nate needs a guy that he's kind of like Joker. How many times has Joker been short of the triple doubles? How many triple doubles could the guy have if guys just hit one or two more shots for him?
Isn't some of that too, like, isn't there a natural progression that's going to get better this year?
Oh, I think so. They already, both Nelson and Nate just already look 1,000% more comfortable than a year ago.
And you know, not everybody, just like there's an adjustment to playing with Jokic, I'm sure there's an adjustment to playing with McKinnon.
Listen, you see it all the time with the new guys. We've seen it with 1,000 guys that have come through. I think it's one of the things that made Nazem Kadri really so great from the get-go. He was never afraid to take his shot. Nas felt pretty good about who he was, right? I think Nate, just especially being a younger guy, you show up to Nathan McKinnon. He's this legendary figure now in the league. And, yeah, I get it. I'm not knocking Marty Natchez. I understand why you're like, well, him getting the shot might be better than me. But that's not what Nate's looking for. If I'm going to draw two people over here and give you this shot, you better just fire it home.
Yeah.
And Nate just showed last night, I'm going to do it this year. Now, that
he was doing a lot of that in the regular season.
And then he got scared in the playoffs.
Yeah, he tightened up
Well, he'd never experienced Stanley Cup hockey, man.
Yeah.
It's a different deal.
Yep.
But now he's tasted it, and hopefully he doesn't do it again. Here is the thing. I got sick of Butchergrass bringing it up every 5 minutes that Nate just did something. You better get a contract for him.
I got sick of Butchergrass last night.
I really did. I like John Butchergrass. It was a little much for me last night. But they do have to you probably, it'd behoove you to get a contract done. Because much like Nick Benito, as we talked about last hour with the sacks going up and all that, the longer this thing goes, the more goals he scores, the more expensive this deal becomes.
Benito, plus 550 at DraftKings for DPOY, by the way. Best price you can get right now. Myles Garrett is 5-1. Micah Parsons plus 350. Aiden Hutchinson is plus 300. Okay, Hutchinson's had a great start to the year. Myles, both he and Myles have had great starts to the year. Parsons is playing great. I wonder about that back.
I wonder about Green Bay.
There's been numerous points in games where you're watching Parsons kind of like flexing that thing, and I wonder with that team if it's just going to be like, okay, because if you look at like the pass rush snaps, like he's had considerably fewer than Benito so far, and if I wonder if Green Bay is just going to be like, dude, we gotta load manage you to get you to the postseason with whatever's going on physically with him right now.
How's it going to feel when you're in the frigid Green Bay weather?
That too.
Let's say that you do find a way to stay or become the best team in the NFC. Who is the best team right now? Is it Detroit by record?
Probably Detroit, yeah. I think Tampa's right there with them by record. But yeah, it's I would say the most complete team in the NFC is Detroit.
If Green Bay were to find a way to get that home field advantage, you got to play some playoff games when we know it gets. Remember Tom Coughlin and his rosy red cheeks, as if he was a little elf from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I don't know how much that's going to make the back feel good. Yeah, I like Benito's chances. I do.
I guess technically the Niners and the Eagles are both there by record.
What?
Both those teams have worse vibes, though.
Oh, the Eagles literally had a meeting today to talk about what kind of offense they want to be.
Yeah.
One loss. That's what's crazy about the Eagles.
They're miserable.
They are. Yeah, they're flashing right back to what they were before they went on the win streak and the ultimate deodorant popped out.
And to lose the way that they did.
Yeah, because they should have won that one. Dude, they're feeling like we did after Indy.
Right. To lose that game the way that you did. You have a 2-score lead in the fourth quarter. You're at home. You got to finish that game out. They didn't run the ball.
Well, how you have with Saquon Barkley and you're not running the ball is insane. By the way, what would it be some kind of record? Would it be a historical mark? Which was the last team to have? Has there ever been a team that's had 2 defensive players of the year, 2 different defensive players of the year back to back? That'd be quite the accomplishment. Because Surtain won it last year.
Right.
By the way, if you're buying a Broncos jersey right now, you're buying Benito, aren't you?
That's a hot jersey right there. That's a good one.
He's signed. You can keep him.
Yep.
See, that's the thing. If you're buying an Avs jersey right now, the Nate just might look tempting, but you better get that contract.
Has anybody? Okay, I'm going to research this in the break. I don't think it's happened.
I can't think of anybody that would have done it. There may have been back-to-back DPOYs, but not.
Baltimore did it.
Who? Ray Lewis and Suggs?
03-04. Ray Lewis and?
Ed Reed.
Ed Reed.
There you go.
Yep, Baltimore did it.
Screw Baltimore.
Ooh, Buffalo did it.
Buffalo?
95. Bruce Smith and Bryce Paup.
I never would have got popped. I was trying to think of Daryl Talley's name.
Bryce Paup did it.
You remember him?
95, 96, Daryl Talley? Or Bryce Paup?
Bryce Paup.
Barely.
I feel like he was a big... he looked like the white guy that's coming to just chop all the wood in your area. Sell you a cord.
Pittsburgh did it 75-76. Mel Blanc, Jack Lambert.
All right.
So it's been done 3 times before.
Not as unique as I thought.
Well, then you'll have to just do it 3 years in a row, I guess.
Who would be the third? Jade Barron? How crazy would that be? Hufanga?
Jonathan Cooper?
Greenlaw, if he ever gets playing?
Zach Allen?
Zach Allen, man. We underrate Zach Allen.
Has a full J.J. Watt style season. He could be the guy that gets it done.
J.J. Watt?
Why is there a whistle?
Yeah, because he was doing the press conference.
He was doing a press conference. He was blowing a damn whistle.
Was somebody doing drills right behind him?
Yeah.
Practice is over.
Don't blow a whistle.
I don't know why somebody's singing before this drop.
Cool, Carl.
Well,
he was.
He goes, heat.
I think was he like singing Bad Bunny or whatever he was doing?
I don't understand anything you just
I think it was
said.
Pitbull.
Oh, it was Pitbull. You're right. You're right.
Pitbull.
Thank you very much. It was Pitbull. Yeah. I legitimately forgot about it until the next day when it was on Levitard.
I remember walking my dog going, oh, this guy's messing with Nate.
Yeah.
This stupid Heat fan. Dumb Heat fan. And we found out, it was a plant. Everybody, why don't you take calls anymore? Well, that'd be a reason.
At least he didn't go, Baba Booey, stern rules.
Yeah.
The Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Sunday, 7:30 a.m. Rich Eisen on the call, by the way, for this one. Broncos at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium as they will take on the New York Jets. There's been a handful of games that have been played at Tottenham Hotspur out there, Andy. First one back in 2019. That was the Bears and the Raiders, October of 2019. They played games again there in 22 and 23. And the Broncos and the Jets will be, I believe, the 6th game? No, maybe the 9th game, based on my math here, ever played at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Sean Payton was asked about this stadium that they are playing in, and he told a fun story about when the Saints played in Wembley back in 2017.
I haven't seen the stadium. I've heard about it. I know it's field turf. I know it's newer. I'm excited to see it. And no, but I mean, this will be the first time for me being in it, with the prior two for me being in Wembley. So, yeah, I had a mess up the last time. Darius Rucker sang the national anthem, and I got to know him prior to I think the 17 game. In fact, we were together, and he's a big Dolphin fan, and that's who we were playing. And so we were able to get that done. And so when he finished, I was kind of excited about how it was all put together, and I jogged out to the middle of the field, and I forgot about God Save the Queen. And then I sat there at the 50-yard line, just kind of like a cat burglar caught, and took my visor off, and then was embarrassed. So I'll make sure to be prepared for the second anthem. Yeah, listen, that was clumsy.
So he's too excited to see Hootie, Andy.
Hootie wanted to go see Hootie, who sings a song about how much he loves the Dolphins.
And he ran out there.
Yeah. Hey, guy.
You're in another country, Sean. They got to play their anthem, too. Whoops.
My bad. By the way, did you who sang, was it the Avs game where the lead singer of Iron Maiden sang the song last night, sang the anthem?
No kidding?
You didn't catch that?
I did not see this.
I was like, it's kind of interesting. We got an English guy singing the anthem here tonight.
Hey, it can be.
Now, I wouldn't tell you that it was the greatest. It was no Whitney Houston Super Bowl deal.
Okay.
Because he still sounds like the singer of Iron Maiden.
Yes.
Run to the hills. That's what I kept waiting for it to get. That's a little more his key than maybe our anthem, but he did give it a shot.
So
can we get James Hetfield to at least sing the anthem at the Super Bowl?
Eddie Vedder is he's a huge Cubs fan.
Yeah.
And so he's also just like always around. It's
he's the guy they
honestly
invited in the stadium
sometimes,
and now he doesn't leave.
It's kind of just like, will you go home?
They're like, oh yes, it was Bruce Dickinson, according to Connor.
Okay.
How can I forget the great Bruce
Dickinson of Iron Maiden fame?
Yes. Now we're getting how bad it was.
So
anyway, yeah, Eddie's at the stadium.
He's constantly singing the 7th inning stretch. He's singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" because I always have the guest singers there.
Yeah,
and it's
like this.
It's the weirdest thing because he sings it like he's Eddie Vedder.
Yeah.
So it's like it's kind of just like a stupid like little sing along kind of jaunty tune.
Yeah.
But again, it sounds like even flow when he sings it.
Well, yeah, and then it takes forever.
Take me out to the ball game. And why does he sound like that? Because he's Eddie Vedder. That's what he sounds like.
But does he ever get going fast? Like, what's the other one? Why go home?
Crackerjack.
Did your guys not score? Or are they bringing in another bullpen?
They did not score. It's 4-3 going to the 8th.
You are highly stressed.
Yeah.
So I got a question for you.
I told Spring back in the 3rd inning when they had a 4-run lead. I'm just like, they're not going to score again. And sure enough, it's 4-3 right now.
Let me tell you about Nate's day real quick.
Yeah.
We're going to pull the curtain back. First off, Spring and I were in the room when you said that.
Yeah.
You made the proclamation big and bold. Secondly, Spring at one point before the high five poked his head in and said, hey, we just did the Baker Mayfield story. I'm going to switch and put the Ben Powers story ahead of it for the high five. He then kind of looked at me. I didn't know what to say. I was like, sounds good to me. And he walked out. You acknowledged neither of us. And before we got going for the high five, you go, hey, Spring, why don't you put the Ben Powers story up since we just did the Baker? Literally, you said the exact, not only did you tell him the same idea, you said the same sentence right back to him. Because you were so Cubs involved, none of us were in the room with you.
I didn't know you guys. When you were like, Spring popped his head in during the break, I thought, when you told it to me, I was like, oh, he must have said it in my ear, but I had my headphones off or something.
No, the man literally came in the room.
Didn't
door was open. He was a full 2 steps in.
I was glaring at the box score, thinking about the Cubs bullpen. There could have been a murder committed in the room. I would have been a bad witness on the stand. I would have been like, I don't really know. I couldn't tell you. I didn't see it. I was angry, okay? Angry about the baseball.
The great band Public Image Limited.
Yeah.
The former lead singer of the Sex Pistols.
Sure.
Sang
John
a song
Lydon.
called Home where it says anger is an energy.
Yeah, I
And
know.
being very energetic on the way home.
I really had it.
I got a quick question
I kind
for
of
you.
liked Public Image.
I
LTD,
did. They
by
were
the
a
way.
fun deal.
Yeah.
Because I don't want you using any good material for tomorrow because God knows we may need it.
They were okay.
What does your brother do that you're not good at? Because if I had to hear one more time, Sports Center, like everybody kept tweeting it, the fight last night with Manson, what's the guy's name? Attack or something, whatever? What was the guy's name?
Like Matad or something.
Whatever.
Malott. Jeff Malott.
Oh, his brother's a UFC fighter. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
Your brother-in-law is a famous guitarist. Abby's not an opera singer. Just because one sibling has it doesn't mean the other guy. So what? Manson shouldn't fight him because his brother gets paid to fight? Doesn't mean he knows how to fight.
It's a good point. Yeah, it's a good point. That dude did not look like much of a fighter.